Our story opens on a rainy night on a battlefield, piled high with a mountain of corpses. At the very top stood Kinfang, who, despite suffering from an aging curse, accelerated 100-fold, had successfully cleared the ruins of the ancient god. A woman with a dagger praised Kinfang for his impressive feat before declaring her intent to take the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment. Injured, and on the brink of death, Kinfang coldly asked his sister Kin Xio why she was betraying him. Kin Xio sneered that Kinfang was nothing more than an orphan her parents had taken in. Since they didn't share the same blood, she had never once considered him her real brother. A blond man named Song Fei appeared, remarking on how useful Kinfang had turned out to be. Resting a hand on Kin Xio's shoulder and holding the divine artifact, he mockingly thanked Kinfang, admitting they never could have gotten it without him. A weapon designed to completely drain Kinfang's lifespan in one go. He smugly revealed he had worked hard to get the soul-stealing blade now plunged into Kinfang's body. He then asked if Kinfang liked his little farewell gift. Kinfang remembered raising Kin Xio after their parents died, even putting her through school. And after the game descended upon the world, he had risked his life for her countless times. But now, witnessing her betrayal firsthand, he finally realized how terribly he had misjudged her. Kin Xio shot back that after their parents died, Kinfang did nothing but meddle in her life, constantly controlling her and giving her orders. He was somewhat useful before when she and Song Fei needed his protection. But now that they possessed the divine artifact, his value to them had dropped to zero. Song Fei then lunged at Kinfang to end his life, promising that he would take very good care of Kin Xio from now on, as death closed in Kinfang. Vowed that he wouldn't let them get away with it, but before he could finish, Song Fei struck the final blow. In 2025, the godforsaken game descended upon the world, a new reality, where the only currency was one's lifespan. Dying resulted in losing lifespan, while killing monsters granted you more. Players could even spend their lifespan to bring their incredible in-game abilities into the real world. The strong could pulverize tanks with their bare hands, slice airplanes in two, and even withstand nuclear blasts with their own bodies. From that moment on, the world changed forever as chaos reigned supreme. He and his sister fought to survive, enduring endless hardships until he barely managed to claw his way into the top 100 of the global rankings. After overcoming countless dangers and narrowly escaping death more times than he could count, he finally conquered the ruins of the ancient god and obtained the divine artifact known as the Eye of Judgment. At long last, he had earned the right to stand at the very peak, but who could have known that the price for his success would be betrayal by his one and only family member? All of his life's efforts were seen as nothing, more than a nuisance, and all his struggles had merely paved the way for another's victory. If he could only live again, he swore an oath to fight for himself and himself alone. But then miraculously, Kinfang's eyes snapped open. He was, to his utter shock, back in his old bedroom. He shot up, realizing this was the real world. He was bewildered. He clearly remembered dying just moments ago. But when he checked his phone, the date read 2025. Peering out the window at the peaceful city, it dawned on him he had been reborn 9 years in the past, on the very day the godforsaken game descended upon Earth. The very next morning, his sister Kin Xio kicked his door open, absolutely stunned to see that Kinfang was still in bed. He was at home drinking coffee when she barged in furious and demanded to know why he wasn't answering her calls. She kicked over a trash can, and Kinfang recalled that on the very day the Forsaken game descended, he and Kin Xio had a massive fight over some guy named Song Fei, whose posters were plastered all over the wall. Before the game's arrival, Song Fei was a semi-famous underground idol, and Kin Xio was his #1 fan. Song Fei might have seemed glamorous on the surface, but in reality he was a total scumbag who had deceived many of his fans, taking their money and using them. Kinfang was just trying to prevent Kin Xio from being scammed. Kinfang had always warned her to stay away from that guy. But for his trouble, our boy just got accused of trying to control her life. She pointed an accusing finger right at Kinfang. Kin Xio screamed, asking if he was deaf, and blamed him for Song Fei losing the #1 spot that month. She threatened that if Kinfang didn't give her money to boost Song Fei's rank, he would regret it. That's when, with an ice-cold expression, Kinfang sent a hard slap across her face, knocking her to the ground. Her cheek immediately swelled up as blood started to trickle from her nose, her eyes welling up with tears. She couldn't believe that Kinfang had actually hit her. With a piercing glare, Kinfang told her he didn't have the time or energy to argue, warning that if she kept yapping, he'd shut her up for good. He tossed a credit card down in front of her, explaining that it held the inheritance their parents had left them. He told her that no matter how hard things got over the years, he had never touched a single cent of it. Out of respect for their parents, he was choosing not to stoop to her level. But he made one thing crystal clear. As of today, he no longer considered her his sister. Kin Xio started crying, a mix of anger and shock on her face. In his past life, to protect Kin Xio, Kinfang had sacrificed countless opportunities and rare treasures from dangerous dungeons. But he was done with that. He took out some sleeping pills and calmly swallowed them with a glass of water. He was eager to see just how far he could go without that burden holding him back. This time he would use his knowledge from his past life to get a head start on everyone else. From now on, Kin Xio was on her own. As for Songfei, our boy planned on taking his head personally. Kinfang drifted off to sleep and soon appeared in the choice hall. He remembered this place. The first time he'd arrived here, he was so nervous that it took him hours just to pick his class and leave. But this time he had to be quick. In his past life, he chose the warrior class to protect Kin Xio. The warrior class wasn't weak by any means, but it was no longer the right choice for him. Now, without the burden of protecting Kin Xio, he could solo clear content much faster. For that, mobility and reaction speed were the most important stats. So without a moment's hesitation, Kinfang chose the assassin class. But then something unexpected happened. The system announced that the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, had successfully bound to him. With that, the Eye of Judgment activated. It had a passive ability. Upon entering the Forsaken game, Kinfang would automatically obtain the highest ranking profession and talent available. Our boy was completely shocked to see that the Eye of Judgment had followed him through his rebirth. He quickly realized how it must have worked. As long as the artifact recognized its owner, it was useless to anyone else, even if stolen. He figured this had to be the reason he was reborn. Just then, a shadowy energy began to pour into his body. Then his body began to transform, and his hair turned stark white. Becoming a being of shadow, Kinfang's appearance was completely altered. Shadow was the highest tier, hidden class available to assassins. It was a world away from the warrior class he chose in his past life. Simply obtaining this class had already granted him enormous power. Kinfang's eyes widened in surprise when he recalled that every class had a minuscule chance of unlocking its hidden higher-tier version, and his authority of judgment had just made that probability a 100% certainty. The system activated, informing him that the authority of judgment was the most genuine and ancient primordial authority in the universe. Its power temporarily transcended all rules and order. Kinfang couldn't actively use this authority since he didn't possess divinity, but its passive effect was already engaged. This revelation left our hero in a state of shock. In his past life, it wasn't until the 7th year after this God-forsaken game descended that a powerful player finally managed to leave God's abandoned realm and reach the realm of order. Only then did humanity even learn about the existence of the power of order. But in truth, even years later, no one ever actually obtained the power of order. Kinfang never dreamed he would be the one to achieve this. And now, at the very beginning of his journey, he had already obtained a primordial authority that surpassed both order and rules. As long as he could escape God's abandoned realm and reach the realm of order to obtain divinity, he could fully activate this authority. With another goal set for this new life and his class selection complete, the system prompted him to enter his in-game alias. Kinfang hesitated for a moment before choosing the name Shadow, since his new class had been born from it. With that, Kinfang was teleported to God's abandoned realm. This was a ruined land teeming with countless monsters. He had to be careful as they were all ready to tear him apart and steal his lifespan. A player could leave town, kill monsters, and earn tradable lifespan. But if you died in the game, you would lose half of your total lifespan, both the tradable and non-tradable kind. Kinfang appeared in Shelltown, which was a designated safe zone. In here, there were no monsters, players couldn't attack each other, and the rate of lifespan decay was at a baseline of 1. The town was crowded with people who had been dragged into the game. Some had simply taken a nap after lunch, and others had fallen asleep after a long workday, only to wake up in this strange place. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Kinfang. No one knew what class he was, or why he looked so different from them. Seeing his dagger, some guessed he must be an assassin. Soon powerful figures from various nations were going to emerge one after another, completely rewriting the order of this world. If he wanted to get ahead of them, he couldn't afford to wait, because the grind waits for no one. Just then, a party of 3 men and an archer teleported back into the town square. You see, when players died while hunting monsters, they would respawn back in town. The players were furious and panicked, yelling about how the monsters out in the wild were too strong. With just one bite, a monster had wiped their entire party. They had been fighting a supposedly weak level 1 crawler, but even so, their whole group had only managed to shave off a third of its health. And now that they had died, their lifespan had been cut in half. They desperately asked the archer, a woman named Lizzie, what they should do now. Kinfang started observing her, remembering that archers always began the game with a simple short bow. realizing she was also a hidden class. Lizzie noticed that Kinfang was also a hidden class. With a friendly smile, she asked if he wanted to team up with them. The monsters outside were seriously strong and they couldn't handle them alone. Her team had already been wiped out once, so they had some experience. Kinfang turned her down and continued on his way. Lizzie's companions mocked him, figuring he was just pretending to be a pro. The 5 of them together couldn't even defeat the monster, so there was no way he could do it alone. According to them, Kinfang had a death wish. Using the system, Lizzie saw that Kinfang's alias was Shadow. As our boy was walking toward the town's exit, Lizzie decided to follow him to see if they could figure out what skills he had. She couldn't help but smile, thinking that maybe they could get new information on the monsters and watch Kinfang bite the dust. The land abandoned by the gods was a truly unsettling and dangerous place. Lizzie and the others started to secretly tail Kinfang. She still didn't know how she had ended up here, but with years of online gaming experience, she quickly formed a party. However, the very first monster they encountered outside of town completely annihilated them. She knew this monster wasn't an enemy a level 1 player could possibly defeat. Lizzie's friends were ticked off since Kinfang's initial weapon was different from their group's assassin. He had a dagger, but Kinfang had a short blade. The assassin felt envious since Kinfang was even faster than him, but as an assassin, his agility was supposed to be the highest. On top of that, Kinfang's outfit was different from his. Kinfang seemed like an unusual player, so Lizzie decided to follow him, hoping he might lead to some crucial information. Kinfang suddenly started staring right at them, and upon feeling his gaze, Lizzie quickly ducked back into hiding, unsure if they had been spotted. Our boy used the shadow sneak technique and disappeared without a trace, becoming a shadow. Lizzie and the others were totally baffled to see that he had vanished into thin air. The assassin of the group realized that this was a stealth ability, an initial skill that granted invisibility. Kinfang had turned invisible. Lizzie decided to return to town and look for ways to improve their stats. It was way too dangerous to be wandering around outside. They had already died once, and their lifespan had already been cut in half. They decided to look for NPCs to try and get some hidden rewards like treasure chests. Shadow Sneak was a skill that allows the user to enter stealth for a certain duration. Attacking will reveal the user, and the first hit after breaking stealth deals increased damage. Stealth Mastery doubles the duration of stealth and increases the stealth level by 1. As expected, the Shadow class was extraordinary. A normal assassin stealth at this level would be easy to detect, but the Shadow class had its own Stealth Mastery, which made it impossible for anyone, even monsters, to notice Kinfang in the early stages of the game. Our boy couldn't help but think that Lizzie and her friends were naive, since the beginner town had nothing that could really improve their strength. It was just a safe zone for players. In this Forsaken game, weak players were nothing more than monster food. A few seconds later, Kinfang's stealth wore off. For now, the duration wasn't all that long. Thankfully, his stealth ability was already on cooldown. Just a few more seconds and he could vanish again. Kinfang pulled up his status window. His codename was Shadow, and fittingly so was his class. He had a non-tradable lifespan of 75 years, and 0 tradable lifespan with 13 strength, 13 constitution, 18 agility, and 15 spirit. All players started with a base stat of 10, and the different classes granted additional bonuses. In his past life, the warrior class he'd picked only gave him a measly 3 points in strength and constitution. But this time around, the Shadow class boosted all his stats with agility, getting a whopping 8-point increase. He also still had 5 free attribute points to assign. Most players dump their points into strength or spirit to max out their physical or magical attack, but that's a classic rookie mistake. Without a moment's hesitation, Kinfang pumped all 5 points into agility, bringing it up to 23. This stat was key because in the early game, it didn't matter how you allocated your stats, monsters would always deal overwhelming damage. The only way to hunt without taking a hit was to crank up your agility and be faster than them. Just then, something caught Kinfang's eye. Hiding behind a tree was a level 1 normal grade crawler, and it was in the middle of evolving. Kinfang was instantly on high alert. Noticing it was absorbing lifespan, he quickly put 2 and 2 together. This was the monster that had wiped out that group of 4 players. The crawler sensed Kinfang's presence. It was already a little banged up with some of its HP missing. The monster lunged, but Kinfang dodged it with a nimble jump. When monsters kill players, they can absorb their lifespan, and if they get enough, they evolve. Kinfang activated Shadow Sneak and unsheathed his short blade. Just as the crawler closed in, he vanished into thin air. While the confused crawler was trying to figure out where he went, Kinfang appeared, directly above it, using a stealth break strike to land right on top of the monster. He forcefully plunged his blade into its head, dealing 174 damage, killing it instantly, and earning him 10 experience points. He was surprised he managed to one-shot the crawler, but then he remembered that hitting them on the nape of the neck is a guaranteed critical hit. Right on cue, a system window popped up informing him that the backstab skill doubles the damage of any attack from outside an enemy's line of sight. That explained why the crawler went down in one hit. The backstab skill had stacked with his other abilities, creating an insane damage multiplier. Kinfang stared at the corpse in silence, letting it sink in. He couldn't help but remember his time as a warrior. Back then, even a critical hit barely scratched 40 damage, and it took an eternity just to kill a single crawler, almost dying in the process. Once the monster faded away, it left behind a shining orb of lifespan. Kinfang clenched his fist and absorbed the orb, gaining 3 days of tradable lifespan and a whopping 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 people had died, each losing at least 20 to 30 years of their lifespan, totaling over 100 years. But since the crawler had absorbed it first, Kinfang only recovered 54 of those years. For now, the non-tradable lifespan wasn't particularly useful. But in that moment, the authority of the Eye of Judgment activated, granting Kinfang a brand new talent called Infinite Evolution. By soloing monsters, he could earn evolution points to upgrade his skills. Every 24 hours, he would gain 5 evolution points, and defeating a boss-class monster alone was a guaranteed way to earn them. Currently, he had 5 points. With his Infinite Evolution ability, he could continuously improve his skills. In his past life, this kind of power was completely unheard of. Back then, no matter what equipment or skill book a monster dropped, their grade was set in stone with no way to upgrade them. This was a power that broke all the rules of the game. Our boy decided to test it out by upgrading Shadow Sneak and Backstab. He spent 4 evolution points, and the skills were successfully upgraded. His starting skill. Shadow Sneak went from normal to bronze grade, and its duration increased from 12 to 16 seconds. The bonus damage for an attack breaking stealth jumped from 60 to 90, and the cooldown time was reduced by 2 seconds. Backstab was upgraded from inferior to normal, increasing its damage by 5%. Shadow Sneak now lasted 16 seconds, and with his Stealth Mastery passive, that time doubled to a whopping 32 seconds. With such a long stealth duration, he could practically remain invisible forever. And if his skills had been this upgraded earlier, he could have one-shot even a full HP crawler. Just then, a guy who was with a woman commented that the game must be easy if even a scrawny dude like Kinfang could take down a monster solo. The woman with him swooned, saying that with his physique, he could probably take on 10 guys at once. The guy grinned and promised to protect her, all while Kinfang spotted a monster hiding in a nearby tree. With a confident smirk, the guy asked Kinfang if he wanted to party up with them. Kinfang's instincts screamed danger, so he immediately vanished using Shadow Sneak. Seeing this, the buff guy just assumed his impressive muscles had scared Kinfang off. A moment later, a spider dropped to the ground, sending the couple into a panic. This was the Nurturer, a level 1 bronze grade monster. It attacked, and just like that, their game was over. Kinfang remembered that the Nurturer was a starter boss with 16 OP points. It wasn't something a typical rookie could handle, especially since it commanded a whole swarm of smaller spiders. The Nurturer began to feed, and Kinfang took advantage of the opening to test out his newly upgraded abilities. Attacking from stealth, Kinfang plunged his short blade into the spider's eye, and it immediately counterattacked. But Kinfang was quick enough to dodge the attack. He backed away and became invisible again using Shadow Sneak. Our boy's attack dealt a solid 338 damage, while he only took 9 damage in the exchange. It was a close call that he only survived thanks to his high agility. Kinfang only had 130 HP. If that spider's attack had connected, it would have been an instant kill. He was seriously impressed that his attack had dealt over 300 damage to the boss. The Nurturer flew into a rage, thrashing wildly and splitting nearby trees in half. Kinfang knew these monsters were intelligent. This spider wasn't just going to stand there and take his hits. The spider began attacking, indiscriminately to try and pinpoint Kinfang's hidden location. Now even the smaller spiders were on high alert, so he couldn't afford to rush in recklessly. While the big spider was distracted, Kinfang threw a rock that hit it square in the abdomen, dealing 299 points of damage. Kinfang grabbed another rock. His hunch had been correct. He was realizing that his main source of damage was actually coming from the bonuses from the Stealth Ambush Strike skill and the Class Skill Enhancement. So even by throwing rocks, he could still deal some solid damage. All he had to do now was wait for Shadow Sneak to come off cooldown and then throw another rock. This way, the rock would activate the bonuses from Ambush Strike, Backstab, and Weak Point Attack. Once Shadow Sneak came off cooldown, Kinfang threw another Rock dealing 279 points of damage to the spider before activating Shadow Sneak again. His plan was simple: stay hidden until Shadow Sneak was off cooldown and then attack again. Meanwhile, back in town, the leaderboard was updated, revealing that a player named Shadow had killed the bronze grade boss, the Nurturer. This made him the first to reach level 2, launching him to the number 1 spot on the list. The other players were in shock, since most of them had died to regular mobs and couldn't understand how someone had already defeated a boss. Lizzie and the others were speechless when they saw that Kinfang had already defeated a boss and hit level 2. They couldn't even handle normal mobs together, so they figured it must be a system error. The man and woman who were attacked by the giant spider respawned in town, completely shocked to see that someone had killed the massive spider, realizing that Shadow was the boy they had seen earlier in the forest. Back in the forest, a system announcement declared that Kinfang had killed the boss Nurturer, earning 300 experience points and 2 evolution points. Additionally, Shelltown's level leaderboard was unlocked, granting our boy 1 reputation point. Kinfang then began to absorb the spider's lifespan. The moment the giant spider died, the smaller ones scattered, which was a real waste. He couldn't help but regret it, since he should have killed the small spiders first to get more experience. He obtained 46 tradable lifespan points and a new bronze quality skill book called Greedy Hand, along with a corrosive dagger that had 35 damage and 4 agility points. After learning the skill, Greedy Hand Kinfang could use it on defeated monsters for a 20% chance to get an extra piece of loot. Kinfang was pretty surprised as he did. Not expect a bronze grade boss to drop such a god tier assassin skill. This skill was a game changer for getting loot in the late game. It meant a 20% chance of getting extra loot from every powerful boss he defeated. Kinfang remembered from his past life that there was a guy in the Godslayer guild who had only average combat skills. But just because he had this skill, he became one of the most sought-after players in the game. The guy even had a personal bodyguard squad that escorted him everywhere. Kinfang's eyes widened in realization. He realized that although the activation rate was only 20% if he combined it with his unlimited evolution talent, he could infinitely increase both the drop rate and the amount of loot. The next day, a group of students were on their way to school. Zoyu's friend asked if she wasn't going to call Fangs and apologized, reminding her that they'd skipped an exam yesterday just to go support Song Wai. She was sure Kinfang had to be mad at her, but Zoyu refused, insisting she'd done nothing wrong. In fact, she said it was his fault they almost missed the entrance time. As far as she was concerned, Kinfang was the one who should be apologizing. Her friend tried to change her mind, reminding her how well Kinfang always treated her, and then asked what in the world had happened to her face. Xio stood firm in her decision, convinced Kinfang was just meddling in her affairs, and made up an excuse that she had tripped and hurt her face. Upon entering the school, they noticed a large crowd of students gathered in front of one of the classrooms. Her friend grew curious, and after making her way through the crowd, she entered the classroom to find Jiang Wei's body turning semi-transparent. One of Jiang Wei's friends explained that he wasn't entirely sure what happened, but just a moment ago, Wei had said he was going to take a nap, and when they turned back around, he was already in this state. This wasn't an isolated case, it was all over the internet. People from every corner of the globe were experiencing the same phenomenon. Some experts theorized that if a person fell asleep, they would enter a semi-transparent state like a ghost, and no one could explain why. Her friend, now on high alert, decided to call her parents to warn them and urged Zio to call her brother to warn him as well, just to be safe, but she refused, saying she'd rather see him dead than contact him. Meanwhile, Kinfang evolved his new skill Greedy Hand, upgrading it from bronze quality to gold. Now, when looting an enemy, the probability of obtaining an extra piece of loot surged from 20% to 70%. And thanks to this, our boy not only learned Greedy Hand, but also obtained 2 points. Kinfang clenched his fist and activated the skill, receiving 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. He was more than satisfied to have obtained 2 evolution points and knew that to upgrade Greedy Hand to level 3, he would need 3 points, which meant he would soon have a 100% chance of obtaining extra loot. He figured that the world's governments must have caught on to the situation by now and that more and more people were going to flood into the game. Therefore, he had to accelerate his progress and equip anything he could use. Kinfang equipped the bronze quality corrosive dagger, gaining 35 attack points and 4 agility points. He activated Shadow Stealth to avoid drawing any attention from the monsters, knowing that it wouldn't be long before people figured out that the skills and equipment from this game could be brought into the real world. And when that day came, the world would descend into chaos. extracting skills and equipment required 2 conditions. First one had to reach level 10, and second, they needed to have enough tradable lifespan. Defeating small monsters was taking too long, so he decided to hunt for stronger bosses. As he was walking through the area, he heard the sounds of a battle, and when he approached a cliff, he saw several players fighting against a level 2 bronze-grade sprint predator. Kinfang was planning to find stronger bosses, so finding a sprint predator now was perfect timing. The monster attacked, but the player, wielding a shield and mace, blocked the attack effortlessly. It was Wang Mang. Kinfang was surprised to run into him here. He realized the rumors must be true. It was said that when Wang Mang first joined Forsaken Game, he had assembled an entire team of hidden class players. All 6 members of his team were hidden class users. Wang Mang summoned the Holy Barrier, creating a golden shield to repel the monster. He possessed the hidden class Holy Shield Warrior, which granted him double the base stats of a normal warrior. And as if that weren't enough, he also had an innate invincibility skill. While the monster was distracted, the team's mage summoned a fireball that scored a direct hit on the creature's arm. She had the mage class hidden profession called Prophet, which allowed her to inflict double the magical damage of a normal mage and came with an incorporated prophetic fireball. The archer of the team had the hidden profession of the archer class called Sharp-Eyed Shooter, granting the user double the stats of a normal archer and came with an incorporated rapid shot skill. The priest had the Oracle Priest class, having twice the healing power of a normal priest and a group healing ability. The archer and the mage attacked together, but the monster evaded the attacks without much effort and attacked Wang Mang, forcing him to retreat. The archer panicked upon seeing that the ranged attacks were not hitting. Thinking that this boss was too fast, the priest healed Wang Mang, and he decided that the best way to defeat this boss was to keep attacking while the healers took care of healing. Seeing that he planned to wear down the monster's health, little by little Kinfang thought that Wang Mang was very optimistic, but he knew that he was forgetting the most important thing. This was the wilderness after all, and if a battle dragged on, other monsters would be attracted. Just then 2 monsters appeared behind Wang Mang. Kinfang recognized them as corruptors, regular level 2 monsters covered in dark brown mud specialized in using ranged attacks. The swordsman of the team rushed towards the monsters and attacked one of them. He had a hidden class that our boy had not seen before. The attack caused 33 points of damage, and the swordsman didn't take long to realize that the defense of these monsters was very high. The corruptor vomited mud on the swordsman. It was a ground bind, and now his movement speed had decreased. The other corruptor began to chase the mage, forcing her to flee with tears in her eyes. But just then, Kinfang jumped in the blink of an eye and decapitated the monster, causing 441 points of damage, saving the mage and leaving everyone in shock. Our boy's attack was so powerful that he defeated the corruptor in a single blow. The mage became confused, not knowing who had done this and if someone was helping them. With the help of his sword, the swordsman stood up. He was in shock upon seeing that someone had eliminated a level 2 corruptor with a single blow. Meanwhile, for them to defeat a level 1 corruptor, they had to join forces for 10 seconds. The other corruptor tried to attack, but again, Kinfang moved like lightning and decapitated the monster. The swordsman began to tremble with fear and asked if Lizai had seen who it was. She panicked and said that she hadn't seen a thing. Wang Ming stood up and asked them not to get distracted. Deep down, he hoped that Kinfang was on their side. Now only the sprint predator remained, and our boy was watching from a branch, reaping a reward for having killed 2 level 2 corruptors. He obtained 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, the skill book called Venom Dart of Common Quality, and 8 days of tradable lifespan. Kinfang did not waste a second and evolved Venom Dart, as it was a perfect mid-range poison damage skill. Upon evolving it, the skill rose to level 2 and went from Common Quality to Silver. It allowed the user to throw a deadly poison dart with a maximum range of 14 meters, inflicting 120 attack damage points upon impact, and applying the Venom status with a cooldown of 5 seconds. The Venom status, it inflicted 50% continuous damage per second, which lasted for 5 seconds and couldn't be stacked. The monster lunged again. Wang Mang successfully blocked the attack with his shield, but the creature still managed to stab its sharp limb right into his stomach. Wang Mang dropped his shield and mace to the ground, and the monster seized the opportunity to stab him with its other limb, causing excruciating pain. The archer started to tremble in fear. The priest began to panic, knowing this was bad since his healing couldn't keep up. In a last-ditch effort, Wang Mang yelled for them to run. Kinfang shot a dart that lodged itself in the sprint predator's head, dealing 845 points of damage. The mage and the archer were in absolute shock, seeing that the attack had taken out half of the boss's health. Both the monster and Wang Mang began to writhe in agony as venom seeped from the monster's wound until its body collapsed, dealing 324 damage multiple times. Since Kinfang had dealt over 90% of the damage, all the loot belonged to him. For killing the sprint predator, he received 600 experience points, reached level 3, and obtained 2 evolution points plus 55 days of tradable lifespan. He hadn't expected the venom dart's damage over time to activate his class's passive ability. With stealth, he could stay invisible and throw darts forever, and now nothing in the early or mid-game could stop him. The loot started to materialize from the monster's corpse. Wang Mang was floored, seeing how much damage the monster had taken. A few seconds later, the loot vanished. Wang Mang got to his feet and thanked Kinfang for saving them. But our boy made it clear that out in the wildlands, you can't trust people so easily, which left everyone stunned. Wang Mang thanked our hero for the advice, and they decided not to bother him while he checked out the loot. He also added that if Kinfang ever needed anything, he could come find him. Kinfang gathered the loot, thinking that Wang Mang seemed like a trustworthy guy. Plus, he was backed by the Daxia government, which had a ton of resources. Our boy decided he needed to find a stable sales channel for all his unused loot. He used Greedy Hand, gaining 3 evolution points and another 55 days of tradable lifespan. He acquired the Sprint Predator's bronze-quality leather greaves. Our boy equipped the leather greaves, gaining 9 points in physical defense, 5 points in all elemental resistances, and a 15% cooldown speed boost. This had been an amazing haul, and he still had plenty of other class gear and skill books. Once his bag was full, he decided to head back to town and trade everything for more lifespan. His eyes shone with confidence. His growth this time around was 100 times faster than in his previous life. Not too far away, another team of players was getting swarmed by more monsters. Seeing the number of monsters grow, they decided it was better to retreat. But before they could, an even larger monster appeared. Just as the players were about to escape, the monster attacked with sharp vines, killing them all instantly. The players respawned in town, feeling incredibly frustrated that the monsters always attacked in groups and ran off when they had low health. Apparently, players had to reach level 3 to leave the game, but that was seeming like an impossible task. Some players figured they just needed a bigger party since a team of 3 players wasn't enough. They thought forming groups of 6 or even 10 players would be better. Another player shot that idea down, saying he'd seen a team of 10 get completely surrounded and wiped out. Besides, a huge group was practically guaranteed to attract a boss monster. And just recently, a group of 40 players had accidentally activated some kind of curse. Master, and it wiped out more than 30 of them in a single strike. Meanwhile, Liz's team respawned back in town. If the players couldn't reach level 3, they'd be trapped in the game forever. It turns out they all got stuck here after simply falling asleep. In other words, it was only their consciousness trapped inside the game. If they couldn't escape, their real bodies would eventually starve to death. Lizzie was getting frustrated, wondering why this game had to be so ridiculously difficult. Her friends started to panic, reminding her they'd already died 3 times, and their non-tradable lifespan had dropped to less than 10 years. At this rate, they were going to actually die in real life. Even though she wasn't sure if any of it was real, Lizzie knew they couldn't afford to die again. When she saw that a player named Shadow was already level 3, she was a bit confused. She figured he must have discovered some kind of trick and knew they needed him to carry them to level 3 so they could escape this nightmare. Clenching her fist, she gave the order to her team spread the word. They had to convince Shadow to help them reach level 3. She was determined to offer him 10 million in cash the moment they got back to the real world. Her teammates were shocked, but she was confident there was no way Shadow could turn down 10 million. Back in the forest, our hero took down a level 2 polluter, earning 20 experience points and 1 evolution point. After absorbing the monster's lifespan, Kinfang figured he already had enough evolution points and decided to spend the 5 he had to evolve his Greedy Hand skill. The skill's quality improved, leveling up from Platinum to Emerald, which boosted the probability of getting extra loot to a whopping 160%. Plus, that extra loot now had a 20% chance of being 1 tier higher. Kinfang was blown away. The effect was absolutely insane. He realized that if he kept evolving it, the chance could hit 100 or even 200%. Just then, as it started to rain, something caught Fang's attention. It was that monster they mentioned, the Curse Master, wandering through the forest. This thing was a bronze tier boss, and it was in the middle of consuming vital force to evolve into a silver tier boss. To Kinfang, it was no surprise this boss had annihilated a team of 40 players. The only problem was our boy's inventory was completely full, so even if he managed to kill it, he wouldn't be able to pick up any of the loot. For now, he decided to just mark the location on his map. The boss's evolution would take some time, so he figured he'd go empty his inventory first and come back for it later. Back in town, news that someone was offering 10 million for Shadow's help. The number one player on the leaderboard to power level them had spread like wildfire. People were dying and losing their precious lifespan, so of course, the rich had already started looking for a paid ticket out, which meant the regular players were pretty much doomed. Right as people were gossiping about it, Kinfang himself appeared in town, leaving everyone completely speechless. Using the system, he activated the market stall option, prompting a system announcement that he was selling equipment and skills with the stall only open for 10 minutes. The other players were in absolute shock when they saw he was wearing 2 pieces of bronze tier gear and was selling 2 more on top of that. They still couldn't believe that he had killed a bronze tier boss. One of the players asked why they couldn't see Kinfang's face. Another player explained that he had enabled the face concealment function, which makes the in-game appearance match the real one. For this reason, he wanted to remain mysterious. A mage approached our boy's stall and with a curious gaze asked how much the icicle spell was, to which Kinfang replied that it was 100 days of tradable lifespan. She was Grey Rose, currently ranked 11th in Shelltown, who also had face concealment activated. For Rose, 100 days of lifespan was a lot, so she asked if he could lower the price. To which Kinfang explained that the common tier icicle spell skill increased a mage's early farming speed, and 100 days was already a bargain. Rose asked if she could use real-world money, but Kinfang refused, advising her that if she had cash, she could buy tradable lifespan first and then exchange it with him. And if no one offered more, he was determined not to sell the skill until she had the lifespan. She began to ponder and then, using the team channel, asked her teammates if this was a good offer. They had leveled up to level 2 so quickly thanks to her leadership, so they showed no objections. Moreover, with this skill, they would be able to reach level 3 even faster, since getting a head start was the most important thing. She asked them to transfer their tradable lifespan to her, promising to send them money when they returned. She handed over the 100 days of tradable lifespan to our boy. Seeing that all of her team members were level 2, Kinfang realized that they must have killed at least 30 or 40 crawlers. Therefore, their tradable lifespan should be much greater than 100 days. Kinfang sold the spell, obtaining 100 days of tradable lifespan. Now his tradable lifespan went from 268 days to 368 days. Just then Lizzie appeared and was happy to have found Shadow. With a smile, she offered him an opportunity. In exchange for helping her get to level 3, she promised to give him 10 million in cash when they returned to the real world. The other players were in shock. She was Jang Lizzie, and in our boy's past life, she was the leader of a criminal syndicate. Later, her syndicate was annihilated by the government. With a confident smile, she said that her father was the president of Dejong Industries, and seeing that our boy didn't believe her, she told him to look her up. According to reports, it was said that she used cash to lure people into selling their lifespan, then kidnapped them for forced labor, and those who resisted had been murdered. In reality, Kinfang coldly rejected the offer, knowing what kind of scum she was. Lizzie admitted that Shadow was strong in this game, but pointed out that no one knew how the game worked yet. So she advised him to team up with her, and in return she would make sure he lived in luxury with cars, houses, women, and everything he wanted. Kinfang did not change his mind and asked her to stop blocking his business. He, better than anyone, knew that cash was worthless, and soon the only universal currency was going to be tradable lifespan. Lizzie became arrogant and made it clear that if this were the real world, she would have taught him a good lesson. With a murderous look, Kinfang made it clear that if she said another word, he was going to kill her until her lifespan reached 0. Lizzie and her friends felt the pressure and without a second thought bolted from the area. A few minutes later, our boy sold the final item from his stall, the Gleam Robe of Tier Bronze. He now possessed a total of 546 days of tradable lifespan. Now that he was sold out, he decided it was time to go deal with the Curse Master, and so he turned invisible. What no one knew yet was that this tradable lifespan could actually bring skills from the game into reality. And very soon, this Forsaken game was about to plunge the real world into complete chaos. Along with the real world backgrounds that people once took pride in, soon only personal strength would matter. Meanwhile, Lizzie and her team had put some distance between themselves and the scene. They were out of breath from running, and Lizzie explained that Shadow had not only rejected her offer, but threatened her as well. She swore that she would find and kill him once she was back in the real world. As she was fuming, a man named Mali Jun, also known as Lao Mao, approached her. Lao Mao introduced himself as a level 2 player, claiming he knew some tricks for leveling up in the game. He asked if he could take the $10 million offer that Shadow had refused, promising to help Lizzie and her team reach level 3. Lizzie, feeling cautious, asked what kind of tricks Lao Mao was talking about. Lao Mao told Lizzie that he normally kept his methods a secret, but he would make an exception for Cursor. He explained that to level up in their current, Situation 1 should immediately put all of their attribute points into agility. This would make your running speed faster than the monsters, allowing you to defeat them without taking any damage. Lizzie was shocked because she had already dumped all of her points into strength. She agreed to Lao Mao's offer, but said she would only pay him 5 million since he clearly wasn't as strong as Shadow. Lao Mao accepted, casually mentioning that while Shadow was indeed strong, it was strange for him to turn down such a huge amount of money. Meanwhile, Kinfang arrived at the location he had marked earlier on his map. Still in stealth mode, he observed that the monster had advanced to the silver rank, and the gray fog surrounding it indicated it was still evolving. He activated his Venom Dart ability, knowing that the monster's evolution to gold rank would take another 7 or 8 hours. Not wanting to wait around, he launched the Poison Dart. Thanks to the Stealth Strike bonus, it hit the monster for 659 damage. The poison then continued to tick for 219 damage per second. He quickly closed in on the monster using his Shadow Sneak skill, knowing that a silver rank boss monster's health is 2 or 3 times that of a level 1 bronze creature. Suddenly, the monster began to gather a massive ball of magical energy in its hands, which grew larger by the second. Kinfang figured he only needed to hit the monster with his Venom Dart skill 2 or 3 more times. But all of a sudden, the monster unleashed a powerful attack, decimating the surrounding area. He realized this was a magic-type boss with skills that dealt massive area of effect damage. After launching the Venom Dart, he had quickly retreated and barely managed to escape the attack's blast radius. Still invisible, he knew that with his current health and defense, taking a direct hit from the monster's attack would mean certain death. As the fight wore on, the monster began to charge up another huge attack. Its massive form turned toward him, but he stayed calm, carefully repositioning himself on the battlefield while keeping an eye on his cooldown timer. His Hidden Shadow ability was not off cooldown yet, so he needed to wait for the boss to give him an opening. The plan was simple: wait for the perfect moment, land a precise strike, and then disappear before the monster could retaliate. Moments later, the creature stumbled, briefly distracted. This was his chance. Without hesitating, he lunged forward and used his Venom Dart skill. The attack landed perfectly, dealing 659 damage. Almost immediately, the venom took effect, draining the monster's health by 219 points per second. Sensing the danger, the monster tried to flee, but Kinfang wasn't about to let it get away. He stayed right on its tail, his eyes focused and determined. The monster was on its last legs. Its attempt to escape was pointless. In one swift movement, Kinfang vanished and reappeared on the creature's head, slamming it into the ground. A system notification quickly confirmed his victory. He had defeated the silver-ranked boss. A stream of notifications popped up in front of him. He gained a total of 1,800 experience points, instantly jumping from level 3 to level 5. He also received 4 evolution points and a surprising 124 days of tradable lifespan. He chuckled to himself, amused at how a single boss kill had boosted him 2 whole levels and even thrown in extra evolution points. As the monster's body dissolved into a pile of loot, he activated his evolved skill, Greedy Hand. The air shimmered as a system screen confirmed the loot was collected. The rewards were even better than he'd hoped. Another 4 evolution points and an extra 124 days of tradable lifespan, doubling his haul. The generous rewards made him smirk. Snagging 2 extra bonuses right off the bat was impressive. He realized the silver-ranked boss had netted him a grand total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Just as he was taking in his rewards, another system prompt appeared, revealing an unexpected bonus. The secondary effect of Greedy Hand had kicked in, upgrading one of his looted items from silver to gold rarity. He looked at the notification with interest, a gold tier item. It clears throat. Made sense why Greedy Hand was considered a Jade level skill. It could enhance loot far beyond its original quality. His focus then shifted to the scattered loot on the ground. 7 or 8 pieces of gear had dropped, but he only had 10 slots left in his backpack. He sighed, realizing that running back and forth every time he defeated a boss would be a huge waste of time. A storage ring or something similar would have been the perfect solution for this problem. Just as Kinfang was about to inspect a particular item among the loot, the scene suddenly shifted back to Shelltown. There, the mage from Wang Mang's team appeared in a flash of light, her face etched with relief. She was finally back, all thanks to Wang Mang. As the rest of the team appeared, they thanked him, admitting that Without his leadership, they never would have reached level 3 and returned safely. But Wang Mang just brushed off their praise, saying their progress was a result of everyone's hard work. The mage, however, couldn't shake a lingering regret. She sighed, wishing she'd managed to add Fang as a friend back in the forest. She figured it was probably because she'd been covered in mud at the time. Her teammate reassured her with a playful grin, saying that she looked great in her new outfit, and there was no way that mysterious player would reject her again. As they were chatting, clear throat, a system-wide announcement echoed through the town. The leaderboard had just been updated. A player named Shadow had reached level 5. The news shocked all the players in town. They couldn't believe how Shadow had jumped from level 3 to 5 so quickly. The only explanation was that he must have taken down a powerful boss monster. Another player mentioned that just 10 minutes ago he'd seen Shadow casually selling gear in the town square, and now this. Another guy offered that his sister had just turned 18, and if Shadow was interested, it would be a huge win for their family, since having Shadow's help with leveling up would be a total game changer. His friends quickly shot that idea down, reminding him that Shadow wasn't interested in 10 million in cash, so he probably wouldn't be interested in a matchmaking proposal either. Back at Wang Mang's camp, his team was starting to get worried. They had just celebrated reaching level 3, only to find out that Shadow was already light years ahead, but Wang Mang kept his cool. He told them to set their worries aside for the moment. They needed to log out, return to reality, and warn their families and friends about this dangerous game. As their bodies began to fade, the system confirmed their logout. Wang Mang's last words were grim. If the world was about to plunge into chaos, they needed to prepare their loved ones. The scene then cuts to the real world. Wang Mang's eyes fluttered open as a voice urgently called out for the captain. He wasn't just any player. Wang Mang was a police officer. His fellow officers rushed to his side, their faces etched with concern. One admitted they were terrified because his body had started turning transparent while he was out cold. The terrifying truth was clear. If a player died in the game or lost all their life, they didn't just log out, they vanished from the real world. But there was no time to dwell on that horror. Wang Mang got to his feet, calling for everyone to assemble because something serious had happened. Someone asked Wang Mang about his report. Wang Mang explained that he and his team had formed a party where each member had a hidden profession, giving them a huge advantage in the game. Yet they were nearly wiped out by a single monster. They were only saved at the very last second by an unknown player. That player was Shadow. Wang Mang confirmed his report was 100% accurate. He then described Shadow's incredible progress. When Shadow helped them, he was at level 3. But by the time Wang Mang and his team reached that same level, Shadow had already shot up to level 5, a massive jump of 2 levels. This news clearly unsettled the higher-ranking officers. One of them asked the obvious question, does this mean Shadow is now the strongest player in the world? How did he level up so quickly? The speculation started immediately. Wang Mang suggested that maybe Shadow had defeated a high-level boss monster or accomplished something equally impressive. Another officer, however, noticed an inconsistency in the details. According to Wang Mang, Shadow was already at level 3 when he saved them. If that was true, why hadn't he logged out like the rest of them? Could it be that Shadow had no close family or friends waiting for him in the real world? A female officer then proposed a daring theory. She suggested that Shadow might be a transmigrator, someone who appears from another world and grows stronger at an unnatural rate as if destined for greatness. She added that transmigrators are often orphans, which could explain why Shadow hasn't returned to the real world. A hush fell over the room. Realizing the weight of her own words, she blushed with embarrassment. A senior officer, looking unimpressed, called her new and told her to stop joking around during a serious briefing. He dismissed her theory, saying she'd been reading too many web novels. Alright, shifting back to the main topic. The officer shares some crucial info. Secret reports from the higher-ups reveal that researchers are looking into a worrying pattern. Many older people have been mysteriously dying in their sleep. When researchers cross-referenced this data with the records of those who had returned from the forgotten game of the gods, they found something alarming. It turned out that the people who died in their sleep had also died multiple times in the game. This points to a terrifying truth. If a player's lifespan hits 0 in the game, they don't just die there, they die in real life too. One officer voices his concern, calling the forgotten game of the gods an anomaly, something way beyond their understanding. The head officer agrees, suggesting that they might be facing an invasion by unknown beings from a higher dimension. The room falls silent as everyone processes this heavy realization. Without delay, the head officer moves on to urgent matters. He informs everyone that the higher-ups, likely the government, have issued an emergency directive. All officers are to form vanguard teams based on their jurisdictions enter the forgotten game of the gods and gather as much intel as possible. This is way bigger than a simple police matter. The government is establishing a special task force to handle this unprecedented crisis. He stresses the global scale of the problem. Every nation is scrambling to explore and understand this new reality, and falling behind would mean losing their standing on the world stage. For national security, they must gather information at all costs. The head officer then announces his decision. Anyu will be the captain of Team 1. She accepts the role without a moment's hesitation. Wang Mong is appointed as her vice captain, and they're given full authority to pick their team members. Wang Mong nods, fully understanding the weight of their mission. The head officer then turns his attention to Shadow, the mysterious player Wang Mang encountered. Based on Wang Meng's story, Shadow doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. With this in mind, the head officer orders Anyu and Wang Mang to try and befriend him. Their goal is to figure out who Shadow really is and get him to cooperate. He then explains why Anyu is the one in charge. Her extensive knowledge of games and lore makes her the perfect person to investigate someone like Shadow, whose abilities seem straight out of a legend. The head officer hopes that Anyu and Wang Mang can turn Shadow into an ally, someone who could be their key player in the game. If they pull it off, they'll gain access to vital intel that could give them a huge strategic advantage. Meanwhile, the other police officers are tasked with maintaining public order and preventing any mass panic. With that, the meeting concludes. As the sun sets and casts a golden glow over the city, the officers prepare for the challenges ahead. The next day, the scene shifts to a high school where our protagonist's younger sister is at her desk, completely lost in thought. All around her, students are buzzing about the latest news. A small group nearby is discussing a surprising discovery. Chengai, the student, whose body was literally starting to vanish, has reached level 3 in the game and safely logged out. One of the girls shares that Chengai revealed something important if several people from the same district fall asleep at the same time. They will all spawn in the same starter village in the game. This news stirs a mix of both excitement and worry among the students. Another girl, looking worried, insists that this won't work. She feels she absolutely has to bring her parents into the game. They have zero gaming experience, and she's scared something might happen to them if they enter unprepared. But another student pushes back, saying they shouldn't rush to involve their parents just yet. They should focus on getting stronger first, so they'll be able to protect their families when the time comes. Meanwhile, the protagonist's younger sister is staring at her phone. Deep in thought, a nagging frustration begins to build inside her. Why hasn't her brother reached out to her yet? With something as huge as the forgotten game of the gods happening, she expected at least one text from him. But there's been complete radio silence. He hasn't checked on her or even apologized for hitting her earlier. That was just so unlike him. In the past, whenever they argued or she got on his nerves, he would always find a way to smooth things over. But today there was only silence, no apologies, no attempt to make things right. Even their parents had never laid a finger on her, yet her own brother had hit her. Still fuming, she tries to justify her actions. All she did was skip class to see Song Fi's concert. Was that really such a big deal? She pouts, deciding that unless her brother calls and apologizes at least 1,000 times, she will never forgive him. Her annoyance quickly melts away into excitement as her thoughts turn to Song Fi. Looking back, she's so glad she went to see him yesterday. Once the forgotten game of the gods takes over, she might not get many more chances to go to his concerts. A dreamy look crosses her face as she reminisces about last night, thinking about how close she was to him during the show. She pictures him on stage and can't help but gush over how incredible he was. Then something dawns on her. If everyone enters the game world while sleeping, that means Song Fi will be in there too. Her face flushes as she imagines meeting him in the game. Could this be her big chance? Is fate finally bringing them together? Her heart starts pounding at the thought. As she gets ready for bed, she suddenly remembers something. Shanghai had reached level 3 incredibly fast. That meant he was probably an expert already. If she wanted to do well in the game, she was going to need some solid advice. So without a second thought, she sends Shanghai a message asking if he has any helpful tips before she enters the game world. Meanwhile, Shanghai is with his classmates when he gets her message. He glances at his phone and a smile spreads across his face. He's amazed by the situation. Who would have ever thought that someone like the protagonist's little sister would be asking him for advice? He immediately sees this as a golden opportunity. This was his chance, though, for what is anyone's guess? Shanghai quickly replies, telling her she's asked the right person. He then shares a crucial game secret. At the start, she should dump all her attribute points into agility. If she doesn't, she won't be fast enough to outrun the monsters and will just keep dying. She asks if this holds true even if she chooses a mage class. Shanghai assures her it does. Agility is useful for mages too. He explains because it boosts casting speed, which is critical in the early game. Still skeptical, she asks what happens if she still can't win after maxing out her agility. Shangwai confidently tells her not to sweat it. As long as one person in their village reaches level 5, the village teleportation formation will activate, connecting all the starter villages. Once that happens, she can just hop into a random party to help her level up, and he'll come find her as soon as the teleportation circle is active. Hearing this, she feels very happy. Lying on her bed, she smiles to herself, thinking how handy people like Shangwai are. Just like that, she's found someone to help her out. As she starts to fall asleep, another thought pops up. This is great. She'll get into the game before her brother level up quickly and become strong. When her brother finally joins, she'll make sure he has a tough time. No help, no support. He'll have to manage on his own. Happy with her plan, she drifts into sleep, excited for the adventure ahead. The scene shifts back to the game, where the protagonist stands over the loot from a defeated boss monster. Among the treasures, a glowing orb catches his attention. As he picks it up, a system notification pops up saying he has obtained the curse ring, a gold tier item. The system then details its attributes. The ring can be used by anyone and gives a boost of 8 points to all attributes. It also increases dark elemental resistance by 26 points and makes weak point attacks 1.5 times stronger. But you need to be at least level 4 to wear it. Looking at the benefits, the protagonist sees that the total boost is 32 points, similar to leveling up 3 times. Plus, the ring's dark resistance will be helpful against many enemies, and the weak point attack boost is a nice bonus. Knowing this, he sees the cursed ring as a valuable item for his journey. Before he can think more about his new item, another system notification shows up, saying he's learned a new skill called Instant Shadow / a silver tier assassin type ability. The system explains how it works. When used, the skill sends out multiple slashes in one direction, reaching up to 15 meters. It also gives temporary invincibility for 5 seconds, hitting all enemies in a 2.1 meter wide path 3 times. Each hit deals 100 damage and counts as a backstab, but it doesn't hit weak points. The skill has a 12-second cooldown. Seeing how useful this ability is, the protagonist knows it's a strong area attack with the bonus of temporary invisibility. He quickly learns the skill. With some evolution points left, he decides to improve one of his key skills, Greedy Hand. The system takes 8 evolution points and upgrades the skill from Jade rank to Diamond rank. The effects of Greedy Hand get a big boost. The chance of getting extra loot from defeated monsters goes up from 160% to 220%. And the chance of that loot being upgraded by 1 level increases from 20% to 40%. Thinking about this upgrade, the protagonist realizes that with this improvement, he'll now get 2 pieces of loot per enemy, making each kill 3 times as rewarding. Not wanting to waste his remaining evolution points, he upgrades Instant Shadow / by 3 levels. The system takes 3 evolution points, leaving him with just 1. The skill quickly evolves, moving from silver rank to gold rank, and finally reaching platinum rank. The skill's attack range has expanded, growing from 15 meters to 21 meters, allowing for greater reach. The invisibility now lasts 7 seconds, giving him a bit more time to stay safe. The number of slashes has increased from 3 to 5, hitting all enemies in its wider 3.1 meter path. The cooldown is slightly shorter, going from 12 seconds to 10.43 seconds, which makes it a bit more efficient, but still needs careful use. Each strike now deals 200 damage, doubling its previous strength. Every attack counts as a backstab, triggering the backstab skill effect, even though it can't hit weak points. Seeing these upgrades, the protagonist knows that while the cooldown isn't much shorter, the skill's ability to keep him invisible longer can be a big advantage in fights. Looking at the rest of the loot, he quickly sees that most of it isn't useful, but one item stands out. A silver tier warrior skill book, Battle Roar. He knows selling it will give him more tradable lifespan. Just as he finishes checking the loot, he notices something moving. Turning around, he sees 3 huge creatures coming toward him. Without delay, he recognizes them as level 4 limb crawlers, ugly and dangerous monsters. Instead of being scared, he sees this as a great chance to try out his improved skill. He quickly activates Instant Shadow / In a flash, he becomes a blur, launching a series of fast slashes that cut through the creatures with ease. The limb crawlers are torn apart before they can even react. As the dust settles, a system notification pops up confirming their defeat. The system records his win, giving him 80 experience points and an extra 5 days of tradable lifespan as a reward. Standing in the aftermath, a dark, intimidating aura surrounds the protagonist. He calmly thinks about his new power, realizing that his ability to defeat enemies has greatly improved. He thinks about a strategy, figuring that if he uses his poison dart skill with instant shadow slash, he could win battles before they even start. Checking his tradable lifespan, he sees he has 618 days. But to bring his game skills and gear into the real world, he needs at least 900 days, or about 2.5 years. With that goal in mind, he plans his next steps. First, he'll sell all the valuable items in his inventory. If things go well, he might reach the required lifespan sooner. Once he hits level 10, he can finally connect the virtual and real worlds. The scene shifts to the protagonist heading back to the starter town, invisible thanks to his latent image skill. Moving quietly, he hears a conversation nearby. A man congratulates a woman on reaching level 3 and reminds her of a promise. Watching them, he sees that it's Lizzie and Lao Mao. Their talk reveals a deal they made before. Lao Mao had agreed to help Lizzie reach level 3 so she could log out of the game in return for 5 million in cash. Now that she's reached her goal, Lao Mao is expecting his payment. Lizzie reassures him, asking if he really thinks her father's company. Du Young Industry can't spare such a small amount. She tells him she'll log out and handle the transaction in the real world. Before leaving, she gives Lao Mao her phone number and tells him to contact her after he logs out. She then makes another offer. She wants to buy all of his tradable lifespan, offering 10,000 in cash for each day's worth. Lao Mao eagerly agrees, excited about the money he'll make. With a smug look, he remarks on how foolish King Fen was for turning down Lizzie's offer, saying they can talk more about the deal when they meet in person. Unseen by them, King Fang moves silently between them. Hidden in plain sight, Lao Mao, unaware of King Fang's presence, dismisses the importance of lifespan in the game. He thinks there's no need to worry since he can gather lifespan just as easily as in-game currency. Turning game achievements into real-world money is the best strategy, and he feels pretty clever for figuring this out. The scene shifts to the starter town, where King Fang stands in front of the teleportation gate. As he reaches out, the gate glows with a bright blue energy. As the light intensifies, a system window pops up, congratulating him for activating the teleportation formation in Shelltown and awarding him 1 reputation point. The system explains that he can use the teleportation gate once a day for free, but using it more than that will cost tradable lifespan. However, since no other teleportation gates in the game are active, yet it's pretty useless right now. King Fang thinks about the teleportation system, recalling that it's a two-way setup. Just activating one end of the line doesn't help. Another player in a different starter town needs to reach level 5 and activate their gate for it to actually work. He remembers that in his past life, Songfai was in Firefly Town. To stay ahead of the curve, he sets up an altar that will alert him the moment someone activates the Firefly Town gate. He's not just waiting around, he's getting ready. The second that gate is active, he'll be ready to face Songfi. As he moves deeper into the city, his thoughts turn to his main goal. While teleporting between towns is a big deal to most players, he knows the real challenge is still ahead. His true aim is to reach level 10 and enter the God's Abandoned Realm, where he can finally activate his authority. Only then will the real challenge of this godforsaken game begin. A bit later, he sets up his shop, and a system notification pops up, letting all nearby players know that he's selling equipment and skills, but only for 10 seconds. It's a first-come, first-served opportunity. The reaction is immediate. Players get excited, rushing toward him and calling him an expert. Some say they've been waiting for this very moment, saving up tradable lifespan just for the occasion. One player proudly mentions he has saved up 150 days worth, while another remembers the last time King Fang set up shop. He sold an icicle spell, which helped the buyer Gray climb to second place in the rankings. Another thrilled player discovers a silver tier skill book called Battle Roar, a warrior-only ability, and decides to buy it without a second thought. A system notification pops up confirming the Battle Roar skill book has been sold for a whopping 300 days worth of tradable lifespan. The surrounding players are stunned. One questions if a single skill book is really worth that much. Another player dismisses him, explaining that Battle Roar greatly increases a warrior's ability to farm monsters. With this skill, the 300 days of tradable lifespan can be earned back in less than 2 days, making it a very smart buy. Understanding the value of what King Fang offers, the rest of the players rush forward, desperate to buy anything before it's all gone. In just a few seconds, everything is sold out. Looking at his system window, King Fang checks his earnings. In just 1 minute, he gathered 650 days of tradable lifespan, bringing his total to 2,174 days. But he's still not satisfied. To bring his attributes, skills, and equipment into the real world, he needs much more lifespan. Meanwhile, some players complain that they didn't get a chance to buy anything. They ask if he'll set up shop here again, and he confirms that he will. Suddenly, a female player calls out to him, saying she has a treasure, and asks if he's interested in making a deal. As he turns to look, he recognizes her. She's one of Wang Meng's teammates. The The system quickly identifies the treasure as a space ring with 12 inventory slots. It adds that the ring doesn't take up Kinfang's backpack or equipment slot. Kinfang is momentarily taken aback. He knows the true value of the space ring. It's a rare storage item that doesn't use up a ring or backpack slot. Since players can only carry up to 3 storage backpacks, an item like this is invaluable. He understands that while space rings can technically drop from any monster, the chance is incredibly low. The fact that this girl, with her prophet profession, got one so early in the game is amazing. Her luck is incredible. Without delay, he asks for the price of the ring, already figuring out its true worth. In his past life, a 12-slot space ring like this sold for an astounding 3,600 days worth of tradable lifespan. But instead of asking for lifespan, the girl surprises him with her offer. She doesn't want his lifespan at all. Instead, she asks him to add her as a friend and team up with her to defeat a boss monster. Kinfang agrees right away, and a system notification pops up confirming that player Big Plum has accepted his friend request. As they leave Shelltown, Kinfang asks Plum about the boss monster she needs help with. Plum explains it's a gold tier boss, but she didn't catch its name because it was too far away. She says it's located on a worn-out boat in the swamp. Kinfang is surprised. Could it be the Golden Ghost ship? He knows this ship is a rare special boss that can show up at any level. Its appearance rate is very low, but when it appeared, in the past it caused big guilds to fight fiercely over the strong gear it dropped. Just spotting this monster could start a big battle. But from what Plum says, he thinks this version of the Golden Ghost ship is probably around level 5, making it the easiest to beat. Still, he wonders how Plum found such a rare boss so near the starting town. His mind races as he tries to figure it out. The space ring, her link to Wang Mang's team, a gold tier boss showing up as if by luck. A thought hits him. Could she be the rumored Koi from his past life? He recalls whispers from before. People said someone in Wang Mang's team had crazy luck finding rare bosses, treasure chests, hidden palaces, and ancient temples just by wandering. He used to think it was just a cover-up to hide their real intel. But now looking at Plum, he realizes the rumors were true, and she's right in front of him. Deep in thought, he stares at her, trying to understand what it all means. Plum notices his gaze blushes and asks why he's looking at her like that. Snapping back, Kinfang tells her it's nothing and focuses back on their journey. As they step past the main gate of the starting town, they don't notice a figure lurking nearby. A bald player hides behind a tree watching their every move. The scene shifts to a group of tough-looking players where a long-haired man stands in front of a bunch of bald players speaking with authority. He talks about his past. Victories like leaving his team to conquer the overlord of Sand City. With confidence, he tells the bald players that if they follow him, he will make sure they succeed in the game. Before he can say more, the bald player who was watching Kinfang runs back and reports that the target has left town with a girl. The boss just smirks. He scoffs at the news, figuring Kinfang is just some kid who's easily sidetracked by a pretty face. Without missing a beat, he rallies his crew and tells them to move out. It's time to make their play. Meanwhile, as they're traveling outside of town, Kinfang lays out his terms for helping Plum's party. He explains that if the boss drops any equipment or skill books that Plum can use, they're all hers, but everything else is his. Plum mulls it over for a second, then asks what the other party members like Wang Mang are getting out of this deal. Kinfang points out that since the party is made up of different classes, there's no guarantee any assassin gear will drop. If that's the case, he would have fought for nothing, and that just wouldn't be fair. Seeing his point, Plum agrees to the terms, but has one small request. She asks if he'd be willing to sell her any gear that drops for her captain or other party members at a discount. Kinfang is cool with that. With the deal sealed, Plum says they'll head to the boss's location as soon as Wang Mang and the rest of her party log back in. But after they've been walking for a bit, it dawns on her that she has no idea where they're actually going. It's not until Kinfang finally reveals their destination that it clicks. They're heading off to fight the gold tier boss monster. Plum is completely floored. The idea is insane. He's an assassin and she's a mage. Sure, he can go invisible, but she can't take a single hit from an enemy that powerful. Taking on a gold tier boss this early with just the two of them sounds like a total death wish. But Kinfang just stays cool and confident. He doesn't even plan on her fighting. His strategy is to take on the boss by himself while she hangs back at a safe distance. Even with his confidence, Plum is having a hard time wrapping her head around it. She knows he's strong, but taking down a gold tier boss solo is basically unheard of. Just as she's about to press him for more details, Kinfang suddenly freezes, sensing something. Without a word, he activates his latent image skill and vanishes into thin air. Plum is just left standing there, completely stunned. She glances around, trying to process what just happened. 1 second he was right next to her, and the next he's just gone. Confused, she calls out his name but gets nothing but silence in return. Meanwhile, hiding behind a tree, the gang of bald-headed players is still watching Kinfang and Plum from a distance. Their leader smirks, confident that they have the upper hand. But then one of his lackeys notices something's off. Kinfang has vanished. Baffled, they look to their boss for orders. He brushes it off without a second thought, assuming Kinfang just ditched Plum and left her high and dry. With a wicked grin, he orders his men to move in. His plan is to grab Plum first and have a little fun before getting down to business. As they charge forward, their boss reminds them of his promise: stick with him and they'll live the good life. Now he boasts even the ladies are just falling into their laps, but just as they close in, a shadowy figure materializes right in front of them. The leader freezes, his grin vanishing as he stares into the swirling dark aura before him. Confusion flashes across his face. What is this? Before he can even react, Kinfang unleashes his instant shadow skill, and in the blink of an eye, it's all over. A cold glint of steel flashes through the air, and the entire group falls lifeless. Their bodies hit the ground, torn to shreds before they even knew what hit them. And just like that, Kinfang melts back into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. A system notification pops up, confirming his kills. He took down 5 players, earning himself 12 days of tradable lifespan. He glances over at the bodies, but doesn't give them a second thought. Their loot was worthless, barely worth mentioning. To him, killing them was just like hunting a couple of low-level monsters. As if nothing happened, Kinfang reappears, next to Plum, looking completely indifferent. Plum, still oblivious to what just happened, immediately asks where he suddenly went. Kinfang just shrugs, saying that a few people were following them, so he took care of it by sending them back to town. Plum seems satisfied with his answer at first, but then her curiosity gets the best of her, and she starts pestering him with questions. She jokes that she thought he'd snuck off to relieve himself, wondering out loud how convenient his invisibility must be for that. She teases that he could probably do his business anywhere without being seen. Kinfang cuts her off, clearly not amused by this strange turn in the conversation. He tells her to focus and hurry up, reminding her they have to get to the gold-tier boss monster. Meanwhile, in Shelltown, the ground began to glow with a bright light. Just then, Kinfang's sister spawned into the game as a healer. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw the magic staff in her hands. She gripped the staff, realizing everything felt so real that she could even feel its texture. The other player's attention was immediately drawn to her. She realized she was just another newcomer, but she was ecstatic because she had obtained the hidden class sacrifice. Convinced that it must be a powerful class, she believed this was her chance to finally get Songfei's attention. She started to worry, wondering where Songfei was, and whether he knew the secret about the different starting points. Her expression soured with annoyance at the thought of where Kinfang might have run off to. He was always looking after her day in and day out, but when it really counted, he was totally unreliable. She decided to stop thinking about him since she now had a hidden class, and Jiang Wei had already promised to help her level up. From now on, Kinfang could fend for himself, because she was done worrying about him. Her attention shifted to the leaderboard, and she was shocked to see that the number 1 ranked player, Shadow, was already level 6. She was furious. Yang Wei was only level 3, and yet he had the nerve to brag about how strong he was. Realizing that Shadow was the real expert here, she figured that if she could just stick with him, she'd be able to level up much faster than with Jiang Wei. But that raised a question: where could she even go to find this expert? Not far from her, a group of players was chatting. It turned out to be Wang Men's team, and they were worried because they couldn't get in touch with their healer, Sui. He knew they didn't have time to wait around for him, so he asked if anyone had a better idea. One of them pointed out with concern that they couldn't really hunt mobs without a healer. Another player chimed in that they weren't experts like Shadow, who could farm solo, and suggested they find a new healer to party with. While they were trying to figure out a solution, someone greeted them. When they turned, they saw Kinfang's sister. For her, this was the perfect opportunity. With a bright smile, she asked if they needed a healer, adding that she had the hidden class life sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the forest, Kinfang and Plum stood on a cliff overlooking a swamp where they could see the golden ghost ship lurking in the waters below. Using Shadow Sneak, Kinfang vanished into thin air, telling Plum to hide and stay alert for ambushes while he went to take care of the boss. A bit confused, Plum nodded, but still urged him to be careful. Our boy made his way down to the swamp, and a system window popped up, informing him that due to the ghost ship's influence, this area had become a perilous zone where his lifespan would drain 100 times faster. Doing some quick math, Kinfang realized that at this accelerated rate, staying here for just 15 minutes was the same as losing a full day of his life. For him, however, this kind of time-draining zone wasn't much of a threat. The system identified the Golden Tier ghost ship as a level 5 boss. And then something unexpected happened. A timer for 45 minutes and 25 seconds appeared. Kinfang was a little surprised to see a time limit for a special boss like this, but he was relieved to see there were still 45 minutes on the clock. It was more than enough time to take it down. Using instant shadow slash, Kinfang moved like lightning, hitting the boss with powerful slashes and dealing a total of 150 damage. Before the boss could even process what was happening, Kinfang broke his shadow sneak by launching a venom dart that struck the ship's bell, dead on, triggering a critical hit and a stealth break strike. As the poison damage started ticking away, Kinfang put some distance between himself and the boss. To eliminate the golden ghost ship, there were a few tricky parts. First off, most players didn't know its weak spot, assuming it was the skeletal figurehead or the ship itself. But in reality, the weak point was the ghost fire bell hanging from the top of the ship's mast. Enraged that its weak point had been attacked, the boss began to manipulate the surrounding swamp water. The boss prepared a massive AoE attack, causing huge pillars of water to erupt from the muck. Deftly evading the attacks, Kinfang started closing in on the boss. The water pillars dealt an insane amount of damage. Even early-game warriors in full silver tier armor could barely survive a single hit. He was grateful that his shadow class boasted high agility, otherwise he never would have been able to dodge. Just then, skeletal hands began to emerge from the swamp. Decaying ghouls known as water ghosts began to claw their way to the surface. Kinfang recalled that after the AoE attack, the boss would summon 12 decaying water ghosts, each one a silver tier monster. Thanks to Shadow Sneak, the ghouls couldn't sense Kinfang's presence even as he stood right in their midst. The 12 decaying water ghosts were ready to attack viciously, a situation that would send most parties into a full-blown panic. And as if that wasn't bad enough, the golden ghost ship would summon another decaying water ghost every 3 minutes. If you weren't fast enough in taking them down, their numbers would just keep growing, inevitably leading to a total party wipe. But since he was still invisible, they couldn't detect him at all. He just needed to find the perfect angle. Using instant shadow slash again, he zipped between the ghouls, destroying all of them in an instant. While our boy was taking care of the ads, Plump was watching from the safety of the cliff. She was blushing and trembling, realizing she was witnessing the power of the #1 ranked player, Shadow. To her, he was overwhelmingly powerful, appearing and disappearing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he had already wiped out more than half of the boss's health, not even giving it a chance to fight back. But then, to her utter shock, Kinfang sent her a message through the party chat, calling her by the nickname Little Black, before casually revealing that he was about to die, leaving her completely stunned. With a completely confident look, Kinfang said there was nothing to worry about, and the only thing she had to do was wait for him to revive. Plump panicked, thinking our boy was in over his head, and asked who Little Black was. Calmly, Kinfang asked if she wasn't Little Black. She explained that her nickname was Big Plum, not Little Black, which sounded like a dog's name. Someone stomped on the ground forcefully. It was the man our boy had killed before. This time he had brought his entire team and was furious about having been so careless. In his glory days, he used to kill legends one after another, but now he was getting punked by some kid. One of his men appeared, running with good news. He had found the girl on the cliff, revealing that Shadow's little punk was challenging the boss alone at the bottom of the cliff. The leader was filled with determination, and thought they could kill him since this time he had brought his entire team. In the swamp, the boss was furious, and the ship's bell was shining. The boss was in Phase 4 and the most difficult to deal with. The boss raised the ore, creating powerful waves. When it was at half health, it launched a massive AoE soul surge. The waves started traveling through the swamp, making Plump's eyes widen in fear. The soul surge disabled our boy's invisibility skill, and something started emerging from under his feet. In the next second, a powerful giant pillar of water trapped his body, taking away 1,059 points of damage. The system confirmed his death. Our boy lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. The leader on the cliff was pleased, thinking that Kinfang had gotten arrogant after being called an expert a few times. To him, our boy was a fool for believing he could challenge a gold-tier boss alone. Seeing Kinfang's lifespan lying on the ground, he and his men started running like mad towards it. They didn't know Shadow was so loaded. Realizing that such a large orb of light must contain at least 100 days of lifespan, they decided to kill the boss now that it had low health, believing that at the same time they could collect our boy's lifespan. But once they took another step, they appeared in the sky. The leader was confused, not knowing what was happening. He and his men were teleported back to Shelltown. They felt frustrated not knowing why this boss was so powerful and how the player's shadow had attacked it until it was at half health. Some were furious, since just after entering the swamp, the boss had instantly killed them with the water pillar. Not to mention that the swamp was swarming with smaller mobs. For them, there was no way to fight this. The leader gritted his teeth and refused to believe this. They had suffered such great losses. So he gave the order for his men to follow him as he wanted to try again. At that same time, someone jumped down. It was Kinfang, who had already returned to the swamp. He felt a little confused upon seeing so much lifespan dropped on the ground. Using the chat, he informed Little Black that he was already back, and also asked why there were so many lifespan light orbs. Little Black was somewhat surprised to see how quickly he had returned, explaining that the lifespan belonged to a group of people who had noisily charged the boss only to be wiped out by the water pillar. Kinfang couldn't help but smile, upon realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew. But then he remembered what a huge pain the ghost ship had been for him in his past life, too. The boss was still patrolling the area. Kinfang started observing it, knowing the golden ghost ship only used its immobilize skill, once making the rest of the fight a piece of cake. When it took damage below half health, there was a set chance that it would teleport far away, which made it incredibly difficult for regular players to finish it off. Without wasting a second, Kinfang launched a poison dart that scored a direct hit on the ship's bell. The boss flew into a rage and began to wind up another attack. Seeing this, Kinfang used Shadow Sneak and vanished completely. After carefully watching the boss's movements, Kinfang used Instant Shadow Slash, attacking swiftly since he'd already figured out his patterns. Meanwhile, the leader and his goons made their way back to the cliff. One of them reported to his boss that Kinfang was fighting the boss again. Hearing this, he decided to find the perfect opportunity to take them both out. Little Black fumed when she saw that the same group of idiots had returned to stir up more trouble. Kinfang was on the verge of killing the boss, so she decided she wasn't letting these jerks get away with it. She gripped her magic staff tightly and began to concentrate. Summoning thunder, a massive bolt of lightning shot out from her staff, striking the men, leaving their bodies charred and the others completely stunned. The leader, absolutely furious, demanded to know who was attacking him. One of his lackeys pointed a shaky finger at Little Black, informing him it was her. He scooped his axe up from the ground and ordered his men to kill her. Seeing this, Little Black's eyes filled with terror. She took off running, crying for help, as the leader and his men gave chase, vowing to kill her. Not far off, a man hiding behind a tree was watching the whole scene unfold. And he wasn't alone. Another man was right behind him. They noticed Little Black and the others heading right for them. They quickly ducked behind the tree again. Back at the swamp, Kinfang distanced himself from the boss, his eyes locked on it, realizing it was on its last legs. But it was just as he'd expected. Even though it was only a level 5 boss, the golden ghost ship was tough to kill solo. He knew his damage output was pretty low. The battle had dragged on for so long, it had attracted a crowd of spectators. Spotting the people on the cliff, he realized they were the same ones who had died earlier. On top of that, he saw another group lurking by the swamp, just waiting for him to kill the boss so they could kill him and snatch his loot. The poison's damage over time began to kick in. The boss's eyes started to glow, and moments later, its body began to fade. The system announced the defeat of the gold-grade golden ghost ship, rewarding Kinfang with 480 experience points. He leveled up to level 8, gaining 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan. Our boy activated Shadow Sneak. The looters had a nice dream going, but it was a shame they completely miscalculated. A server-wide announcement rang out, revealing that the player, Shadow from Shelltown, had been the first on the server to kill a gold-grade boss, receiving 3 reputation points. The notification immediately grabbed the attention of every player in the area. Nobody knew who this Shadow character was, or how he got so unbelievably strong. Others, however, were absolutely furious, convinced the first person to kill a gold-grade boss just had to be from Han City. Meanwhile, in Shelltown, Wang Men stared at the system notification in utter confusion. It felt like only moments ago that Shadow was fighting a bronze boss by himself. In what felt like the blink of an eye, he had already soloed a gold boss. He just couldn't wrap his head around the massive power gap between Shadow and everyone else. On the other hand, Kinfang's sister's eyes began to sparkle with determination. Realizing that Shadow truly was the strongest player out there, she figured that if he helped her level up, she might finally be able to see her dear brother Song Fei again. Back at the scene, the boss's body dematerialized, leaving behind lifespan points and a pile of loot. The leader of a group, hiding behind a nearby tree, couldn't help but grin when he saw just how much loot the boss had dropped. With a wicked expression, he realized Shadow had used an invisibility skill without even bothering to pick up his rewards. Knowing he had to be cautious, he ordered his man Guang to use a skill and flush Shadow out. Their plan was simple: kill Kinfang and take the gold boss's loot for themselves. Guang nodded, then drew his bow. He activated a skill called Phantom Horned Eagle and shot an arrow toward the swamp, which transformed into a spectral eagle. The ghostly bird flew for a moment before it exploded, showering the entire swamp area in ethereal feathers. Kinfang watched them carefully. He hadn't expected this hunter to have learned an anti-invisibility skill so quickly. With a skill like that, it was no surprise that they were so confident they could kill him and snatch his loot. Too bad for them, his assassin class came with a free bonus point to his invisibility level. Guang's skill was only level 1, so it didn't stand a chance of breaking through his stealth. Feeling cocky, Guang turned to his boss, reporting that Shadow must have chickened out after seeing their numbers. The boss and his crew started to advance on the pile of loot. Deciding to secure the items first, he warned his men to stay sharp and be ready for a fight at any moment. The ownership protection on the boss's loot lasted for 5 minutes. Once that timer ran out, the loot would be fair game. Proud smiles crept onto their faces. But just then, a shadowy figure began to materialize, making their eyes widen in absolute terror. Before they could even react, Kinfang moved like a bolt of lightning, taking every single one of them down. Now that things were quiet again, Kinfang turned his attention to the loot. But then a question popped into his head. Where on earth had Little Black gone? He decided to shelve that worry for later. For now, he had just enough evolution points to upgrade his Greedy Hand skill. So he decided to upgrade the skill before he even touched the loot. Greedy Hand evolved from diamond quality all the way to epic. It could now be used on monster corpses with a 220 to 300% probability of getting an extra loot drop. Better yet, the extra loot had a 100% chance of being 1 full tier higher. Our boy got to work determined to use that 100% chance by gathering up all the glowing drops. His Greedy Hand skill began to absorb the loot, bringing a satisfied smile to Kinfang's face. A brilliant light burst through the forest. After using his skill, he obtained 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and 2 special items called Gosfire Bells. Kinfang's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe he'd actually managed to get 2 Gosfire Bells. It was an incredibly special item. Model. Once equipped, it would prevent Kinfang from losing any lifespan when he died, though it had a cooldown of 1,560 seconds. It came with 2 skills, 1 passive and 1 active. The passive skill was called Soul Absorption. This handy skill increased the amount of lifespan dropped by monsters by a solid 20%. And get this, having 2 Ghostfire Bells at once would double that effect. The active skill, on the other hand, was Soul Shock. By shaking the bell, he could freeze every enemy within a 100-meter radius for 3 whole seconds, though it did have a 512-second cooldown. Interestingly, the Ghostfire Bell wasn't technically equipment. It was classified as an item. This meant it didn't take up any equipment slots, and even better, 2 of them stacked into a single inventory slot. Talk about convenient. Just as he was admiring his new toy, he got a frantic message from Little Black begging him to come save her. Kinfang immediately snapped to attention, his expression turning serious as he asked for her location. Kinfang felt a knot of worry in his stomach, trying to pinpoint where she was. All he could hear through the voice chat were her terrified screams, pleading with someone to stay away. Meanwhile, Little Black was in serious trouble, completely cornered by some creep and his goons. The leader mockingly praised her for putting up a good fight, but then he revealed that she had nowhere left to run, telling her to just give up and come over quietly, with a slimy promise that they'd make her feel so good she'd ascend to heaven. Ugh, real charming. She clenched her fists in defiance. A quick glance behind her confirmed the worst: she was trapped at the edge of a cliff. She was determined not to give those scumbags the satisfaction of killing her. So without a second thought, she threw herself backward off the cliff, leaving the leader and his crew completely stunned. Her body plummeted through the air until she hit the ground with a sickening thud, the impact causing immense pain as a pool of blood formed around her. As this is a game, her body then dissolved, turning into particles of lifespan. The leader peered over the edge, a bit baffled that she actually jumped, thinking to himself that she was pretty intense. A moment later, Little Black messaged again, letting our boy know he could call off the rescue mission since she'd already died and respawned back in town. She was just relieved that all their party's tradable lifespan was safely with their captain Wang Mang. Kinfang breathed a sigh of relief himself and told her to wait for him there, saying he was on his way to pass her some items. She was thrilled to hear that and praised our boy for all his hard work. He then went around and collected all the lifespan drops in the area. This time he'd hit the jackpot. His tradable lifespan shot up to 315 days, and he even had 21 evolution points to spend. He decided it was time to evolve his greedy hand skill. A system window popped up informing him that his greedy hand skill had already reached the epic tier. To evolve it any further, however, would require 10 times the usual number of evolution points. The system then asked if he wanted to spend a whopping 210 evolution points to upgrade the skill. Kinfang wasn't surprised at all. For him, a steep cost like this was totally expected. It was a simple rule of the game: the higher the skill's rank, the more ridiculously expensive it gets to evolve. He decided to put that on the back burner for now and focus on upgrading his attack skills first. After all, the more damage he could dish out, the tougher the bosses he could take on. And tougher bosses meant way better loot. He focused his points, and his instant shadow slash skill jumped directly from the platinum tier to diamond. The skill's attack range immediately increased from 21 meters to 27. The invisibility duration was also boosted, going from 7 seconds to 9. He could now unleash 7 slashes on all enemies in his path, instead of just 5, with the whole attack lasting for 10 seconds. And to top it all off, the length of each slash grew from 3.1 meters to 4. And now each slash would cause 300 additional damage instead of 200. He used 10 evolution points, and now only had 3 points left. The initial skill backstab enhancement went from normal to gold, skipping bronze and silver. When using backstab, damage would increase by 30% instead of 15%. Kinfang was happy, since after evolving Instant Shadow Slash twice, its damage had doubled. Even when not in stealth mode and without breaking stealth, he could inflict 3,000 points of damage. And if he broke stealth and used backstab, the total damage from 7 slashes could reach between 6,000 and 7,000. Using the system window, our boy started analyzing his skills. He remembered that the gold tier boss dropped from 2 to 4 silver equipment, with a small chance of dropping gold equipment. Now, thanks to the effects of Greedy Hand, he had received 11 gold equipment and skill books, 2 platinum equipment, and 1 platinum skill book. This loot was not bad at all, since 3 of the items could be used by assassins. Among the equipment were the platinum grade ghost chip dual blades, an assassin class weapon with a damage of 136 agility, of 22 attack speed, of 24%, and 17 points of armor penetration. The requirement to use this weapon was to be level 5. The unique effect of this weapon was that each normal attack would inflict damage twice. Kinfang equipped the 2 daggers. The effect wasn't super useful, since he basically always used his skills to deal damage. But the weapon's base attack was quite high, and it also came with 22 agility points. The attack speed would also increase his skill, casting speed reducing the recovery time. So it wasn't totally useless. And as for the armor-piercing properties, the benefits were also quite significant. Next, our boy equipped the gold tier Ghostfire leather armor with a physical defense of 25 points, 50 points of fire, resistance 14 points of damage block, granting 419 health points and a level 5 requirement. He was amazed, since leveling up hadn't increased his constitution at all. His current health was 350 points, and this equipment added a whopping 419 health points directly. With this on, most players now wouldn't even be able to break his defense. Using the system, he decided to make his defensive equipment invisible and use the default appearance of the assassin class. This way, others wouldn't be able to see his gear and would have to enter the game interface to check. But that wasn't all, as there was still one last piece left. Checking his inventory, he saw that it was a skill book. It was called Ghost Shadow Blur of Gold Tier, an assassin class skill. Its passive effect granted a 15% dodge rate, and a successful dodge gave him immunity to all damage. Kinfang was thrilled to have finally obtained an assassin survival skill. But then he remembered that this skill was considered very weak, because it was incredibly difficult to increase the dodge rate in this game. And if a player focused on raising their dodge rate, their other attributes would suffer. If a dodge didn't activate, it would be extremely dangerous. Our boy's body began to shine. Since he was different from the rest, he could evolve skills infinitely. While increasing his dodge rate, he wouldn't have to sacrifice other attributes, so for him there were only benefits. Kinfang started heading out of the area, deciding it was time to return. The remaining loot consisted of items for warriors, priests, and archers. He figured he could sell them to Wang Mong with a 10% discount. And even if players couldn't afford them right now, he was sure a guy like Wang Mong would just sell the gear on credit. This huge upgrade was all thanks to Little Black. Without his lucky koi, he never would have found a level 5 ghost ship to attack. So he decided to thank her. As Kinfang passed by a tree, the furious leader and his men suddenly appeared. Kinfang spotted them, and the moment they saw him, their faces went pale. With eyes full of fear, they took off running the second they saw Shadow. But as you'd expect, Kinfang wasn't about to let them get away. So he used Shadow Stealth, and as the skill activated, he let out a little sigh. Before they could even take another step, Kinfang moved like lightning and instantly wiped out all the subordinates. Seeing this, the leader panicked and bolted with everything he had, but Kinfang wasn't having any of it. Our boy appeared right in front of him, dropping his invisibility skill. The leader's face was just inches from Kinfang's, his eyes filling with tears of pure terror. The guy immediately started begging, admitting he was wrong and promising never to do it again. He pleaded with our boy to please let him go, explaining he had less than 1 year of his lifespan left. With an icy stare, Kinfang asked if he'd ever stopped to think about his victims' fates when he attacked them. Without a shred of remorse, Kinfang hit him with a poison dart. As the leader writhed in agony, Kinfang simply turned his back and walked away. Because he had killed so many players, he received a stack of the killer status effect. Currently, at the first stack of the killer status, he would lose 75% of his current lifespan if he died. Kinfang remained calm, though, since he had the Ghost Fire Bell. If he got careless and died once, he wouldn't lose any lifespan at all. When Kinfang got back to Shelltown, all eyes were immediately on him. People started whispering to each other about how he'd single-handedly killed a gold-tier boss. Everyone was completely stunned. Seeing that he wasn't wearing any real gear, some people started speculating that he must have used a glitch to beat the boss. As our boy was walking through town, a man ran up and asked him to wait a moment. Curious, Kinfang turned to see the man holding out a skill book with a nervous smile. The man explained that his group had accidentally bought an assassin's skill book, asking him to please accept it as an apology so they could pretend their earlier encounter never happened. A system notification identified the skill book, a common tier skill called Impale. It was a single-target skill. Upon a successful hit, it added 20 attack points and stunned the target for 2 seconds with a 22-second cooldown. Kinfang accepted the skill book, his eyes widening in surprise. It was a crowd control skill. After taking the book, he went on his way, and the man's group quickly went theirs. One of the furious men complained to their leader Xianxia about how Kinfang had wiped them out. He felt it was humiliating that they had to give away a skill book as an apology. Another man agreed, grumbling that no one ever treated them with such disrespect. A third man suggested they use their connections to gather more people. He argued that if they all banded together, the sheer weight of their numbers could crush Kinfang, so there was no reason to be afraid. But with a serious expression, Xianxia pointed out that Shadow was growing incredibly fast and leveling up all on his own, which meant he had to be hiding some kind of huge secret. He wanted to find the guy in real life and kidnap him because not only would they learn his secret, but they could also enslave him to farm lifespan for them. The man praised Xiosha for his brilliant plan. Xianxia decided that the family should send a woman to try and pry some information out of Kinfang. When he'd heard Shadow's voice just now, it sounded completely unfamiliar. He could tell the guy wasn't in their circle, which meant he was probably dirt poor. They decided to find a professional beauty, certain that Kinfang would fall right into their trap. Kinfang met up with Little Black and told her to accept the trade because he had some items for her. Hearing this, her eyes lit up with excitement. But she corrected him, explaining her name wasn't Little Black, but Big Plum. Kinfang gave her a necklace with a powerful skill, and when she used it, fire erupted from her magic staff. She was ecstatic because with this skill, her damage output had multiplied several times over. On top of that, her mana regeneration had more than doubled. She thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Our boy told her there was no need, explaining that it was just part of their agreement, and asked for the space ring. With a smile, she took the space ring out of her inventory and told him he could just have it. Blushing, she revealed that while she was escaping through the forest, she had stumbled upon an underground cave that looked like the entrance to some ruins. She asked if he was interested, and Kinfang was pretty surprised. First the Golden Ghost ship, and now an entrance to a ruin. He realized that being friends with this girl was a huge benefit. The sincerity was mutual. If he hadn't given her those 2 pieces of gold equipment, she might not have shared this information with him. With this new space ring, his inventory finally expanded to 27 slots. Kinfang asked where Wang Mang was promising that as soon as he sold them his items, he would go check out the ruins she had mentioned. She held out her hand, explaining that the captain and the others had gone to train their new priest, so they wouldn't be back for a while. Using the map, she marked the entrance to the ruins, explaining that there was a stone slab on the ground behind some bushes. She had moved the slab aside and hidden inside while fleeing, but she'd only taken a few steps in when she heard screams from within. She was so terrified that she bolted, otherwise those guys never would have caught her. Kinfang vanished, deciding to head to the ruins right away and just trade with Wang Mang when he got back. Little Black was a bit confused. Our boy left Shelltown and headed into the forest. Originally, he had planned to find a spot to grind to level 10, but now that there were ruins, there was no need to grind. Typically, there are 3 types of ruins that appear in a beginner's town. They are tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Regardless of the type of ruin, the mobs inside were all bronze tier. There might even be some silver tier monsters. To him, they were a treasure trove of lifespan and evolution points. Following the location that Little Black had marked on the map, Kinfang quickly found the entrance to the ruins. Without wasting a second, our boy went inside, recalling that beginner towns usually have 3 main types of ruins: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. The tombs were pretty self-explanatory. They were crawling with monsters, and taking them all out was a huge pain. On top of that, there was almost always a golden boss waiting at the very end. The monsters in the cursed ruins were all under a curse from ancient and evil gods. They might have been human once, but some went insane while others became ghosts after death. The monsters in the temple, however, were all followers of these ancient and evil gods. Plus, the temple's layout was incredibly complex. The walls were covered from top to bottom with ancient murals. If someone actually managed to clear the last 2 areas, they'd get a special item or a skill book. While checking out the murals, our hero realized this was a temple of faith. He started looking at the murals more closely as they felt incredibly familiar. Just then, a series of roars echoed through the temple. Our boy headed down the hallway, putting it together that this was the faith temple of the ancient god of judgment, sharing the same origin as his own Eye of Judgment. At the same time, Wang Mang and his party were out in the forest fighting a monster. Wang Mang raised his shield, blocking the creature's attacks. But then the monster lunged at him, and just before he could react, it slashed with a fierce claw, sending Wang Mang flying and dealing a ton of damage. Seeing that their captain was hurt, the party's archer panicked and yelled at the healer to heal him. Kinfang's sister was completely frozen with fear, unsure of what to do. With tears in her eyes, she clutched her magic staff and asked how to even do that. While they were all distracted, the monster leaped forward, getting ready to strike again. Seeing this, the party's swordsman drew his sword and shouted at Kinfang's sister to use her skill. But instead of listening, she just fell to her knees, dropped her magic staff, and started crying her eyes out. The monster attacked again, and just like that, Wang Mang's party was wiped out and teleported back to Shelltown. Wang Mang and his crew were absolutely livid. Little Black, who happened to be in the area, greeted them with a smile and asked why they were back so soon. She explained that the expert Shadow still wasn't back, so they couldn't buy any equipment right now. The archer, still furious, started pointing at Kinfang's sister, saying he'd never seen anyone so clueless. He complained that she didn't know how to dodge monster attacks or even use her own skills. Xiao burst into tears, completely overwhelmed. Little Black stepped in front of her with a confused look and asked the archer why he was being so harsh. She's a total beginner, and it's her first time playing, so it's normal to die at least once. With his eyes blazing, the archer told Little Black to move, saying he was going to chew her out. The swordsman explained to Little Black that they hadn't just died once, they had died 3 times in under an hour. Hearing this, Little Black's eyes went wide with shock. With a grin, she started showing off the necklace that Kinfang had given her. She offered to join them, announcing she'd just gotten 2 really good items from the expert. She boasted that she was super powerful now and promised they wouldn't die with her around. Wang Mang stepped forward and told everyone to cut it out. He thought Little Black's suggestion wasn't half bad, especially with her tagging along this time. Things should go a lot smoother, and maybe when they got back they could finally meet Shadow. Although Zoyu was secretly fuming, she put on a grateful face, apologized, and promised she'd work harder. She couldn't believe they failed at the job themselves, yet still had the nerve to blame her. If it weren't for their connections to Shadow, she wouldn't have even bothered with them. She was furious. Meanwhile, our boy entered a room and something immediately caught his eye. 2 monsters were kneeling before him, and the system identified them as devout followers of an ancient god known as the Judged. They were level 10 silver tier monsters. Kinfang's eyes began to gleam with suspicion. Without wasting a second, he put on a determined expression and attacked the monsters with instant shadow slash. Our boy vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, he saw that he had barely put a dent in their health. Even after breaking stealth to backstab them, they had only lost a tiny sliver of their health. For him, this was pretty much what he expected. They were level 10 silver bosses, and the combined health of these 2 followers was already higher than the gold tier golden ghost ships. Just then, something odd caught our boy's attention, making him curious. The monsters knelt before him again. He was a bit confused since they were kneeling in his direction once more. It was strange because he was still in stealth. He didn't know if they had sensed the Eye of Judgment on him, or if that was the reason they weren't attacking. Kinfang wondered, if they knew the way and asked them to lead him. The monsters raised their heads and just started roaring. Kinfang realized they had been corrupted, had decayed, and had gone completely feral. They had turned into wild beasts that only knew how to steal lifespan from humans. At that moment, the monsters' eyes began to glow. And a moment later, they turned their backs on our boy and bolted. Right at the entrance to the room, there was a group of players. The monsters had sensed their presence and immediately began to charge at them. The players realized they were silver tier bosses. They couldn't even handle one, so they decided to flee. But just before they could, the monsters attacked, and a toxic mist began to melt their bodies. Their bodies disappeared, dropping lifespan orbs. It was Grey Rose's team, the girl who had bought Ice Spike from our boy. He never thought they would find these ruins too. Judging by the current player's gear, Kinfang came to the conclusion that no one was equipped to venture this deep yet. Our boy dropped his stealth and decided to pick up the lifespan orbs. The monsters knelt before him again. These guys had lost more than 100 days of tradable lifespan. Our boy didn't expect them to be so loaded. Our boy went back into the room and started searching. Several minutes passed, but after searching around, he came up empty. There were no traps or treasures, so he concluded that the room just held 2 silver mini-bosses. His eyes flashed with annoyance, and he decided to just get it over with. Without a second thought, he attacked with poison darts which lodged themselves in the monsters' heads. As a reward for killing 2 silver-tier bosses, he obtained 4,000 experience points and leveled up to 9, gaining 4 evolution points and 188 days of tradable lifespan. Kinfang used Greedy Hand, and the monsters' bodies began to disappear. He was thrilled. The epic tier Greedy Hand was absolutely broken. He'd earned 32 evolution points, 1,504 days of tradable, lifespan 4 gold tier items, and 10 silver tier items. He held out his hand, and a pendant materialized. He was thrilled to have found a gold tier item specifically for assassins. It was the Pendant of the Faithful, an accessory for the assassin class. It granted 15 agility points and a 20% cooldown reduction, along with the unique effect of summoning a silver tier devout follower to fight for him with a cooldown of 6,000 seconds. Kinfang clenched his fist. This necklace had some seriously good stats. The 20% cooldown reduction would lower the cooldown of his stealth skill from 22 seconds to 19. The cooldown for poison darts dropped from 4.35 seconds to 3.75 seconds. Meanwhile, instant Shadow Slash went from 10 seconds down to 8. Grinding was about to get much more efficient, especially since all his other gear required him to be above level 8. No one else could use this item yet, so he decided to keep it for now and sell it later. Just as Kinfang was about to leave, the ground began to tremble. Our boy's curiosity was piqued, and when he turned around, he saw a small pillar emerging from the floor. His eyes began to shine with joy, since after eliminating all the monsters, a hidden mechanism had been activated. Kinfang examined the pillar, carefully realizing it was a hidden trigger. A moment later, the pillar's mechanism activated, and a platform materialized right under our boy's feet. A hatch in the floor slid open, and the platform slowly began to descend. It was an elevator. Once the platform had descended several meters, the hatch began to close. Several minutes later, it came to a stop. Kinfang felt like he'd descended 300 or 400 meters. The place was dark and gloomy. Kinfang's attention was immediately captivated by his new surroundings. Thanks to his past knowledge, he realized this was the maze hidden beneath the temple. He knew there was always a chance for a hidden maze to appear in ruins like these. He'd explored many of them in his previous life, so he knew the maze was filled with countless traps. But as long as he had some cannon fodder to send in, first exploring them was perfectly safe. The only downside was that it would take a lot of time. With a confident look, he took out the pendant. With his current stats, if he triggered any trap, he would die instantly. But luckily, he had this pendant, which allowed him to summon a silver tier devout follower to fight for him. He held out his hand and used the pendant's power to summon a devout follower, causing a zombie to materialize on the ground. Pointing toward the maze's hallway, our boy ordered it to go scout ahead. The devout follower got to its feet and began shambling toward the hallway. Kinfang crossed his arms, smiling to himself. Exploring was a piece of cake with a lackey to scout ahead, but there was still a chance of danger. So he decided to evolve his passive dodge skill first just in case. He spent 11 evolution points, and his Ghost Shadow Blur skill went from gold tier to epic tier. This increased his passive dodge rate from 15% to a whopping 75%. Now, activating a dodge would grant him complete immunity to all damage. A 75% dodge rate was insanely high. He had just enough points left to evolve Instant Shadow Slash to Epic Tier 2. Using 13 evolution points, Kinfang evolved his instant shadow slash from diamond tier to epic. Its range increased to 30 meters, and the duration was extended to 12 seconds. Now he could perform 9 slashes instead of 7, with a cooldown time of only 8.8 seconds. The width of the slashes increased to 5 meters, and the damage jumped from 300 points to 400. Kinfang's eyes began to shine. Evolving a skill from epic to legendary required 10 times the evolution points. The higher an item's starting tier, the more cost-effective it was to evolve. For example, if a skill was epic tier, from the start, its first evolution would be to the legendary tier, so it only required a single base evolution point. Since the target was the legendary tier, it needed 10 times the points, and 1 times 10 is 10 points. This also meant that if he obtained an epic tier skill, he could quickly evolve it to legendary, then mythical, ancient, and finally immortal tier. But if a skill started at the normal tier, it would need to be evolved 7 times just to reach the epic tier. By the time it reached that 10 times multiplier, it would require hundreds of points. But the good thing was that no matter which tier the skill started at, he could now use very few points to evolve it to the epic tier. In other words, from now on, all his skills were going to be at least epic tier. He had 11 evolution points remaining, and he could only evolve his starter skill, Shadow Sneak. He used 8 points, and the skill went from silver tier to platinum. The duration of the skill increased from 16 seconds to 24, and the attack that broke stealth increased by 90, going from 120 to 210. The cooldown was reduced from 26 to 22 seconds. He had an attribute that reduced cooldown time by 35%. So the final cooldown for Shadow Sneak was 16.3 seconds. The cooldown was still too long, and the stealth breaking attack was a bit low. He knew he would need to swap this skill out in the future. While walking through the hallway, the devout follower stepped on a pressure plate, activating a trap, and a giant rock fell on top of it, crushing its body. Its body dissolved into particles of light. Now that the summon had died, he decided to wait for the cooldown before resummoning it. This maze was complex and dangerous, so his only choice was to explore slowly and hope to find some good loot. On an upper level of the temple, a man carrying a shield and a hooded woman peeked their heads through a doorway. The man informed his captain Grey Rose that all the monsters had disappeared. Hearing this, Grey Rose couldn't help but be surprised. They entered the room, and Grey Rose noticed that the stolen lifespan the monsters had collected was also gone. She knew someone must have killed those monsters and taken the lifespan, but she didn't know who. The man mentioned that only an expert like Shadow could kill 2 silver tier bosses. Grey Rose agreed, feeling relieved that they wouldn't have to die again. She put a hand on her chin and remembered that when they first arrived, they had seen someone who seemed to be communicating with the monsters. She didn't know if it was Shadow, or if he had a skill that could somehow charm the bosses. If that were the case, he possessed an incomprehensible and terrifying power. At the same time, on the second level of the temple, Kinfang's devout follower died again by activating another trap. After 3 hours of exploring, our boy stood before a long path leading to a door. This had to be the end of the maze. Based on his past life experience, using people to clear this path would have cost hundreds of lives. Using the pendant, Kinfang summoned another devout follower. It began to walk ahead, with Kinfang following closely behind. Kinfang gave it the order to open the door. At our boy's command, the monster threw all its strength into the door, but couldn't get it to budge. It struggled so hard that its entire body began to tremble. Kinfang's eyes filled with suspicion when he saw that the monster couldn't open the door. He then walked up and placed his hand on it. As he did, the door slowly began to open, leaving Kinfang completely stunned. A wave of thick smoke billowed out from the other side. Our boy started to sweat. He knew this couldn't be good. Beyond the door lay a room filled with pillars, and right in the center sat a chest entwined with thorny vines. Kinfang entered the room, and upon taking a closer look, he confirmed the chest was covered in thorns. It was locked, and standing right next to it was an NPC. The NPC was a woman whose lower face was covered in bandages. When the system tried to scan her stats, it came up with nothing. Kinfang's eyes widened in surprise when he saw there was no information about her. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a mysterious NPC. The woman began to whisper in a strange language, and then she knelt down as her body transformed into light and faded away. Kinfang watched her intently, wondering why she had just vanished like that. Then the thorns covering the treasure chest also started to disappear. Kinfang kept his guard up because even though he couldn't see the mysterious woman's information, he had a strong feeling she was connected to the Eye of Judgment. The chest began to glow with a golden light, and our boy realized that it held epic tier items. Still, he knew he had to be careful, as there was always a chance of it being a mimic or a trap. Pointing at the chest, Kinfang ordered his summon to go and open it. Following his master's order, the monster opened the chest and a brilliant light shone from within. Kinfang's eyes shot open in amazement. It was a skill book, a god-tier skill for assassins with both passive and active effects. The chest contained an assassin type skill book of the epic tier called the Stole of Mercy. Its passive effect granted a 100% weak point hit correction and doubled the weak point damage multiplier. The chest also held an active skill called Slit Throat. The user's next attack would inflict Slit Throat, dealing 100% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. But thanks to his own skills, the cooldown was reduced to just 44.4 seconds. Kinfang noted that the passive ability effectively doubled the hitbox for an enemy's weak spots. But the most ridiculous part was the active skill Slit Throat. If his next attack dealt 300 damage, the debuff would inflict an additional 300 damage per second for 3 seconds. The total damage would be 1,200 points, which is 4 times the original damage. Kinfang began to read the details carefully. For skills like Instant Shadow Slash that landed multiple hits, Slit Throat would only apply to the very first strike. Also, since this skill was only epic tier, it just needed 10 evolution points to be upgraded to legendary. This was an amazing haul. His burst damage had just multiplied several times over. Kinfang started heading toward the exit. Knowing this was all thanks to Little Black, he decided it was time to head back and sell the leftover items to her party. Using the chat, he asked Little Black told Wang Mang to return to town, saying he had some items to sell him. Hearing that Shadow had finished exploring the ruins, they decided it was time to head back. When Kinfang arrived back at the starter town, his eyes widened in disbelief. A huge crowd of players was waiting for his arrival. Every single one wanted to add him as a friend, and some even offered to be his followers, promising to be his personal cheer squad. The chairman of the running group from Zhanhai City had come to formally invite Shadow to join their organization. Kinfang even had fans from Firefly Town, who had traveled all the way just to greet him. Players from different towns had come hoping to party up with Kinfang. Seeing this, he realized the teleportation gates connecting the other towns must have finally activated. At last, he could go to Songfei's home, Firefly Town. Without wasting another second, Kinfang disappeared without a trace, truly living up to his name. Using his invisibility skill, Kinfang slipped away from the area as the players started fighting amongst themselves, assuming he had left because they were hounding him. Kinfang found Little Black and got her attention. Raising her hand, she let her captain know that the expert Shadow had arrived. Just then, something caught Kinfang's attention. It was none other than his sister Kin Xio. She offered him a kind smile, and a million questions immediately flooded Kinfang's mind. He had no idea how she'd managed to get into Wang Mang's team. He knew her presence could bring disaster to Wang Mang's crew, so he had to be careful now that everyone knew Shadow existed. He couldn't reveal his true identity, especially since he still couldn't use his powers in real life. And with so many eyes on him, a single kitchen knife could probably take him out right now. Xio couldn't help but blush as she could, practically feel the immense power radiating from him just by looking. She realized that compared to him, Wang Mang's party was like a bunch of amateurs. She thought that if he carried her, she could reunite with Songfei in just a matter of days. Using the system chat, Kinfang explained to the captain that this equipment was a perfect fit for their party's classes. On top of that, the skill books would give their combat power a massive boost. Our boy set an initial price of 22 days of lifespan. For Wang Mang, this was incredibly expensive. Since the items were all silver and gold tier, they couldn't afford it yet. Kinfang said it was no problem and that they could just pay him back later. Wang Mang sincerely thanked him, admitting he didn't know how he could ever repay him for all his help. He promised that if Kinfang ever needed them in the future, he just had to say the word, and they would do their best to help. The party's swordsman immediately put on a new golden helmet. His official review, Shadow was awesome. He couldn't believe he was getting his hands on gold tier equipment this early on. Wang Mang also equipped his new gear, unlocking a gold tier skill that instantly tripled his DPS. He was so moved that he actually started to cry, especially since Shadow was letting them buy on credit. Realizing how much he trusted them, Wang Mang checked his own inventory but found nothing for priests, which left Xio a bit confused. The archer, however, was furious, since she felt Xio was just lucky to be leeching XP from them. Xio approached Kinfang anyway, introduced herself as the party's priest, and asked if he had any equipment for her. Just then, a system notification informed our boy that the player Little Graceful wanted to add him as a friend. Xio's eyes widened in surprise. Kinfang simply gave her a cold look before vanishing without a trace, leaving poor Xio completely stunned. With a confused look, she asked where Shadow had disappeared to. Wang Mang explained to her that he probably just didn't get any priest. Drops this time and that, maybe next time he'd bring some items for her. But the archer dropped a truth bomb. Kinfang had ignored her on purpose. To Little Black Shadow was super cool, appearing and disappearing like some kind of mythical dragon. Kinfang walked away from them knowing full well he had a gold tier priest staff and a gold tier priest skill book in his bag. But there was no way he was going to give such precious items to Kin Xio. As he progressed, he knew he would have tons of unused equipment and skill books. Selling them one by one was a waste of time, but Wang Mong's connection with the authorities was perfect for offloading them in bulk. He couldn't let Xio jeopardize his arrangement with the authorities. He needed to find a replacement priest for Wang Mong's team and fast. His eyes lit up with determination as he realized he needed to find little Xu immediately. Gai Yixu, the woman who was the manager of the God Slayer Guild in his past life. She was a hidden class priest called the White Aven. Priestess who came with a white bird that could heal and apply buffs. She was the only priest he knew who could take down epic tier bosses all by herself. She had been his powerful ally, and compared to her, Kin Xio was complete and utter trash. Kinfang activated the gate, remembering that little Xu was also from Firefly Town. This was perfect. If Kinfang could find little Xu, he was going to get her on Wang Mong's team. Using the gate, he teleported to Firefly Town. Kinfang arrived in Firefly Town, a place with a completely different vibe from the starter town. While walking through the area, he overheard two players saying they needed to hurry back. Since the silver boss was below half health, they couldn't let someone steal the kill, otherwise they would have died for nothing. One of them was cursing out Song Fei, since that jerk brought a bunch of fangirls with him, making it impossible to compete. He couldn't understand how some minor celebrity had so many brainless fans. Kinfang had just arrived, and he already had a lead on Song Fei. Following the players, he reached a valley. This was the level 5 area called Wailing Valley. The monsters in this area were Emberians and the Shackles. After walking a short distance, he started to hear the sounds of players fighting. Peeking his head out, he saw a group of players attacking a two-headed monster wreathed in flames. Kinfang knew that this twin-headed beast was a silver tier boss and noticed the situation was chaotic as many players were attacking each other. Looking closely, Kinfang spotted another group of players, and among them was that jerk Song Fei. Two players stood before Song Fei's team and drew their weapons. One of them screamed that Song Fei had ambushed him and stolen his lifespan. He swore he would kill him. With a smirk, the player carrying a shield asked if Song Fei thought hiding behind his mage girls made him safe, revealing that he possessed the godly anti-age skill. Before he could even take a step, one of Song Fei's mages caved his head in with a magic staff. Kinfang then remembered that Song Fei, with the title Heaven-Defying Mage God, was of course a mage. In his past life, this scumbag tricked a bunch of his fans into choosing the mage class only to take all their equipment and skills to quickly strengthen himself. But a team couldn't be made up of only mages, so his fangirls came up with a solution. Some pumped their attribute points into intelligence to become glass cannon mages. Others put their points into agility to become disruption mages. Still others used their points on health to become meat shields, and some chose strength to become battle mages who attacked using their staves. In the early stages, Song Fei's team was ridiculously dominant, stealing lifespan from players left and right with no one able to stop them. And as you might expect, as the game went on, most of his fangirls died off pretty quickly. Pointing at the boss, Song Fei spun a tale about how his heart ached from seeing his fans work so hard. He said he hoped the boss would just die already so everyone could rest, and wished for a world full of love and free of violence. The twin-headed beast began to advance on Song Fei's group. One of Song Fei's fans piped up saying this was nothing for them, since he was the one trying the hardest. According to her, he worked so much that he shouldn't have to endure all of this. She started pointing at the monster and declared that she would kill it so it couldn't hurt their beloved Song Fei. Song Fei's fans began attacking the monster, casting a barrage of spells. They were determined to defeat it so that Song Fei could become king, swearing to follow him to the ends of the earth. The monster opened its maw and launched a burst of fire right at Song Fei, putting him on high alert. But just before the fireball could hit, one of his fans jumped in the way, taking the full force of the attack. Song Fei took the girl's hand and put on a sad expression as the woman's body began to fade away. With tears in her eyes, she swore she would do anything for him. A fiery girl gripped her magic staff tightly and rallied the others, shouting that if they killed this ugly monster, their dear brother Song Fei would be able to claim first place in the rankings and surpass Shadow. This got everyone fired up. Raising their weapons high, they swore to conquer the world, dominate the heavens, and fight alongside Song Fei. They summoned several powerful spells, calling down thunderbolts to strike the monster. Song Fei realized the monster was about to die. Knowing how tough this silver-tier boss was, he couldn't help but wonder how someone had managed to defeat a gold-tier boss all by themselves. He was sure that Shadow must have used a bug. After all, Songfei had tons of fans helping him and was only level 7. He had no idea how Shadow was leveling up so fast. A smile spread across his face. Once he defeated this silver tier boss, he was going to level up to 8. He knew that Shadow had been stuck at level 9 for a long time, so he decided to seize this opportunity to surpass him and become the #1 player in this godforsaken game. Just then a hand wreathed in shadows clamped over Songfei's mouth. In the blink of an eye, Kinfang decapitated Songfei, and with an instant shadow slash, cut his body to pieces. Blood began to gush from the bastard's mouth. His fans were in shock, and before they could even gasp, Kinfang attacked again. Moving like lightning, he sliced the fans and the boss to ribbons. A system window popped up announcing that the boss had been defeated and granting him 150 experience points. The boss collapsed its body, beginning to transform into pure lifespan. The players were in total shock since they couldn't believe that Shadow had killed the boss with a single strike. A single attack from Shadow did thousands of points of damage, while theirs only did 100 points of damage. Shadow was 10 times stronger than them. The corpse of the boss transformed into orbs of lifespan, and Kinfang deactivated his stealth skill. The smartest players realized that it had been an AoE attack. They couldn't believe that a single attack had killed Songfei and all his gang of fans. Upon observing closely, they saw Shadow and remembered that he was the one who had achieved the first global kill of the gold tier boss. They decided to leave and let Shadow have the loot. They began to cheer for Shadow for having avenged them by killing Songfei's gang. Kinfang knew that they were only afraid of being attacked, and that's why they could only join forces to attack him. In his past life, he would not have hesitated to kill them. At the same time, Songfei respawned again in Firefly Town. The system reported that he had been killed by Shadow, and he lost 1,106 days of tradable lifespan and 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. Songfei panicked and realized that Shadow had come to Firefly Town. He couldn't believe that out of the hundreds of starter towns in Junai City, he had come to his to steal the kill. His fans also respawned again. The chubby girl felt confused to see that Songfei had also died. The other girl was furious since she didn't know why Shadow had killed them. The other thought that Shadow wanted to steal the silver tier boss. According to them, he was evil for taking advantage of Songfei being distracted to launch a surprise attack. Just then, an archer approached Song's Fie, and with a nervous expression asked if she could join his team, revealing that she had the skill called Eagle Eye, and she could detect invisible enemies. Songfei's fans told the girl to get lost, since he had said he only wanted mages in his party. The chubby girl thought her efficiency at killing monsters was too low, and she would only affect Songfei's progress in the ranking. Songfei extended his arms and explained that although she was an archer, she could be part of his family, since he believed that love could fill everything. He took the woman's hand and with a kind expression mentioned that he had felt her strong emotions. It didn't matter if she was an archer. He decided to let her join his team, swearing they would strive together to level up. Having Songfei so close made her blush, and tears of joy began to flow from her eyes. An assassin appeared and mentioned that she could also become invisible, swearing that she was going to make Shadow pay for having killed him. The mage revealed that she had learned a new AoE skill and could freeze Shadow. Songuf extended his arms, making it clear that his family was full of love. Any girl who wanted to join his team was welcome. The girls began to cry with joy and swore to stand by Songfei forever. According to them, Shadow had no honor for having attacked their beloved Songfei by surprise. They promised that he was going to pay the price. As soon as they found Shadow, they were going to let Songfei kill him so that he could learn what happened when someone messed with Songfei. The attention of 2 players focused on them. They didn't know what Songfei wanted to do now, but they were aware that someone had killed him out there, being very satisfying. They remembered that there were the girls were protecting Songfei, so they didn't see how he had been killed. But then it dawned on them that it must have been Shadow. In their eyes, Shadow was incredible, and seeing the girls crying over Songfei, they thought those girls weren't right in the head. A smirk spread across Songfei's face as he was confident that with so many witnesses to his victory over Shadow, everyone would know that being strong is useless if you fight alone, especially as an assassin. According to him, Shadow was just a soft assassin who had the nerve to challenge a great and noble mage like himself. At the same time, Kinfang used Greedy Hand to scoop up the loot, obtaining 16 evolution points 217 days. Of tradable lifespan, 6 pieces of silver tier loot and 1 piece of gold tier loot. Kinfang decided to evolve the Graceful Liberation skill, consuming 10 out of his 19 points. The skill ranked up from epic to legendary. The passive effect weak point attack correction went from 100% to 200%, and the weak point attack multiplier was doubled. The active effect also got an upgrade. The next attack would trigger a throat slit effect, causing 150% attack damage per second instead of 100%. With a duration of 3 seconds, the skill's cooldown dropped from 30 seconds to 18.5. The weak point hit correction had increased by 100%, reaching 200%, which effectively doubled the size of the target's weak point. If it were amplified even more, half of an enemy's body would be considered a weak point. He worried that even his Shadow Slash could end up dealing weak point damage. The initial epic level skill with 0 evolution points could be evolved to legendary. However, to evolve it from legendary to mythical, it required 100 times more evolution points. It needed 200 points to go from legendary to mythical. Following that pattern, his epic level Greedy Hand was going to require 210 evolution points to evolve. And once it reached legendary evolving, it would require 340 points. He had 9 evolution points left, so he decided to evolve Backstab Enhancement. Kinfang spent 8 points, and the Backstab Enhancement skill went from gold to platinum, and the damage of its passive effect increased from 30% to 40%. A silver tier boss plus the group of players had netted him a total of more than 140 days of tradable lifespan. His mission was fulfilled, so he decided it was time to head back. While Kinfang was distracted, a girl tried to launch a surprise attack on him. She intended to kill him. Shadow watched her in silence and dodged the attack without much effort. The girl attacked again, but he evaded it again with no problem. The girl was in shock to see that he could effortlessly dodge all her attacks. Without wasting any more time, she used stealth and disappeared. Just then, Songfei's fans appeared on the cliff above. They had him cornered and swore to avenge Songfei. Songfei's mages raised their magic staffs, and the archer, who had just joined the team, began to aim her bow at Kinfang. They were furious and swore to avenge Songfei. Kinfang used stealth and disappeared into thin air, becoming a shadow. Upon seeing this, the archer used her skill called Eagle Eye and made it clear that Kinfang's invisibility was useless against her. Her arrow transformed into a phantom eagle, and after several seconds it exploded, its feathers raining down from the sky. The feathers began to fall on the assassin from Songfei's party, deactivating her stealth and making her visible. Clenching her fist, the chubby girl was ecstatic, believing they had finally sniffed out Kinfang. She quickly gave the order to the others to unleash their most powerful skills and go all out. Following her command, Songfei's fans unleashed a barrage of their strongest skills. A downpour of powerful spells rained down on the poor assassin. Seeing the incoming apocalypse, she panicked and tried to scream that they had the wrong person. But it was too late. The spells slammed into her, creating a massive explosion. Instead of feeling even a little bit sad, the chubby girl was furious, but not for the reason you'd think. She didn't care about the assassin because she wasn't a mage, which obviously meant she wasn't a true Songfei fan. In her mind, this was just divine punishment for being a fake fan. She then ordered the archer to send out the eagle again to find Shadow. The archer nodded, but just then the real Kinfang pulled out the Ghost Fire Bell and began to shake it, activating its special effect called Soul Attack, which could paralyze all enemies within a 100-meter range for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 521 seconds. Just as the archer was about to use her Eagle Eye skill again, a strange aura enveloped her and her friends, freezing them in place. Totally bewildered, they had no idea what was happening. Before they could even blink, Kinfang appeared out of nowhere and used instant slash, moving like lightning and slicing them to bits before they even had a chance to react. Songfei, peeking his head around the corner, looked completely baffled as to what just happened or why his fans suddenly dropped dead. His first thought was Shadow, but he quickly dismissed it, figuring the guy would have shown himself if he'd made a move. But little did he know, Kinfang, still invisible, was creeping up on him with an arrogant smirk that just screamed, "You're next!" The moment Songfei heard Shadow's voice, his eyes went wide with terror and he started to tremble. Wasting no time, he activated his magic shield, enveloping himself in a powerful barrier. But to his utter shock, Kinfang simply tossed a poison dart that sailed right through the shield as if it were paper, shattering it to pieces. The dart landed smack dab on his forehead, sending the poor schmuck to the ground, screaming in agony. Songfei's body dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. Kinfang dropped his stealth and was surprised to see just how much lifespan Songfei had left. He realized the guy must have originally had over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Songfei's body vanished, leaving only the lifespan orbs behind. Kinfang took a closer look and was a bit puzzled, wondering why the fans didn't have any tradable lifespan. Then it hit him they must have given all of their lifespan to Song Fei. Even after all this time, there were still people who thought this godforsaken game was just a game. These die-hard fans were honestly kind of terrifying to our hero. It was a real shame too, since their combined lifespan added up to several hundred years. And now all of it was just going to be wasted on nearby monsters. Meanwhile, back in Firefly Town, Song Fei and his fans respawned. Song Fei was absolutely livid. Out of more than 2,000 days of tradable lifespan, he was now down to just 500. Looking completely bewildered, he demanded to know why the archer hadn't been able to find Kinfang with her detection skill. She explained that she did use the skill, but the only person it pinged was their own team's assassin. The chubby girl pointed out that her attribute panel also showed a stealth level. She just didn't know if Shadow's stealth level was way higher than they thought. The archer explained that her eagle eye skill had a counter stealth of level 1, so she could only spot targets with level 1 stealth. If an opponent had a higher stealth level, she wouldn't be able to detect them at all. Song Fei was getting frustrated since Shadow would just attack and then vanish without a trace. He had no clue how to defend against something like that. Touching his face, Song Fei figured that since he hadn't defended Shadow and had already taken the boss kill, there was no reason for Shadow to come after him again. But then again, maybe Shadow was just jealous of his unparalleled good looks and was coming back to kill him. Song Fei's fans raised their weapons, deciding it was best for everyone's safety to go level up somewhere else. They swore they would follow Song Fei wherever he chose to go. Not long after, Kinfang also made his way back to Firefly Town. He searched around for a bit, thinking it was odd that Song Fei and the others had already left. He wondered if they'd gone to another town or simply logged off. Dropping his stealth, our boy asked a nearby player if he knew where Song Fei and his group had gone. The man was visibly terrified the moment he saw Shadow. Pointing off to the side, the man revealed that Song Fei and his fans had headed in that direction. He then begged Shadow to please kill Song Fei. He also had one other request. After killing Song Fei, he asked Kinfang if he could spare his girlfriend a female hunter by the name of One Flying Treasure Cat. Our boy simply advised the man to find a new girlfriend. Realizing that this girlfriend must be the hunter who could detect his stealth, our boy instantly disappeared. The man started to plead, saying it had taken him forever to find her. Even though Kinfang knew the general direction they'd gone, he had no idea where they were actually heading, and searching aimlessly would take far too much time. The man cupped his hands around his mouth and started yelling for Shadow. Our boy knew that things would be much simpler if he could just find Gu. Just then a woman walked past him, and his attention snapped to her, leaving him pleasantly surprised. This girl was none other than Guishu. Our boy dropped his stealth, flashed a friendly smile, called her beautiful, and asked if she could lend him a hand. She was completely taken aback to see Shadow appear out of thin air. Kinfang pulled a gold-grade staff from his inventory, saying he'd heard that her class could search for targets over a wide area. He promised that if she could find Song Fei for him, he would sell her the staff at a bargain price as a reward. Seeing the incredible staff, Guixu's eyes lit up with excitement. She opened her system window and asked how he knew she could perform a wide area search. She was sure she had never told a single soul about it. Kinfang asked if she wanted the gold-grade weapon, and she immediately said yes, even though she doubted she could afford it. With a puzzled look, Kinfang asked if she didn't even have 500 days of tradable lifespan, revealing the staff's original price was at least 700 or 800 days. After checking her system window, she was shocked to see that she did have 700 days to buy it. Hearing this, our boy made the deal and handed over the staff. A system window popped up, confirming that the transaction was successful. She clutched the staff and practically started drooling. Model. Our boy gave her a gentle tap on the cheek to stop her drooling, telling her to hurry up. Hearing this, she blushed and nodded with a smile. Wielding the new staff, she began to concentrate and channel her powers. Even though this was her first time meeting Shadow, he felt strangely familiar to her. As her owl circled her, she asked if Shadow wasn't afraid she'd just take the goods and ditch him. With a calm expression, our boy asked if she didn't hate Song Fei, revealing that he knew she did. Gai Yuku's eyes widened in surprise. She wasn't sure if Shadow was a friend of hers in real life, but his voice didn't sound familiar. Kinfang started to smile and decided she would have to guess. She raised her hand and the owl took flight. But she was too lazy to guess. A moment later, her eyes shot open in surprise. The owl soared over the town, and in the distance, nestled within the canyons, she spotted Song Fei and his fan club. Her owl had finally found where Song Fei was, hiding in the rocky canyons, and quickly relayed the location to Kinfang. She also urged him to hurry, because Song Fei and his friends might take off before he got there. The owl could fly fast, but tailing them for too long would completely exhaust it. Shadow, ready to move, told her not to worry because he'd be there in a flash. Just like that, Kinfang took off like a bullet, zipping over rocks and through rough terrain without losing any speed. But then the owl stopped flying. That brought Kinfang to a halt too. It meant something was interfering with the tracking. He scanned his surroundings and spotted a tree with a strange symbol carved into it. Wanting to know more, he contacted her again, and she had the owl scout the area. Soon the owl located 2 more trees bearing the same symbols. One was 100 yards ahead, and another was 100 yards to the left. Kinfang went to each tree, touching the symbols carefully. When he channeled a bit of his energy into all 3, a brilliant light connected them. Then the ground in the middle began to glow, and suddenly a treasure chest radiating a bright green and gold light appeared. Fang was shocked. A treasure like this in a humble place like Firefly Town. He could barely believe his eyes. These divine treasures, left behind by ancient gods, were incredibly rare and could pop up anywhere. Some summoned monsters, others unleashed swarms of beasts, and some, like this one, held incredible rewards. Yuku, watching through her owl's eyes, couldn't believe it either. That green chest could be worth 1,000 days of a person's lifespan, or over 10 million in real money. Kinfang couldn't help but admire Yuku's sharp instincts. Back in his past life, a year of someone's lifespan was worth 10,000 at the start, but it quickly shot up to 50,000 by the second day. Yuku, still curious, began to memorize the symbols for later, a clever glint in her eyes. There was no telling what other secrets her tracking skills could uncover. Without further delay, Kinfang went ahead and opened the chest. Inside was a skill book with a dark aura called Curse of the Blossoms, a powerful emerald-level ability. This skill caused cursed flowers to sprout from a defeated enemy, making their tradable lifespan drop to 0. It didn't have a cooldown, period, but it had to be used within 15 seconds of an enemy's death. Fang remembered just how dangerous this spell was in his previous life. Every fallen foe could be turned into a tactical advantage. If he managed to defeat Song Fei again and camp the body for a bit, he could take everything from him. A sinister smile crept across his face. This time, Song Fei wouldn't just be defeated. He would be completely drained. As Kinfang sped toward his target, the scene shifted. Far away, in a desolate canyon, Song Fei's biggest fans were busy wailing on a boss while Song Fei hung back, waiting to land the final blow. Song Fei was overconfident, certain that Kinfang wouldn't pursue them this far, especially since Kinfang had already beaten a silver-level boss and embarrassed him twice. That should have been the end of it. But Song Fei was dead wrong. Just as the boss was about to go down, the stockier of the girls noticed another group fighting a different boss nearby. Song Fei, smooth as ever, worked his magic on his fans once more. He claimed the other group were fans of a rival idol, trying to make him look bad. The faces of his fans contorted with anger. No one was going to upstage their precious Song Fei. Without a second thought, they charged at the other group. The other team, thinking reinforcements had arrived, welcomed them. But before they could even say hello, the stocky girl slammed her staff down, knocking out their leader in a single hit. The rest of the team was stunned, as Song Fei's fans turned on them, ranting crazily about idols and destiny. When one of the opponents tried to ask what was going on, they were instantly silenced by a spell. Then, in a bizarre turn, the fans started spouting strange poems praising Song Fei as if he were some kind of god. After they wiped out the other team, the girls made way for their golden prince Song Fei to finish off the boss. Song Fe kept up his charade, feigning gratitude and showering them with thanks that meant nothing. He spun stories about nearly getting caught in an ambush and called them his heroes. His words made them all blush and giggle. They were completely swept up in his fantasy world, but the fairy tale was about to end. Just then, a shadow materialized at the edge of the canyon. Song Fei felt a sudden sense of dread, a chill running down his spine, but by the time he turned around, it was too late. Kinfang's sword whistled through the air, striking in an instant. Song Fei's head was lopped off in one clean motion, and his body crumpled to the ground. This time, the shadow didn't just vanish after the deed was done. He knelt beside Song Fei's body and activated the Curse of the Blossoms. A large crimson flower bloomed directly from Song Fei's chest. Its petals writhed as if alive, siphoning away the tradable lifespan from the young troublemaker. The fangirls watched in shock, unable to process the gruesome scene unfolding right in front of them. The scene then shifted, and Song Fei was back at the Firefly Town portal, bewildered and annoyed, still clueless as to why the shadow was always after him. In his twisted logic, he concluded it must be jealousy. Maybe the shadow was upset about all the attention he got from the fangirls. Or perhaps one of those girls was someone the shadow had feelings for. Song Fei convinced himself that the shadow's repeated appearances in Firefly Town were part of some elaborate revenge plot. While he was lost in his wild delusions, a system alert popped up, jolting him with the news that his tradable lifespan was plummeting much more quickly than from just dying. At first, he assumed it was some kind of penalty for dying too often. But before he could wrap his head around it, members of his fan club started arriving at the portal too. A heavy-set mage girl was among the first to arrive. She was out of breath, warning Song Fei about a creepy red flower that had sprouted from his body, draining something vital from him. It didn't take long for Song Fei to put the pieces together. The cursed flower and his rapidly draining lifespan were all Shadow's handiwork, thanks to a terrifying new ability. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks, and he immediately ordered his fans to log off. He knew that if they kept dying to Shadow, their tradable lifespan could hit 0, which meant permanent death. Putting on a brave face, he called them his family, promising to log out to extend their lifespans, then return with new gear purchased with the time they had saved. The girls, completely under Song Fei's spell, were totally on board, already dreaming of their triumphant return to crush Shadow with new power. But as Song Fei logged out of the game, his expression twisted with anger and frustration. He refused to accept this as a loss. After grinding for 2.5 years to reach his current level, he couldn't stomach being defeated by some no-name player. In his mind, there was no obstacle. That enough money couldn't crush, he just needed a little more time. Meanwhile, back at the scene of the battle, red flowers blanketed the ground. Each one had sprouted from a fallen player, silently siphoning the tradable lifespan from Song Fei's fans. Thanks to Shadow's relentless attacks, his killer rank had jumped to level 4, raising the tradable lifespan penalty upon death to a staggering 96.8%. But a penalty like that didn't bother Shadow in the slightest. Shadow calculated that his little ambush had netted him about 1,000 days of lifespan. It was all thanks to Song Fei and his gullible followers. They had done all the hard work of grinding mobs only to hand over their earnings to him, but the bounty didn't last forever. The flowers began to wilt, and the flow of energy sputtered to a halt. Shadow quickly deduced that the players had logged off to prevent any further loss of their lifespan. Overhead, the white owl continued its silent flight. Yui had watched the entire spectacle unfold, and even she was taken aback by such an overwhelming show of strength. Seeing the true power of a top-ranked player up close was something else entirely. When Shadow asked Yui if Song Fei had actually logged off, she nodded, confirming his entire party had vanished to preserve their remaining time. Shadow calmly told her to keep an eye out, and to let him know the moment Song Fei returned. When she asked if her job was done, Shadow told her to stick around a little longer. He mentioned he'd just acquired a golden tier priest skill called Sword of Divine Judgment, and her interest was immediately piqued. She desperately wanted that skill, and seeing her eagerness, Shadow made her an offer. He would trade the skill for 500 days of her lifespan, but he'd cut the price in half if she agreed to one condition. Yui's eyes narrowed, and she shot back that her dignity wasn't for sale, a response that clearly caught Shadow off guard. He quickly clarified that she had the wrong idea. He just wanted her to join his party as their main healer. She visibly relaxed and laughed, agreeing on the spot, but warned that she'd hold him personally responsible if the party was a train wreck. Shadow assured her they were a solid crew and decided to contact them right away. The scene then shifts to another part of the game world, where Wang Mang was feeling pretty good about himself after taking down a poisonous monster. Pleased with the experience points he'd earned, he called out to Jay for a heal and an antidote for the poison. But Zhao was totally clueless, so Wang tried to remind her about her priest class's ability to remove toxins. But before she could even grasp what he was saying, she accidentally used the skill on a tree instead of on Wang, who desperately needed it. As the timer ran out, Wang collapsed, finally succumbing to the poison. His victory over the monster was all for nothing. The team stood in shocked silence, their frustration simmering as they stared at Zhao, unable to process how useless she'd been, standing there by the teleportation stone. Later, the team leader had to make a tough call. He knew they needed a new healer, but every skilled hidden class priest was already taken. But they couldn't keep going on like this. Zhao, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to her failure, lost in a fantasy where she was the chosen one, a goddess in this new world. She believed her rapid leveling was a sign of her destined greatness and eagerly awaited joining her brother Song Fei in glory. Just then, some news from Shadow reached Wang Mang, sparking a wave of excitement. A hidden class healer, a white bird priest, had agreed to join their team. Plus, she was also powerful in other roles. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for, and the leader immediately asked Shadow for her location. Shadow told them the new healer was in Firefly Town. It wasn't the ideal place for leveling up, but it was crucial for them to gather and start operating as a team. Wang agreed and prepared to head there, but he knew he had to handle the situation with Zhao first. He gently told her they were moving to a higher level zone because Shelltown had become too crowded. He phrased it in a way that made it seem like her low level was the only problem, just to spare her feelings. But before she could even reply, the entire team took off, clearly relieved to be leaving behind a healer who couldn't actually heal. Zhao, however, didn't seem bothered at all. She considered their departure a good thing. Figuring they weren't strong enough for her anyway, she decided she would find Shadow and get him to power level her. Meanwhile, Wang Mang arrived in Firefly Town and met up with Shadow and Yu. He immediately handed over the lifespan he had acquired from their last battle, ready to settle his debt and move forward with the new team arrangement. As they pressed on, Wang realized just how much of a challenge it was to stay ahead in this game. While they were discussing their plans, he brought up a new ally, a captain named Inu. Hearing that name made Shadow stop dead in his tracks, his mind racing. That name was definitely not a coincidence. Then, as if on cue, she appeared, greeting them with a bright and cheerful wave. Inu immediately caught the attention of both men. Shadow was in utter disbelief. The woman standing before them was the Inu, also known as Justice Execution, the one and only player in the game with the Dragon Swordsman hidden class. In Shadow's previous life, she was among the top 20 players worldwide and served as a pivotal member of the country's official forces. She was a national hero, both respected and feared. And there she was, appearing ahead of schedule, absolutely radiant, and looking at Shadow with clear admiration. Ian Yu introduced herself with a warm smile, confessing her admiration for Shadow. She even half-joked that he must be a time traveler or a reincarnated hero, considering how quickly he was progressing. Shadow remained, silent, his mind drifting back to his past life, where their paths had crossed much later and under far grimmer circumstances. She hadn't been a part of Wang's team back then, which made their early encounter a real surprise. She likely had a good amount of tradable lifespan already probably collected for some government groups. As a dragon swordsman known for her toughness, she was the ideal candidate to wield such power. Shadow could see the logic in the government's choice and respected it. Ianu was straightforward too. She let him know that if he had any gear to sell, she and her group were interested in buying. She sweetly but firmly reminded him of her responsibility to her city. Shadow saw no reason to oppose her, and they both knew it. He agreed, admitting it would be foolish to pass up such a beneficial deal. Even though Yanu seemed cheerful and harmless, Kinfang knew full well there was more to her beneath the surface. Songfei's fans all logged out of the game. They'd just seen the official announcement that left them in shock. The lifespan in this godforsaken game was real, and if it hit 0, you'd die in the real world. The archer was furious, realizing this wasn't just a game anymore. She had given all of her tradable lifespan to Songfei. Some of them only had a few days of lifespan left. The assassin had killed several players, giving her the assassin status effect, and dying one more time would make her lose double the lifespan. They were all in shock. They couldn't believe that dying 3 times could cost so much lifespan. The chubby girl started reading the messages, breaking out in a cold sweat. She realized, cursing under her breath, that in the game, as a tank mage, she had always charged headfirst into battle. She'd killed a lot of people and died a lot of times. Now she only had 1 day of lifespan left. If it hit 0, she was going to die. Just then something caught her eye. Brother Song Fei was buying lifespan. This was great news. She decided to find Brother Song Fei, certain that he would help her. Quickly she changed her clothes, planning to put on her Brother Song Fei support outfit from head to toe. She thought it was a great idea, and that finding Brother Song Fei was the right move, since he would definitely help her. She even thought of Brother Song Fei's latest merch release, the Song Fei Ultra Thin Anti-Side Leak. She got dressed in all her Song Fei merchandise. Without wasting a second, she rushed out of her house and headed for the concert. Nearby, in an apartment building, Kinfang's sister also logged out of the game. She was so disoriented, she could hardly tell if this was the real world anymore. She turned on her phone and couldn't help but smile when she saw the market prices. At that rate, a single day of lifespan was selling for 15,000. With the 200 days she had left, she could become a millionaire. But then she saw that Shadow had killed Songfei 3 times, and she froze in shock. She couldn't help but cry out of sadness and fury as she remembered that if her lifespan hit 0 in the game, she would actually die in real life. Even with 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, dying 3 times had knocked her down to just 12 years remaining. Then her thoughts turned to Brother Songfei, and she wondered why Shadow would kill him. According to the group chats, Shadow had managed to kill Songfei 3 times, even while surrounded by dozens of players. To her, he sounded terrifyingly and unbelievably strong. The chubby girl started sending messages through the chat announcing that Brother Songfei was in desperate need of help. She was asking if any sisters in Shanghai City would be willing to find her and sell their tradable lifespan. She also revealed that Songfei was at Dajiang Plaza right now, and that the exchange rate for lifespan was 1 to 10,000. This was the perfect opportunity. to get rich and help their idol at the same time. Kinfang's sister quickly threw on some clothes. She couldn't believe that Brother Songfei was at Dajiang Plaza, which wasn't far from her at all. She thought to herself that she couldn't just stand by while his lifespan was running out. She had to go and help Brother Songfei. Thanks to that shadow and the others, she had managed to save up over 200 days of tradable lifespan. It was just enough to help Brother Songfei. Without wasting another moment, she decided to head to Dajiang Plaza. Meanwhile, back in the game, our boy was effortlessly slaughtering several monsters. A system window popped up informing him that he had reached level 10. His attributes had increased by 2 and he had gained 5 free attribute points. He had also unlocked class promotion. In addition, as the first player to reach level 10 in the Shanghai City area, he had earned 7 reputation points. As the first player in the Great Xia Kingdom area, he had earned 14 reputation points. And as the first player worldwide to reach level 10, he had earned 21 reputation points. The window also revealed that the teleportation function to the continent of Forgotten Gods would be unlocked once there were 7 level 10 players in the Shanghai City area. The system announced in every town that Shadow had reached level 10. Everyone was in shock and commented in amazement. They said that as expected, it was Shadow again. He got the first kill on a gold tier monster and was now the first player in the world to reach level 10. They thought Shadow was just too powerful. They'd also heard that the big shot had even killed a minor celebrity multiple times recently. According to them, Songfei totally deserved it. Other players, however, were voicing their frustration. They cursed, surprised that Shadow was from the Great Xia Kingdom and compared their own progress, pointing out that their hidden smithing class was only at level 8. While wondering what was going on with Shadow, no one knew if among the 1.5 billion people in the nation, there was really no one who could catch up to him. Our boy was near shore and decided to use the points he had acquired. He consumed 13 evolution points, leaving him with a balance of 0. His initial skill, Backstab Enhancement, evolved from Platinum to Emerald, increasing its passive effect from 40% to 50%. Even though his tradable lifespan was a little over 7,000 days, he realized it still wasn't enough. He knew that in order to leave the starter town, they needed to gather 7 level 10 players to activate the teleportation portal to the continent of the Forsaken Gods. But since the next highest level player was only at level 7, they would have to wait a while before that was possible. He decided to return to the real world to take care of something. His figure dissolved into sand, and several seconds later, he opened his eyes in the real world as the system asked him, "Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to transfer your skills to reality?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kinfang accepted. When the system asked which skill he wanted to extract to the real world, he stood up and decided to extract his class. The system then consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan and completed the extraction. He gained the Shadow. Its passive was activated and his attributes increased. Strength by 3, Constitution by 3, Agility by 8, and Spirit by 5. Then he decided to extract level 2. The system informed him that he had successfully extracted level 2, consuming 2,000 days of tradable lifespan in the process. His level in reality immediately increased to level 3, and his stats received a boost. Strength plus 4, Constitution plus 4, Agility plus 4, and Spirit plus 4. The system reported that he had consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan and extracted the Platinum tier skill Shadow Step. It also informed him that he had consumed 2,262 days of tradable lifespan and extracted the Silver tier skill Venomous Dagger. He was happy since he still had 1,292 days of lifespan left and for now could not extract other skills. He had only paid the price to extract a low-tier skill, but had obtained the Platinum tier Shadow Step. It was such a beneficial deal, yet he couldn't help but clench his fist in fury when he thought about Songfei. Now his base stats were double those of an average person, and his agility had reached 32 points, surpassing the human limit. With unlimited invisibility and the poisonous dagger that could be thrown up to 14 meters, he could definitely find an opportunity to finish off Songfei. Kinfang started browsing on his phone and was surprised to see that Songfei was aggressively buying lifespan. He wondered if Songfei planned to enter the game and then come after him. He saw that the bastard was at Dajiang Plaza and calculated that it was about 7 or 8 kilometers away. At his current speed, he could get there in just over 10 minutes. Just then, his hand began to tremble upon seeing a message from Hukbin, his arrogant and powerful company supervisor. This supervisor, Hukbin, was furious to see that after growing some wings, Kinfang wasn't even answering the phone. She knew that the young lady had taken an interest in him, and this was his big chance. She couldn't believe he didn't want to cooperate. Kinfang decided to block Hukbin. And while he was walking, he tossed the phone and began to turn invisible, thinking that those people would soon realize what the Forsaken Gods game really was. After a few hours at Dajong Square, the Songfei concert was taking place, which was full of girls. Among them was also Kinfang's sister. On stage was Songfei sitting next to a blonde woman. With a smile, she mentioned that she had heard he had been killed 3 times by Shadow in the game. She told him not to worry, because she was already sending people to investigate Shadow's true identity. With a curious look, Songfei asked how the investigation was going, and she revealed that she had already sent someone to Firefly Town to make contact with him. They would offer him an amount he couldn't refuse. When he came into the real world to collect the money, they would catch him. And when they did, they would make sure Brother Songfei could vent his anger properly. Upon hearing this, Songfei couldn't help but smile and asked her to make sure to let him know when the time came. Then he asked if she had heard that her dad's corporation had already used that method to control several players and make them work for her for free. Hukbin couldn't help but laugh, since according to her, they were all idiots too weak to accumulate any significant lifespan. For her, siding with Songfei was a much smarter move, since countless women were voluntarily giving him their lifespan, and were even willing to die for him. Songfei started laughing wickedly. A man in the audience began shouting, demanding that they all stop recklessly selling their lifespan to others. Turning to Songfei, he added that Songfei knew full well that lifespan was directly tied to life and death. Yet he was still brainwashing his fans and aggressively buying up their lifespan. He accused Songfei of endangering lives and announced that they were going to report him. Songfei couldn't help but smile, thinking that there's always one fool who shows up to cause trouble. He stood up and made a public statement saying that he had taken note of the recent debates. He stated that his actions in acquiring lifespan had occupied certain public resources and caused an inconvenience to the public. And for that, he felt deeply regretful and offered his most sincere apologies. His fans shouted that he didn't have to apologize since he hadn't done anything wrong. With a sincere smile, Songfei admitted that he was truly grateful for all the support and affection from his fans. At the same time, he earnestly urged everyone to remember that all love should be positive and uplifting. He hoped everyone could follow their idols rationally during this special period in the game. While ensuring their personal safety, they also needed to work together in a more positive way to contribute to society and bring in some positive energy. With his face full of tears, he explained that while the entire nation was being affected by the game, he had been actively cooperating with the authorities and working hard within the game. That was the reason he had used his personal wealth to acquire lifespan, hoping to become a quality idol in the game, someone worthy of being liked. He had done this to give back to his fans, hoping that everyone could gain something outside of the game and live a happy, peaceful, and safe life and work together for a better tomorrow. But he never expected that it would cause so many problems for everybody. His words made all his fans unable to hold back their tears. He apologized to everyone for having caused them trouble. This made everyone feel heartbroken. They started shouting that he hadn't done anything wrong. They got angry with the man, calling him and his friends a bunch of savages and telling him to get lost since they were voluntarily helping their brother and he shouldn't insult their genuine intentions. The chubby girl went up on stage and asked everyone not to listen to those ridiculous rumors from outsiders. She couldn't understand how they dared to question her brother, since only fools with pig brains would believe such things, asking how the game's lifespan could possibly affect the real world. She put her hand over her chest and declared that she was willing to be the one to die for her brother. She said that when she logged out, it showed her that she had less than 1 day of lifespan left. But she was perfectly fine. Even if the rumors were true, if they didn't have the resolve to die for their brother, then they didn't deserve to say that they loved him. Her words got the other fans fired up, and they decided to give all the lifespan they had to Songfei. He was thrilled to see how enthusiastic his fans were. He reached out to the chubby girl and told her that being loved by someone like her was a true honor. The girl, moved to tears, swore she was willing to die for him. Just then, something shot out and pierced Songfei's head, shocking everyone. Songfei started bleeding from his mouth as his hair began to fall out like dead leaves. He collapsed onto the chubby girl's shoulder and her eyes widened in terror. She fell to the ground and started screaming, completely lost as to what was happening. Once everyone realized Songfei was dead, his fans descended into chaos. As guards began to escort Hu Kibin away, she couldn't stop crying and screaming. She yelled that she had seen it before, that it was just like when Songfei died in the game. His body had been surrounded by an orb of lifespan, and she urged everyone to get away immediately. She knew that whoever killed Songfei had clearly used a skill from the game. She wondered with horror if the skills from that game could actually be used in the real world and how that was even possible. She thought about the actions, the instant kill, the invisibility, and the collecting of lifespan, and concluded that the only person capable of that was Shadow. In that instant, a dart pierced her head as well, killing her on the spot and leaving the guards stunned. Watching from the crowd was none other than Kinfang. By dusk, the news was already covering the tragic death of superstar Song Fei at Dajong Plaza. It was also reported that his most devoted fans had sacrificed all, the lifespan they had left dropping dead right beside Song Fei's corpse and the police. Investigation had concluded his death was due to supernatural abilities. The faces of King Fang's sister and her friend were streaked with tears and filled with fear. She was heartbroken just the day before they were at Song Fei's concert, and now he was gone. Her friend wasn't an idiot, though, and quickly realized the throwing knives and invisibility had to be abilities from that godforsaken game. She wondered if Shadow had been the one who killed Song Fei, since she'd heard he had already killed him 3 times in the game. Xio was baffled, wondering how skills from the game could possibly appear in reality. She just couldn't believe that Shadow had killed Song Fei. But then she remembered that Shadow had killed him several times in the game and came to the conclusion that in the real world, the only one who would kill Song Fei would be Shadow. The throwing knives and invisibility, weren't those the skills of an assassin? It had to be him. The killer was Shadow. Her brother had been killed by Shadow and her world had suddenly gone dark. If Shadow could use the game's skills in reality, then she would find a way to get close to him. No matter what it cost, she was going to get stronger. From that day on, she had only one goal. Their taxi pulled over and they got out. Her friend looked over with concern and asked if she was okay. But Xio's eyes were burning with rage. All she wanted was to kill Shadow and avenge her brother Song Fei. Meanwhile, our boy was quietly enjoying a bowl of noodles at a restaurant. In this godforsaken game, even though players were basically superhuman, they still consumed energy, and if they got hungry, they still had to eat. Just then, his phone buzzed. Unlocking it, he saw a new message. Someone let him know that Fatty was furious and had blocked his phone number and WeChat, and if King Fang didn't get a move on, he'd be fired and miss out on that month's paycheck. The message was from Yang Xiao, who he always thought of as a sweet girl, though she was a bit delicate and got picked on a lot. In his past life, she had also been a member of his Jan Shen guild. King Fang told her not to worry about him or the job, but to just focus on leveling up in the game. She was confused, asking King Fang if he had even played the game. She had heard it was incredibly difficult, and that many people were already running out of lifespan. Our guy explained that no matter what her class was, she just needed to focus on pumping up her agility at the beginning. She decided to take his advice, but mentioned she'd heard that the lifespan generated in the game was going for a fortune right now. Then she asked King Fang how his progress was going and how much money he'd made. Our boy replied, not much, since he had pretty much spent it all. He knew the big guy was just a lackey. The real problem was his boss pulling the strings, Cayenne Shishi. She was the daughter of the president of the Cayenne Group, and the company he used to work for was owned by that very group. This young woman did nothing all day except chase after men. She had shacked up in a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign men, had taken a sports car out with 3 African men for a joyride, and now she was even taking an interest in him. Cayenne Shishi was obsessed with foreign culture. After the game launched, she had left Great Zia for North America, where she founded one of North America's top 3 guilds, Alice's Wonderland. She had specifically gone out of her way to oppose Great Zia. In his previous life, she had caused endless trouble for Great Zia and his Jianshin Guild. Our guy figured he needed to find a way to deal with her before she left the country. Otherwise, once she was in North America, handling her wouldn't be nearly as easy. If Cayenne Shishi died, the Alice's Wonderland Guild might never even be established. Rumor had it that all the key founders of the Alice Guild had some kind of connection to Cayenne Shishi. And as soon as that woman disappeared, the ties between those founders would naturally dissolve. His phone started ringing again. Now it was a call from Xio. She was a bit confused to hear from King Fang since she thought he had already died in the game. Now that he was still alive, she let him know that she had earned enough money to buy a house, so he didn't need to worry about her anymore. Our guy decided to play along and asked if she had anything else to add. She told him to stop bothering her and said that she wouldn't be looking for him either. She also warned him not to even think about finding out where she lived because she was cutting all ties with him. Our boy hung up the call and couldn't help but crack a smile. He decided it was time to log back in and continue, leveling up, since it wouldn't be long before someone reached level 10 and learned that skills could be brought into reality. When that happened, the world would no longer know peace. Not long after, Xio and her friend also logged back into the game. The friend was a little baffled and asked if it wasn't a bit harsh to cut ties with her brother, advising her to just make peace. Xio stood her ground and refused, revealing that she had sold her lifespan to the Cayenne group for a whopping 2 million. This left the friend completely stunned. Xio also mentioned she'd bought a house where they could live together. She added that she would be meeting Shadow soon, and by then Kinfang would be completely irrelevant. Just then, a player passing through the area happened to catch her eye. Smiling, the man handed her a book telling her it was the very assassin skill book she'd been looking for. He also made sure to remind her not to forget her end of the bargain. With a bright smile, she nodded and promised that, once everything was settled, she would gladly indulge his little wishes. Inwardly, however, she scoffed, calling him a suck-up and thinking that once she met Shadow, nobody would give a second thought to a worthless nobody like him. She quickly informed Wang Meng that she had gotten her hands on an assassin skill book, a control skill to be specific. She asked him to check if Shadow needed it, mentioning she was willing to give it to him. A sly smile spread across her face. In her mind, that sycophant Yang Wei was at least somewhat useful, seeing as he actually managed to get such a great skill book. This skill book was going to be the very thing that connected her to Shadow. Her plan was to approach Shadow soon, quietly staying by his side, healing him, helping him defeat enemies, and leveling up right alongside him. She would make certain he felt the weight of her assistance, so he would gradually come to trust her and see her as his indispensable partner. But once she was strong enough and he had outlived his usefulness, she would kill him with her own 2 hands and tear out his eyes to avenge her brother Song Fei. However, much to her surprise, Wang Meng reported back that Shadow considered the skill to be trash and had no use for it. He told her she could just keep it and sell it for cash. A short while later, Shadow himself logged into the game. Almost immediately, he heard the sounds of a battle against what seemed to be no ordinary boss. Following the sounds of combat, Kinfang spotted a man with a shield desperately fighting a multi-armed boss. The player tried to make a run for it, but it was useless. The monster sliced him to pieces. Our hero quickly realized this was a golden arachnid, a level 8 gold tier boss. This particular boss possessed a level 2 anti-stealth ability. This meant that his invisibility would be completely useless against it. The monster let out a terrifying roar. Seizing the opportunity, Kinfang burst from his hiding spot and unleashed a swift shadow slash, dealing several thousand points of damage. He had a buff that doubled his damage when attacking from outside the target's line of sight. He knew this effect wouldn't activate against an enemy that could see through his invisibility, which significantly nerfed his damage output. However, the legendary effect of his graceful liberation skill amplified the damage to the golden arachnid's head and heart weak points by 200%. Out of the 9 strikes from Shadow Slash, 3 of them registered as critical hits on its weak points, dealing triple damage and completely making up for the lost buff. It was a truly legendary skill, and he had Siohai to thank for it since she was the one who helped him find that faith temple. Meanwhile, a mage was watching the battle from a distance. She was floored. Shadow's damage was insane. A single skill had knocked off a 16th of the golden arachnid's health bar. Kinfang followed up with a venomous throwing knife, which struck the monster squarely in the head, dealing 1,783 points of damage. His venomous throwing knife was still only silver tier, so its damage was already starting to fall off. He realized he needed to advance his class soon to gain access to a higher level of invisibility. To Kinfang's surprise, the monster suddenly lunged right at him, preparing to strike. Seeing this, the mage started to panic, but Kinfang's eyes began to shine with confidence. The monster lunged at him, but he dodged its attacks effortlessly. The mage and her friend were in shock, wondering just what kind of speed this was. They soon realized it wasn't just his speed. His reaction time was incredibly fast, and he seemed to know the boss's attack patterns inside and out. When it came to speed, he was nearly on par with the boss. He dodged every single attack as if he'd fought this boss countless times before. In his past life, he'd been with Kin Xio, who could barely protect herself, let alone heal him. Over time, he had honed this skill because a warrior didn't just need to withstand blows, agile movements, and evasion skills were also essential. His eyes began to gleam with fury, knowing that this was exactly why he had managed to reach the world's top 100 with just an ordinary warrior class. He unleashed a series of slashes on the boss, and its health quickly dropped to less than half. Our boy turned invisible and thought to himself that compared to special bosses like the Golden Ghost Ship, with its unavoidable attacks dealing with the Golden Arachnid, was a piece of cake. The mage was in utter shock to see the boss actually trying to flee. Kinfang wasn't about to let that happen, so he drew his dagger and slit the monster's throat. A system window popped up informing him that he'd killed the level 8 gold tier boss and had obtained 640 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable lifespan. Kinfang used Greedy Hand and obtained 21 evolution points and another 497 days of tradable lifespan. He was thrilled to see that a single gold tier boss had given him 28 evolution points and almost 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. But to his surprise, another system window appeared, granting him the Blacklight Shield and Assassin skill. Its active effect converted all his dodge rate into a damage-reducing shield for 8 seconds, had a cooldown of 60 seconds, and required level 8. The conversion rate detailed that every 20% of dodge rate converted into 1 layer of a damage reduction shield. The shield would disappear and his dodge rate would return to normal once the duration ended or the shield itself was broken. He couldn't believe a skill book like this had actually dropped. He realized that, combined with the 75% dodge chance from the epic skill Phantom Blur Blacklight Shield, could provide 3 layers of a damage reduction shield. And with a skill like this, he could take down tons of bosses without taking a single scratch. He spent a total of 6 evolution points. As a result, the Blacklight Shield was upgraded from Platinum to Epic Tier. Its duration increased progressively from 8 to 10, then to 12, and finally to 14 seconds. On top of that, its conversion rate improved. Now every 10% of dodge chance was converted into 1 layer of the damage reduction shield, a huge improvement from the initial 20, then 15, and finally 12%. He was stoked, since he now had a whopping 7 layers for his damage reduction shield. With this, he could even explore many high-level areas ahead of schedule. He still had 22 evolution points left, so he also decided to evolve the Venomous Throwing Knife to pump up its damage. He spent 16 evolution points, and the Venomous Throwing Knife of Silver Tier evolved into Emerald Tier. Its maximum range increased from 14 to 17 meters. The continuous damage, which had no weak point bonus, lasted for 5 seconds and could not be stacked. The additional on-hit damage increased from 120 to 240, and the Venom now dealt 80% of his attack power per second, up from the previous 50%. He was aware that evolving his Venomous Throwing Knife 3 times had more than doubled its damage, all with a base cooldown of only 5 seconds. It could continuously dish out damage, making it just as strong as Shadow Slash. He had also gotten 2 Assassin class gear pieces, so he equipped them right away. He obtained the Agile Ring of Platinum Tier and Assassin class accessory that provided plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement, speed, plus 20% attack, speed, and plus 20% cooldown speed with a level 8 equipment requirement. Additionally, he got the heavy red leather gloves of Gold Tier and Assassin class armor that provided plus 18 physical defense, plus 15 to all. Elemental resistances, plus 12 constitution, and plus 588 HP with a level 6 equipment requirement. With these 2 pieces of equipment, his cooldown speed was now at 55%. What used to be a 12-second cooldown for Shadow Slash was now down to only 7.7 seconds. Plus, he had gained 51 points of Constitution, 106 points of physical defense, and 1,517 HP. Not bad at all. Now his stats were high enough to let him tank 3 attacks from the Golden Arachnid without dying. Combined with the Blacklight Shield, his survivability had improved dramatically. The mage and the others came out and praised Shadow, saying he made the boss look like a piece of cake. They couldn't believe he had defeated it all by himself. Then the mage asked him if he had any equipment or skills that she could use, adding that she was willing to buy them. Our guy revealed that for a mage, he had a Gold Tier skill book, Frostball Bounce, a group skill that released ice balls that could bounce up to 10 times priced at 800 days for a one-time purchase. The mage thought that 800 days was a bit pricey, as she'd seen someone sell a level 5 Gold Tier skill book for just 400 days earlier. With a serious expression, he clarified that Frostball Bounce was a level 7 skill book which dealt over 40% more damage than a level 5 one. So 800 days wasn't expensive in the slightest. The mage didn't hesitate and struck a deal with Kinfang, deciding to buy it for 800 days. The system window confirmed that the transaction had been completed. Our boy then turned invisible. At this point, no boss in the early stages could pose a threat to him. He decided to head back to town to post a message, gathering intel on the locations of silver and gold tier bosses. This way, he would have a constant stream of bosses to hunt, maximizing his leveling speed. Wang Mong informed him that Xiao the priestess from his team wanted to send him a skill book. He found it interesting and wondered what kind of skill book it could be. Kinfang was a little surprised to see that Xiao wanted to send him a skill book. What's more, it was only a bronze tier one. He wondered what it could be, but even so, he decided he should at least take a look at it. Kinfang wasn't an idiot. He knew that everyone was speculating he had killed Song Fei, and right after that happened, she was trying to send him a skill book. He decided to reject her offer, wondering if she was trying to get on his good side, avenge Song Fei, or maybe both. Wang Mang told her that Shadow said her skill book was trash, he didn't need it, and she could just keep it and sell it for cash. Kinfang asked Wang Mang to go to the town since he had something to sell him and needed to prepare some lifespan. With a serious expression, Wang Mang decided to ask him a question. Our boy asked what he meant, wondering if he was being accused of killing someone. Then he admitted to being the one who killed them. To Kinfang, Wang Mang was a friend, so he knew that when Song Fei was murdered, Shadow had been logged off the entire time. The motive and the timing of the crime lined up perfectly. The fact that Wang Mang was asking meant the authorities had already figured most of it out. Kinfang asked if Wang Mang was trying to arrest him since he knew that in 2 hours other players would reach level 10 and the ability to bring powers into the real world would no longer be a secret. He saw it as the perfect opportunity to see how the Daxia government would react, treating the whole thing as a test. Kinfang returned to Firefly Town and met up with Wang Mang and the others. Anyu asked if he was really admitting to killing Song Fei. Kinfang just nodded with a smile. Anyu pointed out that Kinfang was in fact the main suspect. However, they also knew that Song Fei and Zhang Lai had it out for him, and that Dajang Industries had been capturing and abusing many players, forcing them to work. Strictly speaking, killing those two was an act of self-defense. Kinfang realized that since they couldn't figure out his real identity, they'd chosen to cooperate with him for the time being. He reflected that, in his previous life, working with the officials had kept his records spotless. This time, however, he had killed Song Fei and Zhang Li directly, which might change things. He was eager to see just how much his rebirth could alter this doomed gaming era. For now, he decided to sell the platinum tier equipment he wasn't using. Since they were backed by the authorities, they would accept equipment and skill books from any class. Most importantly, they had the resources to make the transaction worthwhile. Our boy opened his system window. Seeing what he had, the others couldn't believe he possessed platinum tier equipment and skill books. They gasped in astonishment, wondering if Shadow had just gotten the first kill on a platinum grade boss, but they immediately dismissed that idea, since there hadn't been a global announcement about it. Our boy just mentioned he'd had some decent luck. He'd found a few treasure chests, which Yozu could confirm. Heck, she herself had gotten an emerald tier skill book from one. The mage confirmed she'd personally seen Kinfang open that emerald chest. Little Black couldn't help but get jealous, noticing that Kinfang called her Xio, but when it came to her, he just said you. Our boy decided to call her Little Blackie instead of Little Black, which made her angry, and she told him he'd better just call her Little Black. Wang Mang let out a sigh. According to him, you really can't compare people, and he felt jealous because it was true they had barely managed to defeat a silver grade boss. While Shadow was casually opening platinum and emerald tier chests, Kinfang revealed the prices of the items. The platinum grade archer skill book was a fixed price of 2,500 days, and the platinum grade berserker's weapon was 1,500 days. A platinum grade mage skill book for 3,000 days, and the gold equipment, and a skill book package for 8,000 days, along with the remaining platinum equipment and skill books, which totaled 25 items. He offered a discount setting the total price at 16,000 days. Wang Mang was so shocked he told Anyu to just pay the man. Then he asked if she wasn't even going to try and haggle. With a smile, she said she thought the price was more than fair. She would also roll the debt Xio and Wang Mang owed her into the deal. The deal was done, and Kinfang praised her, calling her a true hero for being so direct and decisive. Deep down, Kinfang knew that once tradable lifespan exceeded 10,000 days, the unit switched over to years. 60 years when converted to days came out to about 22,000. At the current exchange rate, that equaled 400 million in cash. Even for the bigwigs in Shanghai City, that was a huge sum, but the benefits were well worth the price. After all, with this haul of equipment and skill books, many teams sponsored by Shanghai City officials could get way ahead of the curve. He knew that the stronger the authorities got, the more headaches they could avoid later on, and they might even get a leg up in international conflicts. Anyu informed Kinfang that several players were being held captive at Dajang Industries. They were planning a rescue mission and asked if he wanted in. Kinfang was a little confused because he couldn't tell if the authorities were trying to recruit him or just cover up the fact that he had killed Song Fei. He told them he wouldn't go, but offered to give them a little insider info. Their suspicions were correct. He admitted he had in fact used game skills to kill those two, which left everyone stunned. Kinfang explained that once a player reaches level 10, they can sacrifice lifespan to bring skills from the game into reality. Anyu realized that this must be the reason Dajang Industries was also buying up lifespan. Once their people hit level 10 and started pulling skills out of the game, the rescue mission would become a whole lot harder. Kinfang was glad she caught on and decided it was time for him to bounce. A moment later, he transformed into Shadow and vanished on the spot. With a serious expression, Anyu gave Wang Meng his instructions. From now on, they were to level up separately. She explained that their 6-person team was already high level, and when they partied up, they were just one-shotting weaker mobs, which was total overkill. However, if they split up and each led their own team, they could boost their overall leveling speed by a ton. Wang Meng nodded, and Anyu added that the priority was for everyone to hit level 10 first. Then she told him to log off for a bit and report this new intel. A couple of players in town noticed that Shadow was setting up a stall again, but this time instead of selling, he was buying. A system window popped up announcing that Shadow was buying coordinates for silver bosses for 30 days and gold bosses for 100 days. When he saw this, one of the guys nearby couldn't help but smirk. He walked up to our boy and told him that his young lady said as long as he was willing to help her level up, she'd give him 300 million plus shares in Dajang Industries. The man added that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and advised him not to let it slip by. The other players noticed that the guy still hadn't logged out. He probably had no idea that Shadow had killed Xiong, Fei, and the young woman from Dajang Industries in the real world. Some people couldn't believe the girl from Dajang Industries had also been eliminated. They'd seen her around and thought it was a real shame. The man's face twisted with rage, remembering that the girl had brought this on herself. She had originally planned to capture Shadow in real life to force him into doing illegal work, but she was killed on the spot. Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. Yang Li was dead. He recalled how Yang Lele had first offered 10 million for Shadow to help her level up. Shadow refused, so seeing a big payday, he rushed to help her instead. He thought he could score a huge payment of 5 million, but when it came time to collect the money in real life, they just knocked him out cold. When he came to, he found himself locked up in some unknown basement. They whipped and abused him every day, forcing him to grind for lifespan for them in the game and lure more people in. He never imagined that Zhang Lele had already been killed by Shadow. With a bitter laugh, he figured that hateful woman got what she deserved, though dying was getting off easy. He used to mock Shadow for being stupid, but it turned out he was the real fool all along. Seeing the look on his face, Kinfang realized that this guy must have helped her ensnare quite a few people. The man got nervous and denied it. He then claimed he was forced into it and tried to make a run for it. Kinfang knew this guy was scum and decided to let the authorities handle him. 2 players approached Kinfang, revealing they had the coordinates for a silver boss, offering to sell them for 30 days of lifespan, and proposed to seal the deal. Someone new arrived in the city, and everyone's attention immediately snapped to them. They realized it was the Ace of Spades, who was said to be Cayenne. Shishi, the heiress of the Cayenne group. In reality, they all warned each other to stay away from her since she'd killed a ton of players and might try to steal their lifespan. Shangxi logged into the game along with her men. She couldn't help but smirk, not thinking the game was anything special. You just had to spend money to buy a bunch of equipment and skills. As long as her combat power was leagues ahead of other players, she could just kill anyone with lifespan and take it. She was furious since this stupid game had delayed her flight. Right now, she was supposed to be in North America enjoying herself with Big Dick and Max Fackel lost in lust and passion. Her attention zeroed in on 2 players who were trembling with fear. She was trapped in Daxia's magic city, completely unable to leave the country. She looked over the men from Daxia, each one as pathetic as an insect. In her opinion, Tony's men were far more attractive. With a smile, Tony said she had good taste. They were, of course, much stronger than the men from Daxia, being superior in that department. He added that once they got back to reality, she could experience it firsthand. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but blush beet red. She'd heard that the useless Xiang Fei had died. She had fought him once, and he was taken down in less than a minute. To her, he was a total waste. She was thrilled to hear that the person who killed him was named Shadow. Even though he was a guy from Daxia, he was still #1 in the world. Perhaps she should get to know him. Realizing Shadow was capable of killing Song Fei, she figured taking out a regular person would be a piece of cake for him. She saw this as the perfect chance to get acquainted with him. She told her men she was going to log off to make a call and have someone reach out to Shadow. She figured that while Shadow might not care about cash, there was no way he'd turn down 3,000 days of lifespan. And to get it all, he'd have to do was kill an ordinary person with a simple flick of his finger. She chuckled to herself, vowing to never forget the look on Kinfang's face when he rejected her, and thought about how Kinfang would be dead soon. Meanwhile, in the forest, a player took down a monster, its body turning into lifespan as a healer patched him up from its attacks. The guy was completely wiped and asked Zhu to tone it down with the heals next time because he almost met his great-grandma. Xio just turned her back on him and asked why he was being so dramatic, pointing out that he wasn't dead. Looking confused, the guy replied that he wasn't trying to be dramatic, just giving her a heads up. She mentioned the system had just warned her that her hunger level was at 90%. So she decided to log off with her friend Yan to grab a bite. They vanished, leaving the guy feeling a bit bewildered. He was furious, cursing inwardly. She used to call him boss, but ever since she saw Shadow that one time, she'd been giving him the side eye. He swore to himself that sooner or later he was going to tear her clothes off. Meanwhile, Zoyu logged out of the game and woke up in her new house, her stomach rumbling. Checking her phone, she was shocked to find that every delivery place was closed and no couriers were taking orders. She wondered if literally everyone had jumped into this godforsaken game. She remembered how back home Kinfang would always cook delicious meals for her. She never had to lift a finger or even think about it. Her eyes blazed with frustration and she decided to stop thinking about it and aim higher. It's just food, she thought. Compared to freedom, this was nothing. Clenching her fist, she told herself she was the best and just had to keep going, that she was awesome and could totally do this. Without Kinfang, her life would definitely be better. Back in the game near the shore, a monster was scurrying out of a small cave. It was a crab. The moment it scrambled out of the cave, someone sliced it in half. It was Shadow. He sighed, having taken down 4 silver bosses in just over an hour. His efficiency was pretty solid. Each boss dropped 16 evolution points. The crab's body dissolved into lifespan. On average, each silver level boss yielded 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. Thanks to his grind, all of his equipment was now gold tier or higher. He couldn't help but grin, seeing his cooldown speed had jumped from 55% to 75%. His Shadow Slash, which originally had a 12-second cooldown, was now down to just 6.8 seconds, giving his damage output a massive boost. There weren't any platinum-level bosses near the starter town, so gold-level gear was the best he could get for now. To get any stronger, his only option was to advance his class. He knew the platinum-level bosses he'd face later on would all have at least level 2 anti-stealth. He had to advance his class fast to get level 3 stealth, but he was still over 20,000 experience points short. Only with stealth at level 3 or higher could he minimize the risk of accidents when facing platinum-level bosses. After all, in his previous life defeating a platinum, Boss took a highly coordinated team of 20 people. With that in mind, he decided to head back to town first and contact the game officials to sell all his loot. He went into stealth mode, wanting to get a jump on everyone and claim the server first kill of a platinum level boss all by himself. Kinfang returned to town now in possession of 105 years of tradable lifespan. As he was walking through the area, a player asked him to sell them any extra equipment he found next time. Kinfang had almost 40,000 days of tradable lifespan and knew that would be enough to let him extract quite a few skills. A man hiding behind a pillar peeked out, a smile spreading across his face as he recognized him as Shadow. He approached and offered an assassination contract, asking if he was interested. He asked him to kill someone in the real world, assuring him that the payment would be more than fair. Our hero simply ignored the man and walked away. Seeing this, the man panicked and jumped in front of Kinfang, pleading with him to stop. He explained the target was just an ordinary person named Kinfang. He even offered to give Shadow the address. He argued that since Shadow had already taken out Song Fei, this would be a walk in the park, telling him not to pass up on free money. With a stone-cold gaze, our hero, feigning shock, asked if this Kinfang had done something to him and why he wanted him dead. The man simply told him not to worry about that. With a smug smile, the man made it clear that the pay would be very generous. If he completed the task, he would receive 3,000 tradable lifespan days. Kinfang was intrigued. 3,000 days, which was about 50 million at the current market rate, was a fascinating offer. He wondered who on earth wanted to kill him, since he'd never met this person in real life, nor was it any player he knew from his past life. It seemed this guy was just a messenger. The real person who wanted him dead was someone else. He recalled that in his previous life, his grudges with others also tended to pop up in the later stages of this godforsaken game. The man couldn't help but smile, seeing that this was a tempting offer. Kinfang knew that becoming a target this early must be due to some grudge from before the game even started. Only someone holding a serious grudge would be willing to pay such a steep price. He couldn't help but wonder if it was Shen Shishi. Kinfang knew better than anyone that she had both the motive and the means to hire someone to kill him. However, with the financial might of the Cayenne group, if they had really wanted to kill him, they could have easily done it before the game began. So this contract must have some other motive behind it. He suspected that her main goal was to get acquainted with Shadow. As for getting rid of Kinfang, that was probably just a convenient bonus payback for him once turning down her invitation. He laughed to himself, thinking how interesting this was. He hadn't even gone looking for her yet, and she had already come to him. With a grin, he announced that he would accept the job. He demanded half the payment up front as a deposit and made it clear that he alone would decide when to make his move. The man panicked at this and asked him to wait a moment while he informed his superiors. After consulting with his superiors, the man decided to pay half of the deposit up front. He would transfer the amount directly, and once the transaction was completed, he would receive 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Kinfang was happy to take the deposit first, considering it as a bit of interest. Then, with an inward snort, he told Cayenne Shishi to just wait because he was coming for her next. The man gave our boy the target's address and information. According to him, with our hero's skills, finding the guy would be a piece of cake. Kinfang was shocked to see the information was spot on. Now going by Shadow, he decided to leave and told the man to wait. The man was furious at his arrogant attitude, thinking, "Aren't you working for Miss Cayenne just like me?" Just then, someone asked our boy to wait. It was a woman who had heard that he was collecting boss coordinates. She asked if he was interested, since she had the coordinates for a gold boss. With a smile, she said the price was 100 days. He could even pay after seeing the boss. Kinfang thought this was a great deal and decided to go with her. The woman asked him to follow her, mentioning that the place was a bit far north of the city. Kinfang asked what the boss's name was, and the woman said it was called the Plague Enveloper. Noticing that she knew the boss's name, he asked if she had actually seen it. She wasn't sure if he could handle it alone and suggested bringing a healer, warning him that the boss had area of effect poison damage. Our guy refused, deciding to go without a healer. Kinfang was well aware that the Plague Enveloper was indeed a gold-level boss. This boss had a poisonous aura affecting anyone who stayed within its range. They would continuously lose health every second. Therefore, to deal with this boss, you had to kill it as quickly as possible. For him at that moment, it was just a matter of using a few skills. Not long after, the woman took Kinfang to a cave and mentioned that the boss was inside. She added that her team had already eliminated all the mobs, but they hadn't been able to defeat the boss. She offered to guide Shadow inside. They entered the cave, and the woman pointed to a tree in the middle of a swamp, swirling with a poisonous aura, revealing that the boss was there. Seeing that she hadn't deceived him, Kinfang transferred the lifespan to her, and a system window popped up confirming the transaction was successful. He had traded 100 days of his tradable lifespan. He remembered that this kind of poison damage could be evaded. In this case, his Ghost Blur skill's 75% evasion would be really useful. With sweat on her brow, the woman mentioned that there was something she needed to tell him. In reality, it was a trap. As soon as he started fighting, someone was going to ambush and kill him. She recalled that they had level 2 anti-stealth items. For Kinfang, this didn't matter much, but the woman revealed they had told her to pretend to stop them as part of the plan and to use that opportunity to get close to him. In the end, what they really wanted her to do was find a way to discover his real-life information. Our boy just stared at her. He was disappointed by their lackluster plan. The woman blushed and nervously explained that she was being forced to do this. She wanted to tell him the truth so he could go after the person behind everything. Since they were blackmailing her in real life, she wanted them dead just as badly as he did. When Kinfang asked who was pressuring her, she told him it was Dongfang Zion. She explained that his in-game ID was Xanon, and he claimed Kinfang had killed him once before. Hearing this, our guy couldn't help but wonder if it was Dongfang Xian, the same person who first tried to steal his golden ghost ship boss. The very same guy who later sent him a skill book as an apology. The woman started to panic, but then she remembered he'd killed Song Fi, so she figured he could probably take down Dongfang Xian too. She was laying all her cards on the table, begging him not to turn on her. She stressed that the best-case scenario was for him to take out Dongfang Xian, otherwise she was totally screwed. Kinfang thought their plan was ridiculously childish. He'd never even heard of the guy in his past life, and figured he must have been eliminated early on. Kinfang decided to start by taking on the boss, since he was pretty sure he was strong enough to obliterate a random puppy at this point. Kinfang went invisible and leaped off the cliff, telling her to just stick to the plan. All she had to do was let her people get closer, and he promised he'd handle the rest. The woman panicked, thinking it was all over. They were completely doomed. In her mind, Shadow was definitely going to die. She recalled how Dongfang Xian had once led 3 teams, 18 people in total, against that boss only to be wiped out in less than half a minute. As Kinfang descended on the boss, she blurted out that the constant poison damage was just too high. Last time, they hadn't even managed to get the boss's health below 5%. No matter how strong Shadow was facing, that kind of non-stop poison attack meant certain death. That's why she thought they had to find a way to escape. Kinfang first used Bless Release, and as the boss wound up to attack our boy, hit it with the Weakness Amplification effect, followed by the Throat Slash effect. His eyes began to glow with focus. Kinfang attacked in a flash, wiping out thousands of HP. In an instant, the boss's health bar dropped to less than half. The woman was in total shock, realizing that a single skill had just wiped out 2/3 of the gold tier boss's HP, dealing over 80,000 points of damage. She couldn't help but wonder if Kinfang was even human. Our boy vanished and reappeared right behind her. Luckily, the active effect of Bless had a 25-second cooldown. With a 75% cooldown speed boost, the final cooldown was only 14.3 seconds. He decided not to finish the boss off just yet. He'd just wait for Dongfang Xian's people to walk right in and die while his skills came back online. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Dongfang Xian and his goons entered the cave looking to kill Shadow. With a furious glare, their leader made it crystal clear that anyone who got in their way would be killed without a second thought. The woman unsheathed her sword. Kinfang was a little annoyed. Of all the people to run into, it had to be this guy again, and now he was mixed up with Dongfang Xian. He wondered if their plan having Snowy pretend to block the group was actually going to work. He wasn't sure if Snowy's combat power was really up to the task. More than 10 people were charging in, and he had his doubts she could stop them all. But then Snowy used her powers to summon a golden shield, seeing that Shadow finally understood why she was chosen for this role. With a defense like that, not many people were getting through. Got to work launching an attack on the shield right at the start of the fight. Kinfang knew she must have received an ancient god's blessing out in the wild to get her hands on a gold-level treasure chest. His eyes began to gleam. With focus and using instant shadow, Kinfang zipped forward, slicing them to pieces. With his eyes burning with rage, Kinfang used the skill Blooming Curse, and the men's corpses blossomed into flowers. Snowy was in total shock. She thought the whole scene was absolutely terrifying. A single skill had wiped out so many people, and she was left wondering what those crimson flowers even were. Thankfully, she hadn't listened to Dongfang Xian otherwise. She would have died a miserable death, just like Songfei and the others. She sent Shadow a friend request, promising to tell him Dongfang Xian's real-life location if she ever got the chance. Kinfang decided to hear her out. Snowy couldn't help but blush as she asked him that if he ever needed any special services, he should look her up, assuring him that for him it would always be on the house. Kinfang finally got it. No wonder the skill burned through so much lifespan. He then leaped off the edge and began to descend the cliff. He immediately laid into the boss with a flurry of powerful slashes. In Kinfang's opinion, the lifespan he'd absorbed from over a dozen people was nothing compared to what the boss was providing. He remembered that after everything, instead of just farming safely, they went out looking for trouble and definitely deserved what they got. He turned back towards Snowy and asked if there was a problem. She just said no and decided to take her leave. Kinfang used Greedy Hand and was ecstatic. It had been forever since he'd seen an assassin skill book. Finally, another one had dropped. This one was a platinum-level skill book called Darkest Hour. It was an assassin-type skill that unleashed a blast of dark light from his blade, blinding all enemies in range. It had a cooldown of 60 seconds, a level 10 requirement, a 20-meter range, and a base duration of 10 seconds. The higher the target's spirit stat, the shorter the blinding effect would last. Kinfang clenched his fist and decided to learn it right away. He drew his dagger, knowing that as long as his enemy was blinded, he could still land double damage even without being in stealth. With this new skill, it didn't matter how high the boss's anti-stealth level was. His damage output would be unaffected. This dagger was the Plague Blade. It was an assassin weapon that granted 216 attack points and 42 agility points. On top of that, it increased the weak point attack multiplier by 0.3. The equip requirement was level 10, and all of its attacks inflicted a poison that detonated after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of the original attack's damage. Kinfang decided to head out of the cave, considering it another incredibly successful and profitable day. He'd already racked up 98 evolution points and would soon be able to evolve his epic grade Greedy Hand to legendary. As he left the cave, the weaker monsters scattered in terror. He realized he only needed a little over 10,000 EXP for his class advancement, so he decided to get straight to farming monsters. Kinfang went on a killing spree, massacring every monster he saw and causing the rest to flee for their lives. But Kinfang had no intention of letting a single one escape. Just like that, he finished them all off. A smile crept onto his face. He could finally advance his class. Golden energy flared to life around his body, and a system notification popped up announcing his shadow class had advanced. His current tier leveled up from tier 0 to tier 1. The class attribute bonuses shot up too. Strength jumped from 3 to 9, constitution from 3 to 9, agility from 8 to 24, and spirit from 5 to 15. His first class passive now doubled the duration of his stealth, and as a new bonus, it allowed him to use stealth skills even while he was already hidden. His second class passive boosted his stealth level from +1 to +2. And finally, his third class passive buffed his damage when attacking from outside an enemy's line of sight, cranking it up from double to triple damage. Our boy glanced down at his hand, realizing that with the class advancement to tier 1, his attribute bonuses had tripled. He figured out that he could even activate stealth while already in stealth mode. That meant as long as his cooldowns were short enough, he could stay hidden forever. Not only that, but the damage he dealt with attacks launched from outside the enemy's field of view had skyrocketed from double to triple. He thought to himself that this was just tier 1. No wonder this was considered the ultimate stealth class. Just then, the system announced that 7 players had already hit level 10 in Shanghai City. It also gave a heads up that the teleportation matrix to the abandoned divine continent would be activated in 10 minutes, urging all players who met the requirements to get ready to go. A leaderboard appeared, showing Shadow in first place with Grey Rose right behind in second. In third place, there was a tie between Snowy Day, Black Elf Doll, Lizai, and Wang Ming. And finally, in fourth place were Hua Yu and Yu Han. Kinfang noticed it was already 8:30 p.m. He hadn't expected so many players in Shanghai City to reach level 10 this quickly. The ranking board was filled with familiar names. He remembered how last time at this very same hour that board had been completely dominated by foreign players. His eyes lit up with a serious glint as he realized that the impact of him selling all that equipment and so many skill books was starting to show. He thought that maybe the world's power balance from his past life was about to change, and man, he was really hoping it would. Meanwhile, in the real world, night had fallen and the police were busy arresting several men. One of the officers reported that all the main members of the Dazhong industrial criminal group had been captured. However, he added that 3 key members were still logged into the game. With their consciousness in the virtual world, their bodies were effectively unreachable, which made capturing them impossible. They were now waiting on further instructions from their commander. The commander praised his team for their excellent work and ordered them to find a way to force the suspects to log out. He explained to his partner that this method was a solid plan, because even if the criminals hid out in safe zones where they couldn't be attacked, their real-world bodies would still get hungry. His partner nodded in agreement, adding that once hunger kicked in, they'd have no choice but to log out to eat. And the second they did, they'd be apprehended. They were both thrilled, since this time the operation had gone off without a hitch, and it was all thanks to Shadow. He hadn't just provided them with intel on the Dajang Industrial's criminal activities, but he'd also warned them ahead of time that skills from the game could be brought into the real world. If he had been even a little bit later, the ringleaders led by Zhang Lai would have already reached level 10. By then, they would have already extracted their skills, and any attempt to capture them would have resulted in massive casualties. Several countries had already experienced small-scale uprisings with thousands of deaths. The squads they had sent into the game had gradually reached level 10, largely thanks to the equipment and skills provided by Shadow. They knew that Shadow was an indispensable asset for Great Zia, and that they needed to find a way to bind him completely to their cause. Meanwhile, our boy returned to Firefly Town, and Snowy mentioned that she never expected him to be some great hero who would free the town from evil. She really admired him. Kinfang asked what she was rambling on about and told her if she had something to say, she should just spit it out. She stuck out her tongue with a smile and told Kinfang he didn't need to be so modest since the authorities had already made the news public. She explained that Dazhong Industrial, along with Songfei, had orchestrated the kidnapping, detention, and murder of players, and that the only reason he had to kill Songfei and Zhang Lai was because he was under official orders. Kinfang remained silent. He couldn't believe the authorities were clearing his name and couldn't help but think that they were surely doing it just to make future cooperation with him easier. When Kinfang asked if she had found Dongfang Xian's location in the real world, she mentioned that he hadn't logged off yet and asked him to wait a little longer, assuring him she would send the info the second she got it. Kinfang began to walk through the city. He figured everything else could wait. The top priority was to head to the divine abandoned continent first. He noticed that quite a few people were already using the town's teleportation arrays. However, no one had yet been able to use the continent's teleportation array. Using the town's teleportation array, he decided to go to the divine abandoned continent since he figured the current areas around town were only beginner zones, and that the real game began upon arriving at the divine abandoned continent. The players standing nearby were completely floored. They couldn't see anyone and wondered who had just teleported. One of them exclaimed that it obviously had to be Shadow. Another, confused, commented that he had level 2 anti-stealth and wondered how it was possible he still couldn't see him. Right away, someone else snapped at him, calling him an idiot, and explained that it simply meant Shadow's stealth level was higher than 2. A few seconds later, our boy appeared on the divine abandoned continent, and just as he expected, everything was exactly like in his past life. This place was empty. There wasn't a single player in sight. While our boy was exploring the area, a monster with glowing eyes started staring at him intently. These were the familiar ruins of Shanghai City. When players from different cities first arrived at the divine abandoned continent, they would appear in the ruins of their own cities. The location of these urban ruins matched perfectly with their real-world geography, a fact that had always been a mystery. The monster emerged from its hiding spot, and Kinfang spun around as he noticed it. A worm-shaped monster appeared and began to roar. A monster launched a fierce attack, tearing up the ground. Our hero used Shadow Blur to dodge the blow, then countered with instant Shadow Slash, slicing the beast in two. A system window popped up, notifying him that he'd killed a level 11 Earthshaker. Just then, more Earthshakers erupted from the ground to attack Kinfang, but he deftly leaped out of harm's way. With his eyes glowing, he unleashed Bless Release before activating instant Shadow Slash again, dicing the monsters into pieces. Their bodies converted into lifespan points, a stark reminder that, unlike the towns, there were no safe zones here. Monsters lurked everywhere, ready to strike at a moment's notice, but he knew that as long as he could find a hidden refuge in the ruins, he could establish a fortress and control the entire area. He recalled that the best refuge in the ruins of Shanghai City was located to the northwest. It was the very same refuge used by the God Slayer Guild in his past life. Meanwhile, on the Divine Abandoned Continent, another group of players arrived. It was Wang Mong's party. Little Black looked a bit surprised. While Wang Mong was confused by the modern city ruins, the place felt oddly familiar to the others. Little Black pointed toward a tower, asking if these weren't the ruins of Zhongyun City. Gu Yixu confirmed that she was right, adding that the city's towers were somehow still standing. Little Black started scanning the area. She'd heard rumors. That shadow had teleported here and was desperately trying to find him. Gu Yixu told her to stop looking, reminding her that he could just turn invisible. Just then, a pair of Earthshakers burst from the ground. Spotting them, Wang Mang raised his shield and shouted a warning to the others about the monster attack. Gu Yixu quickly cast her skill, Elven Blessing. The monsters lunged forward, but Wang Mang blocked the attack with his shield, and thanks to her buff, he easily withstood the blows. Gu Yixu warned Wang Mang to be careful, noting that even these regular monsters hit harder than the silver tier bosses near the starting town. The party's archer drew his bow, using his binding shot skill on the monsters. In a flash, the arrow sprouted energy ropes that wrapped tightly around the monsters. With a grin, he announced that these monsters were weak to crowd control, so he'd keep them pinned down while everyone else unleashed their attacks. Not missing a beat, Little Black raised her magic staff into the air and summoned a prophetic fireball. Two massive fireballs slammed into the immobilized monsters. The Earthshakers perished, their bodies dissolving into lifespan. Wang Mang then told Xio to send her owl up high to scout the surrounding area. She nodded, and her owl took to the sky, circling the ruins. She quickly reported back there were tons of monsters everywhere, and the noise from their fight had already drawn more of them right to their location. She added that she couldn't spot a safe zone nearby and asked the captain for their next move. Wang Mang's face fell when he heard there was no safe zone nearby. The archer started to panic, wondering what kind of crummy continent this was and how it had suddenly turned into some kind of survival game. Little Black urged Xiaozu to find Shadow, explaining that he had arrived about 10 minutes ahead of them, so he couldn't be far, and promising they'd be safe once they regrouped. At first, she couldn't see anyone around, but then her special vision kicked in and she started to see lifespan. She noticed a massive cluster of bright lights off to the northwest and quickly realized it was all the loot dropped by defeated monsters. She figured it had to be Shadow's handiwork and that his inventory was probably full, which explained why he hadn't picked up any of the drops. Just then, more monsters burst from the ground and began charging straight for them. She broke into a run, shouting for everyone to pick up the pace. Now that Shadow had cleared the area, it was safe, and if they followed the glowing loot trail, they were sure to find him. The captain ordered everyone to stay sharp, hold their formation, and not to lag behind, adding that they'd have to fight while falling back. Meanwhile, not too far away, another group of Earthshakers surfaced and prepared to strike. But in a flash, someone zipped past and diced them into pieces. It was Shadow. He knew that even without the active effect of graceful release, the total damage from his Shadow Slash could still hit 20 to 30,000, which was more than enough for an instant kill on these mobs. This place was basically his personal farming paradise. A few minutes later, he finally arrived at the hideout's entrance. He scanned the surroundings, knowing full well that beneath these ruins lay a colossal underground palace that had taken forever to be discovered in his previous life. This subterranean palace alone contained over 1,000 resting chambers and dozens of large halls. It was the largest hideout in Shanghai City and the future base for his guild Godslayer. Before it was claimed, the hideout was essentially a high-level dungeon filled with countless traps, monsters, and, of course, a guardian boss. And as a rule of thumb, the larger the hideout, the more powerful its guardian. He stepped inside, recalling how in his past life, after founding the Godslayer Guild, he'd needed to gather 3 full squads, 18 elite members in total. Each and every one of them had reached level 15 and was armed to the teeth with the best gear. Even with all that preparation, they had barely scraped by to conquer this palace. He started down the stairs into the ruins and a system window popped up, confirming he had entered the hideout. This place, known as the Land of Soul Purification, was absolutely crawling with monsters. His eyes began to gleam with confidence, knowing that this time he was going to conquer this place all on his own. A system notification appeared, informing him that if he defeated the area guardian, he could claim ownership of the region. The monsters' attention immediately snapped to Kinfang, and they all lunged at him as one. Our boy remained perfectly calm and drew his dagger, identifying them as level 12 gold tier mobs, a type of elemental spirit. Just a split second. Before the monster's attack could land, Kinfang activated his skill, Darkest Hour, and followed it up with Shadow Flash Slash, slaughtering the entire pack in the blink of an eye. Kinfang became a whirlwind of motion, carving up every monster he came across and turning their bodies into lifespan. He couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. As long as the enemies were blinded, all of his attacks received a significant damage buff. Even his regular basic attacks were now powerful, enough to take down these level 12 monsters in a single hit. Although the 15 monsters in the entrance hall were gone, the soul cleansing grounds still held dozens more halls and thousands of small rooms. A faint smile touched his lips. It had certainly been a massive undertaking. He started carefully checking the collected lifespan. Judging by the sheer number of monsters in the hideout, he figured clearing it out would be enough to evolve his greedy hand skill one more time. Kinfang's gaze fell to the ground, his eyes glinting with a new seriousness. He knew that once he cleared all the monsters in an area, the Guardian would spawn. Meanwhile, 2 players browsing in a bookstore suddenly found themselves teleported to the Divine Abandoned Continent. The guy was completely bewildered, wondering if any of this was real. Could they truly be on the Divine Abandoned Continent? The girl, however, found it all strange for a different reason. The place felt oddly familiar to her. Taking a closer look, they realized the ruins were none other than their own city, Qiaoyu. As they explored, they stumbled upon the ruins of Mountain City. A few hours after that, they found themselves in the ruins of London. The man was stunned, wondering if people from different regions were all being sent to the ruins of their own hometowns. The girl thought it was bizarre and wondered if it was possible that the city's geographical locations were an exact match to the real world. While they were lost in thought, something started approaching, immediately putting them on high alert. When they spun around, they saw several Earthshakers staring them down, their eyes glowing menacingly. Panicking, they immediately decided to run for it. As the monsters launched their attack, the 2 scrambled to get out of the area. Meanwhile, back in the Zhengai ruins, the ground was littered with lifespan orbs. Nearby, Wang Mang and his team were hiding out under some rubble. Wang Mang peeked his head out, and seeing no monsters nearby, he suggested they take a moment to recover. One of his teammates couldn't help but blush. She was completely in awe of Shadow. She thought their team was pretty strong, but all they could do was tremble and hide in the shadow of that boss-level player. Wang Mang cleared his throat and told her to watch what she was saying. A little confused, she asked if her description wasn't accurate. Just then, Little Black popped her head out and chimed in. "It's a good thing Shadow cleared this area," she said. "Otherwise, with that many monsters, we would have been totally wiped out." She added that she was curious about where they would respawn if they died here. While Guishu was using his owl to scout the surrounding area, Wang Mang turned to Anu and suggested the 6 of them hold off on exploring for now. proposing they wait until everyone on the team hit level 10 before pushing forward together. She nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yikshu's owl flew over the area, revealing that monsters were dropping like flies. But she couldn't help but wonder why Shadow had stopped cold. Right there. It was like he'd just vanished on the spot. She also spotted a ton of loot on the ground, and some of it was even gold tier. She was seriously tempted to go grab it all. With a serious expression, Wang Mang decided he should contact Shadow and ask if he still wanted his loot. At that very moment, our protagonist was busy slicing a monster to bits, causing the area to fill with even more lifespan orbs. He felt relieved having finally cleared all the mobs. He had cleared more than 40 halls and over 1,000 small rooms, taking down over 400 monsters. He had also defeated 4 bronze tier bosses and 2 silver tier ones, which had granted him more than 80,000 experience points and raised his evolution points to an impressive 205. He started walking knowing that he only needed 5 more points to evolve his greedy hand skill. Wang Mang contacted Shadow and mentioned they'd noticed he had left some loot from the monsters he had killed, proposing they could collect it and pay him in lifespan according to its value. Upon hearing this, our boy realized that Wang Mang and his official squad must have arrived as well. He didn't refuse and decided to let them gather the loot, adding that he'd contact them later, since he had a batch of equipment to sell. Wang Mang thanked him and said they would wait for him at coordinates 89,546,666 inside the ruins shelter. Just then, electricity began to crackle in the air. Kinfang's attention was fixed on it as it began to move quickly toward our boy. Kinfang realized the Guardian had appeared. A knight made of electricity appeared before him, a platinum tier boss called the Soul Purifier. According to the system window, its description said it was the guardian of the Soul Purifier's domain, and that by defeating it, he would become the master of the domain itself. Our boy started to think, knowing that the highest level monsters in the city ruins were only level 15. This Soul Purifier fellow was already the highest level monster within the city ruins and also the highest grade boss. If he remembered correctly, this boss had a total of 750,000 HP and 3 phases. Using Instant Shadow Slash, Kinfang decided to make the first move and attack, but the attack didn't have much of an effect. Kinfang attacked with Throat Slash. This time, the attack chipped away a bit of the boss's HP. It raised its hand and summoned a spear of electricity. A rain of spears began to fall from the sky toward Shadow, but he started moving quickly and dodged the attacks. While dodging the attacks, he realized that if he were hit by those lightning attacks with his current defense and lightning resistance, he would be toast for sure. He knew that, clears throat. Any skill from a platinum level boss or higher had hit correction, and with his current evasion rate of 75%. Normal monsters only had about a 25% chance to hit him, but the Soul Purifier's attacks had at least a 50% probability of landing. However, his agility attribute had already reached 182 points, and at top speed, his running speed exceeded 40 meters per second. Therefore, as long as he paid close attention, he could easily dodge before the lightning could fully strike him. His eyes began to glow with fury. Last time, he and his guild had barely survived this fight. Relying on their priest's shield and a whole lot of luck, he attacked with all his might, determined to give the boss no chance this time. The boss had already lost a quarter of its HP as the bleed damage from Graceful. Release combined with Shadow Slash and the burst from Plague Blade had instantly wiped out 250,000 of its HP. He knew that next the boss would enter its second phase. The boss began to summon balls of electricity, and Kinfang knew that the Soul Purifier would enter an invincible state, continuously generating lightning orbs and bolts. He was aware that in this phase the top priority was he had to destroy the 3 lightning orbs first, otherwise the boss would go into a frenzy. Kinfang remembered what happened in his past life. Back then, his team was completely wiped out by the boss's frantic damage. After that, Kin Xio threw a massive tantrum and flat out refused to fight again. So for the second attempt, he left her behind and they cleared it in one go. Using venomous flying darts, he attacked the orbs, knowing that each time a lightning orb was destroyed, the boss would take damage, and that once all 3 orbs were gone, it would enter its third phase. Kinfang threw another dart, hitting the third orb and causing the boss's HP to drop below 50%. Its eyes began to glow with rage. It extended a hand, and electricity started to arc across the area. Kinfang stayed cool because he knew that in the third phase, the Spirit Purifier would continuously unleash wide-area lightning attacks. He remembered how last time the guild had equipped every single member with full sets of lightning resistance gear on top of bringing 4 priests with healing shields. They had barely managed to survive it, but Kinfang simply jumped as a barrier appeared around his body. This time there was no need for all that trouble. He just used graceful release and a black light shield. With constant lightning striking the ground, he decided to attack from the air. Noticing the relentless lightning strikes on the ground, his only choice was to attack from above. Kinfang activated graceful release and the black light shield. His eyes began to shine with determination. Using Shadow Slash, our boy moved in swiftly, slicing off the boss's head. After defeating it, Kinfang landed gently on the ground as a system window announced he had killed the Platinum Tier Spirit Purifier. As a reward, he reached level 11. His 4 main attributes increased by 4 points each, and he obtained 10 free attribute points. Additionally, he gained 20 evolution points and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Our boy was, to put it mildly, pretty happy. He had achieved the world's first kill of a Platinum Tier boss, for which he earned 10 reputation points. On top of that, he had become the master of the sanctified grounds. The ground was teeming with lifespan, and as far as Kinfang knew, the hideout he just got was way more important than some in-game perk. He knew that a hideout didn't just provide shelter and storage. More importantly, it could be brought into the real world. This was absolutely critical because when the game merged with reality, real-world weapons began to corrode. The most powerful ones, especially nuclear bombs, became useless on day 1. Planes and tanks would barely work for another month or 2 before turning into heaps of scrap. In other words, all future battles in the real world would depend entirely on skills brought over from the game. Once a hideout was brought into the real world, it could activate a magical defensive barrier and become a completely safe refuge. Kinfang paused to think for a moment, then started to leave. The area remembering that in his previous life, his guild had used this very place as a base to grow their power. And although he had many happy memories of that time, he had also witnessed countless people come and go, full of schemes and betrayal. A look of resolve hardened his eyes. This time he was not going down the same path. He was determined to grind his way to the top all on his own. Just as it started to pour, a monster swung its massive axe with terrifying force. Xiu's friend dove to the ground to dodge the attack, yelling at her to move. But Xiu just screamed for help. She didn't react in time, and the axe sliced her clean in half. She respawned back in town, where the system informed her she had died, losing 14 years of non-tradable lifespan and 2 days of tradable lifespan. She was in total shock at having died yet again. Her friend, however, was absolutely furious. He called her an idiot and chewed her out, asking how on earth she didn't dodge that giant axe from the boss. She fired back, asking who he thought he was to insult her. She chewed him out right back, saying he was the tank. If he couldn't hold the boss's aggro properly, how was she supposed to dodge its skills? That just made him even angrier. "You idiot," he shot back. "How am I supposed to taunt an AoE skill?" After all that arguing, he rage quit the party. Xiu's friend panicked when she saw the tank had bailed and started shouting for help as the boss zeroed in on her. The boss swung its axe, and it wasn't long before her friend also respawned in town looking worried. She told Xiu they should probably just focus on killing smaller monsters to level up first, explaining that she was getting nervous since they didn't have much lifespan left. Xio, however, was silent, lost in her own thoughts. Just then, a system announcement rang out. The player, Shadow from Shanghai City, had scored the world's first kill of a Platinum Tier boss, gaining 10 reputation points. Everyone's eyes were glued to the system window. People couldn't believe it. Someone had actually managed to solo a Platinum Tier boss. It was insane. Players everywhere were amazed, with many commenting that they had barely even made it to the new continent while Shadow was already out there farming by himself. The name Shadow was on everyone's mind again as they all wondered about his true identity. It was an incredible feat, considering most players hadn't even seen a gold tier monster yet. This person was obviously on a completely different level. Xio was a bit confused though, wondering why the other players were so weak. She knew they had all struggled just to take down a silver tier boss, so she couldn't figure out how the heck Shadow had managed the first kill on a Platinum Tier 1. Back at his hideout, our boy started collecting the lifespan orbs. After killing the Soul Purger, he'd hit level 11. He knew that after level 10, each level up gave him +4 to all attributes and 10 free attribute points. So he immediately dumped all his points into agility. His reasoning was that with enough agility combined with his infinite invisibility, he could kill tons of bosses without taking a single hit. He was shocked to see that the boss kill immediately gave him 20 evolution points. This meant he could evolve his greedy hand skill one more time. He couldn't help but be happy since the bonus loot rewards had increased from 3 to 5. On top of that, he'd also gotten an extra 100 inventory slots. He used 210 evolution points, which left him with 15. Because of that, his greedy hand skill evolved from epic to legendary rank. The assassin skill now granted a 500% chance to get an extra loot reward, and that extra loot had a 100% chance to be one tier higher. Additionally, Hamadel, he gained a new passive effect, 100 slots of greedy space for item storage. Kinfang decided to use his legendary tier greedy hand skill to collect the loot, and as a result, he obtained 5 extra loot drops. Additionally, he gained 100 evolution points, bringing his total to 115 points remaining. While looking at the system window, Kinfang noticed that 2 pieces of assassin gear and an assassin skill book had dropped. However, since his level was still too low to use them, he decided to store them in the safe house warehouse for the time being. Kinfang summoned a devout believer and gave it the order to collect and pile up all the loot from the palace. The devout believer got right to work. Kinfang was happy because he knew the 115 evolution points he had left could be used to upgrade skills that hadn't reached the epic level yet. He consumed 42 evolution points to evolve Shadow Stealth 3 times, bringing it to the epic level. As a result, its stealth duration increased from 36 to 60 seconds. The attack that broke the stealth now dealt 300 to 500 damage, and its cooldown was reduced from 22 to 15 seconds. Next, he used 34 evolution points to evolve Backstab Enhancement twice, bringing it to the epic level and increasing its backstab damage bonus from 50% to 75%. He then used 6 evolution points to evolve Darkest Moment through the Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond tiers to reach Epic. The ability now unleashed a burst of dark light that blinded all enemies within its expanded range of 50 meters. Its base duration increased to 16 seconds, though it would be shorter against targets with a higher spirit attribute. Finally, he spent 33 evolution points to evolve Bloom Curse 3 times, raising it to the legendary level. The skill could now be used on player corpses within 60 seconds of their death to gain new effects. It could now absorb 50% of a target's remaining non-tradable lifespan and also absorb scattered non-tradable lifespan light spheres. Any corpse drained by Bloom Curse would simply cease to exist. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized it could absorb the non-tradable lifespan orbs. He remembered that in many high-level areas and the rage zones of special bosses, lifespan depleted hundreds or even thousands of times faster, and this consumption always affected the non-tradable lifespan first. Snowy contacted Kinfang and congratulated him on getting the first kill on the platinum-level boss. She also told him she had good news. The Eastern Sage had just logged off. She mentioned hearing that his clan was gathering at the Yongan Hotel, and apparently they had bought a ton of lifespan with the intention of converting it into in-game combat power. While the devout believer was piling up the loot, Kinfang praised her. However, she replied that there was no need to thank her since she was just doing her job. She then revealed that he absolutely had to defeat the Eastern Sage or else she would be doomed. Kinfang told her not to worry and started storing the loot. He realized all the items fit with half of his storage space still left over. He couldn't help but think how useful the 100-slot backpack was. He decided to go find Wang Mong and sell everything to them. Upon seeing Shadow return, Little Black's eyes widened with joy, while an excited Yu started running toward him. But just before she could give him a hug, Kinfang held up a hand to stop her getting right down to business. He laid down the law. As always, he sets the price, and if they didn't like it, they could walk away. He explained that over 30 of the items were just common grade and bronze level junk. So with a smirk, he offered them a special discount, a flat rate of 950 days of lifespan. And surprisingly, she agreed. They had apparently already calculated the value of their previously collected items at around 1,000 days. So to simplify things, they offered 2,000 days for the entire haul. Kinfang was a bit baffled, pointing out that this batch included silver level, gold level, and even platinum level items with a total value closer to 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. She pulled up her system window to check, and her jaw dropped as she scrolled through the list. She couldn't believe there was actual platinum level equipment. She herself only owned a single piece of gold level gear, and figured only a top-tier player would ever be willing to sell items of this quality. In her excitement, she realized this would massively speed up John High City's development, and thanked Shadow profusely. Our boy played it cool, saying that It was no problem, since they were all helping each other out. A guy named Little Black nervously asked Shadow how he could possibly have so many inventory slots, wondering if he was secretly the legendary Dorian. Kinfang explained that their own bags were probably already full, and as a friendly tip, he pointed out that under the statue in the center of the ruins, a staircase led to a teleportation portal back to the starting town. As Kinfang began to walk away, he added that the first trip back would cost them 500 days of lifespan. He warned them that while coming back again would be free, they should think it over carefully. With that, he left. The girl immediately pointed at him, telling her crew with a grin, "See, I told you so." She insisted Shadow had to be a reincarnated player because there was no other way he could know that kind of hidden information. Seeing her fangirling, Wang Mong got a little weirded out and asked his captain not to act that way, admitting she was kind of scaring him. She immediately started blushing and asked what they'd think if she actually tried to make a move on Shadow. Once Kinfang was a safe distance away, the system asked if he wanted to use tradable lifespan to extract a skill into the real world. Without hesitation, he decided to activate both the level synchronization and the class advancement synchronization. The system notified him that 27,000 days of lifespan had been consumed, and that the level and class advancement synchronizations were complete. Kinfang was thrilled. The next step was to extract his skills. He remembered that he'd already extracted Shadow Meld, but it was only at level 1. This time he planned not only to raise the level of his real-world Shadow Meld, but to extract even more skills. He spent 1,946 days to upgrade Shadow Meld to level 10, then began extracting a whole list of skills. Backstab Enhancement for 900 days, Greedy Hand for 1,000, and Shadow Flash. Slash for 3,200. Ghost Blur for 5,000, 366 Curse of Blooming for 1,699, and Blacklight Shield for 11,313. Once the skill synchronization and extraction was finished, he had 7,480 days of tradable lifespan remaining. Finally, he spent 3,600 days extracting the gold grade Boots of Concealment, and another 3,394 days on the Pendant of the Devout, which was also gold grade. Now it was time to extract the equipment. As he checked the system window, he realized the Pendant of the Devout not only reduced cooldown time, but more importantly, the silver tier follower it summoned was practically invincible in the real world. After spending it all at once, he was left with only 486 days of tradable lifespan. But now his real-world strength was almost on par with his in-game power. He vanished without a trace. Knowing he still needed more lifespan, he had to ensure he could achieve full synchronization by his next logout. A few minutes later, as shadows emanated from his body, Kinfang woke up in the real world and began to think. Now that Konshishi knew his address, he figured for safety's sake, it was best to get out of there for a while. He knew that extracting the Sanctuary of Soul Purification required over 1,300 years of lifespan, so for now he'd have to find a temporary place to stay. With a determined look, Kinfang decided to use Greedy Hand and absorbed everything in his room. Everything disappeared in a flash. He was happy because Greedy Hand's storage space came in really handy and all his stuff fit perfectly inside. Hopping up, he climbed onto the windowsill. He then pulled out his phone and saw that Dongfang Xian was at the Zhong'an Hotel about 9 miles from his neighborhood. He glanced down, turned invisible, and descended from his apartment to the street below. He figured that at his current speed he could get there in 10 minutes. Our boy started moving quickly through the night toward the Zhong'an Hotel. A few minutes later, he arrived. Inside, a few men were having dinner, and one of them mentioned that with the way things were going, skills and lifespan from the game could now affect the real world. He considered this a huge opportunity for the Dongfang family and praised Zioner for doing a great job by establishing a faction early on in the game. With a smile, Zioner replied that he was just doing his part. The grandfather, looking pleased, said he was very happy with Zioner's progress. He explained that they had bought a huge amount of tradable lifespan, this time all to acquire more equipment and skill books. The goal was for the main members of their family to reach level 10 as quickly as possible, thus gaining an early advantage they could use to expand the family's influence in the real world. With this two-pronged approach, the Dongfang family was sure to become a dominant power. And even the dream of establishing a 1,000-year family dynasty would finally be within reach. Zioner stared silently at his grandfather, a malicious glint appearing in his eyes. He sneered internally at the damn old relic, who, despite having one foot in the grave, still clung to his position as clan leader, dreaming of immortality. His plan was to trap Shadow Force out his secrets and then make him farm lifespan for him. Once he hit number 1 on the rankings, he would kill them all. The grandfather then asked him how the plan to deal with Shadow was progressing. Smiling, Shoner told his grandfather not to worry. He assured him he'd already found someone trustworthy to uncover Shadow's identity and that they would have news soon. His grandfather told him to capture Shadow alive and force him to work for the Dongfang family, since that would bring immense benefits to their clan. Meanwhile, Kinfang had already taken out the guards watching the hotel entrance. They decided to toast together to the resurgence of the Dongfang family, and then chanted in unison, "Long live the Dongfang family." His eyes glinted with seriousness. He hadn't expected these noble families to be armed. He knew his skills. Ghostly Blur and Black Light Shield couldn't guarantee a 100% evasion rate. And on top of that, he hadn't extracted any of his in-game armor into the real world. He knew that a bullet to the heart or head meant instant death, plain and simple. Deciding it was better to play it safe, he held out his hand and, using his trusty pendant, summoned one of his followers, a devout follower, equipped with sharp claws for close combat and green flames for ranged attacks. Our boy gave it a simple order: go inside and leave no one alive. He knew that as a silver-level boss, the devout follower had high damage resistance and could hold its own for a while, even against firearms. While everyone was distracted, the devout follower burst through the door. It let out a roar, and everyone understandably freaked out, having no clue where this monster had just appeared from. With its eyes glowing, it charged straight for them. Seeing this, Shoner shot to his feet with a serious expression, pointing at the monster and ordering the guards to open fire. He couldn't believe it was a monster from the game and quickly ordered them to shoot. The bullets riddled its head, but barely seemed to faze it. It swung its arm, killing one guard, then stabbed its sharp claws straight through another's chest. As the monster tore through the guests, Shoner broke out in a cold sweat. The monster then turned on his grandfather, who started screaming for help in a panic. Without a moment's hesitation, instead of helping, Shoner turned tail and ran. He didn't look back, knowing he had to get out of there fast. As long as he could escape and log into the game, he'd be safe. His eyes were wild with fear as he thought that once he hit level 10 in the game and extracted his skills into the real world, nothing could threaten him. Just then he saw Kinfang standing at the hotel entrance, and just before he could take another breath, our boy struck, sending Shoner's head flying through the air. As blood gushed from the headless corpse, Kinfang simply turned his back and walked away. Shoner's decapitated head wore a look of utter confusion, clueless as to what had just happened. Soon after, flowers began to bloom from his body. Kinfang watched them carefully as a system notification revealed that he had absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. His eyes lit up with joy. It was a massive haul. Shoner's corpse dissolved into a bed of flowers, much to Kinfang's delight. This time, his skill-blooming curse had truly proven its worth. It had not only erased all corpses and traces of blood, but also extracted every last drop of lifespan from Xaner. As a result, his non-tradable lifespan had accumulated to 2,327 years. Thanks to this, he would no longer feel so much pressure in the future when entering the rage zones. Not long after, someone cried out in alarm, urging others to call the police, as gunshots and screams had just been heard coming from the private room. Kinfang became serious, and at that very moment, several police officers began to run toward the room. They remembered that this was the room where the Dongfang family was having their meeting. They were sure there had been a shooting, but upon arriving, they went into shock, since there wasn't a single corpse in sight. It seemed impossible that there were no victims. The situation was unbelievably strange. One of the police officers was baffled, as the private room was a complete mess. It was evident that a violent fight had taken place here. What he couldn't understand was why there wasn't a single person in the room. Immediately, he asked his fellow officers if any of them had seen someone leave the hotel. Their response only deepened the mystery. The question on everyone's mind was where the entire Dongfang family had gone. It was as if they had completely vanished, and they decided it was best to call in the investigative unit. Meanwhile, Kinfang had already left the hotel. Kinfang put some distance between himself and the hotel. His next target was the Cayenne Corporation. However, its main headquarters had already relocated to North America before the game descended. Right now, only the CEO's daughter, Kin Xio, was trapped in the Demon City area, and he needed to eliminate her before she could leave the country. The distance from Zhanghai City to Demon City was nearly 190 miles. If he traveled on foot, it would take him 2 or 3 hours, which was far too much of a waste of time. Kinfang decided to log off, knowing he needed to figure out a way to get there. Our boy returned to the godforsaken game, and upon logging in, realized there were still some silver and gold tier bosses left in the ruins, so he decided to go farm them. Captain An Yu contacted Shadow and informed him with great enthusiasm that she had excellent news. She explained that Xiaohai had just found the entrance to a tomb, but a gold-tier vengeful spirit was guarding it, and they couldn't defeat it. Kinfang was somewhat surprised to hear this and asked how she had managed to find a tomb entrance. Captain An Yu revealed that on their way back to the starting city, they had taken a slight detour to avoid some minor monsters. While they were walking, they suddenly noticed that someone from their group was missing. After searching for a bit, they discovered that Xiaohai had fallen into a pit. It was a special tomb area where the team chat wasn't working. When they followed him into the pit, they saw a level 12 gold boss that immediately started chasing them. Luckily, they were fast enough to get away. She told him they were now back in Shelltown, and that if he wanted to go to the tomb, she could send him the coordinates. Kinfang knew that a true lucky charm was really something else. The fact that someone could find a tomb just by taking one wrong step in the city ruins was an unbelievable coincidence. He knew that special dungeons like faith temples and cursed ruins were extremely rare, randomly occurring events. He asked the captain to give him a hand. The coordinates, and she sent them over, revealing the tomb was near the ruins of Shelltown. Kinfang thanked her and mentioned that if he found anything he couldn't use, he would sell it to their party in a heartbeat. He couldn't help but think about how clever An Yu really was. Kinfang's attention landed on a well. He was a bit confused, wondering if this was seriously the entrance. With a well that large, it seemed pretty hard to believe that someone could just accidentally fall in while taking a walk. No doubt about it, that girl Xiaohai was really something else. Without a second thought, Kinfang jumped into the well and assisted him. Window popped up to welcome him, announcing his arrival at the Tomb of Resentment and letting him know his long-range communication would be blocked. Kinfang landed at the bottom and started walking down the corridor. Just then, a giant monster appeared before him, the Wailing Spirit, a level 12 gold-rank creature. Kinfang silently began to size up the boss. He had never run into this Wailing Spirit in his previous life, but based on its appearance, he figured it must have extremely high attack power with a wide range and was definitely a physical damage type. This explained why An Yu and the others had bolted in such a panic. The equipment and skill books he sold them didn't really boost their defense all that much. He estimated that Wang Ming, being a Holy Shield warrior with about 5,000 hit points at the moment, would probably lose at least half his health from a single hit from this boss. Kinfang kept observing the boss in silence, fully aware that if it tagged him with that axe, it would be an instant game over. Combining the skills Bless and Instant Shadow Slash, Kinfang launched a swift attack, slicing off the monster's arms. He knew this boss had super high defense, and the damage from Instant Shadow Slash was only 80% of normal. But that didn't matter, since the creature wouldn't be able to withstand the follow-up damage from the throat-slitting effect of his Blessed Release skill. Just then, the monster's severed arm started moving toward Kinfang, making him jump. A moment later, it exploded, but Kinfang reacted just in time and leaped out of the blast radius. He was a little surprised. It was a corpse explosion. He had to admit he'd gotten careless by not dodging, and fortunately, his Ghost Blur skill activated. Otherwise, he'd be a goner for sure. The boss's corpse transformed into Lifespan. Kinfang remembered something similar had happened once in his past life. They had killed an unknown boss. A teammate had excitedly run up to loot the body, but it exploded and instantly obliterated him. Some teams had even been completely wiped out by boss corpse explosions, though that usually only happened with platinum level bosses and higher. He didn't expect a gold level boss in this tomb to self-destruct like that. Using Greedy Hand, he snagged the loot. A series of system notifications informed him that for killing the Wailing Spirit, a gold level boss, he had gained 10 days of tradable lifespan and 20 evolution points. Additionally, he obtained the platinum level skill book Night Ring Blades. Thanks to the use of Greedy Hand, he scored an additional 63 days of tradable lifespan and the platinum tier Resentful Leather Armor. He was pleasantly surprised because he had gotten a piece of equipment and a skill book that he could actually use himself. According to the system, the Dark Knight Ringblade was a platinum tier assassin skill. It imbued the blade with dark power, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius and adding 500 points of dark elemental attack. Its cooldown was 10 seconds reduced to 7, and the required level to use it was 11. Kinfang was thrilled, as this was exactly the elemental damage skill he needed for the assassin class. Since the shadow class had higher spirit attributes than strength, its magic attack power surpassed its physical power. This perfectly explained why elemental skills like Dark Knight Ringblade suited him so well, and he realized that he should focus more on boosting his spirit stats to maximize this type of damage. He had 9 points in strength, 9 in constitution, 24 in agility, and 15 in spirit. Kinfang decided to upgrade the skill to the epic level to see what would happen. He immediately used 6 evolution points, leaving him with 36 remaining. The Dark Knight Ringblade skill evolved from Platinum to Emerald, then to Diamond, and finally to Epic. As a result, the radius of its effective dark elemental damage increased from 5 to 12 meters, and the added dark elemental attack rose from 500 to 130 points. Our boy thought that after evolving the skill, its range had expanded from 5 to 12 meters, and the additional attack had increased from 500 to 130 points. His expression turned serious as he knew, better than anyone, that for an area of effect attack, the additional attack power was not that high and its total damage per use couldn't be compared to that of Shadow Slash. However, it was a god-tier skill for clearing out mobs. Shadow Slash had a cutting range of 5 meters, but it was ultimately a linear skill. In contrast, Dark Knight Ringblade was an area skill, making it much more effective when he was surrounded. The system then informed him that the Platinum level Resentment Leather Armor granted plus 55 physical defense, plus 45 to all elemental resistances, plus 42 damage block, and 777 health points. The level requirement to equip it was 11. Additionally, it possessed the Resentment effect, which granted him 30 points of base attack power after being attacked. Kinfang started toward a giant door, knowing that the Resentment effect wasn't very impactful. However, the base defense resistances and block stats on this leather armor were very high, so he could replace the level 5 Golden Ghost Fire leather armor he was wearing. In total, the rest of the loot amounted to about 20 items, and selling them all would bring him more than 10,000 days of lifespan. Now that he could enter the tomb, he hoped to find some good materials inside, and if he managed to snag a mount, that would be even better. Meanwhile, a goblin swung its sword with full force, cutting Xio and her friend in half. She and her party respawned back in town. The man was so furious that he started screaming his head off. Then he grabbed Kin Xio by the collar, telling her she was a useless person who only grew taller, not smarter. He yelled that it was always her fault the team got wiped out, and because of her, he only had 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left. He threw her to the ground forcefully and threatened her, warning her not to even think about looking for him at school, or he would make her regret it. Her friend? Another player approached to help her, only to disconnect from the game moments later. Her friend asked Kin Xio to come with her to her parents' small hometown. She explained that she'd heard about a community support group there that specifically helped the elderly and players like them who didn't know their way around the game. She clenched her fists, unable to stop the fury from boiling up inside her. She promptly logged out of the game and turned down her friend's offer, telling Yan to go by herself. Still fuming, she woke up in her bed, grabbed her phone, and asked Han Han if he could help her level up. With a smirk, Han Han didn't refuse, but he did have one condition for power leveling her. She would have to spend one night with him, as he was curious to see how the school's popular goddess acted behind closed doors. She was absolutely furious and called him a hideous monster. She chewed him out for daring to think he could take advantage of her and told him to get lost. Then a sly smile crept across her face. She told Han Han that she'd actually always liked him too, but had to reject his confession because her brother Kinfang was so controlling. But now that she had cut ties with him, they could finally be together without any worries. He didn't fall for her trap. He called her an idiot and asked if she was trying to make him die laughing. He pointed out that if she had already cut ties with her own brother, who knew what she might try to pull on him next. Finally, he told her to scram, so she began contacting everyone else on her list. First, she hit up Sharp Young Master, inviting him to her house to keep her company, and while he was at it, help her level up. However, he saw right through her and just mocked her, boasting that he was a platinum-level talent now, with plenty of women, before telling her to get lost. Then she tried her luck with Brother Zoma, telling him that she was bored and waiting for him over in Shelltown. The response was just as blunt. He reminded her that everyone knew how she had tricked Jiang Wei and threatened to blast her with his new skill. She was left feeling sad and desperate. She cursed all of those men, thinking that not a single one could be trusted when it really mattered. In her despair, she lamented that she only had 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan left and had no idea what she was going to do. Her eyes filled with tears. She felt completely alone. She thought of Kinfang and then remembered that he would never ever ignore her. He had to have a way to fix this. She just had to go back and find him to prove it. Hours later, late into the night, she arrived at Kinfang's apartment. For a moment, she pictured herself walking in, offering a few kind words of apology, and having him forgive her on the spot. However, she almost immediately rebelled against that thought. She hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she be the one to apologize? She steeled herself to knock on the door, deciding she couldn't think that way. She convinced herself that having to eat a little humble pie was just a temporary thing. First, she would pretend to be submissive so he would help her level up, and she was certain he'd agree, since he was the person who'd cared for her most since childhood. A smug smile appeared on her face. Once she leveled up and wasn't facing a lifespan crisis anymore, she would cut ties with him for good. This was the plan, and Xio was convinced she was an absolute genius. Satisfied, he knocked on the door, asking Kinfang to open up. She started knocking on the door, calling for Kinfang to open up. She kept knocking, wondering aloud if he was asleep, and then announced that she was home. Her tone grew increasingly desperate as she pleaded for him to please just open the door. Furious, she kicked the door open, only to freeze in shock when she saw no one was inside. She wondered where Kinfang could be, only to discover with even greater astonishment that the bed table clothes, everything had vanished. She whipped out her phone and tried calling Kinfang, but he didn't pick up. She had no idea where our boy could have gone. Meanwhile, deep inside the grudge tomb, Kinfang was busy slaughtering monsters. Before long, he realized he'd reached the very end of the tomb. Kinfang summoned a devout follower, recalling that along the way he had annihilated more than 200 minor monsters and several bronze and silver level bosses, thanks to all that he was about to hit level 12. In front of him stood the final coffin. He knew that opening it would summon the tomb's final boss, and he was really hoping for a platinum level 1. His summon began to push the coffin. Kinfang's attention was fixed on it, and soon something strange began to happen. Evil energy started pouring into the summon's body through its eyes and mouth. The system notified our boy that his devout follower had been annihilated. Kinfang realized what this was. Death Miasma, a gold-level boss. He cursed his luck. Of all the disgusting things to run into, it had to be this one. He knew this particular boss had no physical form, making it completely immune to physical attacks. He remembered that in his past life, someone had unleashed this boss and it ended up spreading to a nearby base. Countless unsuspecting civilians were killed or injured as a result. Getting possessed by this thing was basically a death sentence unless you had a teammate to dispel it or belonged to one of the few classes that could use special invincibility type skills to pull through. A serious glint appeared in our boy's eyes as he decided to use the Dark Knight's ring blade. Shadows began to swirl around his body. Thanks to this skill, he could see its true body hidden within the miasma. Using his dagger, Kinfang struck the true body. A system window popped up informing him that he had killed the gold tier boss Death Miasma. Kinfang knew that. The strength of this boss was clearly above platinum level, even though it was classified as gold tier and its drops were only gold grade. Fortunately, the skill he'd just learned, the Dark Knight's ring blade, dealt magic damage. The corpse transformed into a lifespan orb, and using greedy hand, Kinfang collected the loot. He let out a sigh. After all the effort it took to clear this tomb, he was really hoping for some gold tier loot. Kinfang obtained a rare item called a mount bell. He was stunned when he saw it. Our boy was ecstatic. The boss had actually dropped a mount. This just went to show that Lin Loi's famous Koi luck wasn't just some rumor, it was the real deal. According to the system description, the Mount Bell Ghost Nightwolf could summon a level 11 Ghost Nightwolf. This creature could help out in battle and could also be ridden, but it required the user to be at least level 11. Kinfang remembered that the Ghost Nightwolf was one of the fastest mounts you could get in the early game. The Ghost Nightwolf was level 11 and its grade was gold. It possessed 148 strength, 155 constitution, 135 spirit, and an impressive 191 agility. The mount would gain experience alongside its owner, growing stronger over time. However, if its bell were traded, the creature's level would reset to its initial state. Its abilities were also noteworthy. Dash. When mounted, it increased movement speed by 245%. Nightwalk. At night, it allowed the mount to remain permanently in level 1 stealth. Attacking would break this effect, but added 120 reveal damage, and it took 60 seconds to re-enter stealth. Pounce. It allowed the mount to pounce on a single target 3 times in succession with each hit, dealing an additional 267 physical damage on a 12-second cooldown. Wolf Howl. It granted allied units a bonus of plus 35 attack, plus 35 physical defense, and plus 35 all-element resistance for 180 seconds with a 600-second cooldown. Kinfang knew that it was not just a mount, but also a battle pet. The fact that it also included a stealth skill made it an immense gain. It was night, and mounted on the ghost night wolf, Kinfang emerged from the ruins and began heading to his next destination. His plan was clear reach level 15 and accumulate enough lifespan to be able to extract the mount. Once he disconnected from the game, he would go directly to Magic City to eliminate Kin Xio, cutting off any future threat at its root. Kinfang passed by the Shanghai Coliseum and remembered that it covered an immense area and had 2 additional underground levels forming a complex labyrinth. The place was full of monsters, which made it the perfect site for him to level up quickly. Taking small jumps, the Ghost Night Wolf climbed on top of the Shanghai Coliseum wall, which was full of powerful monsters who began to stare at our boy. The Ghost Night Wolf made a jump. Kinfang and his beast began to descend from the sky toward the monsters. Kinfang's eyes began to shine with determination. Using Shadow Instant Slash, our boy began to massacre the monsters. At the same time, somewhere else in the ruins, there was Enyu, who using her sword killed one of the monsters that was in the area. The monster's corpse transformed into lifespan, and she felt relieved. Her teammate, Manalian, son of a department head in Jonai City, began to applaud while mentioning that, as expected from the captain, her damage was insane. He remarked how powerful the hidden class dragon swordsman was and stated that Enyu was undoubtedly the woman he had set his sights on. She mentioned that this golden boss was only level 8, and even so, they had been fighting it for more than 10 minutes. Because of this, she really didn't understand how Shadow had managed to solo kill a platinum boss. Manalian praised her, but dismissed Shadow's achievement, stating that he was simply a stealthy assassin who relied on stealth to slowly wear down the boss. According to him, someone with this playstyle would never truly become great. He was happy knowing that luckily Enyu didn't have any influential backing. With his status as the son of an official, subduing her would be a piece of cake. Enyu asked if a mediocre archer like him wouldn't be even more suitable for the task of slowly wearing down a boss. Manalian fell on his butt to the ground and explained that he was an upright person and wouldn't stoop to doing something like this, with a dead serious look on his face. He dropped the bombshell that he'd heard rumors about Shadow having a terrible personality and being a ruthless killer in the real world. He also casually mentioned knowing a hunter from the Metro PD who already had level 3 anti-stealth skills. He then proposed that they cook up a scheme to expose Shadow's real-world identity and then get him under their thumb. He argued that a loose cannon like Shadow could only be trusted if he was working for their organization. Otherwise, they'd just keep having messes like the Songfei and Zhang Li incidents to deal with. He whined about being tired of cleaning up Shadow's messes, which made Yu and Wang Mong just look at each other and start cracking up at Malang. They asked him if he seriously still didn't get it. They had to spell it out for him. This wasn't a case of Shadow begging them to clean up his messes, but the complete opposite. They were the ones who had to tidy up whatever he left behind. That was the only way they could keep their interests aligned with his and make sure their partnership continued. They had to remind him of Shadow's ridiculous resume. The world's first solo kill of a golden boss and the first solo kill of a platinum boss. No big deal. Monang, looking absolutely livid, insisted that to him, Shadow was nothing more than a squishy assassin. He scoffed, asking how they couldn't control the guy as long as their anti-stealth levels were on par. Calling them a bunch of nobodies, he chewed them out for having the nerve to lecture him. He then wheeled on Anyu, telling her to watch and learn because he was going to ruin Shadow's reputation and capture him. He declared that when that day came, she would be on her knees apologizing and begging him for forgiveness. Talk about a flair for the dramatic. Changing the subject, Wang Mang asked Anyu what loot the boss had dropped. She replied that it dropped 1 piece of gold tier priest equipment, some silver tier equipment, and a silver tier skill book. She started tapping her chin, thinking about how Shadow usually sold them multiple gold and even platinum items. It made her wonder just how many bosses he'd actually farmed, or if maybe his real talent was treasure hunting, and that maybe all these items were just coming from random chests he'd opened. With a somber look, Wang Mang admitted he was a bit worried, which left Anyu feeling slightly confused. Wang spelled out his concern, bringing up the Zhongun restaurant incident where the entire Dongfang family was murdered during a gathering. Then, he posed a pretty unsettling hypothesis. If Shadow was the one behind that, were they still expected to clean up after him? Wang admitted he still couldn't get a read on Shadow's personality and feared he might actually be a cold-blooded serial killer in real life. Hanyu, of course, knew all about the case. The higher-ups were taking it extremely seriously, and the rumor mill was already churning with speculation about Shadow's involvement. But with a confident smile, she explained that even if the incident really was Shadow's doing, she'd still choose to cooperate with him. She declared that while the top brass might refuse to clean up his messes, she would personally have his back. Wang Mang was visibly baffled, and when he asked her why, she simply shot back that the real question was, who wouldn't want to support Shadow? Just then, their subordinate ran up and reported that, up ahead, they'd found a place that looked like an arena, but all the monsters inside were already dead. With a grim look, he revealed that there were bodies absolutely everywhere. He didn't know which party had been strong enough to clear all the monsters from the arena, but Yu felt happy and decided to go to the arena. Upon seeing her behavior, Wang Mang felt even more confused. They arrived at the Jianghai Coliseum and saw a lot of lifespan lying on the ground. They were in shock as they realized the incredible amount of loot. There must have been hundreds of minor creatures there, and this led them to wonder which party was strong enough to have achieved such a feat. Captain and Yu was confident that Shadow had been here. With this in mind, she suggested they search the surroundings as they might run into him. Manelian questioned why she was so sure it had been Shadow. Captain and Yu responded that the reason was simple. He was number 1 on the leaderboard. Their party was right behind on the leaderboard, and since they couldn't achieve something like this, it had to have been Shadow. Manelian was furious and revealed that he also had invisibility and could do the same. It would just take him more time, that's all. With a smile, Captain and Yu communicated with Shadow. Upon noticing that he had cleared so many monsters, she thought that he surely had a lot of gear and skill books that he didn't need, so she proposed that he sell them to her party. At that moment, Monelion's eyes widened in surprise. Kinfang, mounted on the wolf, appeared behind him. He fell on his butt to the ground upon seeing the wolf. Meanwhile, Captain and Yu felt excited and asked where Kinfang had gotten a mount. Kinfang revealed that thanks to the coordinates Little Black had given him, he had obtained the mount. Upon hearing this, Little Black couldn't help but blush, and she said there was no need to mention it. Kinfang decided to make a deal with Captain and Yu. He proposed that she take all these items from the ground as part of a package, clarifying that the conditions would be the same as always. She was already familiar with his terms. She understood if she wasn't satisfied, she didn't have to buy. She already knew it. Shadow's prices were always fair. While they were talking, Monelion couldn't help but feel furious. His eyes widened with rage. He felt humiliated by Shadow and swore internally that he would make them pay. Mounted on the Wolf King, Fang began to advance through the ruins. According to the system chart, he had already reached level 13. Below him, at level 10, were Justice Enforcement and Wang Mang. Black Goblin Big Liz also appeared at level 10. Our boy had 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points. King Fang was happy because this time, after clearing the arena ruins, he had obtained a pretty good gold grade skill book. The skill book was called Silent Concealment. It was gold grade and allowed the user to enter stealth without moving. As long as they did not attack or move, they would remain permanently invisible. Attacking from this state added 300 detection penetration damage points. It had a cooldown of 120 seconds and required level 13 to be used. King Fang realized that this skill not only strengthened his stealth, its true power lay in the fact that if he used it in reality and combined it with the invincible state from the game, he could make himself disappear completely in the real world. He decided to evolve this skill book to Epic, for which he consumed 11 evolution points. The skill was improved, going from gold to platinum, then to emerald diamond, and finally to epic. With this, the additional damage per stealth penetration attack increased from 300 to 800 points. In turn, the cooldown was reduced from 120 to 60 seconds. He decided to evolve his other skills as well. First, he consumed 34 evolution points to bring Venomous Dart to the epic level. The skill progressed from emerald to diamond and finally to epic. This improved its attributes, and its maximum range grew to 20 meters. Its on-hit attack damage increased to 400, and it applied the Venom status effect. This status now dealt 100% damage per second, for 5 seconds, had no weakness bonus, and did not stack. Next, he invested an impressive 200 evolution points to elevate Graceful Release to the mythic level. It evolved from legendary to mythic. Its weakness attack bonus soared to plus 300%. And its weakness attack multiplier was doubled, while its level remained at 5. Its active use now applied the Throat Slash. Effect dealing 200% of the attack's damage per second for 3 seconds, and its cooldown was slashed to just 15 seconds or 9.7 with his bonuses. King Fang was thrilled, since the mythic level skills were truly powerful. Now, aside from some special monsters, every single one of his attacks was a guaranteed hit to a weak point. He took out the necklace, observed it carefully, and decided it was time to evolve it. It was the Deceiver's Pendant, a platinum-grade accessory. For assassins, that granted 45 points of physical attack, 20 of strength, and 20 of constitution. Its equipment requirement was level 13, and it also had a unique effect that added 1 point to his stealth level. By combining his skills and equipment, he realized he now possessed a stealth level of 4. He was convinced that at this stage, absolutely no one could detect him. In addition, he had the Shadow Veil. Thanks to it, his evasion rate had shot up to an impressive 83%. It was the gold tier Shadow Veil, an assassin-type piece of equipment. It granted 5 points of Constitution, 5 of Spirit, and a 32% evasion rate. Just then, a small explosion went off. Kinfang stopped to see what was happening, and when he turned around, something began to emerge. It was a giant boss with chains for arms and 2 sharp blades for hands. Kinfang realized it was the Steel Saintess and wondered who would be crazy enough to unleash this boss. Kinfang remembered that in his previous life, she had appeared in the ruins of Jianghai City, where more than 1,000 people tried to hunt her down, resulting in over 4,000 deaths in total. In fact, she was the guardian of the church sanctuary, the second largest refuge in the Jianghai ruins. His original plan had been to deal with Kin Xio first before tackling this boss, but since she'd already appeared, he decided to face her. Leaping up, Kinfang climbed on top of a building. The boss began to spin her chained arms, massacring the nearby players. She instantly killed one of the players. Seeing this, the others realized just how strong she was. Before they even had time to react, she swung her bladed arms with devastating force, cutting down the other players. Seeing the players try to face the Steel Saintess, Kinfang knew they were greatly overestimating their own abilities. A player mounted on a tiger began to fight the boss, and Kinfang recognized him as Dong Wing, also known as Chen Wing, who possesses the hidden class Paladin. It was about an old rival of Kinfang's. They had fought for 9 years in his previous life with no clear winner. This man was notoriously cunning and deceitful. Whenever he was on the verge of losing, he would always manage to escape with some dirty trick. Kinfang remembered that in his past life, the Steel Saints were defeated by Chen Wuming's guild, the Night Sanctuary. This gave rise to the saying, West God, East Sanctuary, As, as each guild controlled the western and eastern regions of the Jianghai City ruins, respectively. The Night Sanctuary guild, when recruiting its first members, made them sign a very harsh contract that guaranteed their safety, but with a lifespan tax rate of up to 50%. Most of the members basically became black slaves, forced to grind for the guild's higher-tiered players. Kinfang's eyes lit up with delight. For him, this was simply perfect. He made a firm promise that this time Chen Wuming would not escape. The boss began to spin her arms forcefully, and while she was distracted, Kinfang used invisibility to get close. His eyes began to shine with malicious intent, and without wasting a second, he used the Dark Knight's ring blade and in the blink of an eye killed the nearby players. Wrapped in a red aura, our boy started spinning rapidly, slaughtering all the players. Witnessing this, Chen Wuming was in utter shock. Realizing it was Shadow, he demanded to know why he was killing his people, stating they had no grudge against him. Kinfang appeared behind him and, with a murderous gaze, replied, "It's because I don't eat beef." Upon hearing this, Chen Wuming's eyes widened in terror. With a cold and arrogant expression, Kinfang used instant Shadow Slash and killed Chen Wuming. Then he extended his hand and used the skill Blooming Curse. Not long after, the players respawned back in their town. Chen Wuming was furious, having no idea what Shadow not eating beef had to do with them. His subordinate panicked when his lifespan hit 0. Chen Wuming knew this had to be the work of one of Shadow's skills. He decided they would rally their forces for a counterattack, but first they would move to another spot to level up and recover their lost lifespan. Among them was also Xiao Yaoya. She couldn't help but cry, wondering why Shadow was targeting her directly. Her lifespan was about to run out completely. The system informed Kinfang that his skill, Blooming Curse, had absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of non-tradable lifespan from Xiao Yaoya. Kinfang couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction upon realizing she was also in Chen Wuming's party. His eyes widened with excitement. He had absorbed such a small amount of lifespan, a clear sign she was already desperate. Because of her desperation, she had chosen to join the Night Sanctuary Guild as a black slave. To him, this was a fate she thoroughly deserved. At that moment, the boss tried to attack Shadow, creating a smokescreen. Once the smoke cleared, he was seen to have dodged the attack using ghostly blur. He knew that in its first phase, this boss wasn't very difficult to deal with. The boss itself seemed somewhat confused. The chains that formed her arms began to tense. Not long after, her arms began to spin. She didn't seem to know what was happening. Kinfang's eyes grew serious. He knew that her attacks were limited to just swinging her chains, swords repeatedly performing a mix of targeted and area of effect physical attacks. Appearing above her, Kinfang decided to use a combination of Bless Release and Plague Blade. After an attack, Bless Release applied the Throat Slash effect, which triggered a burst that dealt massive damage. Plague Blade, in turn, would cause a toxic explosion 3 seconds after impact. Kinfang attacked quickly, dealing several thousand points of damage to the boss. He then used Throat Slash, leaving a deep gash in her throat. In the blink of an eye, her HP bar plummeted to less than half. Her eyes began to glow with rage. Kinfang remained calm, knowing that her true terror as a guardian lay in her terrifying second phase. Once she lost half her health, the demon sealed inside her would awaken. All incoming damage was then reflected right back at the attacker. Legend also had it that there was a portal inside the demon's belly. Anyone swallowed by it would be transported to an unknown place rumored to be the bottom of a volcano. However, in his past life, no one had ever actually managed this. He suspected that some idiots had just confused this with a mechanic from another game. Meanwhile, a group of players watched the battle. According to them, this guy Shadow was absolutely ruthless. The Platinum tier boss had been summoned by the Knight Sanctum Guild, but Shadow suddenly appeared and wiped them all out. Right after that, he used a single skill that wiped out half the boss's health in an instant, forcing it directly into its second phase. While they were talking, Kinfang's attention, who was currently invisible, shifted toward them. His eyes took on a serious glint. He was aware that the Steel Saint had a weakness in her second phase. Whenever she launched an attack, the damage reflection effect would disappear for a moment. This meant if he attacked at the exact same moment she did, he could avoid the reflected damage. However, the problem was his skills like Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Plague Blade, and Poison Dagger, since they all dealt damage over time. If he used any of them, he would still take the reflected damage, and at his current stage of progression, it would be an instant kill. Thinking this over, his gaze shifted to the players spying on him from the cliff. He decided to make use of them. One of the players told the others to move aside, wanting a better view of the action. This man was Anuan. The moment they saw him, the others couldn't help but light up. Anuan's subordinate explained that they'd been watching for a while now and had already memorized all the boss's attack patterns. She only had a few after all. With a smile, the girl held out her hands, explaining that after the boss's health dropped below 50%, it suddenly stopped moving. Its body had changed a bit, hinting that it was gaining new skills, and just as the boss entered its second phase, Shadow vanished. Anuan couldn't believe that. Shadow had been fighting this boss all by himself. His eyes blazed with anger. He ordered his subordinate Xiao to activate Red Eye and see if Shadow was still around. She nodded and began to activate her power. A small rabbit materialized and scampered near the boss without drawing its attention. She then reported that she couldn't find Shadow's location and figured he'd probably already left. To think that her level 3 anti-stealth could not find Shadow, Anuan realized that this meant he had definitely left, since he considered it impossible for him to have a level 4 invisibility skill. Anuan jumped down from the building, leaving Xiao a bit confused. Anuan asked her to keep a close watch and to alert him immediately if Shadow returned. She nodded in agreement. Anuan landed on the ground and drew his swords, his eyes shining with excitement and a confident smile spreading across his face. According to the other players, he was asking for death by trying to fight a platinum tier boss all by himself. However, one of them recognized him. He had seen him back in the starting town, defeating a gold tier boss without getting a single scratch. It turned out his class was Soul Warrior, which granted him a 100% dodge rate while rolling, and he was the famous player known as Safety First. It was also rumored that he had been a top-level global streamer in Souls-like games, known for his ultra-fast reflexes. The boss's attention snapped to him. She attacked, using her sharp blade-like arms. Luckily, Anuan reacted just in time and slid across the ground, narrowly dodging the attack. The boss grew arms made of energy, and when she tried to crush Anuan, he rolled again, dodging the attack once more. When the boss tried to grab Anuan, he rolled again, and put some distance between them. His guildmates began to sing his praises, amazed by his incredible skill and the calm way he dodged every move. They highlighted his discipline, noting he never got greedy for an extra hit. Calling his performance simply brilliant, one of them mentioned with a smile that he was truly amazing, perfectly dodging every single one of the boss's attacks. It seemed absolutely incredible. He even saw multiple slash effects appearing on the boss's body, which made him wonder if the Soul Warrior class was really that overpowered. With a curious look, the black-haired woman explained that by rolling Anuan was activating the Soul Warrior's special passive, a counterattack mechanic. Each successful dodge or roll triggered a counterattack dealing damage back to the boss. Because of this, every time he dodged perfectly, he was also hitting the boss, chipping away at her health. This was why the boss's HP kept decreasing every time he rolled. With a smile, Xiao made it clear that the perfect dodge was just the beginning. What truly made Anuan special was his devastating offense. His attack struck with force and precision, turning his defense into a relentless assault. His skill combos and perfect timing made him not only untouchable but also lethal. His defense kept him alive, but it was his offense that ended the fights quickly. The boss was desperately trying to get a hold of Anyuan. Xiao's eyes began to shine with confidence as she revealed that if the dodge was successfully activated during the roll, Anyuan's next attack would ignore 50% of the boss's defense. Anyuan spun around to face the boss, and a blue energy began to radiate from his body. Upon seeing this, his guildmates realized that this flashy effect meant the next blow would definitely deal 4-digit damage. Anyuan's eyes began to glow with excitement. Before the boss could even react, he unleashed the powerful strike he had been preparing. His movement was like a graceful dance. A single strike split into 3 afterimages as swift and fierce as shooting stars. With masterful precision, he swung his swords through the gaps in the boss's defenses, carving deep cuts. In the blink of an eye, her HP bar plummeted to less than half. His minions started to cheer upon. Realizing that before they knew it, the boss only had a third of her health left. Anyuan turned his back on the boss, a confident smirk spreading across his face. But in that instant, a flurry of powerful slashes dealt him over 34,000 points of damage, killing him on the spot. His minions, totally panicked. They couldn't understand how he died, especially since they were sure he had dodged every attack. They were even more confused because, although their skills were hitting the boss, her health bar wasn't even budging. They had just seen it drop drastically moments before, and standing not too far away was our boy. He silently eyed Anyuan's lifespan orbs and gave him a mental thank you. Anyuan's constant showboating had baited the boss into revealing many of her moves. Kinfang's eyes lit up with joy. He'd been attacking nonstop this whole time, finally knocking the boss's health down to a third. The Soul Warrior's flashy moves had dealt some decent damage, but in the end, they were the very cause of his death. Due to his class's mechanics, it was simply impossible for him to defeat the Steel Maiden. When he dodged, he couldn't attack. And when he attacked, he took reflect damage. It was a complete catch-22. The boss began to turn, and Kinfang's attention snapped to her. He knew this was bad news. With her health so low, the boss was trying to retreat to the church sanctuary. If she made it there, she would fully heal, making all their hard work completely useless. Kinfang quietly sized up Anyuan's minions. And then his expression turned dead serious. He realized the Soul Warrior's death had spooked them, and he doubted they'd dare to attack the boss again. However, if the boss didn't make a move, her damage reflection effect wouldn't wear off. It was time to get serious. Our boy dropped down in front of her, knowing he couldn't let her get back to the sanctuary. The other players were stunned when our boy suddenly appeared. To them, Anyuan was just a clown. Shadow was the real deal. It was a terrifying thought that all the damage the boss took moments ago had been his doing. X2 couldn't believe her eyes. Her level 3 anti-invisibility hadn't detected Shadow's presence, which meant his invisibility skill had to be level 4 or higher. One of their gazes locked onto Anyuan's lifespan orbs, and his mouth started watering as he realized the Soul Warrior's loot was still just sitting on the battlefield. He decided he had to find a way to snag it. With eyes shining with determination, our boy activated his skill, Blacklight Shield, causing a golden barrier to materialize around him. This skill created a 10-layer shield, and each layer could block a single instance of damage. The boss's attention immediately focused on Kinfang, her arms morphing back into sharp blades. She lunged, and Kinfang knew this was the moment he had been waiting for. Using instant Shadow Slash, Kinfang unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes as he stared down the boss. Now his Blacklight Shield only had 7 layers left. He remembered that out of the 9 strikes from instant Shadow Slash, the final 3 had hit the boss during her damage reflect phase right after her attack ended. If it hadn't been for the Blacklight Shield blocking those 3 hits, he would be dead already. The boss started gathering energy in her abdomen. Then she leaped into the air and unleashed a torrent of purple flames. Our guy quickly backed away. His Blacklight Shield was completely gone. The boss glared at him, her eyes glowing with malice. Kinfang realized the flamethrower attack was hitting way too often. Even with a dodge rate over 80%, it had instantly shredded all 7 layers of his shield. If he'd been just half a second slower, he would have been toast. While he was occupied, another player tried to snatch Anyuan's loot, but our guy caught him and nailed him with a poisoned dart right in the forehead. That player was eliminated. Kinfang sent a clear message nobody was stealing loot on his watch. The system notified our boy that he'd gained 612 days of tradable lifespan and 67 years of non-tradable lifespan from the player Safety First. On top of that, Blossom Curse had absorbed 355 days of tradable lifespan and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan from Clean Hands and Feet. Kinfang was a bit surprised since Safety First had a massive amount of lifespan, which probably meant he'd never died before. He found that interesting, so he decided not to use Blossom Curse on him. The boss started roaring again, but Kinfang kept his cool. He knew he'd have to rely on his black light shield and regular shadow slash attacks to slowly chip away at her health. She lunged forward with incredible force, but Kinfang dodged out of range, making her fist slam into the ground instead. It wasn't the fastest method, but it was relatively safe. As Kinfang and the boss clashed, Xiao was watching the fight from the sidelines. She was pretty surprised by Shadow's incredible ferocity. She found herself wondering what kind of skills he had. Before, she couldn't figure out how he'd managed to get the first kills. But now seeing him in action, she was totally convinced of his strength. A determined glint appeared in our boy's eyes as he decided to go for the final blow. Kinfang moved like a blur, slicing the boss's body to pieces like it was nothing. A system notification confirmed he had killed the steel. Maiden rewarding him with 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and the church sanctuary key. The other players were completely stunned. They couldn't believe Shadow had actually managed to solo the boss. To them, this proved exactly why he was number one on the leaderboard. Kinfang then used Greedy Hand to collect the loot. He got an emerald tier piece of assassin leather armor, the Black Flame's gift-piercing leather armor. It provided 95 points of physical defense, 120 points to all elemental resistances, 77 points of damage reduction, and 77 points to constitution. Its special effect, Black Flame's Gift, applied a stack of the Black Flame status debuff when attacking or being attacked up to a maximum of 5. Each stack reduced the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. A small note did mention that the weakening effect was less effective against emerald level bosses or higher though. Our boy was thrilled. This single piece of emerald tier equipment gave him more defense than other players got from a full set of armor. Plus, it came with the Black Flame's Gift effect, which weakened the target's defenses and elemental resistances. This made it way more useful than the gear dropped by the Soul Purifier earlier. He also picked up an Emerald tier skill book, Assassin's Instinct. It gave him the ability to partially make out the silhouettes of invisible units and boosted his anti-invisibility level by 2 points. So Kinfang decided to upgrade the skill. The process used up a total of 33 evolution points, leaving him with 97 remaining. As a result, his Assassin's Instinct skill evolved through the Emerald, Diamond, and Epic tiers, finally reaching the Legendary tier. With this, his anti-invisibility level bonus progressively increased from 2 points to 5. On top of that, the Legendary effect added the ability to more easily pinpoint a target's weak points, granting him a 50% modifier to critical hit damage. It was an anti-invisibility skill upgraded to Legendary tier with a level 5. Anti-invisibility, and a 50% boost in critical hit damage which stacked with the passive from Graceful Deliverance. This all added up to a grand total of 350%. Now he could probably strike his enemies' weak points with his eyes closed. Kinfang had 97 evolution points left, and decided to evolve his Ghostly Blur skill to Legendary tier next. It ate up 80 of his points, leaving him with 17. As a result, Ghostly Blur evolved from Epic to Legendary, increasing its passive evasion rate from 75% to 85%, and granting full damage immunity each time the evasion activated. At that very moment, Captain Anu and the others showed up. She started by greeting our boy and asking if any good loot dropped, but Kinfang was just confused, not sure what was up with her. With a smile, Captain Anu mentioned that she hadn't checked the leaderboard before and couldn't believe he'd reached level 13 in a single night. She thought it was just insane. Wang Meng chimed in that they had been grinding all night and hadn't even reached the halfway point of level 11. His speed was simply unreal. Captain Anu playfully bopped Wang Meng on the head, telling him not to talk nonsense. After all, she said men just level up faster. Kinfang was still a bit puzzled, but he explained to her that he had in fact gotten some loot. He'd already had it appraised at 45,000 days of lifespan for the whole package. She agreed to give him the lifespan, and the system confirmed the transaction was complete. With a serious look, Kinfang revealed that he also had another great item for sale and asked if she knew about hideouts. Captain Anu's face lit up with a smile as she mentioned they had already heard about them. She explained that in the ruins of Zhanghai City there are no safe zones, so player groups can occupy hideouts to use as bases. Inside them they could store supplies and activate magical defensive barriers during critical moments to block invasions from the water outside. Kinfang figured that what she had probably heard about was the small hideout dropped by the Golden Boss. She nodded her head and explained that Zhanghai City's officials still hadn't found a single hideout. She added that over in Madu, officials had already taken control of a medium-sized hideout, which is how they even knew they existed. That's when Kinfang pulled a golden key out of his inventory. Now that she understood the value of a hideout, he revealed that it was the sanctuary hideout key, which dropped from the very boss he had just defeated. He informed them that this hideout covered more than 800 square meters of land and suggested they go back to discuss what kind of price they were willing to offer. After that, he would consider his options, debating whether or not to sell it. Captain Anu and Kinfang were stunned. They knew that the larger the hideout, the stronger its defenses, and the more developed its internal infrastructure. A hideout covering over 8,600 square feet was more than enough space for every single member of Zhonghai City's official forces to have their own private room. She reached out her hand with a curious expression, asking how much he was planning to sell such a large hideout for. Kinfang said he'd go back and discuss it with them first to see what kind of price they could offer. He knew that in his previous life, this hideout could have been sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he successfully sold it to the government, that combined with the lifespan he already had, would be enough to transfer all his gear skills and levels into the real world. With a nervous look, Captain Anu accepted his proposal and assured him she would report it to her superiors immediately. Then she mentioned that there was something else she needed his help with. They had just received word that 7 gold-tier bosses had appeared together in Dark Moon Town, where many people had already been killed. Because of this, they were willing to offer 10 years of lifespan if he, as Shadow, intervened to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, our guy noted that 7 gold-tier bosses didn't seem like a particularly huge problem. He figured that even if they were grouped together, the official forces should be able to eliminate them given enough time. Therefore, he deduced that if they had come asking for his help, there must be a special catch. She gave him a big thumbs up. Impressed by his insight, she confirmed that he was absolutely right. She explained that they had managed to isolate and kill one of the 7 bosses, but it simply came back to life. And not only that, but the stats of all 7 bosses suddenly skyrocketed instantly, wiping out her entire team. Kinfang's eyes widened in realization. He remembered the existence of group-type bosses that could resurrect each other. This led him to suspect that they might be puppets created by the cursed slate, one of the ancient god slates. If it really was an ancient god slate, then it was something he absolutely couldn't pass up. He decided to head out right away and asked her to send him the coordinates. She wished him good luck. As far as our guy could tell, Anu was being completely genuine. The loot from 7 gold-tier bosses could be sold for 40 or 50 years of lifespan, and she had even offered him an additional 10 years as a reward. Honestly, this was a very generous offer. Mounted on his ghost knight, Wolf Kinfang was moving through the ruins when he passed a statue, and his eyes widened in surprise. Not far away, a group of players was ganging up on a girl. It was Xiao Yu. With a smirk, the woman slapped her hard across the face, accusing her of being a tramp who tried to seduce the guild leader even though she had just joined. Xiao Yu, her face already covered in bruises, began to cry. With an angry glare, the woman made it clear that this was a warning. She'd better stay away from the guild leader or she would ruin that pretty face of hers. They then continued to beat up Xiao Yu. Kinfang, watching from a rooftop, realized that Xiao Yu had gotten tangled up in some internal guild drama after joining the Night Sanctuary. These petty power games were nothing new to him, but in his past life, he had always been the one to sort these things out for her. He leaped down to the ground, thinking to himself that she really needed to learn to just enjoy life on her own. Xiao started to cry, pleading with them to stop, hitting her, crying that it hurt terribly and she was sure she was going to die. The women didn't stop swearing they'd kill her and accusing her of being a damn homewrecker, wondering aloud how many men she had seduced. Kinfang stepped inside the statue. Remembering that beneath the enormous statue in the center of Zhonghai City's ruins, there was a hidden chamber that could return him to the starter town. This was a secret very few people knew. In front of our hero, a magic circle materialized. He knew that this kind of teleportation wasn't free. The first trip cost 500 days of lifespan, the second cost 1,000, and the third cost 2,000, doubling with every use. Over time, the starter town would evolve into a high-level zone where minor monsters would become bosses and hidden treasures would emerge. A perfect example of this was the ancient god slate that was available on this occasion. It was an item he simply couldn't afford to miss. The system prompted him asking if he wished to teleport to the abandoned land of the god's Dark Moon Town. Kinfang remembered that Dark Moon Town was a location that appeared in the later stages of the game, one he had never even heard of in his past life. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed the teleport. The system consumed 500 days of his lifespan, and Kinfang was teleported to Dark Moon Town. The town was bustling with elderly folks chatting with one another. Kinfang was a bit surprised to find the place so lively, and he wondered why almost everyone there was a senior citizen. Not far off, he saw several other players. One of them was helping an elderly woman to her feet. She seemed relieved to be back in the safe zone. The players reminded her that, as promised, they had successfully leveled her up to level 3. During this process, she had gained 72 days of lifespan, and now she just needed to trade them the portion she owed them. The old woman flew into a rage and refused, asking why they wanted her lifespan if they were supposed to be a charity that was helping her level up. With a patient smile, one of them explained that they weren't asking for her money or her own lifespan. When they were in a party together, a portion of the lifespan dropped by the monsters they killed was automatically shared with her. The other player added that she only needed to give them that shared portion just as they had agreed from the very beginning. The old woman only grew more furious, making it clear she had no idea what damn agreement they were talking about. She found it shameless that a couple of young men had the audacity to ask an old woman like her for anything. The players tried to calm her down, explaining that she was misunderstanding the situation. They were helping her level up completely for free, and all they asked for in return was the lifespan that was dropped by the monsters. They clarified that if she hadn't formed a party with them, she wouldn't have received that shared lifespan or as much experience. The old woman warned them not to touch her and began screaming for help, accusing members of the Manga River Guild of harassing her. In that moment, someone grabbed her from behind and threw her to the ground, leaving both her and the players completely stunned. It was Kinfang. He seized her by the neck, and with a murderous glint in his eyes, he drew his dagger. Without a single second of hesitation, our hero ended her life. Witnessing this, the two players were completely frozen in shock. Orbs of lifespan scattered across the ground. Model. Our boy pointed out that her health was practically zero, making her an easy kill for the taking. The players started celebrating, eager to find out which expert had just stepped in to save them. Kinfang brushed it off as a small favor, then turned his back and began to walk away. The other players quickly gathered the dropped lifespan orbs. They were thrilled to have gained 72 days of lifespan and shouted their thanks to our hero. Kinfang found it incredibly inconvenient that fighting was forbidden inside the town. His thoughts then drifted to the Manga River Guild. He recalled that they originated from Dark Moon Town, and that the guild was founded with a focus on charity, specifically helping the elderly survive in the forsaken land of the gods free of charge. Eventually, they earned official recognition and received substantial support. In terms of sheer numbers, Mango River was considered the largest guild in all of Hakia. A glint appeared in Kinfang's eyes. He believed that in this chaotic apocalypse, people like them were needed more than ever. Later that night, deep within a forest, a party was locked in battle with a mud monster. Two of them were mages. One of the mages urged her friend, whom she called Mother, to use lightning strike. She immediately complied, her magic staff beginning to crackle with energy. Moments later, a massive thunderbolt crashed down from the sky, striking the creature head-on. Seizing the opportunity, the party's swordsman lunged forward and sliced the monster in two. The monster's body dissolved into orbs of lifespan, and the swordsman breathed a sigh of relief. The first mage cheered, telling her teammates they were the best. The player called Mother noted that if they just paid attention to the tutorials, they too could handle weaker monsters like this. As they began walking through the forest, the swordsman asked Yan if her good friend Xiao had really joined the Knights Sanctuary Guild, mentioning he'd heard their membership fees were ridiculously high. Yan nodded, adding that she had even invited Xiao to join the Manga River Guild with them. With a sincere look, she explained that she'd told her Manga River was a charity guild where lots of people just like them who weren't great at games could help each other out with veteran players, even offering guidance. But Xiao wasn't interested. The other mage recalled that Xiao was already level 10. Since she was power leveled by the Knight Sanctuary, she also added that their membership contract supposedly binds players for 3 whole years. Once you sign, you're basically their slave for that entire time. The swordsman knew that even though they boosted her to level 10, they were just using her as a tool. The mage, Mother, chimed in that if you don't have the skills, the best thing to do is just kill weak monsters quietly and slowly build up your lifespan and experience. Just like they were doing, sticking to small fry and calling for backup when a boss shows up. Yan couldn't help but sigh. She knew Xiao thought she was special. After all, she had a hidden class which definitely made her stronger than them on paper. Just then, a volley of invisible arrows rained down on them from out of nowhere. They had no time to react as the arrows tore through the swordsman's body, wiping out 1,200 of his HP. The man's body dissolved into lifespan orbs. Yan panicked that was her father, while her mother could only cry out in despair. The archer, responsible for the attack, couldn't help but smirk proud that he'd managed a one-shot kill with a single skill. His masked companions told him to cut the chatter, saying it was impossible for the Manga River Guild to have any experts since they were just a bunch of scrubs. They couldn't imagine what kind of skilled player would bother carrying those old-timers convinced they were all just dead weight. So they walked up to Yan and her mother. With a smirk, the archer told them to hand over all the lifespan they had. Yan was understandably terrified. She knew the game authorities had officially outlawed player killing and remembered these attackers were risking becoming wanted criminals. The archer simply pointed at her with a grin, making it crystal clear he couldn't care less about the authorities. He cut the chatter short and gave them 3 seconds to hand over their lifespan. The player, her mother, began to comply. Yan, however, stood firm, telling her mom not to even think about it. She urged her to quickly ask for help in the guild channel while she held them off. Seeing this, the archer ordered his men to attack. The order was to kill the older one and keep the young one alive for their fun. The masked goons rushed at her, but in that instant a wolf appeared and tore into them. Yan was completely baffled, having no idea what was going on. The archer's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could even draw another breath, someone zipped in and swiftly took his head. It was none other than Kinfang. While the wolf made short work of the minions, our boy silently watched the archer's head vanish. He quickly realized it was just a shadow clone. The archer and his lackeys had already respawned in town. He was furious, and so were his men. They wondered if it was because of their killer status, but even with that penalty, there was no way their lifespan should have been completely drained. They were in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how all their lifespan had disappeared, or why such a massive amount had dropped. With their lifespan critically low, they started running for the forest. They knew if things kept on like this, they were going to die for real. They had to kill some monsters fast to get some lifespan back. Just then, a strange energy materialized, and an instant later, a massive sword of light crashed down upon them. The energy paralyzed them as a figure slowly approached. They knew their time was up. They'd finally been caught for preying on other players. Their captors were a pair of priests. The man holding a skill book revealed they were official bounty hunters, and that, according to the law, they were placing them under arrest, for which he demanded their real-world information. The other man stared them down, making it clear that if they resisted, he would instantly wipe out their remaining lifespan. Back in the forest, flowers began to sprout from the archer's vanquished corpse. Yan was overjoyed and thanked Kinfang profusely, knowing that without his help, she and her mother would have been goners. Kinfang looked down at the ground, lost in his own thoughts. He didn't expect Chuyin to be so decent. Kind-hearted and brave, she was the complete opposite of Kin Xio. He had no idea how those two ever became best friends, but was thankful they had gone their separate ways. Just like that, Kinfang vanished without a trace, and upon noticing this, Yan and her mother were left completely bewildered. Yan picked up the lifespan orb, her expression turning to one of confusion as she wondered if it was her father's. Her mother was also confused, wondering where the attackers had disappeared to. She asked her daughter how Shadow had just vanished into thin air. Yan admitted that she didn't really know. The only thing she knew for sure was that he was the #1 ranked Shadow player in the world. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a different group of players was waiting. They recalled their captain saying Shadow would be there in minutes, but nearly half an hour had passed, leaving them to wonder what the holdup was. With a look of curiosity, one of them asked his friend if Shadow could actually defeat the bosses inside. The other player said he was skeptical since these bosses had a pesky revival ability. He thought it was insane for him to even accept the mission, considering the bosses revived endlessly. Unseen by them, our invisible hero slipped right past the group. Kinfang continued onward, putting some distance between himself and the other players. He was well aware that the ancient god slate added 1 positive and 1 negative affix to a piece of equipment. If you were lucky, these affixes could even alter your fundamental class traits. It was rumored that the 7th ranked player in the world had once summoned the ghost of an ancient god by using 7 of these slates to annihilate a legendary tier boss. Some of these bosses were invisible, possessing extremely high stealth levels, so players who passed by would get wiped out without ever knowing what hit them. Boss groups created by the ancient god slate were known for their unique mechanics, and each one possessed a different set of skills. Up ahead, Kinfang saw several monsters, standing guard, their eyes glowing with malice. Sometimes these bosses were invisible, with such high stealth that players were eliminated without a clue as to what happened. Other times, the real boss was a summoner-type sorcerer hiding somewhere in the vicinity. In those situations, the boss players were fighting would simply respawn endlessly. According to the current intel, once killed, the bosses would revive, and each one would gain a stackable berserk buff. The official guide confirmed that killing even just one of them triggered the resurrection and berserk state for all. But what would happen if they were all killed at the exact same time? Would they still revive? It was certainly worth a shot. Kinfang decided to run a quick test by equipping the follower's pendant and summoning a devout follower. Our hero summoned a devout follower. It charged toward the bosses and landed a hit, dealing over 1,400 points of damage. The eyes of one of the bosses began to glow with rage. It turned its attention to the summon, and just moments later the devout follower's body exploded. The bosses had barely even registered the poor devout follower as a threat. Kinfang's expression grew serious as he realized they were all level 10. They had no damage reflection ability, and their stats were only about twice as strong as a regular gold tier boss. He activated Shadow Ring Blade, causing a strange red energy to spread throughout the area. Then Kinfang unleashed a volley of poison darts which embedded themselves in the bosses' throats. The corpses of the bosses began to fade away. Our boy was momentarily confused when he saw that they hadn't dropped any loot. Just then, the fading bosses began to merge into a much more powerful and gigantic monster. The new boss immediately began to charge toward Kinfang. He was instantly on high alert, realizing his plan to kill them simultaneously had worked, and had just triggered the next phase. He then noticed the strange symbols covering the giant boss's body. The boss attacked, but our guy deftly dodged the blow. He instantly recognized the markings on its body as the ancient script of the gods. By unscrambling the words disaster key, sky, ancient, tuo, wu, god, and sea, he pieced together the boss's true name, Uthos the Calamity Ancient God. With the boss steadily approaching, Kinfang was at a loss for what to do next. Then a wild thought struck him. What if he had to attack the boss's weak points in the same order as the characters in its name? After all, he'd poured tons of resources and manpower into studying the ancient god script just to conquer these ruins. Fang darted forward, striking the symbol on the boss's leg, then its arm, and finally the one on its chest. In response, poison began to seep from the boss's body. It threw its head back and let out a roar of pure agony. Its massive body started to crumble, collapsing into the water below. Our boy stayed on high alert, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just then, coffins rose from the depths, and the boss's remains started to float and change shape. Its body mutated gruesomely, and moments later several new monsters spawned from its corpse, letting out furious roars. Kinfang noticed that the inscriptions carved on the coffins corresponded perfectly to each of the newly spawned monsters. Apparently, the new gimmick was to defeat each monster near its matching coffin. He could see the ancient god slate in sight. This had to be the final phase. Without a moment's hesitation, the monsters charged straight for our boy. He held his ground, his eyes gleaming with unshakable determination. Meanwhile, crows circled overhead as our boy battled the remnants of the ancient god. The commotion caught the attention of every player in the vicinity. They were baffled, wondering if the tremors were an earthquake or a sign that the area boss was going berserk. Because of this, they decided to investigate. The party's mage glanced around and asked, "Where the heck is Shadow?" Her teammate scoffed, saying there was no way Shadow could handle this boss and probably chickened out. Suddenly, the eyes of the party's swordsman went wide. "Well, guys, you have to see this," he yelled. The entire area was deserted. There was no sign of Shadow or the boss, leaving the players completely stunned. As they cautiously explored the site, they noticed fresh cracks splintering across the ground. They wondered aloud if the earthquake had somehow finished off the boss or what on earth had just happened. Just then a message came in from Captain Anu ordering them to fall back, because Shadow had already taken care of the boss. The players stared at each other, their faces a mixture of shock and utter confusion. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Shadow defeated that thing all by himself. Looking around, they saw the empty coffins and shattered chains. It hit them that just moments earlier they'd been convinced there was no way Shadow could take on those 7 bosses. Yet now, barely 10 minutes later, all of them were gone and they hadn't even seen Shadow arrive. How in the world did he manage that? They wondered, especially since those bosses were supposed to respawn. Suddenly, their leader's unwavering faith in Shadow started to make a whole lot more sense. Meanwhile, Kinfang was strolling under the moonlight, a newly acquired slate in his hand. He smirked to himself. This time's haul wasn't half bad. His eyes lit up with satisfaction. He had finally hit level 14. Thanks to the 7 bosses and his greedy hand skill, he'd raked in a whopping 294 evolution points. But the real prize, the most important thing, was the ancient god slate he now held. With a puzzle this complex, it would take the top guilds at least a month to crack it, and their losses would be catastrophic in the attempt. He spent 210 evolution points, leaving him with 115. His skill, Shadow Flash / Evolve from Epic to Legendary rank. The improvements were massive. The blink range increased to 40 meters, stealth duration to 15 seconds, and the cooldown was slashed to just 8.8 seconds. The skill now unleashed 9 slashes in a wider 6-meter area, with each hit packing an extra 700 attack power. However, the most game-changing part was a brand new effect. Each slash now granted him a shield equal to 100% of his maximum HP, which could stack up to 9 times, and lasted for a full 60 seconds. Needless to say, our boy was feeling pretty confident. He couldn't help but grin, knowing that if all 9 slashes of Shadow Flash / landed, his effective HP would be a whopping 10 times greater. His margin for error had just skyrocketed. He went invisible and started making his way through the area, calculating that at his current pace, he'd hit level 15 in about another 5 hours. After that, it would be time to head for Magic City. Several hours later, our boy arrived back at the ruins, only to find the women were still beating up Xiao Yu. It looked like they were actually trying to beat her to death. Kinfang was a little surprised they were still going at it. These women were seriously ruthless. The white-haired woman started stretching, trying to get a little rest. She was completely exhausted, complaining that her back and waist were killing her. Her friend was furious, her own hands swollen from all the hitting, and she whined that her hands were practically smoking from the effort. They spat on Xiao Yu and decided that was enough for one day. The beating should serve as a good lesson. Xiao Yu, her body a mess of bruises and wounds, slowly started to push herself up. She couldn't help but cry, convinced that this was all Kinfang's fault. She'd told him to cut ties, but he actually listened, completely missing the memo that when a girl says one thing, she often means the exact opposite. Using her magic staff for support, she managed to get to her feet. Fortunately, she had signed a contract with the Night Sanctuary, so she wouldn't have to worry about her survival for the next 3 years. Even though she had to give up 50% of her lifespan, it was a worthy trade to ensure she'd grow faster than Chuyan and the others. She activated the skill Holy Healing, which could fully restore target's health. She swore that once she was stronger, she would make sure that everyone who looked down on her would pay for it. Neither Kinfang nor those crazy women would escape her wrath, but to her complete shock, the spell started healing the invisible Kinfang instead. Poor Xiao Yu collapsed to her knees, thinking she'd botched the casting again, and wondering where in the world the healing had gone. Meanwhile, in the Magic City ruins, a party of players was battling a massive stone boss. The boss lunged forward, but the party's tank expertly blocked the blow with his shield. Not far off, 3 other players were hiding and watching the fight, one of whom was Qiang Shishi. She scoffed that Daxia's men were pathetically weak, sending 18 people for a single boss and still being too afraid to engage properly. Her friend winked at her, playfully telling her not to say that. After all, they were doing all the hard work for them, so they should be grateful. She blew him a kiss and laughed, saying that while he was very polite, those pigs from Daxia had such pathetic damage that it was taking them forever to kill one measly gold-tier boss. The players kept attacking, and the boss's HP bar had already dropped below 50%. With an excited smile, the team's mage encouraged everyone to give it their all, pointing out it only had a sliver of health left, and they just needed to push for the final blow. At that very moment, a spear pierced through his chest, killing him instantly and converting his body into lifespan. His killer was one of King Shishi's subordinates. With a smirk, he thanked the mage for all his hard work and for the offering of a weakling. Seeing this, the players panicked when they realized they were facing the Spade Gang, a band of thieves composed of mysterious women from Daxia and some foreigners. They couldn't understand how such monsters could exist, leading outsiders to slaughter their own people. They began to charge at the gang, and their leader told his men not to be afraid and to attack all at once, since there were only a few of them. Noticing their attempt to resist, Qiangxi promised to slaughter all the pigs of Daxia and warned them to prepare to die. Her subordinate drew his twin hammers and used a skill called Thunderous Tremor, creating a small earthquake that trapped the players in the ground. She drew her daggers, moved like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she killed all the players. She couldn't help but mock them. In her eyes, the men of Daxia were truly just a bunch of useless fools. Her eyes gleamed with malice as she realized Daxia's authorities had already released their information. However, this was useless, since in her view, all of Daxia was nothing more than a garbage dump filled with filth. Her companion mentioned that they were just regular players, so there was no way they could compete against a team backed by major capital. While the corpses were transforming into lifespan orbs. She explained that although their true identities hadn't been exposed, they should leave Daxia for North America as soon as possible just to be safe. She looked down at the ground and decided that they would form a guild dedicated to hunting the Daxia pigs. The black man thought this was a good idea, but the other man asked what name they would give the guild. She brandished her dagger and decided to name their guild Alice. She collapsed to the ground and began fantasizing about being surrounded by black men. She decided that was enough for one day. It was time to log off and celebrate the founding of Guild Alice with a big party. With a smile, Captain Yu waved to our boy and proposed that they discuss the price for the hideout, letting him know that they had arrived. Kinfang asked how much, and she replied 1,500. In our boy's opinion, this was way too low. Captain Yu admitted that she knew 1,500 was too low, so she had argued fiercely and managed to get her boss to raise the price to 2,000. Kinfang agreed to the deal for the statue in the center of the ruins. He knew Anu was sharp, even though she had tried to lowball him. A while later, our boy arrived at the statue to find Captain Anu accompanied by several knights. She blushed and explained with a smile that she was carrying too much lifespan, so the High Command felt it was unsafe, and had organized a military escort for her. A serious look crossed King Fang's face. He knew this was nothing to worry about since the authorities were still unaware of his true strength, and these guys only knew one or two moves. King Fang handed over the key, and the system informed him that the transaction had been successful. He had lost the church sanctuary hideout key, and in exchange had gained 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. After making the deal, King Fang decided to leave, and Captain Anu said goodbye to him. The knights were a little confused. Upon noticing she was willing to pay 2,000 years of lifespan just for this, she explained to them that they just didn't get it. This was a hideout that could house hundreds, even thousands of people, and no one but Shadow would be generous enough to give it up. Anu's timely gift of lifespan was perfect. This meant he could fully equip himself before heading to Magic City. King Fang immediately invested the tradable lifespan he had just obtained. He used 71.2 years to reach level 15, then acquired a series of new skills. The mythic level 1, Blessed Liberation, for 161.7 years. The legendary one, Assassin's Instinct, for 71.12 years, and 3 epic level 1s, Shadow Ring Blade, Silent Concealment, and Darkest Hour, for 36.3523, 0.71, and 34.65 years, respectively. Finally, he spent 113.8989 years on the item Mount Bell, not on equipment. Everything else, his skills and level, had been completely synchronized. His strength in the real world was now almost the same as in the game. The system alerted him that his hunger level had reached 90%. He hadn't eaten in a long time, so he decided to log out and grab a bite. King Fang logged out of the game and woke up in a cage at the Hoi Lun Hotel, where some men noticed our boy was awake. They drew their weapons, demanding he hand over his lifespan or end up like the others in the motel. One of them mocked him, celebrating how great the apocalypse was because it meant he could kill anyone he wanted. King Fang just stared back at them with a piercing gaze. Seeing this, one of the men furiously demanded that he hurry up and fork over his lifespan. Another man begged his boss to let him be the one to tear him apart. The guy with the bat figured King Fang was just paralyzed with fear and decided it would be easier to just kill him. But before they could take another breath, a strange energy began to fill the air. Our boy used the skill shadow, Ring Blade, and moments later the entire hotel started to collapse. King Fang grabbed a pack of instant noodles, realizing that the more power he synced with the real world, the more energy his body required. At his current strength, level ordinary food just wasn't going to cut it anymore. Our boy started slurping down the instant noodles, knowing that once he dealt with Qiang Shishi and her guild, called Alice, he would need to find a way to get his hands on the Divine Gifted Book. Riding his wolf, King Fang set off. He knew she was incredibly cunning, much harder to track than Song Fei. However, he could use the mission. Killing King Fang, which he had accepted earlier as bait to lure her out. Still hungry, he headed toward Magic City, planning to find something to eat along the way. Meanwhile, in Magic City, Qiang Shi was throwing a huge party. She was boasting about how amazing her men were. She hugged 2 of her guys and gushed about how incredible it felt to log into the game right after one of their epic battles. Her men showered her with praise, declaring that her skills were totally unmatched. Amid the laughter, they called her their crazy hot chick. One of her subordinates let her know that Shadow had just sent a message. Kinfang was already dead. He told her he wanted to meet in Magic City back in the real world. He would bring her Kinfang's head and then collect the final payment. She knew that meeting Shadow in real life was way too risky. She replied that they didn't need to meet in person and asked him to just send a photo. Her subordinate explained that Shadow didn't use a phone because he was afraid of being tracked by the authorities. She couldn't help but crack a smile, realizing that Shadow had a beef with the authorities too. Lately, their crackdown had become more intense, and if they could just take advantage of this opportunity to lure Shadow over to Alice, those Daxia pigs would no longer be a threat. Because of this, she decided to stage a little play to test the waters and see which side Shadow was really on. She decided that she wanted to meet with Shadow in-game first, so she sent him the coordinates. She went to the ruins and called out for Skywalker. She spoke to him sweetly, asking if he was there and telling him she missed him. Then she asked him for a favor, mentioning that she needed his help with a live one. Kinfang was sitting and meditating. He was using silent concealment, a skill that let him stay permanently stealthed as long as he remained completely still. Noticing that she wanted to meet in the game first, Kinfang thought that Kushi was actually pretty clever. The coordinates for Spectre Academy weren't far from him. He logged into the game ready to see what kind of trick she had up her sleeve. A few hours later, Kinfang arrived at the Magic City ruins. Spectre Academy. Kinfang, still invisible, dismounted from his ride. At that moment, some government agents appeared in front of Qiang Shishi. They announced that the authorities had located her. Spade Gang identified her as Spade A and advised her to surrender immediately and stop resisting. Otherwise, they would be forced to take military action. With a smile, she told Tian Xingjian to go back and tell his men from Daxia to remember this well. They were no longer the Spade Gang. Now they were the Alice Guild. Showing off her assets, she made it clear that they, the Alice Guild, specialized in killing Daxia's men. Tian Xingjian and his men couldn't help but blush. Furious, they cursed Spade A, promising that Daxia's officers would bring her to justice, calling her shamelessly audacious. With a thrilled expression, she dared the Daxia pigs to come and get her. She hinted that if they put on a good show, she might get even bolder with them. All the while, Kinfang was watching everything unfold. Tian Xingjian clenched his fist, noting she was as stubborn as ever and swore to arrest her himself. Kinfang remembered him. He was Shu Honden with the codename Tian Xingjian. He was a well-known informant who had provided intelligence to the Alice Guild and was only taken down in the 7th year of the game's original timeline. He found it interesting that Qiang Shishi and Shu Houndan were already conspiring this early on. He understood that they had orchestrated this entire scene just to test him. If he stepped in to help Qiang Shishi, he would become an enemy of the authorities. But if he didn't, Qiang Shishi probably wouldn't agree to meet him in the real world. Our boy took a leap and began to plummet from the sky. He activated his Shadow Ring Blade skill, deciding this was the perfect moment to show his sincerity. A strange red aura enveloped Tian Xingjian and his men, slowly draining their HP. The system confirmed the kill Tian Xingjian and his men were dead. Qiangxi and the others were a little confused. As the corpses transformed into orbs of lifespan, Kinfang appeared before them, introducing himself as Shadow. Kinfang walked up to her and offered a greeting, introducing himself simply as Shadow. Qiangxi's eyes widened in adoration. She couldn't stop herself from blushing with excitement. To her, he was just unbelievably cool. She absolutely adored this type of powerful man, so much so that she started to cry. Her only complaint was that it was a shame Shadow was a pig from Daxia. She couldn't wrap her head around why such a powerful man had to be from Daxia, cursing the nation she felt didn't deserve him. Her subordinates were stunned to see that Kinfang had dealt over 40,000 in damage. They recognized this as the power of the #1 player in the world, and they quickly offered their greetings. Our boy moved like lightning, killing the two men in an instant as their bodies transformed into orbs of lifespan. With a cold expression, he made up an excuse, claiming that he didn't understand their language, but he was pretty sure they were insulting him. Qiangxi was completely shocked. She quickly explained that they weren't insulting him, just offering a simple greeting. Kinfang played dumb and apologized, recommending that to avoid any future misunderstandings. They should probably stick to speaking the Daxia language here. With that sorted, our boy decided it was time to get down to business. But first, he told her to put some clothes on. Smiling, she covered herself up and finally asked about Kinfang's head. Deep down, she thought Shadow was a total weirdo, but that just made her like him even more. Shadow revealed that he did in fact have Kinfang's head with him. He explained that he couldn't bring the actual item into the game, but he could show it to her in real life if she was up for it. Qiangxi opened the system window and with a confident expression decided to trust him. After all, she had witnessed his strength firsthand and believed a man that powerful wouldn't need to lie to her. And just like that, Shadow obtained 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Our boy was about to leave, but she quickly asked him to wait. Smiling, she proposed a long-term partnership, pointing out that he had the skills and she had the cash. She told him she had a new assassination target, and if he was interested, invited him to her place that very night. Sticking her tongue out playfully and blushing beet red, she promised to provide him with anything he might need. Our boy's curiosity was piqued, so he asked about the target and the payment. As she was logging out, she suggested they meet up in person to discuss the details. She assured him the payment would be several times more generous than their current deal, adding that she'd be waiting for him that night at the Magic City port. Kinfang's expression turned serious as he wondered if her place at the port might just be a yacht. Meanwhile, not too far from the statue, Tian Xingjian and his men had just respawned. He was furious, cursing Shadow, knowing full well that the guy would eventually betray the authorities. Still, from his perspective, this was a success, since Qiongxi had managed to form an alliance with Shadow. He realized the idiots back in Yongai City were to blame for constantly antagonizing Shadow. He then ordered a man named Linking Yu to have everyone collect their lifespan first, since things were about to get busy. Linkinga, a woman with white hair, nodded her head. Her in-game handle was Late Night Drizzle. She considered the possibility that Shadow had actually allied with Spei. If this were true, they'd need to find a way to take Shadow down, even if it cost them their lives. She gazed down at her hand, lost in thought. She was well aware that the power gap between her and Shadow was immense. She hadn't even managed to catch a glimpse of his silhouette before it was all over. A few hours later, in the dead of night, a hooded figure arrived at Qiongxishi's yacht. He introduced himself as Shadow, mentioning he was there to find Spei. When the guards saw Shadow arrive, they recognized him instantly. They informed him they had been expecting him, and were ready to set sail, inviting him aboard. Shadow remained silent. It was late at night, and the yacht was sailing in the middle of the ocean, far from any city. While Shadow was looking away, Qiongxishi made her entrance holding a glass of wine. She wore an elegant red dress and offered him a glass, remarking that they were finally meeting. She admitted she hadn't expected him to be so mysterious even in person. Shadow cut straight to the chase and asked her who the target was. She sidled up to him with a mischievous smile, telling him there was no fun in getting right to business. She suggested that on such a beautiful night and with such pleasant company, they should save the boring stuff for later. Instead, she invited him to have a drink and toast to the wonderful evening they were sharing. Shadow took the glass of wine, and without a second's hesitation took a sip. Qiongxishi couldn't help but feel giddy, and a moment later, Shadow sat down on the sofa. Qiongxishi sat next to him and grabbed his arm, smiling as she asked if he was feeling the effects, yet revealing that the drink contained her special secret recipe. She began to get visibly excited and revealed that anyone who drank it would have to obey her every command. She thought euphorically that it was just as she'd imagined. Even the great Shadow was just a man after all. However, her excitement turned to astonishment when she witnessed his incredibly potent reaction. Barely containing her anticipation, she sat before Shadow and told him not to be nervous, to just relax and enjoy the ride. She then explained her plan. When they reached the peak of their passion, she would lift his hood to see his face, certain that he must be unbelievably handsome. However, for now, she wanted to savor the mystery and began to have her fun with Shadow. She was completely amazed that Daxia could produce such a magnificent man. This made her understand why he was called Shadow. A burning heat washed over her as she marveled at the incredible experience. Feeling a scorching heat consume her from the inside out, she urged him to continue, shouting that she was ready for him to unleash everything as she finally reached her climax. At that very moment, something strange happened. Green flames erupted from Shadow's body, engulfing Qiongxishi. She reeled back in shock, feeling a scorching heat and wondering if she was actually on fire. Suddenly, someone appeared beside her and snatched the protective crystal pendant she wore around her neck. They hadn't expected her to possess such a valuable item, one that had just saved her life. It was the protective crystal pendant, a gold-tier universal accessory its unique effect granted the wearer a shield of complete damage immunity every 300 seconds. It was none other than Kinfang, his body giving off a suffocating aura and his gaze sharp enough to pierce right through you. He just stared at her, leaving Kangxi completely shocked. She couldn't figure out why he was here. She distinctly remembered Shadow killing him. Our boy decided it was time to reveal the truth, and there was only snorts. One reason why. He was Shadow. She scrambled away from the man she thought was Shadow, sitting on the couch, her eyes wide with terror. The hooded man was actually a devout follower our boy had summoned to pretend to be him, and he was thrilled since he'd had a ton of fun with Qiongxishi. The once arrogant Qiongxishi now knelt before Kinfang. Smashing her head against the floor, she begged him to spare her life, admitting she was wrong. She offered him all of her lifespan and promised to be his slave, telling him he could do whatever he wanted with her. Kinfang simply asked about the 5 foreigners who had been with her. Her eyes brimming with tears, she started acting like a little puppy, asking her daddy if he'd let her go in exchange for the info. Before she could even finish her sentence, Kinfang snapped her neck, and as she writhed in pain, he grabbed her phone, quickly realizing the 5 guys weren't on the yacht. Kinfang obtained 659 years of tradable lifespan. It was a shame too, since he'd wanted to catch them all at once. He decided the next best thing was to use Qiang Shishi's phone to call the authorities. Not far from Qiang Shishi's luxurious yacht, police boats started speeding toward it. A massive murder scene had been reported on the yacht, and one of the victims was the heiress of the Qian Group's president. According to the informant, the killer's methods closely matched those of Shadow from the game, making his identity all but certain. The investigation team was immediately dispatched to the crime scene. Tian Xingjian was also on one of the boats. He knew Shadow had no respect for the law. He considered such a senseless murder a direct challenge to the laws of his country. Once on board, he planned to use his search skills on the corpses. The moment Shadow's location was confirmed, they would open fire with everything they had to ensure the target was eliminated. He would definitely avenge his Shishi. In a matter of seconds, the police boats had the yacht surrounded. They began their investigation with Qiang Shishi's body. The preliminary autopsy showed the cause of death was a fractured cervical spine. They found unidentified DNA samples in her mouth, along with some burn marks. Tian Xingjian cursed Shadow. Not only did he kill, but he also insulted the dead. He touched her corpse and activated his skill, Last Words of the Deceased. The skill would reveal the killer's location to him for 5 minutes. Tian Xingjian swore that he would see the culprit brought to justice. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately went on alert, drew his pistol, and warned his men to be careful. Shadow was right there with them. He started to order an all-out attack towards the 6 o'clock position. But before he could even turn, a powerful venom dart pierced his head, leaving everyone in shock. His body fell right next to Qiang Shishi's. Linking Yu, however, didn't lose her cool. With a determined expression, she summoned a group, shield, and started firing, screaming that Shadow had just killed the investigator, and asked if he was trying to make an enemy of the authorities. Kinfang told them to relax. He explained that he'd killed Ku Hunden because the man was a traitor, leaking official information to Kong Shishi for personal gain. As for the evidence, he said it was all on his phone, and that they were free to investigate. One of the officers unlocked Ku Hunden's phone and informed Captain Lin that they had in fact found communication records between Captain Ku and Kong Shishi on the device. It turned out that Kong Shishi was the player known in-game as Black Ace. Captain Linking Yu couldn't believe it and decided to see for herself. She snatched the phone, but the officer panicked, telling her to wait a moment. Confused, she wondered what he was trying to hide from her. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw a photo of Ku Hunden and Kong Shishi kissing. She couldn't help but blush bright red when she opened the photo gallery and saw all the intimate pictures of the two. The police officer got flustered, saying that he had tried to warn her. She then realized everything Shadow had said was true. She finally understood why Shadow had killed them in the game. It had all been an act for Kong Shishi's benefit. Shadow had earned Kong Shishi's trust just so he could find and deal with her in the real world. Afterward, he tipped off the authorities, luring in and killing Ku Hunden. In one fell swoop, he had helped the officers solve 2 major problems. The officer asked her why she was staring so intently at the photos, and it hit her just how terrifying Shadow truly was. She realized that if he ever became an enemy of the authorities, the consequences would be unimaginable. She remembered that she had shot him just a few moments ago. While he probably wouldn't hold a grudge, she was worried this incident might create friction between him and the authorities. With a grateful look, she thanked him for his help and apologized for shooting him earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, she shot herself in her own leg, sending the other officers into a panic, but she told them not to worry. With tear-filled eyes, she told Shadow that they were even now and begged him to continue cooperating with the authorities. One of the police officers helped her up, telling her there was no need to be so drastic. She countered that they didn't know what kind of person Shadow was, and it was better to be safe than sorry. Kinfang was using his invisibility skill, observing the whole scene. He recognized her as Late Night Drizzle, real name Linking Yu. She'd shot herself just to avoid becoming his enemy. That was exactly what you'd expect from the future leader of Magic City's official forces. Meanwhile, back in the game, several monsters appeared near the ruins. The player with the shield started fighting them and yelled for Xiao Yu to heal him. She raised her staff to cast a healing spell, but she was so clumsy that she healed a monster instead of her teammate. The monster took a bite out of the player, and he, in shock from seeing her heal the wrong target, yet again called her as useless as ever. Her spell continued healing one monster, while another devoured her friend. A moment later, both of them were eliminated. They both respawned, and with tears in her eyes, Xiao wondered how that could have happened since she hadn't seen a soul. She figured it had to be Shadow and wondered if the reason he always attacked her was because he'd found out she wanted to avenge her brother, Song Fei. He promptly whacked her on the head, calling her an idiot and asking why in the world Shadow would waste his time attacking her. He explained that they had just been annihilated by the platinum-grade boss, the headless assassin Shero, and demanded to know if she'd even bothered to read the system notifications. Xiao Yuyu, now sporting a fresh bump on her head, looked absolutely furious. The guy revealed that the boss had been aggroed by her misdirected healing spell. He then swore that if the guild leader ever assigned her to his party again, he would just kill himself on the spot. At that very moment, the boss descended right near them, causing the man to totally panic. As a strange aura began pulsing from its body, the man ditched Xiao Yuyu and started running for his life. Realizing the boss had actually followed them, Xiao Yuyu's eyes widened in terror. This was definitely not good. That night, inside a lavish mansion somewhere in the city, a plate of fruit was thrown to the floor. It was a furious red-haired woman on a phone call. She yelled that the officials on the other end of the line were useless. This was a golden opportunity to kill Shadow, and they were just giving up. She didn't want to hear any of their excuses. Shadow had massacred her entire Dongfang clan, and their blood would not be spilled in vain. After all their years of infiltrating the government, they had proven completely useless when it mattered most. She demanded that, no matter the cost, they make Shadow pay for what he had done. Behind her stood a boy holding a whip. She reminded him that Shadow had killed his father-in-law, asking him why he was hesitating. Behind the boy was a wounded woman whose eyes shone with malice and confidence. The boy revealed to his mother that he had a plan to take down Shadow. Intrigued, his mother asked her son Nantian what his plan was, reminding him that the god-forsaken game was only for adults over 18 years old and that he still couldn't get in. Nantian's eyes began to shine with confidence as he explained to his mother that while he couldn't enter the game himself, he could certainly still use his brain. Since Shadow has a thing for killing people, his plan was to send some decoys to provoke him and lure him into his father's fireworks factory. They would get everything ready ahead of time, and when Shadow showed up to kill them, they would detonate the entire factory. This way, tens of thousands of fireworks would be his funeral send-off, allowing the entire world to witness his demise. And even if the plan were to fail, there'd be no way for Shadow to trace it back to them. A smile crept across the mother's face. She realized they hadn't done such a bad job raising him. Then turning to a man named Chu, she snapped that even her son was more useful than him. Chu didn't object, simply mentioning that the matter should be kept completely secret. The official government stance on Shadow was still focused on trying to win him over. And besides, his older and second brothers would never support them in this. Hearing that the mother hung up the phone, deciding she would take care of this herself, she approached her son, glancing down at the tied-up woman, and asked her son why he was still refusing to hand over his lifespan. Nantian apologized, touching his cheek and blushing as he admitted that he'd lost control for a moment and accidentally killed her. At the same time in this godforsaken game, more precisely in the ruins of Magic City, the boss that had been chasing Xio and her friend attacked in a flash, and just before they could escape it, moved like lightning, slicing them to bits and killing them instantly. Xiao Yu was in total shock. She couldn't believe how unbelievably fast the boss was. A moment later, their bodies transformed into orbs of lifespan. Nearby players reacted immediately, pointing out how the duo had just died out of nowhere. They realized that someone invisible had killed them in an instant, and concluded that it had to be Shadow. Before they could even take another breath, the boss struck again, killing them and turning their bodies into orbs of lifespan. Seeing this, the remaining players started scrambling, thinking Shadow had gone nuts and was massacring innocent players. Meanwhile, Kinfang was standing over the sea, whistling and enjoying the view. He was far from any town and figured this was the perfect spot to extract his hideout. The system asked our boy if he wished to consume 1,315.2 years of lifespan to extract the soul-cleansing land hideout into reality. This hideout was an underground structure, so Kinfang had to mark the desired location on the map. Finally, before proceeding, the system warned him that any materials overlapping with the hideout would be completely obliterated and asked him to confirm the action. Kinfang glanced toward the bottom of the sea and confirmed. Moments later, a magic circle appeared in the water. The sea parted, and the soul-cleansing land was successfully extracted into reality. With a serene expression, Kinfang decided it was time to go search for the divine book. Our boy logged back into the game, and Wang Mong immediately informed him that he'd been reported for indiscriminately P-King. However, Wang Mong knew it couldn't have been him since he hadn't even been online. After investigating, he discovered the culprit was a platinum tier boss attacking players known as the Headless Assassin. Her stealth level was off the charts. No one could see her. Because of this, Wang Mang asked if our hero could take care of the situation. Back in the ruins of Magic City, the boss was massacring every player in sight, leaving nothing but lifespan orbs behind. Enquin, who was hiding behind some rubble, was terrified, wondering what kind of divine tier boss this was, since not even his level 3 anti-stealth could detect her. Last time, the Iron Saint had been completely overshadowed by Shadow, and he was still pretty salty about it. With a confident smirk, he claimed the only problem was that he couldn't see the boss. Otherwise, he could have easily handled her all by himself. He even claimed that if Shadow showed up, he'd be just as powerless against this headless assassin. Xiao Yan started to panic, telling Enquin to keep his voice down so he wouldn't attract the boss. She then suggested they head for higher ground first, since they'd get a better view from up there. Enquin began to sneak away, but in the process, he stepped right on a banana peel that was just lying on the ground. Poor Enquin slipped and went flying with no idea who would just leave a banana peel lying around. But before he could even finish his sentence, the boss moved like lightning, slicing Yan and his subordinate clean in half. The bodies of Yin and the others turned into orbs of lifespan. Enquin was the only one who hadn't been eliminated, all thanks to slipping on a banana peel. He was shocked to see that the boss had just wiped out all her own subordinates. Wasting no time, he snatched up an orb of lifespan. But when he turned around, the boss was right there raising her arm to finish Enquin off. Instead of being scared, he challenged her, shouting that he wasn't afraid. As the boss prepared her attack, Enquin went for a roll only to panic when he realized he'd dodged way too early. Without a second to lose, Enquin just kept rolling nonstop. He was completely bewildered, wondering what she was waiting for and why she wasn't attacking him yet. He started rolling around the boss in circles, and in the process he got super dizzy from overdoing it. Enquin finally stopped rolling, feeling even more confused when he noticed the boss was disappearing. He was so dizzy he could barely see straight. After charging her attack, she used the technique Anti-Stealth Strike and struck the dizzy Enquin, who didn't have time to roll again and took the hit head-on. In a flash, his body dissolved into lifespan. While the boss was distracted, a shadowy figure began to emerge. Out of nowhere, Kinfang appeared above her using his skill, True Anti-Stealth Strike, to slam his dagger into her back, dealing over 28,000 points of damage and killing her instantly. He was so fast she never even saw him coming. He couldn't help but be a little surprised to see that the boss's name was Shu. A few minutes before Kinfang showed up, all the guild members back in the city ruins had started, ganging up on poor Xiaoyu, blaming her for miscasting a spell that aggroed the headless boss. They claimed the boss had spotted her and followed her all the way to the respawn point. Xiaoyu's eyes filled with tears and sadness. She tried to explain that she didn't mean to do it. Two of the players were furious, telling the guild leader that their teams would never accept someone like her because they'd end up dead without even knowing how. The guild leader told his men to keep it down, asking if they wanted to attract the boss. With a serious look, the guild leader realized that Xiaoyu just wasn't cut out for combat. Because of this, he informed her that from now on, she'd be in charge of gathering intel on hideouts. He offered her a reward of 3 years of lifespan if she found a gold tier hideout, and 10 years if she found a platinum tier one. He remembered that at the time when they first saw she had a hidden class, they thought they'd struck gold. Pointing at Xiaoyu, the guild leader decided that from now on he would give her 1 year of lifespan each day, since her constant dying was a huge waste. A system window popped up, informing Xiaoyu that she had received 2 days of tradable lifespan. Her remaining tradable lifespan was now 2 days, 13 hours, and 32 minutes. With a look of pure gratitude, she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Seeing this, the other girls in the guild couldn't help but get furious. They were convinced that Xiaoyu had just gotten lucky, and that this was all her plan from the start to get to see the guild leader every day. Cursing out little Xiao, they swore they'd do the same thing. Just then, lifespan orbs started appearing, and someone noticed the boss's name was Shu. Upon hearing this, the guild leader and his men were both curious and completely baffled. A moment later, the boss's corpse hit the ground, and then Kinfang appeared, silently staring down the guild leader. The guild leader's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. Without a second's hesitation and with a furious look on his face, he clocked one of his own men right across the head. Suddenly, a strange energy started swirling around Xiaoyu, causing the space around her to distort and leaving her totally confused. Her eyes flew open in fear and surprise. Neither she nor the other players had a clue what was happening. Not wasting a single second, the guild leader booted Xiaoyu right in the backside, sending her flying. Xiao Yu's body began to float in the air while she screamed for help. Just then, 3 headless bosses materialized around her. Noticing this, King Fang's attention immediately locked onto her. Anan and the others who were watching from a corner panicked when they saw the 3 bosses. They soon realized there were actually 4 and then 5, as one had just been instantly eliminated by Shadow. That's when they understood why. It felt like the bosses were everywhere. There were a ton of clones. With tears streaming down her face and a desperate look, Xiao Yu started begging for help. Then she spotted Shadow and thought she was saved. Reaching out to King Fang, she begged him to save her, calling him Brother Shadow. Hearing the word brother from the mouth of the person who had betrayed him, King Fang's eyes began to glow with rage. Just before the bosses could attack King, Fang unleashed his new Shadow Dash, moving in a flash to slice the bosses and pour Xiao Yu into pieces. Xiao Yu was in total shock, with no idea why Shadow had just killed her. The system informed our boy that he had killed the headless assassin Xilu, and the player Xiao Yu, gaining 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. While the orbs of lifespan rained down from the sky, King Fang turned his back on Xiao Yu and coldly remarked that she was unlucky. King Fang used Greedy Hand to scoop up all the loot. He realized that in addition to the 1,520 days of lifespan from the boss, it had also dropped a whole bunch of light orbs. They were the non-tradable lifespan points that the boss had just absorbed from other players but hadn't digested yet. Just then, Captain Anu and Wang Mang appeared. With a smile, she greeted our boy, offering to buy any items he didn't need. King Fang was a little surprised, noticing that Captain Anu and Wang Mang seemed to be everywhere he went. With a calm expression, our boy mentioned that they had arrived at the perfect time, because he knew another place with great loot. If the price was right, he could take them. He told Wang Mang and the others they could come along, but that Anu couldn't. Captain Anu was both furious and confused, demanding to know why she couldn't come with them. Shadow started to point at Wang Mang with his finger and clarified that, to be precise, no women were allowed to go. She started to blush, and while striking a pose, asked the boss why accusing him of being discriminatory. She put on a show of being sad, admitting she had even planned to seduce him, but never guessed that he was actually into men. King Fang gave her a gentle bonk on the head and then revealed that just outside the ruins of the city's north gate, there was a tower of divine authority. He explained that by completing its challenge, you could get some pretty valuable rewards. However, the NPCs inside really had it out for women. If any women were on the team, the difficulty would shoot up tenfold. Little Black cheerfully said goodbye to King Fang and wished him good luck while her friends started to flash a smile full of admiration. Absolutely furious, Captain Anu turned her back on them, declaring that the NPCs were sexist trash and vowing to come back and destroy them as soon as she leveled up. Then she told Xia that they should go explore the nearby mountain to kill some mobs and blow off some steam. King Fang asked Wang Mang and his men to follow him, and the system notified them that Shadow had sent a party invitation. Wang Mang's subordinate was a little nervous since it was his first time ever teaming up with the big boss, but Wang Mang chewed him out for his jitters, reminding him that this was a golden opportunity to learn from the master's moves. In a flash, King Fang had already put some distance between them. Noticing this, they panicked, completely confused about what was happening. It looked like Shadow was just walking slowly, but his speed was way greater than theirs, even while they were running. They wondered how on earth they were supposed to learn anything this way, concluding his agility stat must be through the roof. While checking his system inventory, King Fang noticed that more than 20 items had dropped and 2 of them were usable by assassins. The first item was the Forest Bone Blade of Emerald Tier, an assassin weapon. It offered an attack power of 388,125, with armor penetration and increased strength by 39 and agility by 48. The requirement to equip it was to be level 15. Its unique effect doubled movement speed for 5 seconds after dealing damage, and while this effect was active, it granted a 30% evasion rate. King Fang unsheathed his new Forest Bone Blade, and his eyes widened with glee when he realized its attack power was almost 80% higher than the 216 points of the Plague Blade. On top of that, it added armor penetration, strength, and agility. This weapon was not bad at all. Definitely worth equipping. The second item was the Shadow Blade skill of Platinum Tier. It launched a Shadow Blade made of condensed dark elements, inflicting dark element damage to a single target within a range of 20 meters with an additional 600 points of dark elemental attack. Upon impact, it dispelled 1 random buff up to the Platinum Tier. Its cooldown was 12 seconds reduced to 6.49, and it required level 14. Our boy decided to evolve this skill and pump it up to the Legendary Tier. Even though the dark element damage to a single target was a bit low, he figured the buff dispelling effect was super useful. The evolution consumed 56 evolution points, leaving him with 219 remaining. The Shadow Blade skill evolved through the Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, and Epic tiers until it finally became legendary. This boosted its added dark elemental attack to 1,500 points and allowed it to dispel a random buff of up to the legendary level. Its cooldown was reduced to 7 seconds or 3.78 with his stats. Finally, the skill gained a new legendary effect. Hitting a weak point refunded 3 seconds of its cooldown. Kinfang felt a rush of joy holding his newly upgraded blade. He realized that as long as he hit a weak spot, the skill's cooldown would be reduced by 3 seconds. For him, that meant the effective cooldown was just 0.78 seconds. Our boy snapped out of his thoughts and turned around to find that Wang Mang and his subordinate had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, about 2 kilometers behind Kinfang, Wang Mang's subordinates were completely exhausted and gasping for air. They were complaining that Shadow moved way too fast and that no one could keep up until one of them told their captain he just couldn't go on. Wang Mang just grabbed the guy by the feet and started dragging him, telling him to quit his whining. Kinfang and the others finally arrived at the Tower of Divine Authority, which stood in the middle of a forest. It was so tall you couldn't even see the top from the ground. Our boy told Wang Mang and his crew that this was the spot. Once they went inside, an NPC would give them a challenge. He warned them that this particular NPC was a real piece of work, because the better they performed, the more expensive his items would get. With a completely straight face, he advised them to only use 1% of their strength. He then told them to try their best, since they only had to defeat a gold tier boss. When our boy turned around, he saw Wang Mang and his men collapsed on the ground, trembling from exhaustion. No one had been able to keep up with Kinfang, his face covered in sweat and panting heavily. Wang Mang gave a thumbs up and told our guy not to worry, promising he'd see the mission through. As Kinfang walked toward the door of the Tower of Divine Authority, he reminded them to use team chat at all times so the NPC couldn't hear them. He explained that once they cleared the challenge, they'd be able to buy some awesome items from the NPC, assuring them they wouldn't be disappointed. Kinfang and the others pushed open the tower's door. Wang Mang and his men were pretty surprised when a floating hooded NPC appeared before them. He gave them a warm welcome, calling them friends of Blue Star, and guessed that the arrival of the Forsaken Gods had probably put them on edge. He explained that this was the Tower of Divine Authority, and that if they completed his challenge, he would allow them to trade with him. He then asked them to just let him know when they were ready. Wang Mang's men were a little shocked and confused, realizing the game actually had NPCs. One of them asked Shadow what kind of boss they were up against in this challenge. Our guy just told them to follow his lead during the fight, promising it would be simple. The party's swordsman was even more confused and asked him for more details. He wanted to know how long the battle would last, how many phases. The boss had what skills it used, and if the fight was more about mechanics or just a pure stat check, and he didn't stop there. He asked if the boss had any movement skills, if there were any instant death attacks, if it targeted specific players with its skills, where its weak spots were, and just how long the whole fight would take. Wang Mang told Kinfang to just ignore the guy. He explained the guy's nickname was Steady as an Old Dog, and that ever since a mission where 2 party members died, he was always super cautious no matter what he did. Wasting no time, Kinfang let the NPC know they were ready to go. The swordsman panicked, yelling that he still wasn't ready. The NPC just bowed his head and announced it was time for the fun to begin. A moment later, a portal materialized, and from it emerged a powerful boss, the level 20 gold tier obsidian skull-splitting puppet. The swordsman's eyes widened in pure shock and terror. He realized this boss was level 20, while the highest level in their party was only 11. Cool as a cucumber, Kinfang assured everyone it was no big deal and signaled for Wang Mang to take the lead. Following Shadow's orders, Wang Mang equipped his shield and pulled his sword from his inventory. Using his shield charge skill, Wang Mang launched himself headfirst at the boss, slamming his shield right into its teeth. The boss flew into a rage and smacked Wang Mang. Luckily, he was quick enough to block part of the attack with his shield, but the force of the blow still sent him flying. Moving like lightning, Kinfang zipped over and caught Wang Mang, stopping him from slamming into the wall. The swordsman and the archer looked on a little confused and definitely worried for our boy. Kinfang simply stared the boss down. He told the archer not to worry and to use the Starshine shot skill. Then he ordered the swordsman to use triple ground slash. They both nodded in agreement. The archer unleashed a volley of arrows on the boss, causing it immense pain. Taking advantage of the opening, the swordsman moved like the wind, landing a series of precise, powerful slashes. The boss roared as blood trickled from its mouth. It grew even more enraged and slammed its fists into the ground. A powerful aura erupted around its body, and then a strange black energy started to swirl around the swordsman. Seeing this, Kinfang realized the boss had entered its berserk mode. He warned them to stay clear of the black oil and that he would handle it. The swordsman scrambled to get away from the strange energy. Meanwhile, the archer barely dodged one of its attacks. Kinfang leaped into the air and hurled his shadow blade at the monster. The attack was so fast the boss couldn't even react, and the blade struck it square in the face for over 4,500 points of damage. But far from calming down, it just roared louder. But Kinfang quickly used a skill to dispel its berserk state. Wang Mang couldn't help but grin, commenting that the damage dealt didn't line up with Shadow's stats. It was as if the boss wasn't even wearing any gear. Beaming with joy, the swordsman mentioned that Shadow was a heck of an actor for hanging back in the corner the whole time. The NPC must have thought he was a total noob. The archer got curious and asked our boy how he figured out that the NPC jacked up his prices for stronger players. He was dying to know how Kinfang had discovered something like that. Kinfang paused for a moment before explaining that the game holds a ton of secrets with lots of information buried deep within the ruins. He told them they should always be asking themselves if they've really put in the effort to explore and expand their knowledge. The archer and the swordsman were left speechless, not knowing what to say. While they were distracted, the boss opened its mouth and started charging up a massive fireball. The fireball grew larger and more powerful with every passing second. Kinfang shouted a warning that the boss was about to spin clockwise and breathe fire. He yelled for them to dodge, explaining that the black oil on the ground combined with the flames could kill them in just 3 seconds. Wang Mang and the others started to scatter, and then Wang Mang warned Old Dog that he was heading in the wrong direction. Kinfang quickly realized it was too late to get out of the way, so he ordered Wang Mang to pop his invincibility skill and take the hit for him. Wang Mang obeyed, blocking the fiery attack with his shield. Kinfang praised him for the save and gave the team their next orders. Once the flames died down, they were to unleash their highest damage skills and go all out. The archer let loose a rain of arrows. The swordsman leaped into the air to attack with Wang Mang, following close behind to block any counterattacks from the boss. The coordinated assault worked, and just before the boss could recover Wang Mang, and the team dealt over 25,000 points of damage, killing it instantly. A system notification congratulated them for defeating the level 20 Obsidian Skull Splitter Golem. Wang Mang and the rest of the team breathed a collective sigh of relief. Kinfang, however, didn't lower his guard, knowing the trickiest part was that the boss enters a berserk state once its HP falls below 70%. While the effect would eventually wear off, its strength was temporarily on par with a silver tier boss. The NPC reappeared in the sky to congratulate them, announcing they were the first players from Blue Star to clear his trial, as the loot rewards began. To materialize, the NPC let out a laugh, revealing that they could now trade their lifespan to him for a divine gifted tome. The NPC used his powers and his name, Vickley, appeared above his head. Noticing this, the swordsman was surprised to see that the man actually had 6 fingers. The NPC's eyes began to glow as his gaze locked onto the swordsman. Without a second's delay, he summoned a lightning bolt that struck the swordsman, dealing over 99,000 damage and killing him instantly. His body then dissolved into orbs of lifespan, and Wang Mang panicked, completely confused as to why the NPC had suddenly attacked. Kinfang, calm as ever, mentioned that this NPC's established taboo was related to his fingers. He clarified that NPCs can't attack players unless a player breaks their specific taboo first. Because of this, as long as they didn't mention his fingers again, they would be fine. A question popped into Wang Mang's head. He wondered if Kinfang could defeat this NPC. Our boy admitted that for now he couldn't. The system then revealed the truth about these NPCs. They were powerful beings from other timelines who had achieved godhood. Bound by ancient eternal rules, they come to Blue Star disguised as NPCs to collect lifespan from players. With a smug expression, Vickley told them to choose the divine skill book they wanted, trade their lifespan for it, and then get lost. Upon seeing the skill books, however, Wang Mang was completely stunned. He found out it was possible to spend lifespan to create real-world necessities, like all kinds of food, water, and drinks. He realized that with these divine books, they could become completely self-sufficient even if a disaster struck. As expected of Kinfang, he had truly led them to something great. Wang Mang and the archer were amazed. They were certain Kinfang would never let them down. Their astonishment grew even more when the archer discovered the divine book mechanical made and instantly wanted to buy it. Kinfang spent 9,000 days of tradable lifespan, and in return he got the complete set of the 9 Zhongai City divine books. These divine books would take care of his daily needs, but there was also another reason. The Tower of Divine Authority offered an achievement with reputation rewards, and he was determined to claim it. Kinfang informed the NPC that he wanted to tackle the highest difficulty solo. Vickley was a bit confused and made it clear that with the performance he had just put on, Kinfang wouldn't even be able to clear the first level, yet he still dreamed of challenging the highest difficulty. Kinfang felt curious and decided to ask what exactly the highest difficulty entailed. Vickley revealed that the difficulty was split into 5 levels, with the 5th being the absolute hardest. The boss was still the Golden Grade Obsidian Skullreaker Golem, but its attack, health, defense, and cooldown speed were increased by a whopping 500%. The jaws of Wang Mong and the archer dropped in shock, a 500% increase. It had already taken them great effort just to dodge its skills, so they doubted Shadow could manage it. Moreover, with 5 times more health and defense, they wondered how long it would possibly take to defeat it. Knowing there was no room for a single mistake during combat, Vickley began staring at Kinfang. He warned him that if he died during the challenge, the lifespan he dropped would be his to keep, and asked if he was sure he wanted to accept. Kinfang ignored the warnings and nodded, making it clear he was all in. Vickley began to summon a ball of magic, gladly accepting what he considered a freebie. The players from Blue Star had already gotten too arrogant this early in the game. Really, they were just asking for it. The boss they had just defeated was resurrected. Now it was the Golden Obsidian Skull-Splitting Golem, with its strength boosted by 500%. Kinfang drew his dagger. He knew that Vickley could empower his summoned creatures, and that 500% wasn't the limit. In fact, he remembered from his past life that when he defeated him, Vickley had increased his summons by up to 2,000%. This was the perfect opportunity to test out his new weapon. Kinfang shot a poisonous dart at the boss, which activated the Black Flame's gift effect, reducing the target's defense and all its elemental resistances by 7%. Then the special effect of the Emerald Bone Blade activated, increasing our boy's speed by 100% for 5 seconds. The boss launched a torrent of flames, and just before they could get close, Kinfang disappeared without a trace. While it was distracted trying to figure out what had just happened, Kinfang appeared. Behind it, landed on its head and stabbed his dagger into its skull, activating the special effect of Emerald Bone Feather. The massive monster began to roar in agony. Kinfang disappeared again, and his speed was boosted by 100% for another 5 seconds. Upon witnessing Kinfang's incredible speed, Wang Mang and the archer were left completely speechless. At first, they thought he'd gone invisible again, assuming his skill had a ridiculously short cooldown. They soon realized it wasn't a skill at all. Shadow's speed was so extreme it created the illusion that he was simply vanishing. Kinfang decided to use Blessed Liberation, which would cause his next attack to apply the throat slash effect. Using Shadow Dash, our boy moved like a thunderclap, dealing over 100,000 points of damage to the boss. The attack activated Black Flame's gift, which reduced the boss's defense and all its elemental resistances by 64%. Even after using his most powerful skills, the monster's HP had barely budged. Kinfang was happy, however, because he knew this was all thanks to the buff granted by the Ancient God's Stone Tablet. Without that item increasing the stacking limit of Black Flame's gift, each hit from Shadow Dash would have only inflicted about 18,000 points of damage at most. Wang Mang was in utter shock, realizing a single strike had wiped out a third of the boss's health. He wondered what kind of skill Kinfang had just used. It was the first time the archer had ever seen Kinfang's attack so clearly. It looked like an instant shadow slash to him. But the version of that skill he knew only had 3 strikes. Meanwhile, Vicky watched the battle in silence, wondering how someone could be so overwhelmingly strong when the game on Blue Star had just started, and what level of talent he must possess. Our boy's eyes were shining with excitement. It was time to activate Throat Slash, a skill that inflicted 200% of the last attack's damage every second. Blood began to gush from the boss's body. It started roaring in agony as its HP bar plummeted. In a matter of seconds, the monster's life faded and its body transformed into orbs of lifespan. The system congratulated our boy for completing the achievement challenge of the 5th level difficulty in the Divine Authority Tower, granting him a total of 15 reputation points for surpassing all levels. In addition, for being the First person in the world to clear the tower solo, he received an extra 75 reputation points. Finally, an official global announcement echoed throughout the world. Player Kinfang had cleared the maximum difficulty challenge of the Divine Authority Tower for the first time in history. Far from being surprised, the players were simply confused. They didn't know what the Divine Authority Tower was, since they had never seen a building that resembled a tower in the city ruins where they were located. Once again, they realized that Shadow was leagues ahead of everyone else. Vicky was livid. In his eyes, this was a complete scam. He cursed the cunning of the people from Blue Star, regretting not having charged 10,000 or even 100,000 days of lifespan for each Divine Authority book. Vicky summoned a powerful, brilliant ball of magic and shouted at them to get out. He never wanted to see them again. Wang Mong and the archer shielded their eyes to avoid being blinded, believing they were doomed, and that the NPC was about to unleash a devastating attack. Vicky's attack descended upon them. While Wang Mong and the archer were cowering, our boy stood perfectly still, calm as ever. Kinfang and the others were teleported outside the tower. Both of his companions were utterly confused, having no idea what just happened. They immediately began to panic, only to realize that they hadn't died. They had simply been teleported out of the Tower of Divine Authority. Kinfang reminded them that they had no reason to worry, since just as he'd told them, the NPCs couldn't actually attack players. Having gotten what they came for, Kinfang decided to call it a day, mentioning he was logging off to grab a bite. Wang Mong thanked Kinfang for guiding them and asked to be included if another opportunity like this ever came up. Our boy gave a nod and the archer said his goodbyes. Back in the real world, Kinfang woke up in his hideout. The system extracted the 9 divine gift books, a process that cost him 90 days of his tradable lifespan. Our boy decided to spend 106 years of his lifespan to buy some luxury furniture, daily necessities, cooking ingredients, and a multi-purpose mechanical maid. Suddenly a maid with adorable dog ears appeared right in front of him. After a quick introduction, she informed him that she could take care of pretty much everything around the house and was there to serve him in any way he needed. Kicking back on his new luxury sofa, our boy ordered her to start a complete cleaning of the hideout immediately. The maid got right to work, starting with the floor, and decided that she would prepare a sumptuous feast for him afterwards. Meanwhile, back in the real world, specifically in Shanghai City, the authorities were deep into an investigation of several murder cases. The officer who was investigating the case informed his superior that this was the 3rd female body they'd discovered this week. Just like the previous 2 victims, all of her limbs had been severed and her eyes removed, making it highly likely they were dealing with the same killer. His superior asked if the investigators had found any clues. The officer reported that the killer seemed to know a lot about their investigation methods. He was dumping the bodies just outside the effective duration of their special skills. Hearing this, the superior ordered them to find out how much time was left until the researchers' professional advancement. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. This killer had to be caught. The police officer standing next to him nodded in agreement. The officer suddenly asked them to wait a moment, and his superior asked if he'd found something. His eyes sharpened as he realized something chilling. Shadow's login and logout times perfectly matched the victim's times of death. The superior began to think it over. A simple scheduling coincidence wasn't enough to prove anything. The officer argued that despite that, it was a strong enough lead to start investigating. He added that rumors were already spreading, pinning the murders on Shadow and claiming the authorities were covering it up out of fear of his power. The superior waved his hand dismissively. He reminded Xiao that even though Shadow had embarrassed him in front of Anyu, he couldn't let his personal feelings get in the way of the investigation. He then assured him that the tech department would give him 24/7 support to solve the case as soon as possible and bring the victims justice. With that said, the superior turned to speak with another police officer. Meanwhile, Xiao stared at the ground, his eyes burning with rage. Back in the game, Kinfang logged in and began contemplating the silent castle located in the ruins of Demon City. He recalled that this was the Academy of Evil Spirits, a platinum-tier hideout. While it wasn't exactly hidden, its protective barrier was rumored to be the strongest in all of Haxia. The system informed him that he had spent 2.74 years of tradable lifespan to create the Shadow Guild. His plan was simple. Take over this hideout and register it under the guild's name to get a sanctuary in the Magic City ruins. Kinfang jumped. These sanctuaries let you teleport between them, which would make trips between Magic City and Shanghai way easier from now on. Using invisibility, Kinfang slipped into the hideout and started to quietly make his way through. Several minutes later, he realized that even though he'd reached the 3rd and deepest underground level, he hadn't run into a single monster. This told him that someone, or maybe a group of pretty strong people, had already been through here. Just then, he heard someone shout that she had nowhere left to run. Curious Kinfang peeked around the corner and saw several men surrounding a woman. Her eyes wide with fear, she begged them not to come any closer. They had her cornered on a bridge with a river of lava flowing behind her. With a smirk, one of them told her not to worry because they weren't going to kill her. At least not yet. He explained that Madame Dongfang wanted them to capture her so her son could show her some love. He demanded she tell them where she was in the real world, threatening to kill her over and over until her lifespan ran out. He also made it clear that suicide was pointless since members of their guild Chiral were already waiting for her at the respawn point. With a grin, the orange-haired man suggested they make a deal. He reminded her that she'd killed Madame Dongfang twice in the game, guessing it must have cost the Madame at least 30 years of her lifespan. The woman stayed quiet, lost in thought. He told her to just give them those 30 years of lifespan and play with the three of them for a bit, promising they'd let her go afterward. Her eyes brimming with fearful tears, she asked what exactly they wanted to do. They all started grinning, and then one of them pulled his pants down, sending the poor woman into a panic. With a wicked grin, the orange-haired man revealed that this was how they played. The woman went silent for a moment, then looked away with a blush and asked if they promised to let her go after they were done. The orange-haired man cheerfully promised he would and told her to start with him. The bald man chimed in that he'd be next. Trembling, the woman started walking toward them. But then a look of sheer determination flashed in her eyes. She whipped out a poisonous dart and lunged at the man. But just then, the blindfolded man used a skill called Golden, Cauldron Earthquake, and came crashing down on her, slamming her into the ground. He commented that the little one wasn't behaving herself. All she could do was squeeze her eyes shut as the orange-haired man moved in closer. Licking his lips, he warned her this was her last chance and ordered her to open her mouth. Suddenly, a confident smirk appeared on the woman's face. Unleashing a powerful skill, she sliced both the bald and the orange-haired men in half, leaving the blindfolded guy completely bewildered. His eyes went wide with confusion. He had no idea what was going on. Before he could even take a breath, a strip of paper she summoned wrapped tightly around his neck. She was so powerful she made the man's head explode like a watermelon. Kinfang, who'd been watching from the corner the whole time, instantly recognized the girl's class. Chainblade. After taking out those goons, the woman finished the job by crushing the orange-haired guy's family jewels. Their bodies dissolved into orbs of lifespan, and with a hateful glare, she mocked their demise. That's when our boy realized she was wielding the blade of the underworld. With a look of pure determination, she swore she would absolutely kill Dongfang Ming. The girl's class was Blade of the Underworld, and her moniker was Ghost Spirit. Our boy stepped out from his hiding place and began to walk toward her. Her class, much like a shadow, was the only hidden class in the assassin branch. He remembered that in his past life, she had ranked among the 10 strongest people in the world. But after making an enemy of the Chu family from Demon City, her true identity was exposed and she was ambushed by several forces. Even so, she slaughtered thousands of enemies before she finally died from exhaustion. He recalled the profound sadness her guild members felt when they heard the news. He never imagined he would run into her here. However, something didn't quite add up. Who was this Dongfang Ming she was talking about? As far as he knew, he had personally annihilated the entire Dongfang family. Kinfang deactivated his invisibility skill, deliberately catching her eye. Her reaction was less than welcoming. She immediately prepared to strike. She thought our boy was with the scumbags she'd just dealt with, but Kinfang insisted he didn't know them. Getting tired of the conversation, she lunged at him, telling him to prepare for death. As usual, Kinfang stayed cool as a cucumber. Ghost Spirit, on the other hand, furiously used her skill Underworld Chain Blade. In the blink of an eye, the enchanted paper strip shot forward, wrapping around Kinfang's body. But just then, Kinfang dissolved into shadow and vanished without a trace, leaving Ghost Spirit completely baffled. Our boy reappeared behind her and decided to mess with her a bit. Hearing his voice, her eyes widened in shock and fear. Realizing she was in danger, she leaped away from him. She used Shadow Stealth and her body melted into the darkness, disappearing completely. Kinfang was a little surprised to see that she had turned invisible too. He decided to use Shadow Stealth as well, vanishing on the spot. Several minutes passed in absolute silence. Ghost Spirit was getting perplexed. She couldn't see him at all. Even though her Blade of the Underworld class had a built-in level 4 anti-stealth ability, she couldn't detect him. This made her wonder if this guy could possibly be the Shadow. A moment later, Kinfang dropped his Shadow Stealth and appeared silently behind her, getting her attention. Upon hearing Shadow's voice, she panicked, realizing he could see her despite her level 4 stealth. She decided it was time to get serious and unleashed her ultimate skill, Evil Ghost Soul Chase. The paper strip began to glow and a small pink flame materialized above Kinfang's head as he activated Shadow Stealth again. Kinfang kept his guard up and backed away. But to his amazement, the blade started to pursue him, which left him a bit confused. Looking closer, he realized this was a lock-on skill that could pinpoint his exact location. Ghost Spirit's eyes shone with fierce determination. Her eyes might not see him, but her weapon could. No one ever escaped after being targeted by evil Ghost Soul Chase. Kinfang tried to flee, but it was no use. The blade stayed right on his tail. He quickly realized this class could completely ignore stealth levels. She was definitely something special. Kinfang Ever, the strategist, began circling Ghost Spirit. By the time she caught on to his plan, it was already too late. But she wasn't about to give up that easily. When she tried to lunge at Kinfang, the paper strip wrapped around her, leaving her completely immobilized. Grabbing the strip of paper, Kinfang lifted her up and told her his name was Shadow, not some lackey sent by Dongfang Ming, assuring her that if he'd wanted to kill her, she'd already be dead. With no other option, Ghost Spirit decided to trust our boy, asking him to let her down. Kinfang got right to the point, asking if the Dongfang Yu she mentioned was from the Dongfang family of Jiangai City, even while dangling upside down. She nodded, clarifying that she had since married into the Chu family. As a result, her relationship with the Dongfang family was no longer as close. Our boy realized one had slipped through the net. Apparently, Dongfang Yu wasn't present when he wiped out the Dongfang family. Ghost Spirit's eyes widened in shock when she realized he was the one who had annihilated the Dongfang family. She was thrilled, realizing this meant that she and Shadow had a common enemy in Dongfang Yu. She demanded he put her down immediately, declaring that the enemy of her enemy is her friend, and that they should team up. Kinfang released the paper strip, letting her drop to the ground. He decided cooperation could wait. First, he asked why she wanted to kill Dongfang Yu. Ghost Spirit gritted her teeth and revealed she wanted to avenge the murder of her family. She then proceeded to tell him her dark and tragic story. Before this godforsaken game even started, Dongfang Yu had killed her mother in a drunk driving accident. However, she got away with it because the Chu family found someone else to take the fall for her. Her father, unable to accept it, gathered evidence to convict Dongfang Ming. But the very next day, his body was pulled from the river. The official conclusion was suicide. When she went to Dongfang Yu's house demanding an explanation, guards from the Chu family beat her half to death. Sunk in despair, she was about to end it all. It was at that very moment the godforsaken game arrived. The first thing she did upon entering the game was kill Dongfang Yu. However, to kill her for good, it was necessary to drain her entire lifespan. After reviving, she hired countless people to hunt Ghost Spirit down, which led to the scene he had just witnessed. Kinfang listened to her entire story in silence, never once interrupting. Tears began streaming from Ghost Spirit's eyes as she begged Shadow, "Please help me kill Dongfang Yu." Coldly and bluntly, Kinfang refused. Ghost Spirit didn't give up, and with tears of desperation in her eyes, she pleaded with him again to help her kill Dongfang Yu. Our boy just stared at her. She clearly wasn't a person who gave up easily. With a sorrowful expression, she assured him she wouldn't ask for his help for free. She offered everything she had, promising to work for him and give him all the lifespan she earned, along with her equipment and skills. All of this in exchange for his help to kill Dongfang Yu, declaring she would even willingly become his slave. Kinfang began to observe. He looked at her in silence, his eyes filled with surprise. With a self-assured gaze, he told her that he wouldn't help her land the final blow, since that was her revenge and could only be settled by her own hands. Kinfang wasn't a villain, though, and told her that he would help her get strong enough. However, how far she could go would depend entirely on her own resolve. Ghost Spirit was in shock, her eyes wide with confusion. She had no idea how he was planning to help her. With a calm and honest gaze, Kinfang asked her to join his guild. If she became one of his people, he would help her achieve her revenge. A system window popped up, informing her that Shadow had invited her to join the guild Shadow. She pondered this for a moment, then her eyes lit up with joy upon realizing that the Shadow Guild consisted of just him. She wondered if simply joining was all she had to do. Without wasting another second, she agreed to join our boys' guild, and a system window confirmed her decision. Kinfang accepted the friend request from Ghost Spirit. He was happy she accepted and told her that now she only needed to do one thing, a class advancement. Our boy turned his back to her and explained that she would have to figure out for herself what a class advancement was and how to do it, telling her to come find him once she had succeeded. Kneeling on the ground, Ghost Spirit's eyes began to shine with determination. Kinfang made it clear that if she couldn't even accomplish this one task, she should give up on her revenge entirely. Using his skill, Shadow Stealth Kinfang vanished from the spot. He knew the Blade of the Underworld class had unlimited potential. With a little guidance, she could definitely go far. He arrived. in the depths of the Evil Spirit Academy. Before him stood a level 15 boss, a woman with several spiritual heads, the platinum-grade aberrant witch Stana. Upon closer inspection, it didn't take him long to realize she was the guardian of the Evil Spirit Academy. In the blink of an eye, Kinfang jumped and used his skill Dark Knight Ring Blade against the boss, dealing 26,000 points of damage and activating a weak point strike. He landed back on the ground, remembering that in the first phase, only one of the boss's 4 heads would activate, and it was immune to physical damage. Because of this, he could only use his elemental skills, which inflicted slightly less damage. He summoned his Shadow Blade, his eyes starting to shine with confidence. After all, he had the Pale White Bone Blade, which increased his movement, speed, and his Shadow Blade skill's cooldown would reset every time it hit a target. Kinfang began to summon hundreds of Shadow Blades and then launched them at the boss, piercing one of her spiritual heads for over 200,000 points of damage. This effectively turned him into a mobile Gatling gun. A moment later, her golden head exploded into pieces. Shadow didn't lose his composure, remembering that in the second phase, 3 heads would activate simultaneously. Her eyes began to glow with rage, her gaze fixed on our boy. Soon after, the heads started firing bursts of energy from their eyes while she danced, unleashing wild attacks all around her. But for Kinfang, this was hardly a challenge. He effortlessly dodged the attacks and plunged his Shadow Blades into the boss's head, dealing over 200,000 points of damage. While she writhed in pain, Kinfang landed on the ground and turned his back on her, putting an end to the show. He threw his final Shadow Blade, causing the boss's body to erupt in a massive explosion. The system announced that he had killed the aberrant witch Stana, gaining 50,000 experience points and obtaining the Platinum Tier Evil Spirit's Hideout Key. His eyes widened in surprise when the system revealed he could now perform a class advancement. Kinfang chose to advance his class, and a shadowy aura began to envelop him. His Shadow class advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and with that, his attribute bonuses increased. Strength went from 9 to 27 Constitution, from 9 to 27 Agility, from 24 to 72, and Spirit from 15 to 45. This class advancement tripled his attribute bonuses, resulting in a massive boost to his Strength, Constitution, Agility, and Spirit. As a result, all of his combat stats, including his attack power, defenses, and resistances, were significantly improved. His non-tradable lifespan exceeded 4,510 years, while his tradable lifespan was over 566 years. He also gained his 4th class passive, which allowed him to attack without breaking his stealth status while still applying the stealth break attack bonus. Our boy's attention was immediately drawn to the golden key, and his eyes began to sparkle. The class attribute bonus had tripled, and on top of that, attacking no longer broke his stealth. The Tier 2 Shadow class was a total game changer. A few minutes later, outside the Evil Spirit Academy, someone returned, and Ghost Spirit panicked when she realized they actually dared to come back. Snorts. It was the same group of guys she had taken out before. Only this time there weren't just 3 of them. They had brought their entire guild with them. The bald man smirked, saying he was just careless last time because he didn't know she had a chain blade. With a confident look, the orange-haired man revealed that this time he had called everyone from his guild the Shura Palace just to see where she could possibly run now. The bald man lunged at her, ready to strike, making it clear he wouldn't go easy on her like last time. Ghost Spirit panicked, realizing this was bad. Using his skill Earth Slash, the bald man slammed down on the ground and tried to attack with his axe, but luckily she reacted just in time to dodge. With a confident look, she activated Shadow Stealth. But right at that moment, someone threw a flash grenade that exploded in front of her, creating an intense blinding flash, forcing her to cancel the skill and shield her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the bald man kicked her down, stepping on her head. With an arrogant smile, he made it clear he was going to teach her a real lesson. But Ghost Spirit wasn't about to give up. She pulled out a small green vial. Just before she could use it, however, the orange-haired man stomped on her hand and snatched it away. Looking closer, he realized it was suicide poison. Its effect was to cut the user's lifespan in half and send them back to their respawn point. The man was amused, remarking on her fierce personality. He stuck out his tongue, unable to hide his excitement. He really got a kick out of her attitude. Ghost Spirit's eyes widened in fear as he began to lick her cheek. The man's eyes widened in surprise when a system window appeared, letting him know that the Great Platinum Sanctuary, the Evil Spirit Academy, was now the property of their guild Shadow. The barrier was active, and all personnel who did not belong to this guild would be treated as intruders. The system began eliminating the intruders from the place, causing a powerful thunderbolt to strike the men. In the blink of an eye, their bodies turned into orbs of lifespan. Her eyes widened in surprise upon realizing that the evil spirit academy was a sanctuary and that it now belonged to her guild. This meant that within minutes, Shadow had killed the guardian and obtained the key. Kinfang also obtained the Jade Tier Aberrant Witch's Ring. This ring, usable by all classes from level 14, increased all attributes by 22 and cooldown speed by 30%. Its unique effect increased the area of effective skills by 25% and area damage by 10%. As if that weren't enough, he also got the Platinum Grade Virulent Poison Trap. This Platinum Grade skill for the Assassin and Hunter classes allowed him to place a trap with level 5 stealth. Enemies who triggered it would receive 500 additional poison damage, a 50% slow for 5 seconds, and continuous poison damage equal to 100% of his attack power. He could place a maximum of 3 traps each with a 4.65 second cooldown and a duration of 3,600 seconds. He was satisfied as 2 items an assassin could use had dropped. He considered the ring to be quite good. His instant Shadow Slash and Dark Night Ring Blade skills were both area of effect. So this represented a huge improvement for him. His eyes began to shine with joy, as he also had 363 evolution points, just what he needed to evolve his Backstab Enhancement skill to Legendary. He consumed 340 evolution points, leaving him with 23. His skill Backstab Enhancement evolved from Epic to Legendary. The passive effect now increased damage when attacking from behind from 75% to 100%. Furthermore, the legendary effect made it so that, while in stealth, all his damage was considered a backstab attack. Kinfang was pleased as the combination of the constant backstab damage bonus and the permanent stealth from his advanced class massively improved both his damage output and survivability. Just then, Little Black contacted our boy, informing him that she had found other ruins and asking if he wanted to go take a look. When Kinfang asked where she was, she replied that she was in the Zhanhai City ruins. She explained that on the stones around the temple entrance, there were murals very similar to those in the ruins of the beginner's village. Shadow became a bit confused, asking why they hadn't explored it themselves. With the progress they had made, they should already be able to face a platinum grade boss. She was honest, admitting that they had wanted to, but after clearing all the enemies to the end, a teleportation orb appeared. When they touched it, nothing happened. A system message indicated that only a fated person could enter, so she wondered if her boss might be that person. Kinfang decided to go take a look. He told her to wait for him and to prepare her lifespan, as he would bring her the new equipment he had obtained. Besides, teleporting between the 2 shrines made the journey from the Magic City ruins to the Zhanhai ones much more convenient. Little Black also reported that the officials on the Zhanhai side didn't have enough lifespan, so he could sell it directly to the ones in Magic City. At the same time, she was on the outskirts of the Zhanhai City ruins. She was riding a white llama that was munching on some grass. Shortly after, Kinfang appeared behind her and asked where the ruins were. Hearing our boy's voice, both she and the llama jumped, and Little Black told him not to sneak up on her like that. He had totally done it on purpose, but he played innocent, promising to be more careful next time. Peeking over the edge of the cliff, she revealed that the entrance to the ruins was way down at the bottom. When he asked how she'd found the place, she just replied that it was a long story. Little Black turned to her llama, explaining the story started when she got a new mount in the area, a little sheep. While she was playing with it, a silver grade boss suddenly appeared, scaring them both. In a panic, she tumbled right off the cliff, but luckily her fall was broken by a tree near the bottom, and that's when she spotted the cave. She carefully made her way down the cliff, warning him to watch his step. She explained that after she respawned, she had called Captain Ann and Uncle Wang Meng to come explore it with her. Kinfang leaped down after her, remarking that it was just her luck to stumble upon a place like this. Little Black praised his smooth moves, mentioning that Wang Meng had tried the exact same jump but slipped and died from the fall. They headed into the cave. As they walked, she mentioned that a labyrinth was up ahead, but their team had already cleared out the monsters and mapped the entire path. Our boy gave her some friendly advice: try not to die so often if she could help it. He warned her not to let her non-tradable lifespan hit 0, because that would be seriously bad news. With a confident smile, she assured him she understood. She mentioned that she knew about a skill that could drain other people's lifespans, but they had a system in place to replenish their non-tradable lifespan. Kinfang was a little surprised by this asking if they really had a reliable method for replenishing it. Holding up a finger, she revealed their strategy. Inside the city ruins, they lure monsters that have absorbed non-tradable lifespan to a secluded spot. After taking them out, they'd collect and save all the non-tradable lifespan that dropped. That way, whenever they needed a refill, they could just go there to top up their own. Kinfang grew curious, commenting that it was a clever method and asking if Anu had been the one to come up with it. Little Black was shocked that Kinfang had guessed correctly. Our boy recalled that in his past life, it was Inu who had first devised this method, and eventually everyone started using it. A little further in, they came across a teleportation orb. Little Black placed her hand on the orb, but a system message told her she wasn't the fated person, so the mechanism wouldn't activate. She asked Shadow to give it a try, explaining that everyone figured this temple might be connected to the one back in the beginner's town. Curious Kinfang observed the orb for a moment before reaching out to touch it. The moment he did, the orb flared to life, pulsing with an intense energy. Little Black shielded her eyes, confused and wondering what was going on. To her surprise, our boy had vanished without a trace. Seeing that both her boss and the orb were gone, she knew her suspicion had been correct. He really was the fated person. Meanwhile, Kinfang found himself in the cave of the Ice Tide, where his remote communications were blocked. Kinfang kept his guard up, activating his invisibility skill. The system gave him a new mission: protect the Ice Tide crystal. His focus was entirely on the Ice Tide crystal. He recognized it instantly, remembering that the object would erupt with an icy tide if it took any damage. Looking closer, he noticed monsters emerging from the caves, dead set on attacking the crystal. He knew that if he let them succeed, he was a goner. Kinfang pulled the virulent poison trap from his inventory. Dying didn't matter to him. What was crucial was that the mission could fail. If that happened, he'd never be able to return to this place or get the reward. He knew his only option was to evolve the virulent poison trap. After it consumed the necessary evolution points, leaving him with 17, the skill leveled up from Platinum to Epic. As a result, the trap's stealth increased from level 5 to 8. Enemies who triggered it would now take 1,200 additional poison damage and an 8-second slow. The slow's potency remained at 50%, and the damage per second was equal to 100% of his attack power. On top of that, the maximum number of traps he could place increased from 3 to 9, while the maximum duration stayed at 3,600 seconds. Kinfang placed 3 traps right at the cave entrances, and the system notified him that the effect of the aberrant witch's ring was activated, increasing the skill's area of effect by 25%. Kinfang knew the upgraded traps perfectly covered the entire passage. Any monster trying to pass through was guaranteed to trigger them. Just then they began to arrive. Monsters with glowing eyes locked onto our boy as a horde of them swarmed from the caves, rushing toward Kinfang. But the moment they emerged, they triggered the trap. Thorny vines erupted from the traps, coiling around the monsters and dealing over 100,000 points of damage. Dust kicked up from the ground, but Kinfang remained perfectly calm. Suddenly, an arrow came flying at him. His eyes widened, his expression turning serious. Just before the arrow hit, Kinfang summoned a shield, blocking the attack in the nick of time as his gaze locked onto a mob carrying a bow. He realized there were ranged units, too. Meanwhile, outside the Magic City ruins, a mage named Dongfang Ya met with the orange-haired man and asked if his guild was giving up on hunting Ghost Spirit, also known as Guing, now that she was a member of the Shadow Guild. The man nodded, confirming that they couldn't do it and that she'd have to find someone else. She gripped her magic staff tightly, demanding to know why he considered Shadow a greater threat than her. Calling him a peasant, she reminded him not to forget that she had all of his personal information and that killing him in the real world would be a piece of cake. His eyes widened in a rage. Before she could utter another word, the man had had enough and landed a heavy punch on her cheek, sending her flying. Once Dongfang Ya hit the ground, the man drew his dagger and started wailing on her. He screamed that he was sick and tired of her and that even if he couldn't beat Shadow, he could still easily kill her. He furiously berated her for calling him a peasant, over and over yelling, "Die!" with each blow. In the blink of an eye, she died, her body dissolving into orbs of light. She woke up back in the real world at the Chu family residence, her gold-cased phone in her hand. She was furious. She couldn't help but clench her fist tightly, indignant that those peasants from the Shura Palace had dared to kill her. Dongfang Yua. Immediately, she demanded her husband send men to capture them all. Her husband was a bit confused, asking if she meant the Shura Palace, the same group she had hired to capture Ghost Spirit. With a furious expression, she explained that Ghost Spirit had now joined Shadow and that the guild had backed out, fearing his retaliation. Her husband explained that they would deal with those peasants after eliminating Shadow. He informed her that he had already arranged for men from the Black Dragon Hall of Magic City to go after him, assuring her the plan was in motion and she could soon avenge her family. Her eyes widened with a rage directed at both Shadow and those peasants. Her mind filled with excitement, and with a confident expression, she swore to avenge the Dongfang family and slaughter every last one of them. In the cave of the ice-tide, Kinfang threw his short blade, which embedded itself in the eye of the bow-wielding monster, killing it instantly. To him, it didn't matter that they were ranged mobs, as his Shadow Blade skills cooldown reset upon hitting a weak point, making it a simple matter of 1 slash per kill. The ice-tide crystal was covered in cracks and about to shatter when the system announced that the guard mission was complete and he should claim his reward. This took him by surprise, as he wondered if it was already over. The ice-tide crystal shattered into pieces, and then a golden chest appeared. Kinfang's attention was fixed on it as he realized it was an epic treasure chest. He extended his hand toward the chest. The last epic chest had given him graceful release. Now he would see what this one contained. The chest opened and a powerful golden light began to emerge. Then a woman started to materialize. She was an NPC. Kinfang was somewhat surprised, as it was the same NPC who had appeared with the epic chest last time. With her eyes closed, she began to speak in a strange language, one that Kinfang recognized as the language of the old gods. She communicated to him that he had passed the 2 trials and that he was the chosen one. To our boy, this was strange. He obviously couldn't comprehend the language, and yet he understood its meaning perfectly. He wondered if it was because of his eye of judgment. As her body was transforming, she revealed that the old gods had already perished, and that he was the heir to the mantle of judgment. The NPC's body began to change, and all Kinfang could do was watch in silent amazement. Little by little, the NPC's body continued to transform. The third eye on her forehead opened as a powerful aura emerged from her body, and she informed Kinfang that her name was Ice, and that she would follow him and witness him become the true god of judgment. Then she asked him to accept the gift she had prepared for him, a Sathis' summoning bell. A bell created by the Herald of Judgment Athethis, using the power of order itself. It would allow him to summon her once at level 25, again at 35, and one last time at level 50. Each summon would grant him the opportunity to challenge a special ruin. And if he successfully completed all 3 challenges, a Sathis could take up residence in his hideout and offer skill upgrade services. Our boy snatched up the summoning bell, his eyes lighting up with glee. He recalled that the last temple had been level 5 and this one was level 15. He was amazed that Delizy had managed to stumble upon both, realizing her luck was on a whole other level. Asatis prompted Kinfang to select a skill, explaining that he had 1 free opportunity to upgrade it to his current level. His expression grew serious as he pondered the choice. He knew that a skill's power was determined by 2 factors, its quality and its level requirement. While a skill's quality was normally fixed and couldn't be improved, he could use his infinite evolution to manually boost it. Even an ordinary skill like Shadow Lurk could be upgraded to Mythic grade if he so desired. On the other hand, the level requirement not only defined when a skill could be used, but also determined its overall might. In terms of stats, a level 5 Shadow Lurk and a level 51 version were worlds apart. Getting your hands on high-quality, high-level skills was normally extremely difficult. But in the future, none of that would be a problem for him. All he had to do was consume some of his lifespan to raise any skill's level. With a confident look, he chose to upgrade his highest grade skill, Graceful Release. Asatus kissed Kinfang's hand, granting his wish. As a result, his mythic skill, Graceful Release, was upgraded from level 10 to 16. The weak point attack bonus increased from plus 300% to plus 410%. And the attack multiplier on those spots was doubled. Furthermore, activating it now applied a throat slit. Effect inflicting 310% of the initial attack's damage per second for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 6.97 seconds. Asatis began to fade away, saying she looked forward to their next meeting. Then a blue portal materialized in front of our boy. It was the portal to get out. Before leaving, Kinfang turned around and reached back, noticing there was still something left in the chest. He obtained the Epic Tier Baffich's Equivalent Exchange Agreement. It was a pair of epic grade leg armor for the assassin class requiring level 15. It granted 198 physical defense, all elemental resistance and damage block, along with 19.8% damage reduction and plus 19.8 whispering resistance. Its unique ability, Art of Equivalent Exchange, allowed him to sacrifice a piece of equipment or a skill book of up to epic grade to randomly receive another of the same level and grade for his class. With a 1-hour cooldown, he thought of a skill book he could use, and his eyes began to shine with possibilities. He realized he could use it for the equivalent exchange to get some fantastic items. He still had a bunch of jade-grade equipment and skill books in his inventory, and all of them could now be converted into items for an assassin. He decided it was time to head back as the loot had been incredible, and he really owed Little Black for this one. While Little Black was waiting at the cave entrance with her llama king, Fang emerged. He was a bit surprised to notice that she hadn't used the last hour to level up, and had instead stayed there waiting for him. Noticing that, King Fang was back. Little Black was relieved, as she had been keeping watch at the exit in case someone tried to ambush him. As a thank you, King Fang gave her a skill book he had found in the ruins. Little Black was in shock. It was the level 13 platinum grade magic shield skill book. She thanked her boss, aware that this would greatly improve her survivability. Riding the small llama, Little Black said goodbye to him and left. King Fang's body began to disappear as he decided he would also log off to grab something to eat. Meanwhile, in the Shanghai City ruins stood the silver-grade guild sanctuary of the Knights Templar. A smile spread across the guild leader's face as he announced that this was a great day because the Knights Templar Guild finally had a home of its own. Everyone got excited as the leader mentioned that although this home wasn't large, it was a wonderful start. With this, they would no longer have to worry about being slaughtered by a boss popping up out of nowhere, and would have a safe haven to rest when they were tired of leveling up. For all of this, there was one person to thank: Xiao Yu. She was the one who found the place first, and the leader asked them to welcome her to the stage with a huge round of applause. Everyone began to praise Xiao Yu, which made her incredibly happy. She stood on the platform and first thanked her master who had tirelessly taught her. Then she thanked her friends for helping her out when times were tough. She also thanked the people who hated her, as their mockery and contempt had motivated her to become even stronger. Hearing this, the women couldn't help but feel proud of Xiao Yu. With tears in her eyes, she finally thanked her father and mother. She wished they hadn't passed away so they could see the excellent person she had become. She would definitely make them very proud. The leader cut Xiao Yu's speech short, asking her to tell everyone what kind of difficulties and obstacles she overcame to find this hideout. Xiao Yu was honest and revealed that a while ago she'd had a dream where a very powerful warrior guided her, and together they captured the hideout. Although the dream was blurry, it felt incredibly real. So she came to the place on a whim, never thinking she would actually find it. The others started to snicker. The idea of a dream seemed hilarious to them, and they couldn't believe she was serious. The leader, holding back his laughter, thanked Xiao Yu for her wonderful speech and asked if she'd had any dreams the previous night. Touching her cheek, she mentioned that she did have a dream. In it, there was a huge and magnificent hideout full of people, and she believed it was a platinum-grade hideout. The guild members burst out laughing again, teasing that she was quite the dreamer and joking that they would soon be moving into a bigger house. The leader became serious and declared that this was an excellent dream, handing her the reward she had earned, 1 year of tradable lifespan. With a smile, he put his arm around her shoulder and expressed his hope that everyone would learn from Xiao Yu and her dedication to the guild. He stated that as long as everyone worked together as a team, the guild could definitely thrive in these chaotic times and only grow stronger. The leader dismissed everyone, telling those who needed to level up to get grinding and those who needed to explore to get going. He entrusted Xiao Yu with continuing her search for hideouts, encouraging her to keep up the good work. Hearing he was counting on her, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with joy, and with a bright smile she nodded. Several hours later, with her magic staff in hand, Xiao Yu was inside the Shanghai City ruins. With worry in her eyes, she was following a hunch from her dream, but she couldn't seem to find the spot that was supposed to be in the area. Meanwhile, some guild members were secretly tailing her. They realized she had made a beeline for this area after the meeting and wondered if she was actually looking for the platinum-grade hideout from her dream. Seeing her slip into a building, they decided to follow. Xiao Yu entered and started making her way through a tunnel. The place gave her the creeps. It felt just like her dream, but also completely different. On top of that, she had a nagging feeling that someone was following her. Closing her eyes, she let out a sigh and steeled her resolve, reminding herself that she was a life priest, a hidden class, and that nothing could hurt her. But when she opened her eyes, a monster with eyes peering out from inside its mouth was right in front of her. The horrifying sight made poor Xiao Yu scream in terror. Instead of attacking Xiao Yu, the monster tossed her to the ground and charged toward where the guild members following her were hiding. They panicked, wondering what this thing was. Utterly disgusted, they shouted to catch it and kill it on the spot. Before they could even come up with a plan, the monster wrapped its tentacles around one of them and shoved its creepy mouth tentacles into the woman's own mouth. In the blink of an eye, the woman went limp as the monster drained her entire lifespan. Realizing that this monster could literally suck the life out of them, her companions screamed, and without a Seconds' hesitation began to flee in absolute terror, but the monster wasn't about to let them get away that easily. Poor Xiaoyu was jolted awake by the screams and turned with a horrified look, only to see the monster draining the women's life force. Xiaoyu was quick on her feet and without a sound started to run. She came across a spiral staircase and scrambled down without looking back. She tripped and fell headfirst onto the ground. With tears welling in her eyes from the sharp pain, she began to take a good look at the place. She wondered where in the world she was. Right in front of her was a door. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized this was the very entrance from her dream. She'd finally found it. This was the platinum-grade hideout, and she had to contact the guildmaster immediately. She informed the guildmaster that she had found the platinum-grade hideout. The leader was more than a little surprised. He ordered her to stay put, telling her he was already bringing people over, and asked her to join his party so they could see her location. Xiaoyu joined the party, and told them she would wait for them right there. Just then her eyes shot wide with fear as she heard a noise. When she spun around, she saw the sinister monster looking at her with a smile. Despite her fear, she gritted her teeth and found her courage telling herself not to be scared. She could do this. She could definitely take it down. While the sinister monster watched her, Xiaoyu stood up and gripped her magic staff, convinced she could defeat it because she wasn't the same person she used to be. As a powerful aura surged from her body, she smiled confidently, reminding herself that she was of the noble hidden class, the Life Priest. Raising her magic staff, Xiaoyu activated her most powerful skill, Venomous Vines. Vines emerged from her staff and coiled around the monster, draining it of more than 500 hit points. Thrilled, she celebrated that the attack had landed. Now its own poison would start to eat away at it. While she prepared her next move, she aimed her magic staff at the monster and cast Corrupting Poison Mist, causing a poisonous cloud to start damaging the boss, continuously draining its life. This was a corrupting toxin far more vicious than any ordinary poison. The mist began to expand throughout the entire chamber. Noticing this, she panicked and her eyes filled with fear. She realized this was an enclosed space, and the poisonous mist had filled the entire area. This was a huge mistake. She started to frantically fan the mist away with her hands as she couldn't hold her breath any longer. Xiaoyu couldn't hold her breath anymore. But in that moment, she remembered that as a life priest, she had an antidote spell. Raising her magic staff, she cast the antidote, causing the poisonous mist to slowly begin to dissipate. Unfortunately, this also stopped the poison from affecting the monster. Its attention snapped to her and a wicked smile spread across its face. Xiaoyu's eyes filled with tears as she unintentionally inhaled a bit of the mist. The effect was instant, and she died, her body dissolving into motes of light. The system announced that the player Xiaoyu had committed suicide. She respawned in her guild's hideout. Just then, the guild leader contacted her via chat asking why she had returned. She explained that a monster inside the dungeon had killed her. The leader and his party had already killed the monster. He asked if she meant the soul-sucking hag, the silver-grade monster they had just defeated. However, that didn't make any sense to him. The soul-sucking hag was slow and had low attack power, but it completely drained the lifespan of anyone it caught. Because of this, he didn't understand how she could have possibly survived. Hearing this, a smug smile spread across her face. She explained to the guildmaster that she had committed suicide in a moment of desperation, knowing she would die for good if the monster caught her. The surprised leader exclaimed that she was incredible and had found the only way to survive. When the leader praised her, exclaiming that she was a true genius, she thanked him for the compliment and informed the guildmaster that she was on her way. She grew excited as she realized that the 3 players who had been following her were now dead for good. This is what happens when you mess with her. Qin Xiaoyu. A while later, Xiaoyu arrived at the hideout's entrance and explained to the guildmaster that the platinum-grade hideout was right behind this door. The leader patted her on the back, told her it was a job well done, and promised her a reward once they had secured the hideout. Then he turned to his men and ordered Datu to take a team to clear the area and make sure no other players came to cause trouble. Datu nodded, assuring the guildmaster not to worry. He declared that they would eliminate anyone who dared to interfere, even if it was Shadow himself. Pointing at the hideout's door, the leader ordered his men to charge. They had to kill the guardian inside, and then the hideout would be theirs. Several of his men approached the door and prepared to break it down, filling the air with war cries. They rallied their troops, pushing each other to take down the guardian and proclaim the inevitable victory of the Knights Templar. As he rushed the guys at the front, one of the men told his leader that the stone door wasn't budging. With a curious look, the leader started to ponder. He remembered that in this game, every single hideout has a guardian. And just like that, it all clicked. With a confident smirk, the leader pointed to the hideout's entrance, revealing that the stone door itself was the guardian. Using his axe, one of the men slammed it into the stone door. The attack dealt 320 hit points to the door as damage numbers popped up. This confirmed it was true. The stone door really was the guardian. Everyone praised the guild master for his genius. With a smile, the guild leader told them that this platinum hideout was basically a freebie and ordered his men to take it down. They roared in agreement. His men began to charge the door, kicking up a massive cloud of dust in the blink of an eye. At the same time, several system windows notified Kinfang that his hideout, the Land of Purified Souls, was under attack. The durability of the entrance's stone door was at 99.3% and taking continuous damage while the magic defense barrier remained at 100%. The system revealed that standard teleportation to his hideout had been blocked, offering him the option to use a war teleport, and noting that this was his only use for the day. A serious and confused look appeared on Kinfang's face, as he realized someone had found the entrance to the Land of Purified Souls and was attacking his hideout. Hopping on his wolf, Kinfang sped towards his hideout. He figured that with the invaders' attack power, it would probably take them a full year to break down the door. Because of this, he decided he would just casually ride his wolf over to take a look. A short while later, Kinfang arrived on the outskirts of the Land of Purified Souls. His eyes lit up as something caught his eye. Two men were chasing a woman, ordering her to stop and threatening to slaughter her if she kept running. A man carrying a spiked mace appeared in front of her, asking where she thought she was going. Before she could even catch her breath, the man struck her hard, sending her flying. With a smile, the purple-haired man extended his hand and activated his skill, Sacred Chains. 4 swords made of energy descended from the sky, piercing the woman's hands and knees and causing her to scream in agony. One of the men reminded her that he'd already warned her that this area had been claimed by their guild, the Knights Templar, and asked if she really thought she could just barge her way in. With a serious look, she explained that she was just passing through and wasn't trying to force her way in. It was obvious they were just looking for an excuse to gank her. Our boy then recognized the woman. It was Yang Xia, his co-worker from the company. He remembered she was a pretty nice girl who had even given him a heads up before. Hearing that the guild had reserved the area, he deduced that the ones attacking the Land of Purified Souls must be from the Knights Templar Guild. The purple-haired man stated that if they said she was forcing her way in, then she was. With a smirk, he reminded the others that according to their usual rules, he would go first. The other man, laughing, said that he'd beat him to it. At that moment, someone moved like a thunderclap, slicing off all 3 of their heads. It was none other than Kinfang. Our boy began to stare at her intently, his eyes starting to glow. Yang Xiaoya was in shock, wondering if she was just seeing a shadow. But no, she realized that wasn't quite right. Those eyes, they were Kinfang's. With a simple snap of his fingers, our boy activated one of his skills. This ability, the Blooming Curse, caused brilliant red spider lilies to erupt from the corpses of the men he'd just defeated, draining their remaining life force. He stood amidst the glowing crimson energy, his expression calm and serious. Nearby, his old friend Yang Xiaoya watched in stunned silence. Seeing his eyes, she felt a powerful sense of familiarity and wondered aloud if he could actually be Kinfang. The orbs of life force from the fallen men were pulled into a vortex of blue energy and then vanished. Yang Xiaoya noticed that everything was completely gone. She contemplated what she had just witnessed, thinking how much Shadow's eyes resembled Kinfang's. But she quickly dismissed the thought, chalking it up to a coincidence. She reasoned that if Kinfang were the legendary player Shadow, he would never let his sister Xiaoyu join a guild like the Knights Templar, where members were treated like slaves. The scene then shifts to Shadow's hideout outside the Land of Purified Souls. A group of players led by the Knights Templar Guild leader spotted Shadow's arrival and broke out into a fanatical welcome, cheering for Big Brother Shadow. The leader explained that his men had been trying to rob someone and thanked Shadow for showing up to teach them a lesson. He said that ever since Shadow saved them from the headless assassin, his entire guild had become his most devoted fans. The leader continued to lay on the flattery, claiming his guild now followed his positive values and was trying to become a sunshine guild. After all the praise, he finally got around to asking why Shadow had come to visit. Shadow ignored the compliments and got straight to the point, asking if it was true they were attacking a hideout. The guild leader, looking surprised and extremely nervous, stammered as he asked Shadow how he knew. He then hesitantly asked if Shadow was also interested in the hideout they were attacking. With his eyes glowing, Shadow made a calm declaration stating that the hideout was his. The guild leader was so shocked, he practically turned to stone, unable to process what he had just heard. His subordinates were equally stunned, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. The leader, sweating profusely, tried to argue, pointing out that he heard Shadow's hideout was in Magic City, and a player could only own one. One of his men leaned in and whispered a critical piece of information. If a player creates a guild, the guild itself can also own a hideout. Shadow confirmed this, stating that he had hideouts in both Magic City and John High City. The terrible realization finally dawned on the group. They had been trying to invade the personal territory of Shadow, the most powerful player in the entire game. A wave of pure terror washed over them as they looked up, feeling as if the sky itself was collapsing on top of them. Meanwhile, Xiao was in utter disbelief, with tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't understand how the hideout could belong to Shadow when he had never appeared in the dream that supposedly led her to it. The Knights Templar Guild leader, now faced with the hideout's actual owner, immediately began to grovel. He bowed deeply before Shadow, frantically explaining they had no idea the place belonged to him, and begged to know how they could possibly make amends. Shadow was looking at a holographic panel that displayed his hideout's status. It pointed out that they had been attacking his gate for a while, and the repairs were going to be expensive. With an icy look, Shadow stated his price: 500 years of lifespan. The guild leader screamed in shock at the astronomical figure. The stress was so much that he fainted dramatically as his subordinates cried out his name. One of the men cradled his unconscious leader and pleaded with Kinfang, asking if he could possibly lower the price looming over them. Kinfang coldly asked if the man had any idea what it cost to repair a gate like that. When the subordinate admitted he didn't, Kinfang told him to shut his mouth. A moment later, the guild leader woke up looking completely dazed. He muttered to himself about the outrageous cost, wondering what he had done to deserve all this. Suddenly, his despair turned into pure rage. He lunged at Xiao Yuyu, grabbing her by the front of her robes. He furiously blamed her for the entire mess, shouting that she was trying to destroy him and their entire Knights Templar Guild. With a look of shame, Xiao Yuyu accepted the blame, quietly admitting it was all her fault and that she had dragged everyone into this. Turning to Kinfang, she bravely took full responsibility for everything. She told him to punish her, instead offering to do anything he commanded. Pledging her life to him, she swore to become his servant and give him all the lifespan she earned until the debt was fully repaid. Facing Kinfang, Xiao Yuyu continued her plea, offering herself up for any punishment he saw fit. He could beat her, curse her, or abuse her as long as he spared her guild. The Knights Templar Guild leader and his men looked on, touched by her self-sacrifice. Ignoring her completely, Kinfang's glowing eyes fixed on the guild leader. He spoke a single name: Chen Wing. The leader, whose real name was Chen Wing, was struck with pure terror. He stammered in disbelief, shocked that Kinfang somehow knew his true identity. Kinfang then posed a cold question to Chen Wing, asking if he truly believed Xiao Yuyu was worth 500 years of lifespan. At this, a twisted manic grin spread across Chen Wing's face. In a shocking turn, he launched himself at Xiao Yuyu, unleashing a furious punch and screaming at her to die. As his fist sent her flying, he angrily accused her of causing them to invade Kinfang's hideout, and then having the nerve to play the hero. He revealed his jealous motive, screaming that she was just trying to get close to Kinfang and become his servant, something she didn't deserve, with Xiao Yuyu lying unconscious. Chen Wing got on his knees and went right back to begging. He lamented that his own plan to get close to Kinfang had failed and pleaded for mercy. He explained his guild was small and couldn't possibly afford 500 years of lifespan, promising to do anything else Kinfang asked. Kinfang relented, offering a new deal. He told them to pay 100 years of lifespan up front. The remaining 400 years could be paid off by bringing him every member of their guild who had the killer status. Each person they brought would count as 1 year off their debt. Chen Wing was absolutely thrilled by this. He explained it would be a piece of cake since his guild had over 2,000 members, and this would also let him clear his own killer status. He immediately transferred the payment and a system. Notification confirmed Kinfang had received 100 years of lifespan. Asking Kinfang to hang tight, Chen Wing started rounding up all his men with the killer status. While the guild members were assembling, Kinfang decided to spend some of his newly acquired lifespan. A system window popped up asking if he wanted to spend 7 days of his lifespan to repair his damaged hideout. He calmly accepted, and another. Notification confirmed the transaction was complete and that the hideout had been fully repaired. Once all of Chen Wing's guild members with the killer status were gathered, Shadow unleashed a devastating attack. It was a swirling vortex of dark energy that sliced through all 400 of them at once. A system notification confirmed the kills, and the ground was suddenly littered with glowing orbs of lifespan. Killing so many players with the killer status also reduced Shadow's own, lowering it from level 4 to level 3. Chen Wing, the Knights Templar guild leader, clapped enthusiastically, praising Shadow for his efficiency. He callously remarked that the men who died were just troublemakers who had violated guild rules anyway, so they totally deserved the lesson Shadow taught them. Shadow then turned to the leader with a new proposition. His guild would now be responsible for guarding the hideout. Shadow explained that this would be a perfect way to keep the guild's more unruly members in line. He ordered them to guard the place in shifts, warning Chen Wing that he would be held personally responsible for any future attacks. Though he agreed on the outside, the leader was cursing Shadow internally, realizing he was basically being forced to use his own men as free security guards. Just then, a new system notification appeared. His other hideout, the Evil Spirit Academy, was under attack. With its defensive barrier taking damage, the system prompted him to use his one and only daily war teleport. Clearly annoyed, Kinfang decided to use the teleport and go deal with this new threat himself. As he was enveloped in blue light, he wondered aloud who would possibly be foolish enough to provoke him, especially since everyone knew the Evil Spirit Academy was his territory. The moment Shadow disappeared, Chen Wing ordered his guild to pack up and get out of there. When a subordinate reminded him of King Fang's orders, the leader simply pointed to Xiao Yu, who was just beginning to wake up. He cruelly declared that she would be the one to guard the hideout. He even mocked her, saying this was exactly what she'd wanted all along. He ordered her not to move an inch and to report any trouble immediately, threatening to drain her lifespan if she failed. The scene then shifted to the Evil Spirit Academy, a massive Gothic cathedral located in the ruins of Magic City. A group of men from the Magic City Black Dragon Hall were relentlessly attacking the main doors, trying to break through the magical barrier. Kinfang teleported directly into the fray, landing just inside the walls. Standing atop the high walls, he looked down on the attackers below. He was puzzled. He had no memory of ever dealing with the Magic City Black Dragon Hall and wondered why they were picking a fight with him. Down below, the leader of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall rallied his men for one final all-out strike. He commanded them to lend him their power, and together they channeled a massive ball of dark energy for a combined attack. The leader shouted, "Black!" Flame Magic Dragon Break, sending a colossal blast, crashing into the hideout's defensive barrier. The barrier cracked severely, its durability plummeting to just 13%. The attackers immediately started celebrating, believing the gate was just about to shatter. They cheered, already getting excited about the hundreds of years of lifespan they were about to claim. Watching from above, Kinfang realized these men were merely hired pawns. He racked his brain, wondering who could hold a grudge against him and still be alive. He quickly concluded it had to be Dongfang Yu. Suddenly, the attackers were startled by a strange sound. Looking up, they saw a massive ethereal dragon descending from the sky. A wave of energy washed over them, and they were paralyzed with fear. Their eyes swirled in a hypnotic gaze. Unable to move, they could only watch as another guild member pointed frantically towards the sky. A massive fiery meteor was plummeting directly towards them. The celestial body crashed into the ground, engulfing the helpless men in a massive explosion. One of the men braced for impact, but was surprised to find himself unharmed after the flames subsided. He laughed with relief, gloating that the meteor had only dealt 3,000 damage and his high health build had saved him. His celebration was cut short as his head was severed, and his body was consumed by dark tendrils before disintegrating. In the aftermath, a new group of players arrived on the scene. They were shocked to find the members of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall dead, wondering who could have possibly done it. A young woman with pink hair and a witch's hat immediately suspected it was the legendary player, King Fang. Her companions were doubtful as they saw no one, but she insisted Shadow's power couldn't be judged by ordinary standards and that he might even be permanently invisible. From his unseen vantage point, King Fang observed them, recognizing them as members of the Sky Dome Guild. He identified the pink-haired woman as Zhang Yao Ying, a player with the unique hidden class of Soul Painter. Kinfang now understood the source of the dragon and meteor attacks. They had been painted into existence by her magical brush. He recalled the Soul Painter class was incredibly powerful in large-scale battles, but vulnerable to surprise attacks. Knowing he was nearby, Zhang Yaoying called out, asking to speak with Senior Shadow. To the shock of her and her companions, King Fang's voice answered, out of thin air, asking what she wanted. Flushing slightly, she explained that she needed to enter his hideout to find something for her class advancement, promising she would pay him well. Shadow pieced everything together. In his past life, the Sky Dome Guild had controlled this hideout, and now he understood why. Zhang Yaoying must have discovered it during this quest. He mused that his actions had once again altered history. He fondly remembered watching her and her grandfather's popular gaming streams. Her grandfather, Old Man Yang, founded the Sky Dome Guild, which became one of the top guilds in the nation. Blushing under his mask, Kinfang admitted to himself he knew so much because he used to be a fan. Putting his memories aside, Kinfang made a decision. He told them to come inside so they could talk. As he spoke, the massive sealed doors of the Evil Spirit Academy swung open, revealing a dark, cavernous entrance. Inside the Gothic halls of the Evil Spirit Academy, Kinfang sat on a massive throne with dark energy swirling around him. He addressed the members of the Sky Dome Guild, asking them to state their business. Zhang Yaoying stepped forward and explained that her soul painter class required special materials for its advancement. These were materials only found in the Evil Spirit Academy, adding that they had heard he had sold a previous hideout for a high price. She offered to buy the place from him. She explained that her class needed a ton of the material, so owning the place was the most practical solution. Kinfang was impressed, wondering how the Sky Dome Guild had managed to rack up so much lifespan. He figured it was all thanks to her grandfather, Old Man Yang. However, he had to inform her that the Evil Spirit Academy was not for sale. As a compromise, he offered her guest permissions, allowing free access to the ground floor. Unsatisfied, Zhang Yaoying countered by asking if she could rent the space instead. She proposed a price of 500 years of lifespan for a 3-year lease on the first floor. Kinfang considered her proposal. He realized that since he had already offered her free access for her quest, her insistence on paying such a high price meant the Sky Dome Guild's real goal wasn't just to gather materials, but to formally establish a relationship with him. As if reading his thoughts, Zhang Yaoying offered another term to sweeten the deal. With a mischievous grin, she promised that if he agreed, her guild would take care of the magic. City Black Dragon Hall, the group that had just attacked his hideout and wiped them out completely. Kinfang was taken aback by her boldness, asking if she could really make a call that would lead to war without first consulting her grandfather. Zhang Yaoying laughed, surprised he knew about her grandfather. She confidently assured him that Old Man Yang always listened to her, and that crushing a small fry guild like the Black Dragon Hall would be a piece of cake. Admiring her decisive nature, Kinfang agreed to the deal and tossed the rental contract over to her. A system notification confirmed the transaction, informing Kinfang he had received 500 years of lifespan. He told them they could use the first floor however they wished, and not to worry about the defensive barrier, since the lava in the lower levels would automatically repair any damage. With the deal sealed, Zhang Yaoying and her guild celebrated. After the Sky Dome Guild members headed into his hideout, Kinfang allowed himself a small smile. He thought to himself that Yaoying was even more of a firecracker in person than on her streams. Blushing under his mask, he shook off the thought and reminded himself to get back to business. He headed over to his hideout's warehouse. He had used his equivalent exchange skill several times already, with good results. Seeing the skill's cooldown was over, he decided to use it again, activating Baffich's equivalent exchange. Golden energy swirled around his hand as he sacrificed a low-value item. The system announced he had lost a wisdom training scroll, but gained the Scarlet Blade, a powerful Jade-tier assassin finisher skill. The blade was a high-damage melee attack that also healed him for a large percentage of the damage dealt. Kinfang was pleasantly surprised. Getting a limit break finisher skill was a significant power boost. These ultimate abilities were known for being strong enough to turn the tide of a battle. He noted the base damage of the new Jade tier skill was more than double that of his most powerful legendary tier skill. Seeing its potential, Kinfang immediately spent evolution points to upgrade the Scarlet Blade to legendary tier. The skill's damage and healing grew, and he calculated that with his buffs, a single strike could now inflict over 100,000 points of damage. With plenty of evolution points left, he decided to upgrade another one of his core skills. He invested 500 points into his passive stealth ability, evolving it to Mythic. This upgrade not only increased his stealth level, but also granted him a new passive effect. While in stealth, the rate his lifespan drained in dangerous areas was reduced by 90%. Kinfang's eyes glowed with satisfaction. This would make exploring high-level rage zones much safer. At level 17, Shadow could finally equip the new Jade tier gear he had acquired. He equipped a new Veil Gloves boots and a ring, each providing significant stat boosts. With his new gear, almost his entire set was now Jade tier. However, he looked at his new mismatched appearance with disgust, remarking on how ugly low-level equipment was. He promptly switched his appearance back to his default all-black Shadow outfit. Now fully upgraded, Kinfang declared it was time to conquer the next hideout. The scene shifted to the real world in the suburbs of Magic City, where an armored vehicle pulled up to a grand mansion. An armed guard asked his colleague how many people they had brought back, and the other replied they had only found 4. The first guard expressed disappointment, and his colleague explained that fewer people were willing to sell their lifespan these days before telling the new arrivals to get out. A group of 4 disembarked. A large, muscular man, a man in a long coat, another man in a suit, and a young hooded woman. The man in the coat looked at the impressive mansion and remarked that the buyers must be rich. A guard told them to wait outside while he informed Madame Dongfang. The muscular man complained about not being invited inside, and the hooded woman impatiently told them to hurry up. Watching them, the guards scoffed, thinking the group of idiots would soon get what was coming to them. Inside the mansion's hall, Dongfang Yui appeared with her young son Nantian. She coldly confirmed they were the ones selling lifespan and ordered them to convert it into light orbs and throw them on the floor. The muscular man smirked, asking if she was joking and pointing out that they had not seen any money. Dongfang Yui's expression darkened her eye, glowing menacingly as she repeated her command, warning them to hand over the lifespan if they did not want to die. Suddenly, more armed guards emerged, surrounding the four sellers with their guns. The man in the suit raised his hands in mock surrender, asking what she meant. Then a sinister grin spread across his face as he asked if she intended to rob them just as they did to others. Before he could finish, one of the mansion's guards lunged forward, but Dongfang Yue was shocked by the turn of events. The man in the long coat revealed his insect manipulator class and summoned a swarm of glowing insects, gloating that he had found a fat sheep. At the same time, the hooded woman's eyes glowed as she ordered her companions to wash this beauty clean, preparing to rob Dongfang Yui and her people. The battle erupted as Dongfang Yui's guards opened fire. The muscular man from the sellers group summoned a massive golden shield, a platinum tier ability called Golden Round Wall, which completely blocked the bullets. The guards were frustrated, unable to penetrate his defense. The man then leapt into the air and smashed the shield into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. At the same time, the man in the suit displayed incredible agility, effortlessly dodging a hail of bullets. He slid gracefully across the ground, pointed his finger like a gun, and fired a powerful energy beam that killed a guard in a fiery explosion. He possessed a hidden class, the one-handed gunman, allowing him to fire different ammunition from his fingers. The fight quickly moved inside the mansion. The hooded woman leaped through the air with incredible speed, unleashing a swirling blue energy attack that cut down several guards at once, as one of them called for backup. With a manic grin, she flew directly toward Dongfang Yui, screaming for her to die. Just as her attack was about to connect, she was suddenly kicked out of the air. A new figure, a large, muscular bodyguard with a bandaged face, intervened, creating an energy vortex to protect his mistress. He warned Dongfang Yui to be careful as they faced a player with a hidden class. Enraged, Dongfang Yui ordered him to capture them alive, intending to enslave them, and force them to earn lifespan for her son. The bodyguard grimly noted, their opponents were very strong and their chance of success was only 50%. The muscular man with the golden shield noted their opponents also had players with special classes. As the insect manipulator's mechanical bug buzzed in, the air Dongfang Yui's formidable bodyguard stood amidst the swirling purple miasma. The remains of fallen guards lay at his feet. He calmly assessed the four assailants, identifying them as a team that preys on the wealthy equipped with one-hit kill skills and bulletproof gear. He seemed pleased, remarking that they had likely succeeded many times before. The man in the long coat, the insect manipulator, smiled confidently and faced the bodyguard, hoping they had extracted enough levels and gear from the game to make the fight exciting. Surrounded by his ominous purple aura, the bodyguard stood his ground. Unfazed, he scoffed at them, calling them arrogant kids. The insect manipulator declared the battle had begun and commanded his insect to attack, shouting for the bodyguard to die. The mechanical bug shot a brilliant beam of yellow energy, but the bodyguard evaded it with impossible speed. In a stunning display, he reached up and snatched the fast-moving insect right out of the air. The assailants were in complete shock, and the insect manipulator cried out in disbelief, stating his insect could fly at 200 kilometers per hour and questioning how he could have caught it. With a grunt, the bodyguard expelled a strange purple gas from his rear and then crushed the insect in his powerful grip, leaving the assailants stunned. He casually dropped the remains to the ground and stomped on them. He then revealed he had already set up a barrier around the area. Surrounded by a surging purple aura, the bodyguard announced his unique hidden class, Fart Master, the source of the plague. He declared his purpose was to spread his pestilence in a way that surpassed humanity before ominously stating, "Well then, I'm coming." With a menacing glow in his eyes, Dongfang Yui's bodyguard, the Fart Master, announced his attack. He leaped into the air with astonishing speed, surprising the muscular man from the opposing group. The bodyguard aimed a powerful high kick. The muscular man taunted him, daring him to test his iron wall defense. As he braced himself, the bodyguard's buttocks released a devastating air cannon that shattered the man's golden shield and sent him crashing to the ground. The manipulator yelled for his companion, the one-handed gunman, to shoot. The gunman fired a volley of energy blasts, but the bodyguard dodged every shot with ease. The gunman taunted him, declaring that leaping into the air against a gunman was a suicidal mistake, and he had nowhere left to run. However, the muscular man with the bandaged arms recovered and clapped his buttocks together, unleashing a powerful sonic boom attack. The blast struck the one-handed gunman, shattering his glasses and killing him instantly. The bodyguard stood over the corpse, remarking that the man's cultivation level must have been low for him to be slain by a mere sonic boom. Seeing his comrade fall, the insect manipulator turned to flee in terror, but a hand shot out and grabbed him by the head, stopping him. The bodyguard held the terrified man who was now begging for his life. The bodyguard calmly reassured him that he wouldn't be killed, explaining that, with 2 dead and 2 alive, he had fulfilled the 50% success rate he had promised. He then casually asked what had happened to their stealthy companion, noting his earlier fart should have stunned them. Confused and frightened, the man explained that the hooded woman wasn't with them and his other 2 brothers had been killed. He clarified they didn't know the hooded woman at all. She just happened to get out of the vehicle with them to sell her lifespan. The scene shifted to the magic Leaning Tower, a landmark resembling the Leaning Tower of Pisa on the outskirts of the Magic City ruins. A glowing purple magic circle hovered above its peak. Shadow materialized as a semi-transparent ghostly figure in the ruined cityscape. He went to the tower's entrance, noting the guardian monster was missing. He concluded someone had beaten him to it. He entered through a large frozen doorway. Inside, Shadow observed his surroundings. He knew the Magic Leaning Tower was a vast, multi-storied library, a giant maze filled with traps. He recalled the legend of a terrible monster sealed deep inside a princess, transformed by an evil white dragon. As he floated through the library, he saw signs of looting, realizing another party had already gone deep inside. He remembered the teleport mechanism to the top floor was in this area. He quickly found a glowing book titled Postpartum Care for S.A. He knew pulling this book would trigger the teleportation magic. As he pulled the book, he was instantly engulfed in light and teleported away. He materialized on the tower's rooftop, floating behind 2 players who were shocked by his sudden appearance. Looking over the rooftop arena, he saw a large group of players battling the tower's guardian, a massive tentacled monster called the Desperate Princess. Shadow assessed the situation, noting the players' equipment was subpar and their casualty rate was high. He was impressed they had made it this far despite their disadvantages. His attention was drawn to the group's leader, a woman with long gray hair rallying her troops. She shouted for them not to be afraid and to simply run back after they died. Shadow recognized the group as the Fika Heavy Industry Guild and their leader as Hong Hien. In his past life, Fika Heavy Industry was a major corporation. After the game descended, their leader Hong Hien had reacted quickly, converting company funds into lifespan and forming a guild with her employees. He recalled her class was the Illusionist, a powerful support class whose signature skill, Teleportation Gate, allowed her to move forces around the battlefield. Watching from afar, Shadow analyzed their strategy. He knew the Teleportation Gate was incredibly powerful. It let them set an entrance and exit, creating a stable portal for anyone. By placing the entrance near their respawn point and the exit near the boss, any player who died could instantly rejoin the fight and recover their dropped lifespan. Shadow recalled this tactic had allowed the guild to become one of the nation's top 20 guilds in his past life. However, he knew that against this guardian, the level 18 platinum tier boss, Desperate Princess, their strategy was useless. This boss had a terrifying ability. She absorbed the lifespan of players she killed 100 times faster than any other monster. This meant every player who fell became fuel powering her up. Shadow could see that if they continued this war of attrition, the princess would soon evolve into a Jade tier boss and regenerate her health. He realized this would lead to a total party wipe, and the lifespan cost would destroy the guild. He decided to intervene. Leaping down, Shadow landed before the guild leader, Huang Huifan. Startled, she watched as he made an offer. 1,000 years of lifespan, and he would kill the boss for them. Any assassin loot would be his. Huang Huifan was stunned, stammering as she realized she was face to face with the legendary Shadow. He calmly confirmed his identity and gave her a stark warning, telling her and her guild they could not win this fight. He advised them to either accept his offer or retreat immediately. Before Huang Huifan could respond, an arrogant young man challenged Shadow angrily, asking who he was to say they couldn't win. He scoffed at the demand for 1,000 years of lifespan, calling Shadow crazy and telling him to get lost. Huang Huifan tried to stop him, shouting, "Huangxing, don't be rude," but it was too late. Before she could finish, Shadow grabbed Huangxing by the face. With a fluid motion, he threw the young man into the guild's teleportation gate. As Huangxing emerged on the other side, Shadow unleashed his Dark Knight Ring Blade skill, a wave of dark red energy that sliced him in half and shattered the teleportation portal as the remains of her subordinate fell. Huang Huifan screamed, "Son!" She turned on Shadow, demanding to know why he had destroyed her portal. She acknowledged her son had offended him, but argued a simple lesson would have been enough. With glowing golden eyes, Shadow looked down at her and calmly said she would soon understand. He repeated his offer 1,000 years, and he would solve her boss problem. As Shadow dissipated, Huang Huifan and her guild were left speechless. Shadow knew the guild was unaware the boss was about to evolve. He had destroyed their portal because their strategy of endlessly respawning would have only fed the boss until they were wiped out. His true motivation was more pragmatic. He summoned his spectral wolf, thinking that while the guild's destruction was a minor issue, losing 1,000 years of lifespan was a major one. He landed in the city ruins confident. He knew the remaining guild members would provide just enough lifespan for the boss to evolve, and the pulsing light from the tower was the final sign. His plan was simple. Once the boss reached the Jade tier, he would return to kill her and reap greater rewards. Just as he settled in to wait, a message came from Ghost Spirit. She excitedly reported finding Dongfang Yu in a suburban manor, but she was being protected by a strong player who had nearly killed Ghost Spirit. Shadow told her to meet him at the withered bone field with the details. He was impressed. Finding someone in the vast magic city showed she was very capable. Not long after, the two assassins met in a desolate, bone-littered landscape. Shadow asked her to describe Dongfang Yu's guard. Ghost Spirit explained he was a fast, powerful melee fighter whose main attack was bizarrely farting. She added he could see through her stealth and was surrounded by a 10-meter smoky aura. Shadow understood immediately. He explained she had encountered a player with the source of the plague hidden class. The aura was a first-tier ability, a plague field that could sense any physical body within it, countering her stealth. He explained the class could strengthen its body and regenerate using plague abilities, and at higher tiers it was rumored to be nearly immortal. Hearing this, Ghost Spirit was horrified, despairing if she would ever get her revenge. Shadow then revealed the class's critical weakness, while the plague strengthened the user's body. It also corroded their mind. A weak mentality, he explained, was its greatest flaw. He then told her the Blade of the Underworld class had its own evolution. At Tier 2, it would become the Yellow Spring Evil Ghost. As he spoke, a massive spectral green demon materialized behind her, its eyes glowing. Ghost Spirit stood in awe, her own eyes glowing with ethereal light as she realized her own potential. In a desolate field of bones, Shadow advised Ghost Spirit to advance her class to Tier 2, to overcome her limits as it was her true path. Amazed, Ghost Spirit asked how he knew so much about her class. Instead of answering, Shadow leaped to the top of a large tombstone. From there, he explained that the game was profound and encouraged her to be persistent, as a solid foundation was key to greatness. Inspired, Ghost Spirit was filled with determination, understanding his incredible power came from constant hard work. Shadow revealed that this graveyard was the perfect place for her to level up as the monsters respawn quickly, and would also allow her to upgrade her class weapon, the Underworld Chainblade. However, he warned her the place was dangerous, as all the monsters were elites with triple the health, defense, and attack of normal enemies. To show her how it was done, he said that with the right technique it wasn't so difficult. He then leapt into a group of monsters and annihilated them effortlessly by striking their weak points. Ghost Spirit watched, blushing and astonished by his strength. Appearing by her side, Shadow urged her to give it her all, explaining that only by betting everything could she complete her path of revenge. With that, Shadow disappeared in a flash of blue energy, leaving Ghost Spirit alone. She was left thoughtful, realizing that, for an instant, when he mentioned revenge, she had felt an intense and unmistakable killing intent from him. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Shanghai City, the sun was setting. Little Black was resting on the ground, leaning against her white llama, exhausted from her exploration. She felt hungry, but after checking her map, she decided to persevere a little longer. She was close to finishing her exploration of the area. While resting, she noticed a strange, dark, glowing fruit on the ground. Curious, she picked it up, thinking it looked like a plum. Without a second thought, she took a big bite and was delighted to find it was delicious. To her surprise, a system notification appeared, informing her she had gained 50 experience points. She was amazed that a simple fruit could grant her experience. Looking up, she discovered a long trail of the same glowing fruits. Excited, she followed the path, happily eating the fruits along the way and gaining 50 experience points with each one. Her feast was interrupted by a message from Captain Anu, and you urgently told Little Black to come to the corrupted coast, explaining a man named Manalong had been captured by a boss. He was carrying over 500 years of lifespan, so they needed her help. Little Black checked her map and replied she was already in the area. Captain Anu told her to wait, promising they would be there shortly, still following the trail of glowing fruits. Little Black crawled along, complaining to herself about Manalong. She thought he was a good-for-nothing, but her thoughts quickly returned to the delicious fruits. As night fell, she reached the top of a hill and stopped in surprise at the scene before her. The path of fruits had led her to the desolate, corrupted coast, where a small, slug-like creature sat at the end of the trail, having apparently produced the fruits she had been eating. Nearby, a horrifying sight awaited her. A colossal, bloated monster with several sharp-toothed mouths on its back held a small, screaming humanoid figure. Little Black, her face still smudged with fruit juice, was shocked and wondered what kind of boss this giant creature could be. Her eyes then darted to the ground, where she saw the motionless bodies of 2 players and recognized one as Manalong. She realized this grotesque monster must be the boss Captain Anu, and you had warned her about. The creature sat before a massive bowl and proceeded to bite the smaller creature. A system window identified the boss as the Spirit Devourer, a daily grade monster. The Spirit Devourer then crushed the small creature in its fist. Little Black watched in horror, realizing the boss was not eating a player but another monster. The creature then tossed the bloody remains into its bowl and began to mix them into a gruesome meal. Captain Anu and her party arrived on the hill, finding Little Black still observing, and you asked if she had seen Manalong and the boss. The group looked on from the hilltop. Wang Mong exclaimed in shock that it was a jade-grade boss, while Captain Anu expressed her disgust at its habit of eating other monsters. Little Black, still munching on a fruit, added a curious detail. For some reason, the boss had not attacked any players. Captain Anu advised her team to observe for now and not act rashly. She admitted they were not equipped to handle a jade-grade boss and would need reinforcements. They continued to watch, puzzled by the boss's actions as it settled into a deep squat. They wondered what it could be doing before one of them hesitantly suggested it might be defecating. To their shock and horror, their suspicion was confirmed as glowing purple fruits began to emerge from the monster's rear. Little Black screamed in disbelief. Examining one of the new orbs, they remarked on its peculiar shape, realizing it looked exactly like a plum. A terrible realization dawned on Little Black as she looked from the fruit in her hand to the boss. The delicious plums she had been eating were the monster's droppings. Her face drained of color as Anyu and Wang Meng stared in stunned silence. Little Black let out a silent, horrified scream, dropping the fruit as she processed what she had just done. She frantically wondered what on earth she had just eaten, while the captain Anyu and Wang Meng desperately tried to quiet her. Her scream, however, was too loud, and the massive spirit devourer slowly turned its head. Its attention was now fixed on them. The colossal boss loomed over them, and as it opened one of the mouths on its back, it let out a terrifying roar that seemed to echo with the whispers of an ancient gluttonous god. The party was frozen in terror, knowing they were in grave danger. After the spirit devourer's terrifying roar, the world seemed to distort around Captain Anu and Wang Meng. A strange power washed over them, making their eyes glow red as they screamed in agony. They clutched their heads, overwhelmed by a ravenous hunger that consumed their every thought. Little Black watched in confusion as Captain Anu and the rest of the party rushed past her with crazed desperation. Ignoring the monster, they sprinted towards the massive bowl filled with the bloody remains of the creature the boss had been preparing. With frenzied expressions, they plunged their hands into the gruesome mixture and began stuffing the gore into their mouths, muttering about how incredibly hungry they were. As they ate, their bodies began to unnaturally swell and bloat, their faces becoming rounder. From her hiding spot, Little Black watched in horror, exclaiming that her friends had gone mad, eating themselves into obesity. She then wondered why she was the only one unaffected by the strange hunger. Her question was answered in the most horrifying way possible. The massive spirit devourer loomed over one of the now bloated party members, grabbed him effortlessly, and shoved him whole into one of the gaping mouths on its back, devouring him completely. Watching this, Little Black finally understood the boss's horrifying mechanic. She screamed in terror, realizing the boss ate the fattest person it could find. Panicking, Little Black realized her elite team was not going to be enough, and concluded her only hope was to seek help from that man. She quickly contacted Shadow and explained they had encountered a Jade-grade boss, the Spirit Devourer Angier, and that Captain Anu and Wang Mang were about to be eaten. Shadow's entire demeanor changed upon hearing the name. He realized this was the bloodline monster he had been searching for and thought that Little Black was truly his lucky star. He told her to send him the coordinates, saying he was on his way immediately. The scene then shifts to Shadow at the entrance of a glowing cave. He noted that he had already acquired the keys to 3 other platinum hideouts in Magic City. He decided this was the perfect time to deal with the bloodline monster, as the desperate princess boss should also be finishing its evolution soon. A short time later, Shadow arrived at the corrupted coast. Little Black greeted him with relief. He asked where the boss was, and she pointed just ahead. She frantically told him that Captain Anu and Wang Mang had already been eaten and begged him to rescue them. As they watched the giant model, the boss squatted down again, straining like it was having the world's worst case of constipation. To their absolute disgust, a large translucent purple orb popped out, and inside it, the horrified face of Manalong was clearly visible. Both Shadow and Little Black were completely floored. Little Black cried out that the boss had just pooped out Manalang, and worried the same would happen to Anu and the others. Shadow calmly explained the monster's mechanics. The Spirit Devourer was a servant of a gluttonous ancient god, and emitted a whisper that drove players to binge eat. The more they ate, the fatter they got, and the boss would then devour these fattened players to digest their lifespan. He continued, revealing there was only one way to be immune to it. You have to eat the boss's excrement. He added that although it was disgusting, he'd heard it actually tasted pretty good. He then glanced at Little Black, realizing she was unaffected, and began to ask if that meant she... Little Black cut him off, begging him to stop, looking absolutely mortified. Still horrified, Little Black tearfully begged Shadow to hurry and rescue her friends. Without another word, Shadow leaped into action, speeding towards the pulsating purple orb containing Manalang. He snatched the orb right out of the air, and instead of trying to free the man, he hurled it directly at the massive Spirit Devourer. The orb, with Manalong's terrified face trapped inside, smashed squarely into the monster's squishy belly. The boss let out a pained roar as a thick white goo erupted from the mouths on its back. The impact forced the creature to violently vomit up everyone it had swallowed. The captain, Yuang Mong, and the other party members were spat out, landing in a slimy heap, but they were alive. With his allies safe, Shadow's eyes glowed with a brilliant yellow light as a powerful red aura flared up around him. He activated his mythic skill, Graceful Release, followed by his legendary instant Shadow Slash. A storm of bright blue energy slashes rained down on the Spirit Devourer, inflicting devastating hits, each dealing tens of thousands of damage. Shadow saw his finisher skill gauge was full and decided it was the perfect time to test out its power. He unleashed his ultimate attack, the Scarlet Blade. A colossal blade of pure red energy formed and sliced vertically through the Spirit Devourer, dealing an astounding 132,015 points of damage in a single strike. A server-wide announcement declared that player Shadow from Great Zia had achieved the world's first kill of a Jade-grade boss. Little Black watched from the sidelines, her jaw on the floor in utter disbelief. She screamed in astonishment at the million-plus damage number, exclaiming how completely insane Shadow's power was. The global announcement of Shadow's victory shocked players all over the world. Some lamented that the Great Zia server would rise to power now, while others tried to claim him as their own, with one player angrily insisting Shadow's ancestors were from their country. Meanwhile, Shadow was surrounded by a golden light as system notifications flooded his screen. He received a massive amount of experience, evolution points, equipment, and new skills. Most importantly, he obtained the Spirit Devourer bloodline and was asked if he wanted to activate it. He understood that bloodlines were a special system where powerful defeated monsters granted their lineage to a player. A compatible bloodline could drastically increase a player's combat power. With his eyes glowing, he chose to activate it. A powerful purple aura erupted around him as the bloodline's effects fundamentally altered his attributes. Each point of strength now converted to 3 points of physical attack, and each point of constitution to 50 hit points and 5 physical defense. His agility's effectiveness was boosted by 32%, and each spirit point provided 3 elemental attack and 5 elemental resistance. He also gained 2 new bloodline skills. The first Spirit Devourer allowed him to consume any skill of his own class for an attribute correction bonus, though it increased his appetite by 200%. The second Big Mouth let him form a massive energy mouth to swallow enemy projectiles, healing himself based on the absorbed projectile's damage. Shadow contemplated this new power, realizing the potential of devouring skills to gain extra attribute corrections. He understood attribute correction was the efficiency of his stats. For example, one strength point normally granted 3 points of physical attack. The boss had conveniently dropped a bronze tier poison blade skill, which he considered useless on its own, but perfect for a test. He used Spirit Devour, crushing the skill icon. The system confirmed the action and notified him his strength conversion had increased from 3 to 3.3 points of physical attack per point. He was initially disappointed that a bronze tier skill only gave a 0 point. 3 increase, but then he had a crucial insight. The Devoured skill was now a passive ability, which meant it could be evolved. He immediately spent 242 evolution points to upgrade the Devoured Poison Blade skill from bronze to legendary. The result was astounding. The system informed him his strength conversion had now increased from 3 to 5 points of physical attack. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He realized that if he continued to devour and upgrade skills, his attribute corrections could become hundreds of times greater than other players. A determined smile spread across his face as he declared to himself that he was once again invincible. After the battle, Captain Anyu Wangmang and the rest of the party were safe, but in an embarrassing and slimy state still. Bloated from the boss's gluttony effect, Wangmang tearfully thanked Shadow for saving them, relieved they weren't all excreted by the boss like Meiyong. While her friends recovered, Little Black rushed to the still bloated Captain Anyu, giving her a hug and reassuring her that she was still beautiful regardless of her size. Once everyone was back to normal, Captain Anyu approached Shadow to discuss his payment, explaining that the John High officials were short on lifespan. Unconcerned, Shadow told her not to worry and suggested they could repay him by finding assassin skill books instead. Captain Anyu readily agreed. With the deal made, Shadow vanished in a swirl of dark energy. With their mission over, Anyu told her team it was time for them to head back as well. As the group left, Manalong, still trapped in his rolling purple prison, tearfully made everyone promise to never speak of what had happened. The exhausted team reluctantly agreed. The story flashes back to the magic leaning tower just after Shadow jumped down from its peak. At the top of the tower, the battle with the desperate princess was still raging. The boss, a tentacled creature, was down to the last third of its health. The guild leader, Huang Huifan, urged her team on ordering a healer named Xiao Kei to use her Tree of Life skill. Xiao Kei obeyed, and a massive glowing tree of green energy erupted, continuously healing the guild members. Huang Huifan rallied her troops, shouting that since Shadow had destroyed their portal, they couldn't afford to die. She encouraged them to go all out, believing victory was near. Filled with renewed vigor, the guild's tanks charged, and the team unleashed a final barrage of attacks on the weakened boss. Believing they had won, Huang Huifan celebrated with Xiaoqi, crediting her life priest class for their success. However, their celebration was cut short. The desperate princess retaliated with a powerful tentacle strike, shattering a tank's shield and instantly killing him. The boss then closed her eyes and began to absorb a strange blue energy from her fallen foe. Her eyes snapped open, now glowing with a malevolent yellow light. Huang Huifan and Xiao Kei watched in horror as the boss's power surged. The desperate princess unleashed a massive explosive wave of fiery energy engulfing the entire top of the tower. The remaining guild members were caught in the blast and burned to ashes in an instant. When the dust settled, only a large glowing blue egg remained on a pedestal, surrounded by the lifespan orbs from the fallen players. The boss's health bar was now full again. The desperate princess had evolved. Inside the large glowing blue egg, a woman with long light blue hair was curled up. A system window identified this new form as the Desperate Egg, a level 30 Jade grade boss with a massive 10 million health points. Meanwhile, at the fake Heavy Industry Guild hideout, the defeated members respawned. Wang's king Huang Huifan's son rushed to his mother in a panic, asking what happened and if they had defeated the boss. Huang Huifan explained that they had gotten the boss down to a sliver of health, but it suddenly restored all its health, transformed into an egg, and then unleashed a devastating attack that wiped them out. Shaken, Huang Huifan realized a full health recovery only happens when a boss evolves. Her mind flashed back to her encounter with Shadow. Recalling his offer and his warning that her strategy would fail, the truth dawned on her. Shadow knew from the beginning that the boss would evolve. He predicted their human wave tactic would fail because it would only fuel the boss's transformation. She understood a platinum grade boss evolving into a jade grade one was something her guild couldn't defeat. With resignation, she concluded her only option was to seek Shadow's help. Back at the silent peak of the magical leaning tower, Shadow's invisible form reappeared before the large blue egg. Shadow observed the desperate egg, identifying it as a jade grade boss, but finding its transformation strange. He knew a simple evolution shouldn't cause such a drastic change in form. He noted the egg had no offensive capabilities and wondered if it was a transitional stage before an even more powerful boss hatched. Deciding to act, Shadow leaped into the air and threw a dagger charged with dark energy at the egg. The blade struck, dealing over 28,000 points of damage. However, this barely dented the boss's massive health bar. In his spectral form, Shadow noted its 10 million health points were comparable to an epic-grade boss. He could tell this egg was bad news and knew he couldn't let it keep incubating. He realized that even with its massive health pool, the strategy to beat it was actually pretty simple. He knew the egg had no way to detect invisibility, which meant it was completely clueless he was even there. His game plan was to keep spamming his skills to charge up his ultimate finisher. The moment his ultimate was ready, he unleashed the Scarlet Blade once more. A colossal wave of crimson energy slammed into the egg, dealing over 100,000 damage and causing huge cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Shadow stood confidently among the eggshells, knowing that taking down a stationary blind opponent was just a matter of time. But then something totally unexpected caught his eye. After shattering the desperate egg, Shadow was completely stunned by what he found inside. Instead of another monster, a young woman with long, light blue hair was lying unconscious on the floor. A system window popped up identifying her as the desperate princess, but get this, she was only level 1 with a measly 10 health points. Shadow reappeared next to the girl. Confused, he figured this had to be the princess's true form. It confirmed a legend he'd once heard about a princess who was cursed by a white dragon. Seeing her 10 paltry health points, he wondered if he actually had to kill the defenseless girl to officially clear the boss. He summoned his dagger to finish the fight, but he hesitated, trying to make sense of this bizarre situation. That hesitation turned out to be a huge mistake. Suddenly, a dark, swirling vortex, crackling with intense blue lightning, tore open the sky above him. To his absolute shock, a massive skeletal dragon burst out of the portal. A system window confirmed the new threat. It was the cursed white dragon. 8, a terrifying level 100 mythical grade monster. Right after the desperate egg was shattered, a gigantic skeletal dragon, the cursed white dragon known as 8, emerged from a portal in the sky and launched a powerful attack right at Shadow. Shadow was floored, wondering why on earth a mythical grade boss had just shown up out of nowhere. As the dragon let out a deafening roar, Shadow realized it was a hidden boss, and the old legend about the princess cursed by a white dragon was actually true. Down on the ground, the desperate princess, now in her human form, slowly started to wake up. Shadow watched as the princess got up and began to float toward the giant skeletal dragon's head. She flew straight to the monster, and instead of fighting it, she gently hugged its snout. As she tearfully embraced the beast, her body began to burn away, revealing a glowing red heart in her chest. The princess completely disintegrated in a brilliant flash of light against the dragon's face, and the light quickly expanded to swallow the whole creature. The cursed white dragon's skeleton started to crumble to dust, leaving Shadow utterly baffled as a single glowing red heart remained floating in midair. As the heart drifted towards him, the system notified Shadow that he had just prevented the resurrection of an ancient god named Cthulhu and had acquired the heart of the curse. The item presented him with 2 choices. He could either use it to become a servant of Cthulhu by devouring lifespan, or destroy it to get a mythical grade item. Faced with this choice, Shadow carefully weighed his options. He figured using the heart might unlock some powerful new skills, but the description hinted it was a parasitic curse that could end with him being eaten by Cthulhu. Deciding that the risk just wasn't worth it, he chose to destroy the heart without a second thought. Model. As he crushed the pulsating organ, it exploded in a brilliant flash of light. Shadow was taken aback by the sheer intensity of the blast, which completely engulfed him. When the light finally faded, he found himself transported, still standing on top of the magical leaning tower. But something felt off. He realized he was inside the body of a horned knight as he looked down at his own armored hands. He wondered if he had somehow triggered a trial, or perhaps a sealed memory. Just then, a young princess with long greenish hair ran up to him, affectionately calling him Arase. He saw a young man with white hair and horns sitting on the wall. The princess asked if he was heading out again. With an apologetic smile, Atase explained that an enemy had summoned a monster to attack the harbor, and as a guardian of the kingdom, it was his duty to go and provide support. The young princess became furious, calling him a liar, and reminding him that he'd promised to teach her to ride the wind that very day. She argued that it was a 7-day journey to the coast, so there was no way he could possibly return today. She was devastated that he was lying to her, just like her father always did. She pointed an angry finger at him, declaring that all men were terrible liars and scoundrels. A flustered Atase tried to calm her down, asking where on earth she had learned such harsh words. He then presented her with a silver scale-like object he called the Scale of Promise. He explained that under its watch, anyone who broke a promise would lose their wings and never be able to fly again. The princess, blushing and flustered, immediately rejected the gift, exclaiming that she didn't want him to lose his wings. Reassuring the princess, Atase promised he would not break his word and told her not to underestimate his wind-riding skills. With that, he unfurled a pair of magnificent, large white wings. The princess watched with stars in her eyes, exclaiming how handsome and cool his transformation always was. Before taking off, he promised to be back for dinner and explained that his 3 shadow guards would stay to keep her company. With that, Atase launched into the sky and flew off as the princess waved and wished him a safe journey. Filled with determination, the princess declared that since Atase was working so hard, she couldn't afford to fall behind either. She commanded the shadow guards to follow her, announcing she was going to prepare ingredients so Atase could have a grand feast. At this point, Shadow understood that he was witnessing a memory sealed within, the heart of the curse, showing the shared past between the desperate princess and the white dragon. The narrative then shifts to fond memories of the princess, spending the day with the shadow guards, happily picking mushrooms in the forest, encountering a strange rabbit and fishing by a lake, all taking place in their kingdom, with the magical leaning tower in the distance. Later that day, exhausted but happy, the princess presented a large feast she had prepared herself. She proudly listed off some peculiar dishes like steamed rock and volcanic ash pizza, claiming they were all Atase's favorite foods. She waited with high hopes, believing he would return at any moment. But as night fell, she eventually fell asleep at the table while waiting for him. An elderly attendant gently woke her, telling her it was very late and time to get some rest. He pointed out that the food on the table had already grown cold. Startled and shocked at how late it had gotten, the princess frantically asked the attendant where Atase was, wondering why he still hadn't come back. With a grave expression, the attendant continued informing the princess that, according to frontline reports, the battle was dire, and General Atase would likely be delayed. The princess refused to believe it, declaring that Atase was the kingdom's powerful guardian, and any enemy would be like a lamb to the slaughter before him. However, the attendant explained the gravity of the situation, revealing the enemy nation had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon a horrifying monster from the sea. He described a colossal, city-sized creature with countless tentacles and eyes so terrifying a mere glance could drive a person insane. Hearing this, the princess's confidence faltered, and she began to worry that even someone as strong as Atase was in a desperate struggle. Suddenly, her eyes widened in fear as the enchanted scale representing their promise shattered. Realizing this meant Atase had broken his promise to return, she panicked. She knew if he didn't come back before midnight, he would lose his wings. She grabbed the attendant, Scholar Lewin, and begged him to take her to her father, a dragon knight who might know how to remove the scale's curse. Ignoring the old man's complaints, she pulled him along, explaining that if Atase lost his wings mid-battle, he would be doomed. As she burst through a door, she was stunned to find Atase standing there unharmed. He calmly asked her why she was in such a panic. Overcome with relief, the princess rushed forward and hugged him, crying that she was so glad he was back and safe. Hugging her back, Atase gently reassured her that he would always return because of their promise. The princess, still holding him, confessed she had been worried because the situation at the front lines was said to be very bad. The attendant, Scholar Lewin, then cautiously asked General Atase about the battle. With a confident smile, Atase explained it had been troublesome and took some effort, but the problem was solved and the army could handle the cleanup. Scholar Lewin praised him as the worthy guardian of the kingdom. Walking towards the feast on the table, Atase exclaimed that he was starving and asked the princess if she had made all the food. She proudly confirmed she did, though she lamented it was probably cold by now. Atase began to eat with great enthusiasm, declaring it didn't matter if it was cold because it was delicious. As he ate, the princess fondly told him to slow down so he wouldn't choke, while Scholar Lewin watched them fondly. Later, on top of the magic leaning tower, Atase announced it was time to learn how to ride the wind as promised. However, the princess let out a huge yawn. Atase asked if she was sleepy, and she explained she was tired from preparing his feast all day, suggesting they could learn tomorrow instead. Still wanting to fly, she sat on the ground and hugged his leg, pleading for him to change into his true form and take her for a ride. Atase hesitated, reminding her the king had forbidden him from taking her on such a dangerous activity. The princess grew angry, grabbing his armor and blaming him for coming home so late. She reminded him of the effort she put into his meal, and again called him a faithless scoundrel. Sighing, Atase agreed, but made her promise not to tell the king or he would be scolded. The princess immediately smiled, her anger gone. Ates then closed his eyes and blue energy swirled around him as he began to transform. In a brilliant flash of light, he transformed into a magnificent white dragon, leaving the princess to marvel at his majestic form. She walked up to the massive white dragon and lovingly caressed his snout, telling him to be safe. A swirl of green energy then lifted the excited princess into the air and she settled onto Adas's head. He told her to hold on tight as they were about to take off. With a powerful beat of his wings, Hades launched into the night sky, soaring high above the kingdom. From a tower, Scholar Lewin and a shadow guard watched them disappear into the starry sky. Resting on Hades's back, the princess looked down at the world in awe. She marveled that this was the beautiful world Ates saw from up high. Ates asked if she thought it was beautiful, and she agreed it was absolutely magnificent. As they soared past a large tolling bell tower, the princess asked if he would promise to protect this place forever. After a pause, he solemnly promised he would. The princess was now sleeping peacefully on his back. In her sleep, she whispered a quiet thank you. The memory continues showing Ates gently tucking the sleeping princess into bed with a teddy bear. After she was settled, he quietly left her room. He glanced back one last time before closing the door. Later, Ates is shown speaking with the king. The king noted with concern that Hades was badly injured and asked if the monster he fought was truly that formidable. Ates, though weary, smiled and reassured the king. He explained his injuries weren't fatal, and he just needed time to recover, adding that he had already incinerated the monster with his dragon flames. The king's expression, however, remained grave. He revealed that he believes the enemy empire is conducting a dark ritual, and he can sense a terrible power preparing to sweep across the continent. He warned Ates that they must all be prepared, as not even a dragon would be safe from the coming danger. Standing resolute against a darkening sky, Ates pledged his loyalty and agreed to follow the king's commands. The scene shifts to a later time, showing a magical leaning tower under a starry night sky. But the mood quickly turns grim as the next shot reveals shattered pieces of Ates' armor and blood splattered on the floor, indicating a terrible battle had taken place. Ates is on his hands and knees, his armor shattered, and his body covered in wounds, coughing in pain. He's clutching his chest, where a strange pulsating red object is embedded with dark veins spreading out from it. The story jumps forward 5 years into a dark, violent future. The kingdom is embroiled in a terrible war under constant attack by a horrifying army. Soldiers and civilians cry out in terror as an enemy nation attacks with an army of monstrous, inhuman creatures. People are running for their lives, screaming for help as they are mercilessly crushed by the invaders. The city is being overrun by feral red, skinless monsters that rampage through the streets. From a high balcony, the king watches the chaos as the monsters swarm his city. He grimly observes the overwhelming number of creatures, stating that the Moringa Empire has truly gone mad. He concludes their enemy intends to drag the entire world into destruction with them as their dark banner is raised over the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, the desperate princess runs frantically. She screams Hades' name, desperately shouting that the enemy has breached the city walls. She finds Hades sitting passively on a high wall, flanked by his 2 shadow guards. As he looks down at the carnage, she rushes toward him. She begged him to do something, explaining that the enemy's army was full of inhuman monsters their soldiers stood no chance against. She demanded to know why he hadn't stepped in sooner, pleading that the kingdom desperately needed his help now more than ever. Hades calmly turned to the frantic princess and said he was actually just on his way to find her. He told her to stay inside the magical leaning tower, promising it was the safest place for her and that she shouldn't go anywhere. The princess agreed, but frantically urged him to hurry up and crush the enemy army, but Hades refused, insisting he would stay right there to protect her. Confused and furious, the princess asked him what on earth he was talking about. She reminded him of his sworn duty, declaring that he was the guardian of the entire kingdom and his purpose was to protect the nation, not just her alone. She gestured desperately toward the city below, where the kingdom's soldiers were being completely overwhelmed, crying out that the capital was about to fall and its people were being massacred. She insisted that his job was to turn into a dragon and burn their enemies to a crisp. The princess told him she only needed his shadow, guards for protection, just like he had always arranged for her in the past. Hades simply lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before he began to explain the dark history behind their enemy's power. He revealed that 5 years ago they had discovered the Mora. Empire was performing a mysterious ritual known as Forsaken by the Gods. The ritual itself was brutally simple. One could sacrifice their own lifespan to summon inhuman creatures. The more of one's life they offered, the more terrifying the monster that would be summoned. Adis explained that this was an ancient ritual, since no sane person would ever trade their life for a monster. However, he continued, for the Mora Empire, this desperate ritual was their very last hope. He then pulled out a map to illustrate his point. The Mora Empire was an inland archipelago rich in a rare magical plant called the blood flower. This unique plant, which grew nowhere else, emitted a powerful magic that had greatly extended its people's lifespans to an average of 700 years. Thousands of years ago, conflict began to spread from their nation and engulf the continent. To put an end to the endless wars, the Mora Empire sent powerful envoys like Addis to other nations. These envoys were bound by powerful contracts forcing them to serve the kingdoms they were assigned to. By lending their immense strength to the weaker side in any conflict, they successfully maintained a balance of power and brought about an era of peace. However, the king of Mora grimly noted that they had completely underestimated the malice of humankind. The arrival of the envoys made the other nations realize a terrifying truth: the long-lived people of the Mora Empire were the single greatest threat on the continent. Soon, the leaders of the other nations secretly came to an agreement with one singular horrifying goal. The people of the Mora Empire had to be completely wiped out. What followed was a period of unimaginable suffering for the Mora Empire. They were systematically afflicted by debilitating curses, horrific plagues, and internal division. In the ultimate act of betrayal, even their own envoys were turned against them. The other nations relentlessly plundered the Mora lands until eventually the precious blood flower began to wither and die out. Without the flower, the continental balance of power was shattered, and the Mora Empire lost its last shred of value to the world. The death of the final blood flower's petal triggered a devastating avalanche of consequences. The Mora Empire was invaded, and its people were systematically slaughtered by the very allies they once sought to protect. And the sole reason for this entire catastrophe was simple, unadulterated greed. The other nations simply couldn't allow the Mora Empire to possess a resource they didn't have access to. In a land shrouded in darkness, the people of Moraga were down to their last Hail Mary. And that hope, it was a ritual so forbidden even the gods had swiped left on it. Cue the spooky purple energy, and a room full of bones, the ritual was officially underway. But let's be real, this was less ritual and more 5-star curse. Everyone from the Mora Empire got a magical brand which basically started a countdown on their lives, while a little monster grew inside them ready to make a grand gory entrance. And these new monster roommates had a one-track mind, total human annihilation, typical Monday stuff. Wrapping up his story, Hades turned back to the princess looking like he was about to deliver some seriously bad news about the curse's side effects. As the princess listened, Ates showed her his face, which was now sporting some seriously gnarly, bloody growths. With a heavy heart, he explained that his dragon-shifting days were over. From here on out, it was monster mode only. Completely horrified, the princess could only stammer his name, asking how this could have happened. Ates then dropped another bombshell. He told her that almost no one knew who the people of Moraga really were. Turns out they were the legendary dragon race. Envoys like him were known to most humans simply as guardians of the kingdom, which made the princess's jaw drop as she put the pieces together. Standing on the ramparts, Ates laid it all out. A wave of darkness was washing over the continent, and it was basically game over for humanity. Given the whole apocalypse situation, he declared his one and only goal was now to protect her and only her. Meanwhile, back at the invasion, things were not going well. The red monsters were having a field day, snacking on citizens, stomping on everything, and playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek. A never-ending stream of these creatures poured out of the smoke, completely overwhelming the kingdom's last line of defense. Up on a high balcony, a scholar named Lewin delivered the grim news to the king: the monster count was still climbing. He begged the king to order a retreat, pointing out that the capital was pretty much toast. But the king wasn't budging, saying there was nowhere left to run. He explained that the magical Leaning Tower was a major hub of power. If it fell, their mages' combat strength would tank, and stopping the monsters would become an impossible task. So the king decided to get his hands dirty, leaping into the fray and slicing a red monster in two with his glowing sword. He took a moment to catch his breath, leaning on his sword amidst the smoke and chaos. It made him think about how fast the years had flown by. He remembered his first meeting with Ates. They looked like they were the same age, even though Ates was already nearly 100 years old. For Ates's people, 100 years was basically just hitting legal adulthood. As another monster charged his mind, drifted back to the inseparable years they'd shared. They'd fought together, drank together, they were the ultimate bros. A blast of purple energy snapped him back to reality, a harsh reminder of how much things had changed. While the king, aged 8, stayed forever young, like a fantasy world vampire. This drove a wedge between them, as Hades couldn't grasp the tough decisions the king had to make after becoming ruler. The king sadly realized that Hades could never understand humans, and humans could never truly understand him, standing among the flames of his ruined kingdom. His mind flashed back to the one moment that changed it all. The day his daughter was born. He remembered Hades holding the newborn princess so gently and carefully. Watching the two of them, the king had found a new reason to hope, all thanks to the love they both shared for the little girl. On the battlefield, a colossal threat materialized below the king. A shadowy monster with glowing purple eyes began charging up a sphere of blue energy for a massive attack. The king stared forward, his face calm as he accepted his fate. The creature unleashed a devastating blast of energy at him. As the light engulfed him, the king's body vanished. His final thoughts consumed with regret that he had been wrong about everything. A massive explosion tore through the castle, signaling the king's defeat. From the magical leaning tower, the desperate princess saw the distant blast and cried out in shock. Hades beside her calmly stated the capital had fallen and predicted the monsters would be heading for them next. As if on cue, a swarm of dark-winged creatures descended upon them. A shadow guard shouted a warning that monsters were approaching. The creatures slammed against a powerful blue barrier protecting the tower. Hades reassured the princess that the tower was protected by a powerful barrier, making it nearly impossible for the monsters to break through. Suddenly, an injured scholar, named Lewin, appeared on the tower wall. The princess turned in surprise, crying out his name. Leaning on his staff, the scholar told Hades he had come on the king's orders to escort the princess to safety. The princess expressed her alarm at how badly injured he was. Hades agreed to the plan, saying he would use his wind magic to send them to a designated location, and asked if their contacts were ready. Scholar Lewin confirmed that all the preparations were in place, but the princess interrupted him. With a heavy heart, a confused Scholar Lewin delivered the news. Her father, the king, had fallen. The princess was in shock. He explained the king had arranged for her to escape to a neighboring country for safety. The princess anxiously asked if Hades would be coming with them. Hades turned to her with a sad smile, asking where he could possibly go. He revealed that the monsters below were his own people, the Moringa. He explained that he was an enemy to everyone, and no matter where he fled, humans would hunt him down and kill him. Kneeling on the edge of the wall, he looked down at the horde and accepted his fate. He declared that a knight's final resting place becomes a dragon's tomb, and this was where he belonged. He vowed to remain and protect this place until his life ran out. Hearing his solemn promise, the princess's expression shifted from grief to resolve. She suddenly used her wind magic to leap away from Scholar Lewin and back over to Hades. She landed before him and declared that if he was staying, she would become his dragon knight. She reminded him that this was her home and she would protect it right alongside him. She proudly boasted that her wind riding skills were now perfect and asked how they could form a contract. Hades looked up at her, shocked and speechless at her unwavering loyalty. Moved by her loyalty, Hades took the princess's hand in his gauntleted one. With a gentle, sorrowful smile, he agreed to her request. He presented the silver scale of promise, explaining it would be their contract, just like old times. The princess smiled brightly, delighted that the contract was so simple. She happily began to seal their pact, promising that they would forever, but Hades cut her off, finishing with a heart-wrenching twist. He said their promise was to never see each other again. The princess's face fell, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Before she could react, Hades unleashed a powerful gust of wind, launching her and Scholar Lao away. As they flew, he entrusted the princess's safety to the scholar. The princess screamed Hades' name in confusion and betrayal as she was carried away. Alone on the wall, surrounded by wind magic, Hades told her to go, insisting her place was not with the dragon's tomb. The scene took a horrifying turn. Scholar Lewin, his eyes glowing with red light, plunged his hand into the princess's chest, ripping out her still beating heart. He chillingly told her she had a place where she belonged, a place for humans. Hades watched from the tower in utter shock at this betrayal, while the princess stared in horror as her life was stolen. As he died, the scholar gasped a final warning to Hades, telling him to be careful, and revealing the Mora were not the only ones cursed. His face was then consumed by a monstrous red growth. From the scholar's body, a massive tentacle monster erupted, grabbing and devouring the princess's heart. The monster cackled, mocking Hades about the delicious flesh and lifespan it consumed. It then taunted him, asking if killing the person Hades loved was suitable revenge for being burned by his dragon flames in the past. As Hades stared in stunned silence, the tentacle monster laughed maniacally. It held up the princess's lifeless body and her bloody heart, taunting the white dragon, asking if killing his beloved was enough to repay the pain of his dragon flames. In a final gruesome act, the monster clenched its fist and crushed the princess's heart. Enraged, Addis and his two loyal shadow guards faced the monstrous creature, their eyes glowing with vengeful energy. One guard, the Shadow of Sorrow, transformed into a swirling vortex of dark energy and leaped to rescue the princess's falling body, while the other guard attacked the monster, viciously slicing its tentacles to pieces. The monster dismissed the attack as useless. The Shadow of Sorrow now knelt, cradling the princess's body in a protective, glowing blue aura. A single tear fell from behind the guard's helmet. In her final moments, the princess weakly whispered Addis's name before passing away in the guard's arms. Even as its host body lay dismembered, the monstrous entity continued to taunt Addis. It mockingly explained that the meager lifespan sacrificed by the white dragon's kin was only enough to summon a tiny fraction of its true form. It revealed its seeds had already been scattered everywhere, parasitizing hosts, and waiting for the right moment to mature and burst forth just as it did with the old scholar. The creature Cthulhu continued its psychological assault, reminding Addis that the monsters born from his own people were now swarming the world. It pointed out that Addis himself was deeply cursed and could transform at any moment, and that he had always known his beloved princess was destined for a tragic end. Cthulhu emphasized Addis's powerlessness, suggesting he was helpless and might even have become the very monster to kill the princess. The entity reveled in Addis's inner turmoil, describing the hatred, sorrow, anger, and despair filling his heart, calling them wonderfully strong emotions. Then it presented a tempting offer, telling Addis it could change everything. Cthulhu formally introduced itself, stating it could hear the violent beating of Addis's heart. It declared itself an ancient, all-powerful god. It made an incredible promise. Not only would it empower Ates to defeat the monsters and save the kingdom, but it would also bring the princess back to life, allowing them to be together forever. The entity explained that all this could be accomplished with just one simple transaction. The price Cthulhu revealed was for Ates to simply offer up his own heart. Kneeling alone on a high wall surrounded by winged monstrosities, Ates had to ponder this impossible choice. He weighed his two options. He could let the princess die in the tower, devoured by monsters, or he could take the deal, which would turn her into his dragon knight, so they could defend the kingdom for all eternity. Speaking from its dying host, Cthulhu pushed him for a decision, warning that its current body was failing fast and his time was running out. Having made up his mind, Ates committed the ultimate sacrifice. As blood splattered sickeningly, his shadow guard could only watch in horror. In a final act of desperation and love, Ates tore his own beating heart right out of his chest. Cthulhu praised him, declaring that he had made the right choice. Cthulhu declared it would place a blessing upon Ates's heart, causing it to rise into the sky in a brilliant explosion of energy destined to beat for all eternity. The entity then laid out the terms of their pact. His beloved would receive the heart and be reawakened, now wielding its immense power. And though Ates would now be heartless, he wouldn't die or devolve into some mindless monster. The glowing heart descended, phasing right into the princess's body. And Cthulhu proclaimed Ates would be transformed into a guardian dragon destined to stay by her side forever. Ates grunted in agony as the transformation began, and a massive pillar of purple energy erupted from the top of the magical leaning tower. His body began to contort and change until he became a massive, terrifying skeletal dragon. He let out a mighty roar surrounded by a swirling aura of blue fire. In his new form, Ates leaped from the tower wall. Now, a guardian dragon empowered by Cthulhu, he soared over the battlefield to unleash a devastating torrent of fire on the swarming monsters below, thus beginning his eternal watch over the resurrected princess. As the skeletal dragon Ates unleashed his fiery wrath, Cthulhu's voice began to narrate the grim scene. The dragon's flames incinerated everything below, purging the land of both the monstrous invaders and the kingdom's few remaining people. Cthulhu told him that his power was now great enough to wipe out the entire kingdom, and he continued his assault, setting the capital ablaze. It was then that Cthulhu revealed the terrible twist in their bargain. It explained that all the life force harvested from those killed in the flames would be funneled to a single point. As purple lightning struck the scorched magical leaning tower, its true purpose was finally revealed. Back on the tower, the resurrected princess screamed in agony, with Ates's cursed heart now beating in her chest. Her body began to transform as dark, shadowy energy erupted from within her. Monstrous appendages burst from the shadows, and she was completely consumed by a massive tentacled beast, becoming its new living core. With the princess now transformed into a horrifying monster, Cthulhu triumphantly declared that all the harvested life force now belonged to it. Cthulhu then reflected on its current weakness. It lamented that its power was still too diminished to directly parasitized the powerful dragon race, forcing it to use a human as a temporary host instead. However, it remained confident, believing it was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time before it could use the white dragon to gather the lifespan it needed. The monstrous princess looked up at the skeletal dragon circling high in the sky and wondered why he hadn't returned now that the kingdom had been purged. She found his behavior strange. Suddenly, 2 glowing silver scales appeared right before her. Cthulhu recognized them as the scales of promise and realized these were vows the white dragon had made before their deal. The first vow was to never see the princess again. The second was to forever protect the kingdom's high tower. In a flash of fury, Cthulhu understood his final act of defiance. He had anticipated the entity's plan and used his own vows to bind himself to the magical, leaning tower, locking himself away from the transformed princess. Cthulhu cursed the white dragon, enraged that he chose to become a mindless zombie-like guardian rather than be used as its pawn. Thwarted, Cthulhu declared it would use the tower as its nest. Preying on the lifespan of anyone who approached it, vowed that one day it would be fully revived and rule the world again. The memory faded with the image of the tower standing alone as countless ages passed. The memory faded, returning to the present at the magical leaning tower. Shadow reappeared on the desolate rooftop. Purple energy lingered in his hand as he processed the tragic story he had just witnessed. He wondered if the vivid images were just game lore, but his instincts told him it was more than that. The vision had felt way too real, its explanation of the monster's origins feeling like actual history. Suddenly, dark purple energy swirls materialized all around him. A system window popped up, congratulating him on obtaining a new mythical grade skill, Shadow of Sorrow. This powerful ability created 3 shadow clones for 7 seconds that mimicked his skills and dealt 100% damage. The skill's description added a poignant detail. These were the shadows created by the White Dragon 8. To protect what was most important, 8 had used immense mental energy to maintain them for 15 years without letting them fade. Shadow examined his hand, now wreathed in purple energy, and recognized the skill from the vision. He was awestruck, realizing this single ability could quadruple his damage output for a short time. He marveled at how terrifying a mythical grade skill was. More system notifications rewarded him for completing the trial. He obtained the key to the magical Leaning Tower's hidden area, reached level 19, and received a ton of evolution points, equipment, and skill books. Among his new rewards were a gate key and a map for a level 20 area called the Withered Bone Ruins. Shadow was intrigued, as he had never heard of this location before. He unrolled the old map and found Withered Bone City on an island in an inland sea. Seeing its location, he made a connection. He realized it must have once been part of the Morga Empire, from Ai's story. Convinced this new area was tied to the White Dragon's homeland, Shadow was stoked, certain it held greater secrets and rarer treasures. Knowing the area was for level 20 players, and he was now 19, he resolved to go there soon. But first he held up the ornate golden key to the magical Leaning Tower's hideout, deciding to sell it. The scene shifted to the fake Heavy Industry Guild's hideout. Inside, Hangafan and her guild members regrouped after their defeat. One of them asked what their next move was, admitting they couldn't defeat the new Jade Grade boss. He explained that their only option was to contact Shadow for help. With a weary sigh, Hong Huifan agreed. She planned to use her contacts in Jianghai City, who were on good terms with Shadow, to act as intermediaries. Just then, to her shock, Shadow materialized directly behind her. He told her there was no need for all that trouble, as they could make a deal directly. The other guild members, including Ziking, were stunned by his silent arrival. They shouted his name in alarm. Ziking angrily accused him of being sneaky and demanded to know what he wanted. Shadow calmly began to walk away, reassuring them that if he had meant any harm, they would already be dead. He offered a friendly reminder that their hideout's barrier could be opened, which was exactly how he had walked in. Hong Huifan, still startled, asked him what he meant by a trade. Turning back, Shadow held up the ornate golden key. He offered to sell them the key to the magic Leaning Tower's hideout and asked if she was interested. The guild members were floored. They recognized the key and realized Shadow must have defeated the Jade Grade boss, something they thought was impossible. Hong Huifan eagerly accepted and asked him to name his price. Shadow stated his price remained the same, 1,000 years of lifespan. While his mother agreed, her son Huang Ziking erupted in fury. He screamed at Shadow, calling him shameless, and accusing him of planning this from the start. Pointing an accusatory finger, Ziking laid out his theory. Shadow had first attacked him, used the chaos to destroy their portal, cut off their reinforcements, and gotten their entire team wiped out. Now he was playing the hero, selling them the key for an exorbitant price. Ziking declared he had never met such a vile person. Hong Huifan sternly ordered her son to stop, but he refused, trying to convince his mother they were being tricked. He argued the key should have been theirs to begin with, and that they couldn't let Shadow profit from the guild's losses. Unfazed by the outburst, Shadow calmly asked him what he would prefer. With a greedy grin, Ziking made an absurd demand. Shadow must return the key and compensate the guild with 1,000 or 800 years of lifespan. Shadow sarcastically remarked to Hong Huifan that she had a fine son. Then to Ziking's surprise, he agreed to the terms. With a cold look, he stated his new price, 1,800 years, and he would not sell it for a single year less. Ziking was initially triumphant, laughing to his mother that this was how one must deal with people like Shadow. His smug expression turned to shock as the new price sank in, and he stammered, asking what Shadow had just said. Shadow patiently explained that he had come in good faith to do business, which was why he hadn't retaliated when Ziking cursed at him. However, due to the insult, the original discount was gone, and the price was now non-negotiable. Having reached her limit, Hong Huifan swiftly slapped her son hard across the face. She angrily ordered a guild member to take Ziking away to level up, forbidding him from returning without her permission. As he was dragged away, Ziking protested, asking why she had hit him when he wasn't finished talking. Hong Huifan turned back to Shadow and apologized, asking if he might reconsider. Shadow coldly repeated his new offer of 1,800 years, adding that he would not say it again. With a weary expression, Hong Huifan accepted the deal. It was a fair price, since she had heard he'd sold other hideouts for 2,000 years. She explained that because of their heavy losses, they could not pay the full amount at once, and asked to pay in installments. Shadow agreed. He stipulated she must pay 1,000 years up front, and he would return in 10 days for the remaining 800. Greatly relieved, Hangen thanked him and completed the transaction. A system window confirmed she had the key, and Shadow had gained 1,000 years of lifespan. As he faded away, Shadow said his goodbyes. He thought the Fey Heavy Industry Guild had potential, and selling them a good hideout would help them become an important asset for the Great Zia server. With their new base secured, Hangen addressed her guild. She announced the platinum grade hideout was now theirs. To pay their debt to Shadow, she instituted a 50% lifespan tax on all members. She acknowledged the high rate, but framed it as a necessary investment, urging them to work hard. Her guild members responded with renewed determination. Out in a forest at sunset, the small party with Hongxing tried to reason with him. A girl told him not to blame his aunt and that he was wrong, but Ziking angrily dismissed her. He muttered to himself, vowing to make Shadow pay sooner or later. Their conversation was cut short when a party member spotted a silver-grade boss, the human-faced Spider Emperor. They immediately prepared for battle. As the others engaged, the boss Ziking hung back. His teammates warned him the boss used poison, and to be ready with a detox spell, which he nonchalantly confirmed. However, instead of helping, Ziking turned and fled into the woods, abandoning his team. As he ran, he cursed them as idiots, thinking they could fight the boss themselves. He was disgusted by the girl who had tried to lecture him, wondering what his mother was thinking trying to set them up. He found a secluded spot and crouched, seething with resentment. He believed his entire guild was made of spineless rats, who only developed slowly and safely. He thought they did not understand the true path to power was to seize every opportunity. He concluded that Shadow must operate this way, which was how he had become so powerful. With a sinister smile, Ziking revealed he was not as foolish as his guildmates thought. He scoffed at confronting Shadow without a plan. He then summoned a dark, ornate vase with a single glowing red eye, declaring it a treasure from a jade-grade chest. A system window identified the item as the Abyssal Vase. By reaching into it, the user could randomly pull out a powerful skill, but it had a long 48-hour cooldown. Reaching into the vase, Ziking pulled out a small, grotesque, fleshy object. The system informed him he had acquired an epic-grade skill, the Abyssal Puppet Curse. This magic let him turn any corpse into a puppet he could completely control, retaining all the deceased's original abilities. Ziking laughed with manic glee. Overjoyed with his new power, he hatched a plan. If he could kill Shadow, he could use this skill to enslave him, becoming truly invincible. As he celebrated, the Abyssal Vase glowed with a menacing purple aura. A final ominous message warned that the Abyss holds extraordinary power. But when one gazes into it, the Abyss also gazes back, foreshadowing a dark future for Ziking. In the withered bone field, a desolate graveyard in the magic city, Ruin's night had fallen. During a battle, Ghost Spirit used her energy, infused a paper ribbon to wrap around and pierce a skeletal monster's eye. She beheaded the enemy with a precise blow, dealing over 5,600 damage. System notifications popped up, informing her that her weapon had upgraded to gold and that she had enough experience for a class advancement. Standing amidst the energy, orbs of her defeated enemies, Ghost Spirit sighed in relief, confirming she finally had enough experience for her advancement. With a determined look, she accepted the class advancement. A brilliant magic circle formed at her feet as a column of purple energy surged from her, enveloping her in the transformation. Once it was complete, the system detailed her new abilities. Her weapon was now the Yellow Spring Chain Blade Gold, which could change its shape. Her class had evolved to Yellow Spring Evil Ghost Tier 2, granting a passive stealth bonus and unlocking 2 new skills, Eye of the Yellow Spring and Touch of the Yellow Spring. The system explained that the Eye was a mental attack that trapped enemies in an illusion, while the Touch allowed her to track opponents by their aura. Transformed and enveloped in a blue aura, Ghost Spirit now wielded her weapon as a fearsome scythe. The system notified her that she would now deal double damage to lower-level opponents with a 50% chance of applying a burn effect. With her eyes glowing gold, she felt more powerful than ever. She knew her increased damage speed and new mental attack would be enough to avenge her parents by defeating Dongfang Yu and the Plague Wielder. Ghost Spirit messaged her teacher, Shadow, informing him that she had advanced to Tier 2 and would repay him for his guidance. From a rooftop, Shadow saw she had already logged off, realizing that her thirst for revenge had led her to immediately seek out Dongfang Yu. He recalled his past life where Ghost Spirit got her revenge, but sparing a dog allowed a Beastmaster to track her down. This mistake exposed her real world identity, leading to a massive hunt by several powerful families. The resulting war caused heavy losses for the official forces, and Ghost Spirit eventually died from exhaustion, leaving the Magic City region in chaos. Shadow reflected on her incredible potential, but worried her youth and unstable mind made her reckless. To prevent her from repeating the same fatal mistake, he decided to log off and check on her in the real world. The scene then shifted to the Dongfang Manor on the outskirts of Magic City, shrouded in a poisonous fog. 2 guards on patrol were complaining about their shift. They started talking about women, and one remarked that Mrs. Dongfang was still quite a looker, which his friend readily agreed with. They fantasized about taking out her bodyguard and having their way with Mrs. Dongfang. Suddenly, one of the guards noticed something moving in the mist. An illusion of Dongfang Yua materialized before them, dressed in a seductive black dress and kneeling provocatively. The guards were completely floored, stammering as they asked what she was doing there, dressed so revealingly. The illusion leaned in, whispering that she could no longer tolerate her weak husband and needed other men to satisfy her, asking if they were up to the task. Completely captivated and practically drooling, the guards couldn't believe their luck and eagerly asked if she was being serious. The guards immediately started arguing over who should get to go first with the alluring illusion. The kneeling illusion of Dongfang Yua slightly suggested they could both enjoy her company at once. Before they could react, a streak of purple energy decapitated both guards instantly. Their headless bodies collapsed as the illusion dissipated. Dark energy erupted from their necks as the magical ribbon swirled around them. Ghost Spirit appeared from the shadows, catching her weapon. She immediately leapt into the air, escaping the manor grounds. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yue's formidable bodyguard, the Fart Master, was relaxing in a hammock. His senses sharpened, and he remarked to himself that a little mouse had snuck in. Ghost Spirit landed silently on the manor rooftop. She paused thoughtfully to assess the situation. Suddenly, she was shocked as the Fart Master descended on her from above with incredible speed. He grabbed her by the neck in midair, and they both plummeted towards the ground. He unleashed his signature attack, a powerful blast of gas from his rear, which hit the ground with explosive force. The impact created a crater, with the Fart Master pinning Ghost Spirit to the ground. He mockingly explained his ammonia barrier covered the manor, allowing him to sense her arrival. He identified her as the little lady who had escaped before grabbed her neck and noted she would not get away this time. Ghost Spirit struggled helplessly, her face a mix of pain and fear. The Fart Master held Ghost Spirit in the air by her neck, surrounded by a menacing purple aura. He remarked she had grown stronger and mused that with more time she might become a satisfying opponent. An excited look crossed his face as he admitted a strong urge to kill her now. As Ghost Spirit struggled, the bodyguard had an internal battle, telling himself to wait until she was more powerful. He immediately contradicted this, admitting he was losing self-control. He cursed, tormented by his indecision. Losing control, his grip tightened with a sickening sound. He panicked, realizing he had accidentally crushed her to death. Horrified, he let her lifeless body fall to the ground, shouting in despair. Suddenly he froze as a purple energy claw pierced his chest from behind. In disbelief, he turned to see Ghost Spirit behind him, her arm in his back. The body he had dropped was a decoy. Bewildered, he questioned how this was possible, as he had been certain she was dead. With her eyes glowing red, Ghost Spirit revealed the truth. She informed him he had been trapped in her illusion all along. A product of her new skill, the Eye of the Yellow Spring. Coldly, she told him to die. Impaled by Ghost Spirit's energy claw, the Fart Master struggled to understand how he had been caught in an illusion. With her glowing red eye fixed on him, Ghost Spirit explained his fate had been sealed the moment he looked into her eyes. A flashback revealed the illusion had begun when he first grabbed her by the neck. Accepting defeat, the bodyguard collapsed. Ghost Spirit stood over him, acknowledging he had been a worthy opponent. Her victory was cut short by a commotion from the manor. Dongfang Yui threw open a window, angrily shouting about the noise and threatening to fire everyone. Her anger turned to shock as she saw her powerful bodyguard's body dissolving into black smoke in the courtyard below. Panicked, she screamed there was an intruder and called for help. Armed guards rushed into the main hall, taking defensive positions to protect Mrs. Dongfang and find the intruder. The noise awakened her son Nantian, who sleepily asked what was happening. Dongfang Yui told him an enemy had come and instructed him to stay put. However, Nantian sat up and with a confident smile told his mother not to be afraid. He declared he was now 18 and a player and he would protect her. Moved, Dongfang Yui embraced him, wishing his father had been half as wonderful. As they shared a kiss, the window behind them creaked open. Startled, they pulled apart, and Dongfang Yui demanded to know who was there. In the hallway outside, the guards' bodies lay dissolving into shadow. Dongfang Yui stared in horror, unable to comprehend how they were all dead. Her mind raced, wondering if Shadow had discovered their plan to ambush him. Just then, the spectral form of Ghost Spirit appeared behind her, asking what plan. Dongfang Yui whirled to face the hooded figure, demanding to know who she was and why she was being attacked, insisting they had no feud. Ghost Spirit calmly asked if Dongfang Yui truly did not recognize her. With her eyes glowing, a menacing red Ghost Spirit ordered her to look closely and remember. Horrified recognition washed over Dongfang Yui as she realized her attacker was the girl she thought was long gone, cursing that she was still alive. Before Dongfang Yui could react, she was impaled by an energy attack. Ghost Spirit stood over her fallen enemy, declaring her a demon and commanding her to die. In the bedroom, a terrified Nantian and his dog hid under the covers. Ghost Spirit explained her motive. Dongfang Yui had killed her parents, so now she would kill her in front of her son. Defeated and crying, Dongfang Yui accepted her fate, but made one plea not to harm her son. Ghost Spirit laughed mockingly, her energy ribbons lifting Dongfang Yui into the air as Nantian cried for his mother. She scoffed at the request, asking what right she had to make demands. Dongfang Yui continued to plead, insisting the grudge was between them and her son was innocent. Enraged, Ghost Spirit screamed, asking if Dongfang Yui had considered this day when she murdered her parents. With a final furious cry, Ghost Spirit unleashed a devastating attack, obliterating Dongfang Yui's body in a burst of dark energy. From the bed, Nantian and his dog watched in horror. Ghost Spirit stood panting, her vengeance complete. She then turned her intense red-eyed gaze toward the bed, where Nantian was now paralyzed with terror. With her revenge complete, Ghost Spirit stepped away from the scene. She walked out of the bedroom, leaving Dongfang Yui's body on the floor as the terrified Nantian and his dog watched. As she disappeared, Nantian's fearful expression transformed into a sinister grin. He revealed he had grown tired of his mother's control and was grateful Ghost Spirit had killed her. His small dog's eyes also glowed red as it anticipated eating the young girl's flesh. Before Ghost Spirit got far, she sensed she was not alone and stopped her body tensing. She turned around nervously to see several shadowy figures floating in the air surrounding her. Back in the bedroom, Nantian pointed from under his blanket, a malicious smile on his face. He revealed his true power as the corpse necromancer and commanded his undead minions to capture her alive. The shadowy figures were reanimated corpses. Strengthened by his power and retaining their abilities, they advanced on the trapped Ghost Spirit. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore a hole in the side of the manor. Ghost Spirit was blasted out of the building, screaming in agony. Outside, the reanimated corpses swarmed her as she lay helpless on the ground. The one-handed gunman took aim, ready to fire a deadly energy blast at point-blank range. Just as he fired, black spikes erupted from the ground and intercepted the attack, saving her. The force of the counterattack sent the undead minions flying. Ghost Spirit looked up, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Back in the bedroom, Nantian, who had been cowering in fear, was now being held up by his head, screaming in terror. A figure stood over his body, holding his severed head in one hand while crushing his demonic dog underfoot. It was Kinfang. He looked directly at Ghost Spirit through the gaping hole in the wall and delivered a chilling final lesson. Showing mercy to your enemies is the same as being cruel to yourself. Ghost Spirit lay on the ground, looking up at Kinfang, framed in a broken window. Still unsure who had saved her, she asked who he was. From the shadows, Kinfang simply told her that one should never show mercy to their enemies. He then used his blooming curse ability on Nantian's decapitated body, causing red spider lilies to sprout from the severed head. Realizing this man was her savior and had allowed her to complete her Revenge Ghost Spirit blushed and thanked him, calling him master. Surrounded by a field of crimson flowers, a grim reminder of her vengeance, Ghost Spirit finally let her emotions overwhelm her. She cried tears of relief and sorrow, saying aloud that she had finally avenged her parents. As the flowers absorbed the remaining life force, a system message appeared indicating that 788 years of tradable lifespan had been absorbed. Kinfang approached and asked her what her plans were now that she had gotten her revenge. With her life's purpose gone, Ghost Spirit admitted she didn't know and even considered dying to reunite with her parents. Kinfang sternly told her that revenge only leads to emptiness, and she should have been prepared for that. He warned that if she was just going to sink into despair, he had nothing more to say to her. But there was something else she needed to know. He showed her a vision of the game world, explaining that this god-forsaken game held endless secrets, and among them a way to resurrect the dead might just exist. He told her that as long as a person keeps moving forward, they will find infinite possibilities. But if she only saw revenge as her final destination, then his words were meaningless. Turning his back, he gave her a choice. If she wanted to move forward, she had to follow him. But the decision was ultimately hers. After a moment of reflection, with new determination burning in her eyes, Ghost Spirit scrambled to her feet and ran to follow Kinfang through the moonlit field. The scene then shifted to Magic City, back in the real world. At Kinfang's hideout, the soul-cleansing land, they found themselves in a vast, ethereal, underwater-like space. Ghost Spirit asked where on earth they were, and Kinfang explained it was his hideout in the real world. He led her to the doors of an unbelievably luxurious mansion, leaving her absolutely speechless. Upon entering, they were greeted by Kinfang's personal maid, who welcomed her master home. Ghost Spirit was floored. First a secret hideout, now a mansion with a maid. Kinfang ordered his maid to prepare dinner for two and explained to a baffled Ghost Spirit that the maid had been created by the Divine Authority book. He continued saying the book could create all sorts of necessary items and promised to take her to challenge the model Tower of Divine Authority in Magic City so she could obtain her own book. A grateful Ghost Spirit thanked her master one last time. The scene then cut to the Chu family manor in Magic City. A while after Kinfang and Ghost Spirit had left, a man burst in yelling for his men to hurry up with the rescue, declaring that his wife had to be found unharmed. This man was Chu Kongchen, Dongfang Yui's husband and a military staff officer. He was completely baffled, remembering a frantic call for help from his wife, and wondering who could have possibly attacked so late at night. His number one suspect was Shadow, and as he ran into the manor, he worried their secret plan for the fireworks factory had been discovered. However, just as he quickly dismissed the thought, he saw his personnel investigating the scene, examining a large crater in the now empty bedroom. An officer reported to a shocked Chu Kungun that while there were definite signs of a struggle, they hadn't found a single person. Becoming more frantic, Chu Kungun demanded to know where his wife, sun guards, and servants had gone. The officer could only confirm the grim reality. Nobody was there, not even any bodies. Chu Kungun was enraged, realizing this was exactly what had happened to the Dongfang family. Everyone had simply vanished without a trace. The horrifying realization that his wife and son were gone sent him stumbling back in denial. His despair quickly turned to a tearful rage as he screamed that Shadow had murdered his family and demanded a warrant for his immediate capture. Linking Yu, who had been observing the whole time, stepped forward and asked how he could be so sure it was Shadow. He furiously retorted that it had to be because his wife's family, the Dongfangs, were also killed by him. Unfazed Linking Yu pointed out the complete lack of evidence in the Dongfang case, which made connecting it to his wife's disappearance a bit of a stretch. With a sharp glare, she asked if he had some kind of inside knowledge suggesting that perhaps his family had a grudge with Shadow, and this was all just simple revenge. Her question struck a nerve, and a furious Chu Kungun warned her to watch her words, asking if she really thought she could interrogate a military staff officer. Linking Yu calmly told Chu Kungun that his threats were useless against her. She revealed that just recently the Sky Dome Guild had captured members of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall and handed them over to the authorities. During the interrogation, the men confessed that Chu Kungun himself had ordered the attack on Shadow's hideout. They also admitted to a plan to lure Shadow to a fireworks factory, intending to kill him in a massive explosion. She explained that the authorities had originally planned to catch them all red-handed at the factory. However, with Dongfang Yu now missing, she was now officially considered a suspect on the run. Linking Yu then accused Chu Kungun of abusing his power and conspiring to commit a terrorist act, requesting he come with them for an investigation. As two officers grabbed him, a stunned Chu Kungun struggled and demanded to know what they were doing. He angrily shouted at Linking Yu, questioning her audacity for working with a trashy guild just to arrest a public official. As he was being restrained, Linking Yu calmly stated that his official status didn't matter, as she only stood on the side of justice. Chukungun continued to struggle, screaming for them to release him. She coolly advised him to cooperate, adding that if he was proven innocent, he would be free to come settle the score with her later. Then Linking Yu delivered one final chilling piece of news. He was being taken to the Magic City prison for questioning a nasty place where your lifespan drains at 100 times the normal rate. She gave him an ominous warning to be prepared for the worst. As he was shoved into an armored truck, Chukun screamed that they couldn't do this to him and threatened to report them. Meanwhile, two unseen figures watched the scene unfold from a nearby tree. One of them confirmed that the loudmouth being arrested was their target Chukukunin, a military staff officer. The two figures smirked and bumped fists, a surge of purple energy flaring up around them. Later that night, a convoy of armored trucks made its way down a dark forest road. Inside the lead truck, Chukun was still loudly protesting his arrest to an officer named Linking Yu. A guard calmly informed him that the order came from the top, which finally left Chukun speechless. Suddenly, a blinding blast of energy came hurtling toward their vehicle. The blast slammed into the truck with incredible force, sending it careening off the road in a violent crash. Inside the overturned truck, Linking Yu braced herself. Cursing, she looked over in shock to find the guard next to her was dead, his face frozen in terror and pinned by the wreckage. Linking Yu realized she was trapped just as the truck's roof was ripped open from the outside. A hand reached in, grabbed the unconscious Chukun by the collar, and yanked him out. The two assailants, a man with a pompadour and a blue-haired girl, stood atop the wreckage. Hoisting Chukun into the air, the man declared that the mission was a piece of cake. Just then, reinforcements arrived from the second truck, ordering the pair to release their prisoner and surrender. The two assailants just laughed, openly mocking the officials. As the arriving officers took aim, one of them spotted another threat. A huge, muscular man with glowing red eyes leaped down from the trees, swinging a massive, flaming hammer. He brought the weapon down with incredible force, smashing the official's vehicle and leaping away as it erupted in a massive explosion, screams echoing from the flames. The man with the pompadour and another bald, muscular accomplice watched the destruction. The pompadour-wearing man remarked on the attack's sheer power, noting that a certain Mr. Theodore hadn't been exaggerating. The hammer-wielding attacker landed in the middle of the fiery wreckage as orbs of lifespan began to float up from the fallen officers. He cackled maniacally, reveling in the power of his attack and the sheer joy of killing the official dogs of Great Zaya. The brawny hammer-wielding man stood amidst the fiery wreckage, gloating over a glowing card in his hand. He boasted that the card, a gift from a Mr. Theodore, had multiplied his attributes by 5, giving him the power of a level 50 player, despite only being level 10. He then complained that the slain officers had dropped hardly any lifespan. The man with the pompadour dismissed the meager loot, reminding him their real reward from Mr. Theodore would be 1,000 years of lifespan. Inside the overturned truck, an injured and tearful Linking Yu peeked out. She thought to herself that with Mr. Theodore's help, they could finally kill Shadow and avenge Chen Shishi. Just as the attackers were about to leave, the blue-haired girl suddenly told them to hold on. With a sinister grin, she announced that she could sense a little mouse still hiding inside the truck. Linking Yu, still hidden in the wreckage, realized she'd been discovered. The girl hurled a massive fireball at the already destroyed truck, triggering a second, even larger explosion. With a smirk, she declared that not a single one of those government lapdogs would be spared. As her group turned to leave, the woman started complaining. She pouted, wondering why they were still hung up on Qian Shishi and asking if she wasn't pretty enough for them. The guy with the pompadour just laughed it off, explaining that while she was definitely cute, Qian Shishi was an old buddy, and they had a tradition of helping her settle her scores. And with that, the group vanished into the darkness. Watching them disappear from behind a tree was Lin Kingo, stripped of her gear and looking worse for wear. It clicked for her, then the attackers were what was left of the Alice Guild. Her passive skill, killing intent perception, confirmed it. They were sent by some guy named Theodore to snatch Chu Kunin. Realizing her entire squad had just been wiped out, she knew she had to report this ASAP. Meanwhile, back in the game, Shadow had brought Ghost Spirit to the Tower of Divine Authority located right in the middle of the Magic City ruins. He explained to a bewildered Ghost Spirit that the NPC guarding this place was nicknamed Old Mom, but her real title was Queen Viire of the Waning Moon. Shadow then gave her the rundown on the Queen's tragic backstory. Apparently, Viire had witnessed her own son and daughter being brutally murdered right in front of her. The trauma completely broke her, and now she lives in a delusion, believing her children are still alive, which is why she hands out all those impossible quests to players. But he revealed there was a clever way to use that delusion to their advantage. If a young man and woman enter the tower together, Queen Vyre mistakes them for her long-lost children. This little trick not only makes the challenge way easier, but also juices up the rewards. Shadow then told a horrified ghost spirit that as soon as they walked in, she had to call the NPC Mom, which he explained is exactly how she got the nickname in the first place. He told her to just focus on playing the part, and he would handle everything else. After a moment of hesitation, Ghost Spirit agreed, and the two of them walked towards the tower's massive glowing doors. Inside, a path of pure light led them to Queen Vyre, who materialized in a starry, ethereal space. With tears of pure joy streaming down her face, she welcomed them home, calling them her precious children and asking if they'd finally come back for the Divine Authority book. Playing his part perfectly, Shadow confirmed their mission, respectfully calling her Mom. Ghost Spirit, really getting into character, started crying and told Vyre just how much she had missed her. The queen was completely overcome with emotion, telling her daughter she had missed her terribly too. She explained that as much as she wanted to just hand over the book, the rules are the rules, and they had to complete a challenge first. With that, she summoned her avatar, a massive level 20 Jade tier entity, telling them they had to defeat it to proceed. A system notification popped up confirming they'd received the Mother's Blessing buff, which boosted all their stats by a sweet 20%. Before Ghost Spirit could even process the size of the boss, 3 shadowy figures suddenly appeared surrounding it. These were the clones from Shadow's Shadow of Sorrow skill. In the blink of an eye, the clones unleashed a devastating storm of slashes, dealing hundreds of thousands of damage points and completely obliterating the avatar in a single hit. The system immediately announced that the challenge was complete, leaving Ghost Spirit absolutely speechless. She couldn't believe her eyes. An instant kill using 3 shadow clones at once was just impossible. The whole fight was over in a blinding flash of light. Ghost Spirit was standing right behind Kinfang. Still in shock, she marveled at his technique, summoning 3 clones for an instant kill. Just how powerful was this guy really? Queen Vyre then descended from the sky, a blissful motherly smile on her face, still lost in her delusion. She gazed down at them gently, calling them Alan and Anna while praising their strength. She floated over to Ghost Spirit and handed her a stack of glowing blue books, affectionately calling her Little Anna. Vilni offered her all 9 of the divine gift books in her possession. Ghost Spirit played along, hugging the NPC and tearfully thanking her mom. Kinfang watched with a somber expression, knowing that Vilni gave everything for her children. In the past, many players had exploited this kindness, demanding items until she sacrificed her own lifespan to create them, ultimately causing her to perish. Vilni then turned to Kinfang, asking if he wanted anything. Kinfang requested the divine book for the communication bracelet. Vilni looked apologetic, admitting she didn't have one, but she immediately offered to use her own life force to create it. As the book materialized, a system window appeared showing that Kinfang had obtained it, but at the cost of 150 days of his own lifespan. Vilni smiled warmly, touched that her son had given his own lifespan instead of letting her sacrifice hers. Kinfang told her to keep the lifespan and turned to leave. Vilni wished them a safe journey, telling Anna that if she ever encountered danger, she should stay close to her brother for protection. Upon hearing this, Ghost Spirit glanced at Kinfang and blushed, thinking he seemed to be the right age to be her big brother. She hurried to catch up and playfully asked if she should call him master or brother from now on. Kinfang stopped in his tracks and turned with a terrifying glare, his eyes glowing menacingly. He coldly informed her that she could call him anything except brother. Ghost Spirit was taken aback by his harsh reaction. As he walked away, she awkwardly agreed left to wonder why he rejected the title so strongly, and if he had some tragic past connected to the word. Meanwhile, Captain Anu contacted Shadow via voice chat, asking him to share his friends list. When Shadow seemed confused, Anu explained the situation. A serial killer with 7 victims has appeared in Shanghai City, and rumors are spreading that Shadow is the culprit. She explained that the victims' times of death perfectly matched Shadow's login times. The killer was meticulous, leading many to suspect him, but Anu added that she and her team knew he wouldn't do something so despicable. Shadow deduced that for someone to frame him so precisely, based on his login times, the information must have been leaked by someone on his friends list. Shadow listed the potential suspects: Radiant Marshal Virtue, Milky Snow Old Man Jiang, and his granddaughter from the Sky Dome Guild, and even his own guild member, Ghost Spirit. Shadow then asked where the bodies were discovered, and Anu replied that they were scattered across Shanghai City, asking if he would investigate. Shadow confirmed that he would, Relieved, Anu said she would send over the case files, confident he could catch the killer in a matter of minutes. Shadow then ordered Ghost Spirit to log off immediately for a real-world mission. Back at his mansion hideout in the real world, Kinfang handed Ghost Spirit the divine book for the communication bracelet, allowing them to communicate between the game and the real world. He also gave her the Ghost Knight Wolf mount to help her track down the killer. Ghost Spirit was shocked to receive such valuable items, admitting that she had no idea how to investigate a crime. Kinfang then explained his reasoning. He had already checked his friends list and was certain none of them were the culprit. However, since Wang Mang and the others had reported to the officials, he suspected there was a mole inside the police department leaking his login times. He told Ghost Spirit she was the perfect person for the job, since her Touch of the Yellow Spring skill let her track targets by their aura or scent. He sent her the files and encouraged her to get creative with her skills. Fired up, Ghost Spirit swore she'd track down the real culprit. Meanwhile, over at a hotel in Magic City, Tony and the blue-haired girl unceremoniously dumped a tied-up Chu-kun onto the floor. Tony called out to a figure lurking in the shadows, announcing that he'd brought the guy they were after. A bald older man smoking a cigar turned around, praising Tony for a job well done. Terrified, Chukunan immediately recognized him as Mr. Theodore from the embassy. Theodore gave him a chilling smile, pleased that his dear Chu hadn't forgotten him. He claimed he just couldn't stand to see Chu suffer such an injustice, so he'd asked a few friends to rescue him. Sweating bullets, Chu Kunan pointed out that these so-called friends were actually wanted criminals. He demanded to know if Theodore's real target was Shadow, or if he was actually going after the Great Xia government. Theodore just laughed and asked if there was even a difference, pointing out that the officials and Shadow were practically joined at the hip. Chukun couldn't hold it in anymore and started ranting about the sheer injustice of it all. His wife and son were dead, and yet the authorities arrested him, a military officer, instead of going after Shadow. Looking up at Theodore, he acknowledged this rescue wasn't free and cut to the chase. What did Theodore want from him? Theodore calmly replied that his own divination had pointed him straight to Chu, revealing that Chu could help him find something he desperately needed. He then got down to business and asked what Chu's in-game class was. Chu looked confused for a moment, but then it clicked. He finally understood why he was so valuable. He lowered his head and revealed his secret. He possessed the only hidden class in the priest system, the Feng Shui Master. He began to explain his unique skill set. His yin-yang harmony skill allowed him to manipulate his enemies' emotions and deal extra damage to ghosts, while leyline perception could be used to find hidden treasures and monsters. Chu lamented that his hidden class was purely for support, making it pretty useless in a direct fight against Shadow. But then a sinister glint appeared in Chu's eye. A yin-yang symbol materialized in the air as he activated his yin-yang harmony skill. The effects immediately took hold of Theodore's subordinates. Tony and the bald muscular man started arguing violently, and within seconds the argument exploded into an all-out brawl. Chu watched with a cold expression, explaining that under his skill's influence, they would fight to the death, though it was ineffective on enemies more than 5 levels above him. Theodore, however, just watched in amusement, laughing and even clapping. He praised Chu, exclaiming that picking him up was definitely the right choice. Then he casually pulled out a magical tarot card, glowing with blue flames, and commanded his men to stop, remarking coolly that infighting was just bad for morale. Theodore cast the card, unleashing a powerful spell called Moon God's Purification. A massive beam of blue light shot down from a spectral moon that appeared overhead, completely enveloping the two brawlers. The light washed over them, instantly cleansing the negative emotional effects of Chu's skill. Tony and the bald man immediately collapsed out cold. The blue-haired girl Mijing just laughed, commenting on how surprisingly strong Mr. Chu's skill was. Theodore ordered her to heal them, while Chukunan could only watch, drenched in a cold sweat. He was completely floored. His powerful skill wasn't supposed to be something that a simple purification spell could remove. He could only stare at Theodore in utter terror. As Chu wondered what kind of class Theodore could possibly have, the man spread his arms wide, surrounded by magical energy, and formally welcomed Chu to the team. It was revealed that Theodore also possessed a unique hidden class in the priest system. His class, the Diver, allowed him to draw various cards for skills like divination, enhancement, purification, and even teleportation. Better yet, he could give his cards to other people for a one-time use. Meanwhile, on the streets of Zhanghai City, Ghost Spirit was crouched down using her skill Touch of the Yellow Spring. A crimson aura flowed from her fingertips as she locked onto a trail. She announced that she'd successfully found the killer's aura. The trail stretched far into the distance, and Ghost Spirit pointed the way for her mount, the Ghost Night Wolf. She commanded the wolf to move out, hopping on as they tore through the empty city streets, following the crimson trail. The scene then shifted to a high-rise apartment, Kinfang's old place, where a knock echoed from the door. Inside, Xiao swung the door open with a bright, hopeful smile, greeting the visitor as Mom. But standing in the doorway was a middle-aged woman in a suit, accompanied by a tall, white-haired man who was also sharply dressed. Xiao's eyes lit up as she asked if the man was there to buy the house, praising the woman for finding a buyer so fast. The woman, however, looked a bit apologetic as she corrected the misunderstanding. She explained this wasn't a buyer, but a diver she had hired to help find Xiao's brother. The white-haired man smoothly adjusted his tie and introduced himself as Renu the diver. Xiao's cheerful expression vanished. She demanded to know why they needed to divine her brother's location. The woman sadly explained that she was moving away in a couple of days and couldn't rest easy leaving Xiao all alone. Shocked, Xiao asked why she was suddenly up and moving. The woman clarified that the officials in Jonai City had secured a platinum-grade hideout, the church sanctuary, and had invited the Mangsha River Guild to move in for their own safety. The woman gestured to Renu, urging Xiao to accept his help. Claiming his divination was incredibly accurate, Renu stepped forward with a confident nod. He tried to persuade Xiao, saying that Kinfang was a reliable person, and if she just asked nicely, he would surely help her. Xiao simply crossed her arms and angrily shut down the offer. She thanked the woman for the kind thought, but stated firmly that she didn't need it. She said bitterly that after 19 years, if he didn't want her, then that was the end of it. What was the point of finding him now? But internally, Xiao knew she was currently guarding Shadow's hideout and saw him pretty often. She was absolutely convinced that Shadow would eventually recognize her talents and let her join his guild. The woman sighed, resigned to Xiao's stubbornness. She suggested she try the divination anyway, then excused herself to go finish packing. As she left, Renu stayed right where he was. He asked Xiao if she had any of her brother's belongings he could use for the divination. Xiao snapped at him, repeating that she didn't need him to find anyone. Renu just ignored her and strolled into the apartment. Looking around, he casually mentioned he heard the siblings had lived together, concluding that the house itself was a strong enough medium. Xiao followed him in, demanding to know who said he could just walk in. Renu flashed a charming smile, saying he felt their meeting was destiny, so he'd perform the divination free of charge. Without waiting for an answer, Renu raised a card that began to glow with a brilliant blue magical energy. He told her she might as well take a look at the result. If she was satisfied, wonderful. If not, no big deal. A holographic tarot card materialized in midair. Renu activated the card, which revealed a vision of a dark figure lying motionless in the depths of the sea. He then began to interpret the unsettling image for Xiao, with a regretful expression informing her that her brother had already been burned to death and his body had sunk into the ocean. Xiao Yu was left in total shock. Ironically, while the real Kinfang was shown relaxing on a sofa in his hideout, Xiao Yu burst into a rage. She furiously thought he was pathetic for dying so easily, as he should have waited until she was powerful enough to crush him herself. On the outside, Renu simply offered his condolences. Renu then changed the subject, mentioning he had heard she interacted with Shadow. He claimed his divination had found Shadow's location and asked if she wanted to go with him. Holding a gold card, he explained he could teleport her there immediately. He manipulatively suggested that even though her brother was dead, if she recognized Shadow as her new brother, everyone would be happy. Xiao Yu eagerly agreed. Internally, she scoffed that Kinfang had gotten off easy by dying, but decided it didn't matter because Shadow would surely protect her. As she accepted, Renu activated a blue magic circle beneath them and they were transported away. They reappeared in a dark, dingy room that looked like an abandoned lab. Xiao Yu looked around in confusion, asking where Shadow was. Renu, looking menacing as he removed his suit jacket, coldly replied that he should be the one asking her that. Without warning, Renu struck Xiao Yu with a vicious right hook to the face, causing her to cough up blood. He then grabbed her by the ankle, dangling her upside down, and demanding she tell him everything she knew about Shadow. Terrified and crying, Xiao Yu stammered that she didn't actually know him. Renu accused her of lying, reminding her she had claimed to guard his door and see him often. He delivered a brutal punch to her stomach while she hung defenseless, knocking her unconscious. Renu remarked that she had fainted too easily and was shocked she hadn't extracted a single ability from the game to protect herself. He dragged the unconscious Xiao Yu across the floor. He spoke on the phone, telling the person on the other end that the prey was ready. With sadistic hunger, he asked when he could make his move, complaining that his blade was thirsty. Renu threw Xiao Yu's limp body onto a metal table. He checked his phone and read a message from his boss, forbidding him from killing her without further instructions. Renu clicked his tongue in disappointment. However, a sinister look returned as his eyes glowed red. He pulled out a scalpel and decided that if he couldn't kill her, he would just play with her slowly. Meanwhile, in a restroom, Officer Xiaoma noted There had been no news of Shadow logging off for 2 days. He walked out reasoning that a person's need for food became very high. After extracting game stats making it impossible for Shadow to stay online this long, he concluded Captain Onu hadn't reported Shadow's activity because she suspected someone was framing him. Xiaoma entered the main police office, thinking he needed to speed up his plans. His face darkened with malice as he imagined a scenario where the public turned against Shadow, viewing him as a serial killer. He laughed, believing that once public opinion exploded, the officials would be forced to eliminate Shadow. Elsewhere, a ghost Nightwolf's paws landed softly on the pavement. Ghost Spirit sat atop a mount, declaring she had arrived. A trail of red energy swirled through the air. From her perch, she gazed down at a concrete building, confirming the killer's sinister aura led right inside. Ghost Spirit leaped from her vantage point, activating her shadow sneak ability to melt into the darkness. She touched down silently on a window ledge. She peeked through the glass, a small smile on her face, glad she'd finally tracked down the culprit. But her satisfaction instantly twisted into pure shock and horror at the scene unfolding inside. Inside, Xiao was suspended from the ceiling by her wrists. It was a gruesome display. Her legs had been severed at the knees, dark blood dripping rhythmically onto the floor below. Renu was kneeling beneath her, his head tilted back with a twisted expression of pure ecstasy, proclaiming it had been far too long since he'd had this much fun. The system notified Xiao that her logout request had failed. She was trapped in a combat state. Tears streamed down her face as she realized there was no escape. Her severed legs had been wrapped in crude bandages. She screamed in agony as Renu cackled maniacally from below. She couldn't understand how any of this could be happening. All she wanted was to sell a house, and now she was trapped in this nightmare feeling death closing in. Overwhelmed by despair, she cried out for anyone at all to save her. In her darkest moment, an image of her brother Kinfang flashed through her mind. If only Kinfang were here, she thought he would save her. She cursed her late brother, wondering why he had to die and leave her all alone. Suddenly, a brilliant green light enveloped her mangled body. Confused, she watched as magical energy began to knit her flesh back together. She realized someone was casting a healing spell. For a fleeting moment, hope sparked in her eyes. She thought someone had come to her rescue. However, Renu looked up with a twisted grin and decided to reintroduce himself. He revealed his game ID was Human Butcher and Nikanger, and his class was of all things a priest. He walked toward her, basking in the green light of his own healing spell. With a sadistic calm, he told her not to worry, promising he wouldn't let her die quite so easily. He covered his face and began to laugh uncontrollably as he explained his sick philosophy. To truly have a wonderful experience, you had to play with your prey to the absolute limit and kill them as slowly as possible. That's precisely why he chose the priest class. The torture was far from over. Renu looked at the terrified girl and announced his next move. He was going to rip off her chest. The sheer terror was too much for Xiaoyu to handle. Her eyes rolled back into her head. Foam frothed at her mouth as she passed out cold. Renu looked disappointed that she'd fainted so easily, mocking her for being so fragile. Suddenly, Renu sensed an imminent danger, his expression shifting to shock as he barely dodged a fast-moving object. A cloaked figure with glowing purple eyes descended from above. It was Ghost Spirit. She unleashed her Blade of the Underworld skill, sending a glowing ribbon of energy to pierce Renu and suspend him in midair. With an ice-cold expression, she glared at the captured killer, demanding to know why he framed Shadow for his crimes. Renu activated his healing spell, a look of pure arrogance on his face, clearly believing he was still in control. But his confidence vanished as the ribbon wrapped itself tightly around him, completely immobilizing him. Ghost Spirit descended, moving with terrifying speed. She grabbed the killer by the throat and slammed him to the ground. She pinned Renu against the cracked wall, threatening to saw off his legs if he didn't tell her everything. Terrified and utterly defeated, Renu began to stammer that he would tell her everything. The scene shifts to the desolate Shanghai city ruins. Captain Anu Wangmong and Little Black were having a serious discussion. Anu noted that ever since they stopped reporting Shadow's login, times no new murders had occurred, proving someone was trying to frame him. Little Black angrily defended Shadow, arguing a powerful expert like him wouldn't be some perverted serial killer. She reasoned that if he really killed someone, he would have turned them to ash, not left bodies behind to be found. Captain Anu explained that while they knew Shadow was innocent, the public didn't. She worried that these rumors would cause chaos, which was likely the killer's true goal. She feared that if the chaos grew, officials would be forced to take out Shadow just to calm the public, even if he was innocent. Little Black asked if the officials could even defeat Shadow. With a grim smile, Anu admitted they could not. She explained that such a conflict would mean heavy losses for the government, allowing other countries to take advantage of the situation and endanger Great Xia. Wang Mong stated they needed to clear Shadow's name and fast. He deduced the person framing Shadow had to be one of the Shanghai city officials. Deep in thought, Captain Anu realized that considering someone within the Shanghai officials who also held a grudge against Shadow, she could only think of one person. Meanwhile, Officer Xiama stood in his office, sweating nervously as he stared at his phone. He was frustrated because 2 days had passed without any news of Shadow logging off, and he worried Renu might have lost control and accidentally killed their prey. Alone in the dark office, his obsession with Captain Anu was all-consuming. He pictured her face, convinced that as long as Shadow was around, he would never have her. Desperate, he clutched a glowing card, thinking that, for Anu's sake, he would become an enemy of all of Great Xia. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He read a message supposedly from Renu stating their prey had escaped. The message demanded 3 years of his lifespan to extract a tracking skill and provided an address for Xiama to deliver the payment. Furious that his subordinate had failed such a simple task, Xiama clenched his phone. He realized that if this plot was exposed, he would be completely ruined. So he had no choice but to go and fix the mess himself. He drove out to an abandoned industrial facility under a gloomy sky. Entering the dark warehouse, Xiama called out for the human butcher, angrily demanding to know why he let their prey escape. However, he stopped short, his expression turning to pure shock as he looked up at a terrifying sight. Xiao Yu was hanging from the ceiling, but next to her, his own hitman Renu was also bound and unconscious. Before Xiama could react, a beam of purple energy shot out from the darkness. The energy ribbon wrapped around his body, trapping him completely. He was hoisted into the air, left hanging upside down alongside the other two. Panic set in as he yelled at the approaching figure to let him go, demanding to know if they realized who he was. Ghost Spirit stepped out of the shadows, her eyes glowing a menacing red. She calmly replied that she knew exactly who he was. Mei Lang, son of Shanghai City's mayor. She revealed that Renu had confessed everything, explaining how Mei Lang had instructed him to kill and dump bodies during Shadow's offline hours, all to frame him. She then thanked Renu for keeping his promise to lure out the true mastermind. Ghost Spirit cut Renu loose. She looked down at him, saying that as a reward for his cooperation, she'd give him a chance to have some fun. Renu got to his feet, wreathed in a surge of purple energy and looking completely unhinged. Ghost Spirit ordered him to kill Manalong in any way he pleased. Renu giggled maniacally, thanking the young miss for the opportunity. Ghost Spirit ordered the brainwashed Renu to kill Manalong using his favorite method. Renu, now completely under her control, agreed with a maniacal laugh, telling Manalong to stop struggling. Manalong screamed, but Renu lunged forward with a scalpel. The human butcher mockingly apologized to Boss Ma, claiming he had no other choice. Manilong looked up in terror as the blade aimed for his throat. However, he was prepared. Just before the blade made contact, he activated a golden card. A shockwave erupted, knocking Renu back and allowing Manilong to roll to safety. A massive explosion of fire and energy engulfed Renu, and Ghost Spirit watched calmly as the blast lit up the warehouse. When the smoke cleared, Renu lay dead, his body dissolving into lifespan orbs. Manilong stood, panting, glaring furiously at Ghost Spirit. Realizing she had to be Shadow's disciple, a furious Manilang slapped a glowing golden card onto his forehead. The card, imbued with the power of the sun god, granted him a massive agility boost for 2 minutes. A golden crossbow appeared in his hand, as he swore to kill both Shadow and his disciple. Moving with incredible speed, Manilong leaped through the air, firing a volley of energy arrows at Ghost Spirit. She calmly dodged the barrage, effortlessly weaving between the explosions. Manilong tried to keep up the pressure, but Ghost Spirit simply vanished using her stealth ability. Panicked, Manilong scanned the area from the air, realizing she had the same assassin abilities as Shadow, and he had completely lost track of her. Suddenly, ribbons of purple energy shot out from the surrounding darkness. Before he could even react, the ribbons pierced his arms and wrapped around his body, completely immobilizing him. He screamed in agony as he was hoisted into the air alongside the other captives. Ghost Spirit reappeared below him, coldly asking if he was the one who wanted to harm her master. Ghost Spirit glared up at him, her eyes glowing a menacing purple. She noted that Manilang was too weak to possess such powerful card skills on his own, and demanded to know who was backing him. Bawling from the pain and fear, Manilang confessed everything. He revealed that the foreigners associated with Qi and Shishi were the ones who had found him. They gave him the cards and asked for his help in killing Shadow. They promised that a big shot was backing them, and sobbing, Manilang claimed he didn't know anything else. He begged for his life, promising that his father, the mayor, would give her anything she wanted if she would just let him go. Ghost Spirit simply turned her back. muttering that he was too noisy. Behind her, the ribbons constricted violently, causing Manalang's body to erupt in a shower of blood, killing him instantly. Her eyes glowing a cold red, ghost spirit simply walked away. She recalled her master's words, "Never let a single enemy escape." As she departed, she glanced back at Xiaoyu, still hanging from the ceiling, unconscious and legless. She pitied the girl, but ultimately left her for the authorities to find, figuring her survival was up to fate. Not long after police arrived following an anonymous tip, the officers rushed into the warehouse and were horrified by the gruesome scene, immediately calling for a healer upon seeing the injured girl. They identified the bodies as Manaling and an accomplice named Renu. They noted the girl was in a coma, but thankfully her condition wasn't life-threatening, a captain shouted, pointing to a message that had been left on the wall. 2 phones were embedded directly into the concrete. A message above claimed the serial killings were committed by these 2 in an attempt to frame Shadow. It said the evidence was on the phones, and the girl was a witness, and it was signed, "Doing good deeds without leaving a name." The officers checked the phones and found records confirming the entire story. Many people had conspired with Renu to commit the murders and frame Shadow. They even discovered a mole inside their department who had been leaking Shadow's login times to Manaling. The furious captain ordered the traitor's immediate arrest. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Kinfang was enjoying a massive meal when his phone rang. It was Captain Anu who excitedly shared some good news. The serial killer case had just made a huge breakthrough. Kinfang feigned ignorance, asking if they had found the killer, and she confirmed they had identified Manaling and Renu as the culprits. She noted that both of them were now dead. She explained they had found both evidence and a witness at the scene. However, since the girl had lost her legs and was in a coma, they needed to wait for her testimony to officially close the case. Kinfang thought to himself that his ghost spirit had completed the mission perfectly. Captain Anu then apologized for all the trouble the investigation had caused him. As a peace offering, she offered him some valuable intel. She described a strange phenomenon in a novice town in Shanghai City where 5 flying monsters were circling the sky and hunting players. Strangely, whenever one was killed, there were always 5 of them. She suspected a treasure was hidden there and urged Shadow to solve the mystery. Kinfang's eyes widened as he immediately realized what this implied. Another ancient god slate had appeared. Kinfang began to analyze the information. He deduced the ancient god slate must be located high up in the sky. Since players couldn't fly yet, he would need to get a flying mount. He then recalled the Withered Bone City key he had obtained from the magic leaning tower. He knew Withered Bone City was part of the Moringa Empire, the homeland of dragons, and deduced he might find a flying dragon mount there. The system indicated that entering Withered Bone City required level 20. Kinfang checked his status and saw he was level 19. With determination, he decided to enter the game, knowing he only needed to level up one more time. Shadow teleported to the outer beach of Withered Bone City. It was a desolate coastline covered in massive skeletons with a dark castle looming on a distant island. As Shadow appeared, he noticed glowing lifespan orbs scattered on the ground, indicating other players had been there recently. Shadow's expression sharpened as he sensed a disturbance and quickly hid behind a large skeleton. In the distance, a massive skeletal lobster monster was standing on its hind legs, spitting green acid at a group of players. Among the group were Linking Yu, Late Night Drizzle, and a large bald man. Linking Yu looked shocked as bubbles of green acid floated right toward her. The bald man in her party stepped forward, confidently telling the others to watch him work. A green ghostly aura flared up around him. The system identified his class as the Soul Walker. It was a hidden support class that allowed the user to turn themselves and their teammates into a spirit form. In this state, they couldn't attack, but they were also completely immune to damage and had no physical collision. The monster unleashed a torrent of green acid breath, but thanks to the Soul Walker's ability, the attack passed harmlessly through the intangible players. Watching from his hiding spot, Shadow's eyes narrowed. He recognized this group from his past life. He remembered that this bald man Zuma, along with Theodore and others, had teamed up to ambush Magic City officials. This scheme caused heavy casualties for the official forces, leaving them unable to maintain order. As a result, Magic City fell into chaos for 3 months indirectly, causing hundreds of thousands of deaths. The battle with the giant. Skeletal Lobster reached a critical point as the monster roared. Linking, seeing the boss's low health, shouted a warning that it was entering its second phase. The monster then released a swarm of blue bubbles, which burst open to reveal a horde of smaller lobster monsters. The party was immediately overwhelmed. The party's tank struggled, complaining there were too many of them. Amidst the chaos, Linking Yu screamed at Zuma the Soul Walker to use his soul conversion ability to save them. However, Zuma simply turned his head away, with a cold expression ignoring his teammates' pleas for help. Linking Yu was shocked by this betrayal, as the small lobsters bypassed the front line and lunged at her. The team's formation collapsed, and although she fired her dual weapons, she realized they could not hold the line. She shouted at Zuma one last time, asking what he was doing, but it was too late. The massive boss and its minions lunged at her as she fell. Terrified, she looked up as the monster prepared to devour her. Just as the monster struck, a blur of blue energy slashed through the air, slicing the creature to pieces. Shadow had entered the fray, moving with blinding speed as he unleashed a skill that instantly sliced through the swarm of small lobsters. He leaped over the stunned Linking Yu and landed with a devastating area of effect. Attack, a swirling vortex of dark energy that annihilated the remaining enemies. A system window appeared, confirming Shadow had killed the Jade Lobster boss and obtained a massive amount of experience evolution points and over 9 years of lifespan. As Shadow stood amidst the loot, Zuma looked on in total shock, realizing the famous Shadow had appeared. The confrontation took a violent turn. Shadow appeared instantly in front of the bald man, Zuma glaring with intense killing intent. Before anyone could react, Shadow unleashed a swift strike, chopping off Zuma's head in a single motion. As the headless body collapsed, a system notification confirmed Zuma had been killed. His corpse dissolved into light, leaving Linking Yu staring in disbelief. She thanked Shadow for the rescue, but questioned why he had killed their teammate. Shadow glanced back with a cold, glowing eye and asked why the Magic City official team included a foreigner. Linking Yu explained that Zuma was hired as outside help because his class was key to defeating the boss, though she admitted she hadn't expected him to get distracted at a critical moment. Shadow scoffed at her naivety, saying it wasn't a distraction. He quoted a proverb warning that those not of one's own kin will have different hearts, implying Zuma's betrayal was intentional. Linking Yu broke into a nervous sweat, asking if he meant Zuma did it on purpose, unable to understand what he would gain from letting them die. Shadow turned his back, his cape billowing dramatically. He told her that figuring out the motive was their job, not his, before proposing a deal. If Magic City officials found a boss they couldn't handle, they should contact him. He laid out his terms plain and simple. He only wanted the lifespan drops and any assassin class equipment. Everything else was theirs for the taking, identical to his deal with the Zhonghai officials. The surviving team members absolutely erupted with joy. Shadow confirmed the deal only applied to platinum grade bosses or higher, and he required full looting rights to claim his share first. Linking Yu, seeing what a golden opportunity this was, immediately agreed and prepared to message their exploration teams. An announcement went out, ordering all exploration teams to report coordinates for high-level bosses, because Shadow himself had agreed to help. Across all the dangerous zones, players on the brink of death were literally crying tears of joy. They realized they no longer had to die over and over and could finally hope for a future with some decent equipment. Back on the cliff, Linking Yu's inbox was blowing up with messages. She told Shadow that multiple coordinates for bosses had already come in, with several nearby. Shadow was surprised by the speed, and Linking Yu explained that while the Zhonghai officials were well equipped, thanks to him, the Magic City teams were still seriously struggling. Shadow activated his flight ability, telling her to send the coordinates over as he soared into the sky. Linking Yu and her team waved goodbye, thanking him as he flew off to start the hunt. The scene then shifted to a rocky canyon where a massive muscular monster, the platinum-grade long-haired minotaur, stood guard from behind a boulder. Nearby, a group of players waited nervously. A red-haired girl, blushing, whispered to her teammates that she heard Shadow was coming and wondered aloud if he was handsome. Her teammates, however, were a bit more skeptical. One player doubted Shadow could easily take down a platinum-grade boss, arguing its stats were just too high. His doubts were silenced in less than a heartbeat. A colossal vertical beam of blue energy slashed down from the heavens, instantly bisecting the Minotaur and dealing over 300,000 damage. As the beast collapsed to system, notification confirmed the kill for Shadow, awarding him a nice chunk of experience, evolution points over 5 years of lifespan, and a platinum-grade assassin skill, Smoke Bomb. Shadow simply noted the Minotaur was taken care of and locked on to his next target to the east. The hidden party members were completely dumbfounded. The skeptical guy screamed in shock, realizing Shadow had just killed the boss in 1 second flat and vanished before they could even get a look at his face. The red-haired girl was bummed that she missed him, but they were all relieved to see the lifespan orbs he had left behind. They realized Shadow was truly a man of his word. He had taken the lifespan, but left all the non-assassin equipment for them. The scene changed to another location. Without warning, massive white spikes erupted from the earth, sending a whole group of players flying. A terrifying jade-grade boss, the noble's eldest son, Traitor Lulu, decked out in dark lava armor, emerged wielding a giant flaming sword. A player yelled in a panic, realizing they had totally underestimated the aggro range of a jade-grade boss. The giant knight swung its massive flaming sword down toward a terrified player. The player froze in place, thinking his life was over. Just as the blade was about to crush him, a flash of purple energy sliced through the air, lopping the boss's arm clean off. Shadow could only stare in shock as the giant's massive arm and sword went flying. Shadow descended from the sky, unleashing his Shadow of Sorrow skill. 4 shadow clones appeared, surrounding the boss. In a blur of motion, they struck, dealing massive damage. The system confirmed the kill, awarding Shadow Experience evolution points over 10 years of lifespan and a Jade-grade skill, Merge into Darkness. The rescued players watched in absolute awe, unable to comprehend that each Shadow clone dealt over 300,000 damage. They wondered if they were even playing the same game as him. One of the rescued players, blushing, declared that the gap between them and Shadow was like the distance between a human and a god. Resolving to worship him. Having cleared the bosses, a system window notified Shadow he had reached level 20. As dark energy swirled around him, he remarked that farming bosses was the fastest way to level up. Suddenly, another notification chimed. The natural disaster, Ancient God Cursed Slate, was fully charged. Shadow's eyes glowed yellow with anticipation as he prepared to draw a new affix from the slate. Shadow began to invest his evolution points into his newly acquired skills. A system window appeared showing that he had consumed over 300 points to upgrade Merge into Darkness from Platinum all the way to the mythical grade. Standing in the Windy Wasteland, Shadow analyzed the skill, realizing it was a superior replacement for his standard stealth. He noted that this ability raised his stealth level to 21, making him undetectable to even most diamond-grade bosses. He then turned his attention to the Smoke Bomb skill. He spent his remaining points to upgrade it to the legendary grade. However, Shadow looked at the resulting card with disdain, calling it a trash skill. Instead of learning it, he decided to use his Spirit Devourer bloodline ability to consume the card. The result was a massive increase in his stats. A system notification confirmed that by devouring the legendary skill, his elemental attack and elemental resistance had both increased significantly. Feeling prepared, Shadow looked out toward the ocean where a dark castle, the Withered Bone Ruins, stood on a distant island. He realized that while he was strong enough to enter, he had no way to cross the water, as there were no boats or teleporters nearby. He stared at the dark waves, knowing the sea was full of monsters. He concluded that attempting to fight underwater without specific skills or mounts would be suicide. Seeking a path, Shadow opened his map. He noticed a strange icon indicating a locked door located right on the shoreline. Curious about this anomaly, he transformed into a streak of shadow and dashed toward the location. He arrived at a cave entrance blocked by a massive ornate stone gate. As he approached, a glowing chain appeared over the door. The system informed him the door was locked and asked if he wanted to use the Withered Bone City key. Shadow was surprised, realizing the golden key he had obtained earlier, likely from the Magic Leaning Tower trade, was the specific item needed here. He pulled the glowing key from his inventory. As the heavy doors groaned open, Shadow stepped forward, though he wondered aloud how a door on this side of the coast could possibly lead to the ruins on the other side of the sea. Shadow stepped through the glowing gate, his form blurring as he activated his speed. He noticed the path descended sharply and realized with surprise that he was heading deep underground. As he traveled through the dark, rocky corridor, he deduced the tunnel's purpose. It traveled beneath the ocean floor to connect the mainland coast directly to the isolated island. Shadow continued through the long subterranean passage until he finally saw the exit ahead. He emerged from a cave mouth and found himself in a grim, stormy landscape. A dark, ruined castle loomed atop a high cliff illuminated by streaks of lightning. A system notification welcomed him to the Morga Empire, the Withered Bone City ruins, and issued a severe warning. This was a berserk area where the player's lifespan drained at 100 times the normal rate. Looking out over the dark water, Shadow admired the ingenious design of the hidden tunnel. He recalled a memory from his past life when a madman had rambled about a secret passage under the sea. At the time, everyone ignored him, thinking he was confusing this world with another game. But Shadow realized now that the madman had been telling the truth. Shadow began to walk through a forest of withered trees and scattered bones. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. A massive skeletal dragon's skull lying on the ground started to shake and crack. Without warning, a colossal creature burst out from within the skull, shattering it. Shadow stood his ground as the dust settled, revealing a grotesque monster. It was a giant skeletal centipede topped with a stitched-together female torso with a glowing red eye. The system identified the creature as the Withered Bone Ruins. Guardian the Thousand-Blade Centipede Moiri, a powerful diamond-grade boss, Shadow analyzed the enemy before him. He noticed that while her upper body retained a human shape, her lower half had transformed into a monster. He observed the festering wounds on her body, realizing they were identical to the scars he had seen on the white dragon. As the terrifying creature lunged at him, Shadow understood that she was a citizen of the Mora Empire who had been corrupted by Cthulhu's curse. Shadow dodged the massive centipede body as it swept through the air. Looking at the scars on her human torso, he deduced that she must have suffered inhumane torture while she was still alive. He continued to evade, weaving through the sharp skeletal legs that stabbed at him, and leaped into the air to avoid a crushing strike that shattered the ground. Launching his counterattack, Shadow activated his skills. He summoned his shadow clones and used a technique called Blessing of Release to inflict massive additional damage. In a flash of purple energy, he and his clones unleashed a synchronized shadow flash slash, striking the boss 4 times instantly. The blade slashed across the monster's neck. Shadow's eyes glowed as the system indicated his skill cooldowns had instantly reset. He prepared to strike again. He unleashed the Blessing of Release, once more surrounding Moiri with a chaotic aura of red energy. The 4 shadows coordinated a final devastating formation attack, slicing through the boss from all angles with beams of purple light. Moira's monstrous body was sliced into pieces, exploding. In a burst of magical fire, as Shadow landed safely on the ground, a system notification appeared confirming he had killed the diamond-grade guardian Moiri. He gained a massive amount of experience evolution points, over 10 years of tradable lifespan, and multiple items. With a solemn expression, Shadow looked down and wished her to rest in peace. As she passed, the monster's form faded briefly, revealing the beautiful spirit of the woman she once was. She offered a peaceful smile, finally freed from the curse before dissolving into glowing orbs of lifespan. After dispatching the diamond-grade guardian, Shadow ventured deeper into the desolate landscape. He looked up at the ominous lightning-wreathed castle perched high upon the cliffs. Shadow unleashed a long-range attack, launching a wave of dark energy from his hand. The blast slammed into a spider-like monster lurking in the shadows. The creature, a horrifying mix of a woman's torso and a spider's body, screamed as the dark energy impaled her. A system notification popped up confirming Shadow had defeated the cursed spider, Molly rewarding him with a huge amount of experience evolution points and 10 years of tradable lifespan. Shadow stood among the floating loot, taking in the grim reality of the area. He noticed that all the monsters here were a fusion of a human upper body and a twisted, monstrous lower half. Stranger still, he realized they had all kept their original human names. His gaze fell on a massive dragon skull on the ground, and he noted that even the bones were horribly mutated. The skull had several eye sockets and strange horn growths, pointing to some extreme biological corruption. Shadow came to the conclusion that this entire Withered Bone Ruins area was some sort of biochemical testing ground. He recalled the backstory Hades had told him. To win a war, the people of Mora summoned Cthulhu, an ancient sea god who in turn cursed their city. This curse twisted every resident, transforming the entire population into monsters. As Shadow pressed onward, he could feel the curse getting thicker and more powerful the closer he got to the city's center. Suddenly, a massive object plummeted from the sky. A giant rock-skinned golem crashed down in front of him, blocking his path. The system identified the new enemy as the Royal City Guard Commander Mayan, a level 25 platinum-grade boss. The golem's body pulsed with an internal magma-like energy. Shadow looked up at the towering giant, but he was not the least bit impressed. He wondered why a so-called Royal Guard Commander was just a low-level platinum-grade boss. The commander raised its massive stone arm, which began to glow with a menacing red energy. It slammed its fist into the ground with earth-shattering force, but Shadow easily dodged the attack, leaping away as the ground cracked under the immense impact. The fight was on as Shadow immediately unleashed his shadow, blade landing a powerful slash on the stone golem. However, as the damage numbers appeared, a strange rebound effect activated. Shadow was stunned to feel a jolt of pain, as the exact damage he just dealt was instantly reflected back to his own body. Shadow landed back on his feet. Realizing the danger, he immediately identified the ability as damage reflection. Staring at the glowing red eyes of the Royal City Guard Commander, Shadow quickly analyzed that this boss had 10 times the health of a normal platinum boss and a terrifying 100% damage reflection ability. He grimly realized that if he hadn't had his black light shield active, that single attack would have been enough to kill him. It was a harsh reminder that he couldn't afford to be careless in such a dangerous place. Shadow then leaped high into the night sky, his figure silhouetted against the full moon. To counter the reflection, he went full-on defense mode, summoning 10 layers of the black light shield. From the air, he rained down a barrage of 10 shadow blades and then explained his strategy. He would use multiple low-damage attacks to charge his ultimate move, while his shield absorbed the constant reflected damage. Once his energy was fully charged, Shadow descended with his ultimate attack. The Blessing of Release combined with the Crimson Blade, creating a massive vertical beam of red energy that sliced through the golem, dealing a staggering 450,000 damage. Immediately, Shadow braced himself, as that massive damage was reflected straight back at him. However, a golden barrier erupted around him, completely absorbing the impact. Shadow stood there unharmed. He revealed that the damage reflection was meaningless because his Crimson Blade provided a whopping 600% life steal. Since he was at full health, the massive healing was converted into an overflow shield worth 2.7 million points, making the 450,000 reflected damage feel like nothing more than a tickle. With the Royal City Guard commander defeated, a system window appeared confirming Shadow's victory. He received a massive amount of experience evolution points and over 14 years of lifespan. However, the message came with a warning. The commander's death had alerted every guard within the city. Shadow paused, confused by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. High on a cliff, a monstrous sentry blew into a large horn, sending green sound waves rippling through the air to signal an alarm. Immediately, the ruins came alive with monstrous figures beginning to descend from the cliffs in droves. Shadow watched as a swarm of winged creatures, spider hybrids, and other twisted beasts lined the ridges, staring down at him. A massive, fur-covered foot slammed into the ground right next to him. Within moments, Shadow was completely surrounded by a dense army of monsters, including a giant white bear and terrifying centipede creatures. A system notification popped up, announcing that Shadow had activated the Monster Horde event. The condition to proceed was simple, but brutal: kill every single monster. Shadow looked up at the wall of enemies looming over him, their eyes glowing red in the darkness, but instead of feeling fear, his eyes narrowed with excitement. He laughed to himself, thinking this situation was incredibly refreshing and exactly what he had been hoping for. The monsters, seeing their prey laugh, looked at each other in confusion, unsure why this human wasn't trembling in terror. Shadow moved with the speed of a storm, unleashing his Dark Knight ring blade and slicing through the first wave of enemies. In a single strike, the system notified him that he had killed 32 monsters. Not giving the horde a moment to breathe, he activated his Shadow of Slaughter skill, summoning dark clones from the ground to fight alongside him. Together with his clones, Shadow executed a synchronized Shadow Flash ×4. The burst of purple energy decimated the monster ranks, instantly raising his kill count to 165. The chaotic energy beams sliced through everything in their path, dismembering lion men, shark hybrids, and other twisted creatures. Shadow continued his relentless assault, descending with another Dark Knight ring blade ×4 attack. His dark magic swept through the battlefield, and with every swing, the kill count climbed higher, reaching 518. The battle turned into a one-sided massacre. System notifications flooded his vision as the death toll rose exponentially, jumping from 600 to over 2,000 in seconds. As the fight raged on, the kill count soared past 8,000. The entire battlefield was illuminated by thousands of glowing orbs of lifespan from the fallen army. Finally, silence returned. Shadow stood with his eyes glowing purple, having killed a total of 10,086 monsters. A system window confirmed that he had killed all the monsters, and the road to the Withered Bone City Ruins core was now unlocked. After annihilating the army of over 10,000 monsters, Shadow stood amidst a sea of glowing particles. A notification confirmed the path to the Withered Bone Ruins core was unlocked, and he was surrounded by countless floating orbs of lifespan. However, Shadow looked at the rewards with disappointment, asking why there was so little. He realized the curse had constantly drained the citizens' life force even after they transformed into monsters. Suddenly, the floating orbs began to swirl around him, gathering in a brilliant display of magic to form a structure. The light shot across the vast chasm, creating a radiant bridge to the ominous castle in the distance. As Shadow stepped onto this bridge, made from the light of the dead, a golden aura suddenly engulfed him. Surprising him, a system window informed him that he had received a blessing of the Withered Bone citizens. The cursed souls, grateful for their release, granted him a buff that provided a chance to obtain dragon power while fighting in the city. Shadow looked at his glowing hand, remarking that this power was interesting. He deduced the curse's source was in the city, and understood the victims' souls were guiding him, hoping he would break the curse for good. He continued across the Bridge of Light until he reached a massive dark pit that looked like a maw of flesh and darkness. Without hesitation, Shadow leaped into the abyss. As he descended through the fleshy tunnel, a notification warned him he had entered the withered bone curse Great Hollow, where the lifespan drain was 1,000 times the normal rate. He landed with a heavy splash in a red liquid and slowly stood up, surrounded by pulsating organic walls ready to face the source of the corruption. Deep within the fleshy walls of the hollow, a man with long red hair and a beard hung suspended, his body pierced by thick spikes. Suddenly, a notification flashed as the man's eyes snapped open, sensing an intruder. Shadow stood ready in the darkness, a purple flame igniting on his chest as he sensed the overwhelming killing intent. The man still trapped began to mutter strange syllables. Shadow narrowed his eyes, recognizing the speech as the ancient god language. He translated the sounds and realized the man was repeatedly calling out a specific name, Moiri. Driven by madness and grief, the man roared the name Moiri and ripped himself free from the wall. His body began to twist and tear apart as he underwent a terrifying metamorphosis. He transformed into a gigantic, armored skeletal beast identified by the system as the last guardian of Withered Bone City Arcos, a level 20 Emerald grade boss. Shadow immediately activated Merge into darkness, dissolving into the shadows to become invisible. However, to his shock, Arcos swung a massive claw directly at him, bypassing his stealth. Shadow barely evaded the crushing strike that shattered the ground where he had stood and leapt away to create distance. Landing safely, Shadow was baffled, wondering how the enemy could see him when he had level 21 stealth. As Arcos charged again, still screaming the name of the woman he loved, Shadow finally figured it out. He deduced that since he had killed Moiri and absorbed her lifespan, Arcos was tracking the traces of her soul within him. Shadow's gaze fell upon the spikes on Arcos's armor. He noticed they were identical to those of the Royal City Guard commander. He readied his shadow dagger, suspecting this boss shared the same passive ability. To test his theory, he struck Arcos. The exact same amount of damage was instantly reflected back, but his golden shield absorbed the blow. Shadow confirmed that the Guardian also possessed that dangerous damage reflection ability. Arcos let out a deafening roar, his body surging with purple energy as he summoned reinforcements. The fleshy ground around Shadow erupted, and numerous large blue eggs burst forth, completely surrounding him. Shadow eyed the eggs with a serious expression. Realizing they also possessed a damage reflection effect, he figured that if they hatched, they would spawn dangerous elite-level monsters. Testing their durability, Shadow threw a shadow dagger at one, dealing over 3,000 damage. The egg shattered, but he quickly did the math on the cost. Destroying a single egg required 3 daggers, meaning he'd have to sacrifice 3 layers of his black light shield to the reflected damage. Since regenerating a layer took 2 seconds, he concluded he couldn't clear all the eggs in time. With no other choice, Shadow decided to let them hatch, leaping high into the air for a tactical advantage. He accepted that he would have to face whatever came out. As he descended toward Arcos, he noted his ultimate skill was fully charged. He unleashed the Crimson Blade, a massive red energy beam that slammed down on Arcos for a staggering 450,000 damage. Shadow landed silently, protected by a massive golden barrier from his lifesteal. Unharmed by the chaos, the eggs hatched instantly, and a monstrous claw burst through each and every shell. A swarm of cursed young dragons, level 20 Emerald grade monsters, flew into the air, screeching as they prepared to attack. Shadow landed in a pool of red liquid, crouching to face the newborn horde. Without a moment's hesitation, Shadow unleashed his Dark Knight Ringblade. The swirling vortex of dark energy shredded the dragons, dealing nearly 30,000 damage to each. The battle was over in a flash. Shadow stood calmly inside his golden barrier as a notification confirmed he had killed 9 dragons. He remarked that thanks to his blood shield, the damage reflection was nothing to worry about. As the dragons died, they dissolved into glowing lifespan orbs. However, instead of being absorbed by Shadow, the orbs gathered in the air, swirling violently. A voice spoke from the light in the ancient god language, addressing Shadow as an outsider. The energy reformed the boss Arcos, who transformed into a more terrifying state identified as Flesh Curse Arcos Blue Scale. The monster grinned menacingly, declaring that Shadow wouldn't succeed in destroying his race. The battle intensified as Arcos leaped forward. The mutated Guardian charged, aiming a massive energized punch right at Shadow. Shadow's eyes glowed neon blue as he countered with a blindingly fast instant shadow slash. He moved like a blur, striking the monster from every angle in a split second. But to Shadow's complete disbelief, the word immunity appeared over Arcos. The monster was totally unfazed by his attacks. Shadow was completely baffled, unable to figure out why his attacks were dealing 0 damage. Arcos took advantage of the opening and slammed his fist into Shadow with bone-crushing force. Shadow was sent flying, taking nearly 30,000 damage from the massive explosion. He looked down just in time to see his golden blood shield shatter into pieces. A system notification popped up translating the monster's guttural speech for Shadow, and he realized Arcos was declaring that as long as his bloodline and soul survived, his home would never fall. Arcos stood there surrounded by a swirling purple energy, proclaiming that Withered Bone City would never be conquered. This just left Shadow confused. Normally only epic-grade monsters or higher had the ability to speak and were self-aware. And yet here was this emerald-grade boss fully conscious and talking. Ignoring Shadow completely, Arcos began gathering dark energy into a sphere, chanting about protecting his city, his empire, and his people. The Guardian then unleashed his demon dragon cannon, a massive vertical beam of pure destructive energy. Shadow reacted in a flash, leaping high into the air to dodge the blast. He landed and immediately countered with a shadow blade, but once again the attack did nothing. Arcos just walked right through it, completely immune. Shadow cursed under his breath. He realized he had to find a way to break that invulnerability shield, and fast. That's when Arcos unleashed a new technique. A grotesque rib cage made of raw flesh suddenly materialized out of nowhere, trapping Shadow inside. The system identified the skill as Flesh Prison, and a terrifying countdown began showing Shadow's lifespan draining away year by year. Shadow broke into a cold sweat. He realized Arcos was siphoning his life force and immediately recognized the drain as an ability from the evil god Cthulhu. The situation was dire. The Flesh Prison was an unavoidable attack that completely ignored all of his defenses. Arcos was feeding on Shadow through a fleshy tendril, and Shadow realized that at this rate his entire lifespan would be gone in moments. Just when all hope seemed lost, a powerful red energy erupted from Shadow. A notification window popped up. He had triggered his dragon power. The system detected that he possessed Ace's skill, Shadow of Slaughter. This granted Shadow a brand new buff, Ace's Flame of Nirvana, and one look at the buff's description revealed the key to his victory. This special white flame ignored all defenses and burned the opponent's soul, directly dealing a massive amount of damage. Shadow's eyes began to glow with orange dragon fire as he realized this was the true terrifying power of the dragon race. He immediately counterattacked with the newly enhanced Dragon Shadow of Slaughter. His clones materialized, each one wreathed in a holy white fire, and they all descended upon the monster. He followed up with a Dragon Instant Shadow Slash, cutting through the air with blinding speed. Arcos' immunity was instantly shattered. The attacks finally connected, dealing tens of thousands of damage and inflicting a severe burn status effect. Arcos screamed in agony as the white flames began to consume him. In his final moments, he begged the evil god Cthulhu for more strength, crying out that he couldn't die, yet he had to preserve the dragon race. Shadow just stood there calmly, the spirit of a powerful dragon Ace manifesting behind him. He looked down at the dying guardian and told him the cold, hard truth: his actions weren't protecting anyone. By summoning Cthulhu, he had actually doomed his own people to an eternal curse. With a cold glare, Shadow told him to embrace the flame of Nirvana and let it cleanse him of his sins. Shadow then delivered the final blow with Dragon Crimson Blade, a colossal beam of red energy that dealt nearly 500,000 damage. And just like that, the last Guardian was completely incinerated. A system window confirmed the kill, awarding Shadow 1 million. Experience points 120, evolution points, and nearly 40 years of lifespan. Shadow descended surrounded by glowing victory notifications. The system awarded him 60 evolution points, nearly 40 years of lifespan, and a diamond grade item called the Bone Spike. As the dragon power buff faded, Shadow analyzed the rewards. The 1 million experience points proved the city's monsters had funneled resources to Arcos. However, the lifespan reward was suspiciously low at 39.8 years. Shadow suspected most of the lifespan had been stolen by the evil god Cthulhu. Suddenly, a grotesque chest emerged from the red liquid on the ground. A system message informed Shadow that using dragon power had unlocked a hidden reward. The chest opened, revealing 2 glowing golden items, a withered bone rune, and an epic grade mount bell. Shadow inspected the rune, a key to the tomb of the withered bone god. He noted that 3 runes would grant him entry to the secret ruin. Next, he held the golden bell, intrigued by the epic grade mount item, and decided to see what it would summon. Activating the item, a massive winged skeletal dragon materialized. The system identified it as the King of Scavengers, Osiris, a level 20 epic grade entity, now soulbound to Shadow. Osiris was a former guardian, now a flying mount and combat pet. that could summon smaller bone dragons. To Shadow's surprise, the dragon spoke intelligently. Osiris looked down, asking in shock if Shadow was the one who purged the city and killed Arcos. Shadow calmly confirmed the deed and asked the dragon if it knew the truth about the cursed place. Osiris recounted the city's tragic history. He was an old guardian who died long ago, but was resurrected by necromancy to fight in the war between the Morga Empire and the continent. As the Empire faced defeat, he revealed that in a desperate attempt to turn the tide, the city lord Arcos decided to summon the evil god Cthulhu. The dragon explained the condition for summoning Cthulhu was for Arcos to sacrifice the person he loved most, his daughter Moiri. However, at the last moment, Arcos hesitated. He saved Moiri and instead sacrificed the entire population of Withered Bone City, including himself, to the evil god. The consequences were horrifying. The citizens were cursed and granted immense power, allowing them to defeat their invaders. But they were transformed into monsters and lost their humanity. Osiris revealed that Moiri, the last remaining human, suffered the worst fate. The monstrous citizens hated her and tortured her until she was also consumed by the curse and became a monster. With the story finished, Osiris expressed deep gratitude to Shadow for freeing these miserable souls and ending the tragedy. Sensing a powerful aura on Shadow, the dragon bowed his head and pledged to follow him forever, asking for his new master's name. With glowing eyes, Shadow looked up and simply replied that his name was Shadow. The massive skeletal dragon Osiris lowered his wings and head in submission, pledging his loyalty to Shadow and declaring him his master from this day forward. However, as Shadow inspected his new prize, he noted that, for an epic grade mount, the dragon's attributes were somewhat strange. He pointed out that a level 20 epic boss should typically have at least 10 million health points. Yet the interface showed Osiris had only a little over 100,000. Shadow deduced that this weakness was likely due to the nature of its resurrection, since Osiris died long ago, and its power dissipated over time. This forcibly awakened skeletal body retained only a fraction of its original strength. Reviewing the dragon's offensive skills, such as summoning bone shields and firing spikes, Shadow found them mediocre. However, he was pleased with its ability to summon 12 Jade-grade winged dragons, realizing they would provide him with excellent aerial vision. The true value of the mount was revealed in its mobility. Shadow noted that because the dragon's body was made of lightweight bone, its flight speed was incredible, reaching 360% speed, or roughly 450 meters per second, which broke the sound barrier. Shadow concluded that despite the mount's lack of combat power, the supersonic travel speed alone made it a satisfying acquisition. Just then, a system window appeared notifying Shadow that he had met the conditions for a class advancement. He was surprised, realizing that the massive experience gained from clearing the withered bone ruins, over 1 million points, was enough to trigger the upgrade immediately. With a determined look, he activated the advancement. A vortex of dark energy began to swirl around him, and magical runes manifested in the air as the energy intensified. Shadow stood within the chaos, his eyes glowing with power as a red ring of energy formed around him. The system confirmed the success. His Shadow class had advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3. His attributes skyrocketed with his strength and constitution doubling from 27 to 54, his spirit doubling to 90, and his agility jumping significantly to 144. Along with the stat boost, Shadow obtained a new class passive skill called Shadow Arc. The description revealed a powerful mechanic. Any damage, negative status, or stealth removal he suffered while invisible would be delayed by 1 second. Within that 1 second window, he could perform actions to negate the damage or the status effect completely. Shadow looked at his hand and laughed confidently, realizing that as long as his reaction time was fast enough, this skill would allow him to nullify almost any attack while he was in stealth. Shadow reflected on his new class advancement with deep satisfaction. He was certain that in his past life, no player with the Shadow class had ever survived the third advancement. Otherwise, the power of the Shadow Arc skill would have been famous for drastically lowering death rates. He reasoned that while a 1 second window for reaction seemed short, high-level players possessed incredible reaction speeds, making it more than enough time to cast multiple skills and turn the tide of battle. Moving on to his rewards, Shadow manifested a glowing red energy in his hand, revealing a diamond-grade weapon he also obtained. The system window identified it as the Spike of the Skeleton, a powerful dagger that significantly boosted physical and elemental attacks, along with a unique effect that broke the enemy's defense and resistance. Shadow equipped the weapon, immediately noting that between the class upgrade and this new gear, his power had increased massively. Ready to leave the ruins, the skeletal dragon Osiris leaped into action, and Shadow landed gracefully on its head. He decided to test his stealth capabilities with the mount, and activated Merge into darkness. As dark energy swirled around them, Shadow was stunned to find out that the dragon's stealth was actually level 21, a notch higher than his own. Impressed, Shadow told the dragon to take off so he could see its speed for himself. Osiris complied, launching into the air with an explosive burst of force. They shot up from the very depths of the underground cavern, streaking by like a blur of purple light. The dragon burst from the ruins and rocketed straight into the sky. The sheer speed was breathtaking, leaving Shadow speechless as the wind whipped past him. With his eye glowing in the wind, he had to admit the dragon was ridiculously fast. Having tested the incredible speed of his new mount, Shadow blasted out of the underground tunnel and soared into the sky over the ocean. As he cruised through the air, he started planning his next move. He decided to head for the location Captain Anyu mentioned, where a flying monster and another ancient god slate had been spotted. He figured he'd fly to the Magic City ruins first, and then use a teleporter to get to Lucky Town. Shadow recalled that the trip from the Magic City to the Withered Bone City had originally taken him several hours on foot. Meanwhile, in a forest far below, a party of adventurers was in the middle of a raid on a giant black bear monster. The group was a classic trio, a swordsman, a mage, and a healer. The female mage was charging up a holy light fireball while another teammate yelled for everyone to finish off the beast. Suddenly, a massive shockwave ripped through the forest as Osiris zoomed by at supersonic speed. The sheer force of the wind knocked the entire party and the monster clear off their feet, sending them all tumbling. In the chaotic aftermath, the mage looked around completely confused, while the swordsman was baffled to see that the wind had slammed the boss monster right onto his sword, killing it instantly. Completely ignoring the chaos he'd caused below, Shadow continued his flight. Appreciating that with Osiris, the trip back to the Magic City ruins took only 10 minutes. Back in the ruins of the Magic City, a very dramatic scene was playing out between a couple on the desolate streets. A man was holding a woman's hands and begging for her forgiveness, swearing he only cheated on her that one time with another guy and that he was thinking of her the whole time. The woman demanded he promise to cut ties with the other person for good. And after he agreed, they embraced in a passionate kiss, declaring their love for one another. Their tender moment was abruptly shattered as a massive pressure crashed down from the sky. The force slammed the man face first into the pavement, and the woman was flattened right beside him from the impact. Shadow hopped off his dragon, his boot landing right next to the pancaked couple. As the massive dragon loomed behind him, Shadow touched his mask and briefly wondered if he'd hit something on the way down, but he quickly shrugged it off and decided it wasn't his problem. Shadow then activated his invisibility skill to slip out of the ruins undetected. A system notification popped up showing he had just used 5.4 years of his lifespan to teleport to Lucky Town. Shadow grumbled that the teleport cost to a novice town seemed to double every time, making it ridiculously expensive. Despite having over 2,000 years of lifespan, Shadow was a total cheapskate and felt a pang of regret over the tiny expense. Still invisible, Shadow made his way through the model town gates, passing two guards who seemed to sense a disturbance but couldn't see him. Shadow observed their uniforms and deduced they were from the official government forces. Looking at the town's layout, he realized officials had stationed guards to help new players and prevent attacks. He noted this was happening months earlier than in his past life. Walking through the peaceful streets, Shadow reflected that his cooperation with the government likely accelerated their efficiency. He noticed that even elderly players were surviving well in this protected environment. He passed a heartwarming scene of an old man and woman sitting on a bench, acting like a couple in love. Suddenly, Shadow was startled by a desperate cry for help. At the town gate, a massive black insect monster had seized a player. The two official guards Shadow passed earlier sprang into action. The female guard cast a spell from her magic book, creating a holy shield around the player that blocked the monster's attack. The male guard charged forward, cursing the monster, and executed a powerful leap, striking the creature for over 1,600 damage. The female guard immediately retaliated, casting a holy fireball at the giant insect. However, the creature was incredibly agile and evaded the attack. Taking advantage of the opening, the monster scurried away, leaving the male guard frustrated that it had escaped again. The guards looked up as the escaped monster rejoined its pack of 5. The female guard noted with despair that killing one was useless, as a new one would respawn immediately. Shadow, observing, invisibly realized that while the 5 gold grade monsters were not individually strong, the team was struggling because the bosses would fly away when losing, leaving the ground-based guards helpless. On the ground, the male guard checked on the elderly victim. The old man was on his knees, crying and trembling. However, his fear instantly transformed into ungrateful fury. He screamed at the guards, calling them useless. Sitting in the dirt, the old man continued to berate his rescuers. He complained that these flying monsters had been blocking the town for days, making it impossible to hunt. He accused the guards of failing to care for the elderly and threatened to file a complaint. The female guard, stressed and confused, tried to calm him by explaining that Shadow was arriving. The male guard, losing patience, told the old man to show some respect. The mention of Shadow only agitated the crowd. The old man and the onlookers began to shout, asking where Shadow was. They mocked him, saying, "Big shots are always too busy," and he was taking too long just to kill a few bosses. The increasingly hostile mob yelled that if Shadow was so powerful, he should be helping them. A bald old man shouted that he was waiting for his son to farm lifespan and Shadow was wasting their time. The situation spiraled out of control. The female guard tried to reason with the angry mob, assuring them Shadow would arrive. She suggested those who couldn't wait should log off. However, the male guard realized reasoning was futile and urged his partner to leave. The crowd blocked their path, accusing the officials of running away from their responsibilities without solving the monster problem. The mob screamed that the guards were model, blaming them for wasting guild funds, calling them useless for failing to kill a few bugs and demanding an explanation. Pushed to the breaking point, the male guard's patience finally snapped. He reminded the crowd that the officials had already power leveled them all the way to level 3, asking what more they could possibly want. The ungrateful mob shot back that level 3 was basically useless and kept on jeering. The elderly players then started to weaponize their age, accusing the poor guard of wanting to beat up on a bunch of senior citizens. As the male guard tried to move forward, that same ungrateful old man from before deliberately threw himself into him. The old guy hit the deck with all the drama of a Broadway star wailing that the officials were beating up on the elderly. He even clutched his chest, claiming his heart disease was flaring up and that he was dying. The guard, bless his heart, started panicking, insisting he hadn't even laid a finger on him. Smelling blood in the water, the mob seized their chance, swarming the guards and daring the officials to just go ahead and beat them all to death. They wailed that their old lives were worthless anyway, and accused the government of not only doing nothing to help, but actually going out of its way to hurt them. In the middle of all this chaos, some creepy old dude in the crowd decided it was the perfect time to get handsy with the female guard, reaching out to grope her. The female guard froze, completely shocked and mortified. Running purely on instinct, she hauled off and slapped the creep across the face with everything she had. The consequences were instant and devastating. Thanks to the huge difference in their stats, the slap sent the guy flying through the air like a rag doll. The crowd could only watch in stunned silence as his body disintegrated into a shower of golden lifespan orbs before he even hit the ground. She had accidentally one-shotted him, leaving the other elderly players absolutely stunned and terrified. The accidental death immediately triggered mass hysteria, with the mob screaming that the government was murdering senior citizens. The poor female guard, beat red with embarrassment, tried to explain that he had groped her, but her voice was completely drowned out by the crowd's roar to fight back. Seeing the situation was about to turn violent, the male guard instantly threw up a protective barrier. He muttered that these people had completely lost their minds, but figured he'd just let them tire themselves out since their piddly attacks couldn't possibly break his shield. The harassment kicked up a notch as a glob of spit landed right on the shocked female guard's face. The culprit, none other than our favorite, ungrateful old man who cackled like a maniac, loving every second of it. Emboldened by this, the rest of the mob started chucking all sorts of nasty stuff at the barrier. Shoes, rocks, and even women's underwear and actual poop pelted the golden shield while the guards huddled inside. And then suddenly a terrifying presence descended upon them all. Shadow materialized on his skeletal dragon Osiris right behind the rioting crowd. A heavy silence fell over the crowd as the massive dragon loomed over them. Shadow and his dragon glared down, their eyes glowing ominously, radiating a pure aura of death. Without a single word, a massive gust of wind erupted from the dragon, and the force was absolutely catastrophic. The elderly players were blasted away like leaves in a hurricane. Completely helpless against the blast, their bodies were flung violently into the surrounding trees with bone-shattering force. Silence once again returned to the forest as the two guards stood safely inside their barrier, just looking out in utter disbelief. Where the angry mob had been just moments before, now only dozens of golden lifespan orbs remained, a clear sign that Shadow had instantly wiped out the entire group. High above the town, Shadow and his skeletal dragon Osiris soared, into a swirling orange vortex. From his vantage point, Shadow quickly spotted his targets. A group of 5-winged insect monsters were flying in formation, all of them linked by magical energy to some kind of floating stone tablet. Instantly recognizing the object, Shadow commanded his dragon to give chase. From the ground, the 2 official guards watched in awe as the massive dragon pursued the monsters against a red eclipse-like sun. Shadow stood firm on the dragon's head as dark purple energy surged, preparing for an aerial strike. The 5 insects frantically tried to escape with the slate, but they were no match for the dragon's speed. Shadow's eyes glowed with intense purple light as he locked onto his prey. In a blur, Osiris spun and unleashed a devastating slash. The attack was precise, slicing all 5 gold-grade insect bosses in half at once. The 2 guards on the ground were left with their mouths agape, shocked by the instant victory. Meanwhile, on the ground, the situation with the elderly mob took a ridiculous turn. The elderly players, just wiped out by Shadow's wind, had respawned and marched back to the scene. They were furious, screaming at the guards for hitting old people and playing the victim card again. The mob surrounded the exhausted male guard, demanding compensation for the lifespan they lost. The guard looked overwhelmed, thinking the harassment was never-ending. Suddenly, a shadow fell over the group. The guard looked up to see the massive corpses of the 5 insect bosses plummeting from the sky directly above them. Before the mob could react, the giant carcasses crashed down with bone-crushing force. The impact flattened the elderly players, killing them a second time and turning them back into lifespan orbs. The stone slate landed upright in the dirt, surrounded by the glowing orbs of the twice-deceased old man and his companions. Osiris landed gracefully next to the loot. Shadow looked around, genuinely confused. He wondered why there was so much loot when he had only killed 5 bosses. He was unaware he had accidentally farmed the annoying mob. The ungrateful old man, who had just been crushed by a falling monster corpse, crawled on the ground. Instead of being thankful, he pointed an accusing finger at Shadow, screaming about the danger of falling objects and demanding to know if any law was left in this world. Shadow ignored the ranting and crouched to pick up the slate. However, the old man stood up and confronted him. He yelled that he was speaking to him and demanded respect. He tried to justify his arrogance with the old adage that he'd eaten more salt than Shadow had eaten rice. As Shadow reached for the slate, the old man grabbed the other end, trying to snatch it away. He screamed, asking if Shadow was deaf. Shadow looked at the man, surprised that someone so weak would dare to rob him. Shadow's response was immediate and lethal. Without a word, he threw a dagger at point-blank range. The blade pierced the old man's neck, silencing his complaints instantly. The attack sent the old man flying backward, dealing over 13,000 critical damage. He dropped the slate as he died yet again, his body dissolving into light. Shadow calmly caught the falling slate. With the nuisance removed, he turned his attention to the scattered loot. He commanded Osiris to summon the small bone dragons. The massive skeletal dragon obeyed without hesitation. A swarm of small black skeletal dragons descended from the sky. They swooped down, tasked with collecting the countless lifespan orbs that had dropped from the twice-killed mob. The female guard and her partner watched the sky in confusion, wondering what Shadow intended to do with so many summoned creatures. Meanwhile, back at the town gate, the ungrateful old man was causing a scene for the 3rd time. He stood before the crowd and the guards, pointing an accusing finger. He yelled that he had figured it all out. The officials were conspiring with Shadow to murder people and steal their property. The female guard looked at him in disbelief as the old man put on a dramatic performance, clutching his head and screaming. He lied, claiming he had been carrying 1,000 years of lifespan and Shadow had stolen it all. The female guard was furious at his shameless lies. Electricity crackled from her eyes as she shouted back, asking who he thought he was kidding. The old man stubbornly retorted that his son had given it to him and accused the guard of defending Shadow because she wanted a cut of the loot. Turning to the crowd, the old man started to incite a riot. He promised that if everyone helped him demand the return of his 1,000 years, he would share 1 year with each person. He played the victim card again, shouting that they couldn't let officials and Shadow bully the elderly. Blinded by greed, the mob fell for it, shouting their support and demanding that Shadow return the lifespan. They demanded their lifespan back. The male guard gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could just arrest them, but noted the troublemakers were cleverly staying inside the town's safe zone, where guards couldn't attack. The elderly players, led by the ungrateful old man, pumped their fists in the air, screaming with greed. Suddenly, small bone dragons swooped down into the crowd. Their claws snatched the elderly players, lifting them off the ground before they could react. The mob was hoisted into the air, left dangling helplessly. The old man looked up in terror, wondering where on earth these monsters had come from. The dragons flew high above the town, carrying the screaming players over the walls and outside the safe zone. The old man yelled frantically for help, demanding to be let go. The dragons took him literally. They released their claws, sending the players plummeting from the sky. As he fell, the old man panicked, screaming that he hadn't meant for them to let go just then. Shadow walked coolly out of the town gate as bodies crashed to the ground behind him. The female guard blushed. Shadow explained that while the safe zone prevented players from damaging each other, it didn't suspend the laws of physics, meaning gravity was still lethal. With a cold stare, Shadow informed the guards that his bone dragons would remain stationed there to toss any unruly people out of town. He told the guards it was up to them whether to catch and imprison them or just let them fall. He confirmed the bosses in the sky had been cleared and then prepared to leave. The male guard called out, pointing out that Shadow hadn't collected the scattered loot. As his body dissolved to teleport away, Shadow simply told them to keep it as a gift, leaving the guard stunned. The male guard was in awe of Shadow's generosity. He gazed at the ground covered in glowing lifespan orbs, marveling that the expert had left behind so much treasure. He turned to his partner, the female guard, calling her Electric Fox, and invited her to help him collect the loot. However, the female guard was completely spaced out. She stood frozen in place with a dreamy look on her face. The male guard looked at her with a mix of confusion and disgust, asking what in the world she was doing. Completely smitten, she clasped her hands together and declared that her heart had gone with Shadow. To snap her out of it, the male guard tossed a lifespan orb at her. It smacked her right on the forehead. She cried out in pain and anger, and the male guard scolded her to stop daydreaming. He brutally reminded her that a big shot like Shadow would never even glance at a side character like her, saying she was punching way above her weight class. Triggered by the insult, the female guard lashed out, shouting that he was the one punching up. The male guard playfully agreed, joking that if he was a male toad, then she must be a female toad, implying they belonged together. Holding the glowing orbs, the female guard blushed deeply, flustered by his teasing. All the while, the skeletal dragons continued to drop screaming elderly players from the sky. Amidst this chaos, the two guards kept up their light-hearted banter. The male guard teased her, asking if she had a secret crush on him, but she just denied it, calling him disgusting. However, when he casually asked if she wanted to grab dinner that night, her attitude did a complete 180, and she excitedly asked if he was serious. Meanwhile, in the real world outside Zhanghai City Hospital, inside a room, Xiao sat up in her bed looking pale and miserable. A male official at her bedside expressed his sympathy for her losing both legs during the ordeal. However, the conversation quickly turned to the cost of her treatment. A female official informed Xiao that her treatment had cost 50 years of lifespan. She explained that while the government reimbursed 10 years, Xiao was still on the hook for the remaining 40. Xiao panicked, exclaiming that she didn't have that much lifespan. Desperate, she asked if she could mortgage her 2 houses to pay off the debt. The female official coldly replied that they had already evaluated her properties, and in this new world, the houses were only worth 3 days of lifespan. Xiao was shocked, screaming that she had spent millions and 200 days of lifespan on those properties. Unable to believe their value had crashed so hard, she frantically offered 500,000 in cash, but the officials explained old world currency was worthless and only lifespan was accepted now. Xiao trembled, admitting she didn't have enough. The male official then gave her an ultimatum. She had 3 days to come up with the lifespan or they would stop all medical treatment. They did offer one solution: she could be sent to the official logistics team to work off her debt. The work involved mining, gathering materials, or rebuilding in the game world for at least 15 hours a day. Suyu covered her face and cried, arguing that she was a professional and couldn't do physical labor. The official countered that while she was disabled in reality, her avatar in the game was perfectly fine, and high-level healing skills might exist in the future to restore her legs. Xiao broke down screaming, terrified of the loss of status, not the work itself. She yelled that she didn't want to be a laborer or be around sweaty, smelly people, calling the idea disgusting. She threw a tantrum, wailing that she was already pitiful and demanding to know why she was being treated this way, insisting none of it was her fault. The 2 officials stood by, silently, completely unimpressed by her victim mentality. Finally, the female official offered another possible solution. She asked if Xiao Yu had any family or friends who could act as guarantors for her. She explained that if she could find someone to vouch for her, they could approve a loan for 40 years of her lifespan at a low interest rate, allowing her to avoid forced labor. Tears streamed down Xiao Yu's face as she considered her options. She fell into despair, believing her brother Kinfang was dead. She thought about her mother, but doubted she would be willing or even able to guarantee such a massive debt. She curled up in pain and fear, sobbing quietly. Alone in the dark room, she admitted to herself that she didn't know a single person who would help her. Feeling completely abandoned, she was startled when the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A booming voice announced that help had arrived. The two officials spun around in surprise while Xiao Yu looked toward the entrance in confusion. A tall, muscular man entered, followed by a subordinate who was recording the whole thing on a phone. It was the Knights Templar Guild leader. He held out his hand, demanding Xiao Yu's phone and scoffing that 40 years of lifespan was nothing. Xiao Yu recognized him. The guild leader smiled warmly at her, claiming his heart ached when he heard about her misfortune. A notification popped up on Xiao Yu's phone, making her blush. The guild leader had transferred 100 years of tradable lifespan to her. She stammered out her thanks, completely overwhelmed by his generosity. The guild leader sat on her bed and put his arm around her, telling her there was no need to thank him. He added that if she ever needed more, he could always help her secure more loans. However, Xiao Yu noticed a small detail on the transaction regarding a 30% annual interest rate. The guild leader casually explained it was just the 30% interest for his guarantee. He then put on a charming smile, telling her to just focus on her treatment and get well soon. He declared that the Knights Templar Guild was her strongest support system and her true home. Moved to tears by his apparent kindness, Xiao Yu looked up at him with admiration and thanked him, totally unaware she had just agreed to a predatory contract. As the Knights Templar Guild leader prepared to leave, his subordinate kept the camera rolling. The guild leader waved goodbye, telling Xiao Yu to rest well because he had business to attend to. He left her with one final manipulative comment, assuring her that no matter what, the guild would always be waiting for her to come back. Xiao Yu was left alone, tears still streaming down her face, but her despair had turned into determination. With a flushed face and a determined expression, she clenched her fist and vowed to do her absolute best, completely falling for his act. Outside the room, the guild leader's entire demeanor changed. His subordinate showed him the recording. The guild leader approved, ordering him to edit the footage just right before posting it. As they walked down the hospital corridor, the guild leader gave specific instructions on how to spin the story. He wanted the PR piece to emphasize her tragic situation and highlight that, while no one else would help, only their guild stepped up to the plate. A sinister grin spread across his face as he revealed his true intentions. Since Xiao Yu had already cost the guild a loss, he would use her tragedy as an advertisement to recruit more members. He viewed this as the best way to make use of something disposable. Looking out at the city, the guild leader announced it was time to log into the game. Since his meeting with Shadow was coming up, the scene shifted to the virtual world, showing the Knights Templar hideout in the ruins of Jonai City, which was protected by a blue energy barrier. Inside the dingy hideout, the guild leader sat on a toilet of all places, checking a holographic interface. He noticed tons of online posts, cursing out Shadow, and had to laugh, thinking Shadow had really ticked off a lot of people. However, his jealousy was obvious as he muttered that if Shadow wasn't 10 times stronger, he'd be trying to kill him too. Suddenly, Shadow materialized from a cloud of black mist. The guild leader's arrogant demeanor vanished in an instant as he dropped to his knees. Shadow asked if the slaughterers were ready. The guild leader eagerly replied that they'd been ready for a long time and he was just waiting for Big Brother Shadow. Trying to suck up, the guild leader gestured to the toilet and offered it to Shadow as a seat. Shadow coldly rejected the offer and ordered him to bring out the targets. The guild leader gestured toward a large group of bound players. He presented 200 slaughterers players with red names and told Shadow they were all there for him to handle. Shadow accepted. With a simple nod, he walked right past the guild leader. In a terrifying display of power, Shadow unleashed his dark energy, instantly slicing the gathered slaughterers into pieces. The guild leader watched in awe as their bodies were torn to shreds by invisible blades. As the prisoners died, they dissolved into a sea of lifespan orbs. A system notification confirmed Shadow's slaughter value had decreased by 2 layers. Standing amidst the floating lights, Shadow informed the guild leader their debt was settled and turned to leave, desperate to stay in Shadow's good graces. The guild leader hurriedly called out to him, shouting that he had something urgent to report. He asked if Shadow had offended anyone recently and pulled up a holographic screen showing a viral news post. The article featured a picture of that ungrateful old man from Lucky Town with sensational headlines accusing Shadow of scamming people and colluding with corrupt officials. Shadow glanced at the image and recognized the troublemaker he'd already dealt with. However, Shadow's sharp eyes then caught another notification on the screen. It was the self-promoting ad the guild leader had just created. The headline read, "Poor girl brutally mutilated and lost her legs. Knights Templar Guild offers generous help." It continued, showing a photo of a crying Xiao Yu. Shadow was stunned. He gasped her name, realizing the victim his disciple ghost spirit had rescued from the serial killer, Renu, was his own sister, Xiaoyu. He chuckled to himself, remarking on how small the world was and what an incredible coincidence it was. Keeping this revelation to himself, Shadow simply said, "Understood," and vanished. The guild leader, completely oblivious, stood by the toilet and bowed enthusiastically, shouting for his big brother to take care and visit again soon. High in the sky, flying on his skeletal dragon Osiris, Shadow contacted his disciple. He ordered Ghost Spirit to investigate and eliminate whoever was spreading the slanderous rumors online. He decided this minor issue simply wasn't worth his personal attention. Ghost Spirit appeared in the communication window, absolutely furious that someone would dare slander her master, and she vowed to handle it immediately. Standing on a high rooftop in Shanghai City, Ghost Spirit looked at a holographic screen with angry disbelief, wondering how anyone had the nerve to spread such vicious rumors about her master. A news article flashed across the screen featuring the face of, it was that ungrateful old man from Lucky Town complaining that Shadow had schemed against a poor elderly man. Ghost Spirit was disgusted by both the accusation and the man's shameless face. With icy resolve, she pulled her hood down, declaring she had memorized the scoundrel's face. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from the edge of the building, a purple energy trail following as she vowed to bring him to justice. She soared through the air, gliding between skyscrapers and heading straight for her target. The scene then shifts to a residential complex called Lakeview Garden, right outside the home of a man named Fang Shang. A hand was pounding violently on the door. Outside stood a young man named Morgan, along with a woman and their injured, drooling child. He furiously yelled for Fang Shang to come out, accusing Fang's dog of pushing his son down the stairs and paralyzing him. He screamed that Fang wouldn't be able to escape his responsibility. He slammed his fist against the door again, demanding some answers. The door finally swung open, revealing Fang Xiaowing, the very same ungrateful old man from Lucky Town. He looked irritated and hostile, shouting at the family to stop bothering him. Fang Xiaowing pointed at Morgan, accusing him of using his perspective eye's ability to spy on his wife showering and threatened to call the police. Then he insulted his neighbor, claiming the son was simply stupid, and fell on his own, arrogantly asking for proof that his dog was even involved. In response, Morgan held up his phone, showing a video of a monstrous-looking dog kicking his son down the stairs, declaring it was ironclad evidence. In a shocking outburst, Fang Xiaowing kicked the phone right out of Morgan's hand. With the evidence now destroyed, he shamelessly demanded to see the so-called proof. Furious, Morgan activated his eagle-eyed skill, locking onto Fang Xiaowing. He warned the old man that he could attack with a poisonous fog at any second and would hunt him down if he didn't stop being so unreasonable. Completely unimpressed, Fang Xiaowing mocked Morgan, daring him to attack. Morgan prepared to use his skill, his eyes beginning to glow blue. The system highlighted Fang Xiaowing as a target, but as the old man kept shouting accusations, a notification popped up. Morgan was unable to activate any of his skills. He stood frozen in confusion. Fang Xiaowing let out a sinister giggle as his entire demeanor shifted. His eyes glowed orange as he laughed, maniacally taunting the terrified Morgan about his failed skills and asking if he truly thought being stupid made him fearless. Morgan panicked, shouting to his wife that he couldn't use his skills. As Fang Xiaowing grinned mockingly, the massive silhouette of another man appeared in the doorway behind him, and the old man finally revealed the truth. His son possessed the hidden class Magic Forbidden Warlock and had erected a magic dampening barrier, preventing any skills from being used. The stranger stepped into the light, revealing a tall, muscular man with a small poodle peeking out from his shirt. Fang Xiaowing immediately started playing the victim, crying that Morgan was sexually harassing and terrifying him. With a cold expression, the son moved with blinding speed. Before Morgan could even react, the son had him by the throat and delivered a brutal kick to his stomach. The force of the blow sent Morgan flying into the opposite wall, where he began to vomit blood. His wife screamed and rushed to his side, but her healing magic just fizzled out because of the barrier. The son then grabbed the wife, lifting her off the ground while stating that he doesn't hit women. He ordered her to take her husband and get lost, warning them never to appear before him again. Tears streamed down the wife's face as she cried that it was all their fault and demanded they take responsibility. The son stared at her silently before releasing his grip. Looking at her with contempt, he pulled back his fist. He coldly declared that they lived in an era where the strong prey on the weak. The terrified woman screamed as his fist rushed towards her. Just then, purple energy ribbons materialized, wrapping around her waist and pulling her to safety at an incredible speed. The punch slammed into the wall right next to her head, and the son looked up, confused by the interference. Ghost Spirit stood there, shielding the wife. When the woman asked who she was, Ghost Spirit replied coldly that they weren't worthy of knowing her name, but that she knew them, her eyes glowing a terrifying purple. She glared at the father and son, vowing to make them pay for spreading rumors to smear Shadow's name. The son asked in shock if she was Shadow. Behind him, Fang Xiaoling yelled for him not to be afraid, pointing out that Shadow was a man, not someone so petite. Regaining his confidence, the muscular son smirked. He boasted that even if the real Shadow showed up, it wouldn't matter. He explained he was level 16, with all his points dumped into strength and constitution, making him invincible within his magic forbidden barrier where only physical combat mattered. Ghost Spirit stood her ground, purple energy swirling around her. She looked at him with pity, called him an idiot, and declared she would teach him just how stupid he really was. The battle began inside the hallway's suppression field. Fang Xiaoling's son stood confidently, declaring himself invincible inside his magic forbidden barrier. Ghost Spirit glared, mocking him as a frog in a well. She attacked with blinding speed, surprising the large man. She delivered a kick, surprising him with her agility. He correctly guessed she was an assassin and spun in midair to evade her follow-up punch. His physical stats clearly overwhelmed hers. Ghost Spirit unleashed a barrage of strikes. She attacked from a different angle, but he was ready and effortlessly caught her fist, stopping her cold. Holding her by the hand, the son mocked her lack of power despite her speed. He reminded her that without skills, her physical attacks were just tickles to him. She struggled, but he delivered a devastating uppercut that sent her flying. Ghost Spirit crashed into the ground as Fang Xiaoling cheered for his son. The son flexed, taunting her about the huge gap in their strength and warning her not to die just yet. Battered against the wall, Ghost Spirit couldn't move. The son deduced she worked for Shadow and decided to interrogate her. The towering son grabbed Ghost Spirit by the collar. Enraged, he shouted that Shadow had killed his mother in the game multiple times and that he was going to get revenge. He gave her 10 seconds to reveal. Everything she knew about Shadow, then aggressively pulled her closer. He lifted her with one arm, threatening to rip off her hand if she didn't talk. Instead of fear, she just looked up with a mocking smile and called him an idiot. Confused, he froze until she told him to look down at his body, which suddenly erupted in green ghostly flames. He collapsed, coughing, realizing too late that he had been poisoned. Ghost Spirit stood calmly, her hand glowing green, and explained he was a fool for thinking his barrier made him invincible. She revealed that she had cast a venom enchantment ahead of time, even though new skills were blocked the precast. Enchantment meant that every punch landed with a stacking poison. The son screamed in agony as the flames consumed him, crying for his mother while his father watched in horror. Ghost Spirit looked down at the dying man, letting him know she'd already done her homework on them. She called the father a nobody, and his son Han Bingsheng a warlock who dabbled in forbidden magic. She even mocked his character build, noting that he looked down on support classes and just dumped all his points into strength. He only bothered to learn the barrier skill so he could bully other people. He died, and Ghost Spirit noted coldly that a basic priest skill like Dispel would have saved him. Overcome with panic, Fang Xiaoying screamed that she had killed his son and tried to call the officials. But before he could, a boot kicked the phone right out of his hand. He looked up in terror to see his neighbor Magan standing over him, now fully healed and absolutely furious. Magan declared that the barrier was gone and told the old man it was his turn to pay the price. Panicked, Fang Xiaoying screamed for help, but his pleas were ignored as Magan delivered a vicious kick right to his face. Magan grinned, assuring the old man he'd hand him over to the officials eventually, but first he was going to beat him to his heart's content. His wife cheered him on, promising to keep healing him so he could keep going. Magan activated a transformation skill, his body bulging with muscles as he entered a venom-enhanced state. He then unleashed a brutal barrage of heavy punches, completely pummeling Fang Xiaoying. All the while, his wife cheered from the side, casting healing magic to support him. The beating ended with a final crushing stomp to Fang Xiaoying's face. The old man died, dissolving into particles of light. Magan stood panting, relieved. After finally venting his anger, he asked his wife if the girl who'd saved them was still around. She confirmed she was mentioning something about an angel's heart skill. Magan turned to thank her, saying with profound gratitude that they would have been doomed without her. He suggested calling the officials, but when they looked around, their mysterious benefactor had vanished. His wife spotted some torn clothes on the floor, wondering when she could have possibly slipped away. Outside, Ghost Spirit had already leaped from the building. As she fell, she opened a communication window with Shadow to report that the mission was complete. His praise for her speed brought a delighted smile to her face. The scene shifted to a wasteland 300 kilometers outside of Magic City. 4 cloaked figures trekked through the wastes, guided by Chu Kunshin. One of his subordinates questioned him, worried they were in the wrong place. The area was filled with poisonous gas and volcanic fumes that constantly drained their health, making him doubt that anything could possibly survive there. Their leader, Theodore, however, remained confident. Chu Kunshin, using his leyline perception skill, assured them the treasure was inside a nearby cave. They soon arrived at a massive cave entrance that was spewing an ominous red energy. Before entering, Theodore ordered Zuma, their soul walker, to immediately put the group into an invincible spirit state if they ran into any danger. Zuma confirmed that he understood. The 4 of them walked into the red vortex, navigating the strange terrain until they reached a cliff overlooking a sea of red liquid. Just then, Chu Kunshin suddenly pointed, shouting for everyone to look. Theodore laughed, realizing they had finally found it. It was a massive fiery plant rising from the very center of the crimson pool. Chu Kunshin, who identified it as the Hellflower of Nightmares, and declared with absolute certainty that with this item, Shadow would be unstoppable.